On January 1st, 2060, the Earth was hit by a mysterious planet. In just 3 days, the once prosperous blue planet was completely reduced to dust. Just when everyone thought they were about to die, an unknown and powerful mysterious force brought all the people on Earth to a game world, the cave world. The underground world is surprisingly similar to the Earth. There are still day and night, familiar air and soil. However, this new world is not the Garden of Eden, but a death trial ground full of dangers. Monsters hiding in the dark may launch fatal attacks on adventurers at any time. Fortunately, this world is not completely hopeless. Everyone is given a set of abilities called systems, which can be unlocked to gain talents or skills to help humans survive in this desolate world. I, Xinchuan, was originally just an ordinary delivery boy on Earth, living a life of running around for a meager salary. Facing the unknown world of caves, my heart was full of panic and uneasiness. After all, I had no experience in surviving in the wild, nor was I physically strong enough to fight against those monsters. At first, I thought I wouldn't survive more than a month. But the moment I turned on the talent extraction system, fate smiled on me. I actually obtained the only SSS level talent that is the best in the cave world: respond to requests. Not only that, I also awakened a derivative skill 100 times critical hit. Responding to requests allows me to realize any wish that matches the current stage by consuming mining times. Whether it's weapons, equipment, or scarce resources, as long as I make a wish, it will appear in front of me. 100-fold critical hit means that when I kill a monster or collect resources, my income will be amplified by a full 100 times. And at this moment, in a small cave of only 20 square meters. It took me a long while to react. My voice became hoarse and I blurted out, "Fuck! This luck is simply incredible!" Just as I was immersed in the ecstasy of my good fortune, the system prompt sounded again, and the tone seemed to carry some mysterious teasing. Adventurer Space Bracelet can be upgraded once for free, and 1 to 10 inventory slots will be obtained randomly. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade! Of course, upgrade! I shouted without any hesitation. You know, this space bracelet only has 3 pitiful inventory slots at the beginning, and I thought I would have to wait for eternity to save enough resources to upgrade. But the system directly gave me a free lottery, which felt like pie in the sky, so wonderful. The bracelet is being upgraded. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining 1 inventory slot. Affected by the 100-fold critical strike, an additional 99 inventory slots are obtained. I was stunned, my eyes widened, as if I had seen a ghost. 103 inventory slots? I tried to calm myself down, but I couldn't help but mutter, "Brothers, am I invincible?" With 1 upgrade, I upgraded the bracelet from 3 inventory slots to 103. Other players may still be worried about the lack of space, but I have already started thinking about how to fill these slots. Hey, how about trying any wish will be granted? The incredible effect of my talent made me itch. Of course, I also know that the rules clearly state that the wish must be in line with the current game progress, and it will be invalid if it exceeds the limit. Moreover, the number of wishes is precious and can only be used twice a day at most. So I decided to play it safe. I wish for food and water. Ding! The player made a successful wish and received 1 resource pack. Affected by the 100x critical strike, an additional 100 resource packs were received. I was stunned for a moment, my hands shaking slightly. 100 resource packs? What is this concept? When I saw the price of a resource pack in the system store before, I was still cursing in my mind that it was ridiculously expensive. Now, this desire has directly made me a food millionaire. Open the resource pack! I shouted excitedly. Bite! Congratulations to the player for getting mineral water *1 and buckwheat bread *1. Being affected by 100 times critical hit, you will get additional mineral water *99 and buckwheat bread *99. A series of prompts sounded like beautiful music in my ears. I opened the package frantically until the bracelet was filled with mineral water and buckwheat bread, a full 10,000 servings. It's developed! It's completely developed! I hugged the bracelet and laughed. Now, let alone starve to death, I can even open a resource wholesale shop and collect other players' resources one by one. Feeling happy, I opened the chat channel to check the survival status of my peers. Unexpectedly, The scene suddenly changed. The screen was full of messages asking for help, and some players even disappeared directly after digging up monsters. Seeing the light spots on the map getting darker and darker, I felt a chill down my spine. I thought I could conquer the world by just granting every wish. But now it seems that it is far from that simple. I calmed down and made a plan. I would make a wish at most once a day, and use the rest of my digging to stockpile resources. After all, only with enough supplies and weapons could I live longer. I opened the auction house and tried my luck to see if there were any weapons for sale. However, the auction house was as empty as an abandoned haunted house, and even the basic resources were marked at sky-high prices. It's better to rely on yourself than on heaven or earth. I sighed and turned to study the crafting function in the system. What's more, I found a weapon suitable for novices: a stone axe. The production requirements are ridiculously simple: 3 pieces of wood, 5 pieces of stone. This is the early stage weapon. I picked up the shovel and started collecting materials for my first weapon. Swish! A shovel went down. Ding! You dug up a piece of cycad rock, and there is nothing behind it. The corners of my mouth twitched. There's nothing here, what are you talking about? But I was unwilling to give in and swung the shovel again. Ding! You dug up a piece of yellow-brown rock and successfully discovered a cave. You get 1 stone. Affected by the 100x critical strike, you get an additional 99 stones. Instant peace of mind. Harvesting 100 stones with 1 shovel is a reward for a cheating player. After entering the cave, I was stunned by the scene in front of me. Stalactites stood in rows, the light flickered, like a fairyland. And on a cluster of thorns in the corner, there were several bright red fruits, exuding a fresh fragrance. Can this fruit be eaten? I picked one, and the system prompt popped up instantly. Ding! Obtained 1 red berry, affected by 100 times critical strike, additionally obtained 99 red berries. The satiety of the fruit was as high as 30. This was a win-win situation for both food and resources. I immediately dug up the thorns with their roots, used the plant fibers to synthesize wood, and quickly gathered all the materials for making a stone axe. Thorns decomposed successfully, obtained plant fiber X1, plant fibers synthesized successfully, obtained wood X1. In the next few hours, I turned into an excavator, full of energy. I used the small shovel in my hand to dig up the thorns one by one and decompose them into resources. Hundreds of thorns were finally turned into wood. After this high-intensity work, the materials needed for the stone axe were finally gathered. I threw all the stone and wood into the crafting panel, held my breath, and clicked the key button. All materials have been collected. Are you sure you want to make a stone axe? Okay. I pressed the confirmation button with slightly trembling hands, my eyes full of anticipation. The production panel immediately flashed with light, and after a short wait, the system prompt sounded. Ding! The stone axe was successfully produced. Congratulations on obtaining a black iron level weapon. When the light faded, I was left with a crude stone axe in my hand. Looking at its primitive appearance without any sense of technology, I couldn't help but complain. Are you sure this isn't a prehistoric relic? In order to find out its properties, I immediately used Eagle Eye Stone Axe, black iron level, weight, 20 attack power, plus 25 note, a weapon that only primitive people can use. This game actually has taunts. I almost laughed out of anger when I saw the last sentence. Weapons only primitive people would use. Although the attributes are not great, it is better than nothing. I consoled myself. Don't be picky. Having a weapon is better than having no weapon at all. After putting the stone axe into the storage bracelet, I glanced at the inventory. I exchanged the 500 pieces of thorns for 20 pieces of wood, and the remaining 300 pieces were divided into 2 parts. One part was used as a backup resource, and the other part was thrown into the petri dish to start planting. This wave of resource allocation was very stable. After doing all this, I casually opened the leaderboard. My name appeared in the top 100. You know, within a few hours of the game being launched, the number of players worldwide has approached 7 billion. Being able to make it into the top 100 is a huge achievement. Feeling proud, I took out a red berry from my storage bracelet and took a bite. The juice burst instantly, and the sweet taste spread in my mouth. This taste is more amazing than any fruit in my previous life, and it is even hard to describe in words. High risk brings high rewards. This cave world is truly a treasure. I ate 2 red berries with satisfaction, and stopped only when my satiety level was close to full. Then, I opened the regional chat channel to observe other players' dynamics. There was almost a cry of grief in the channel. Food was short, water was scarce, and everyone was in a difficult situation. And what about me? I was as leisurely as a bystander from a god's perspective. However, when I saw that someone had found a companion, my brows furrowed slightly. The game has only been open for a few hours, and the scarcity of resources is so despairing. A piece of bread or a bottle of water can cause scrambles. If others knew that I had tens of thousands of supplies in my backpack, I'm afraid the entire server would go crazy. Don't show off your wealth! You must never let anyone know my hidden card. I secretly reminded myself that I must not reveal my cards until I have enough ability to protect myself. Coming back to my senses, I reopened the crafting panel and researched new equipment that could be crafted. There are many kinds of items listed on the panel, including stone tables, wooden chairs, stone benches. They all look like decorations. However, when my eyes fell on a special prop, my eyes suddenly lit up. Goblin Guardian, bronze level item, description, an essential item for goblin survival, with the following functions. 1. Can be stored in the space bracelet, occupying 80 inventory slots. 2. Can be used as a temporary shelter to protect adventurers from external attacks until the guardhouse is destroyed. Materials: stone times 400, wood times 30, iron times 20. Great stuff! I almost jumped up from my seat. This shelter can not only serve as a shelter, but also expand the storage space. It is a perfect survival tool. With it, the difficulty in the early stage can be reduced by more than half. The only problem is, the material requirements are a bit ridiculous. I can handle stone and wood, but rare resources like iron are not easy to find. It doesn't matter. If all else fails, I can exchange it with food and water. Thinking of this, I immediately opened the auction house. I took out 300 bottles of mineral water and 300 portions of buckwheat bread from the storage bracelet and hung them all up. The exchange rate was very fair, 1 bottle of mineral water or 1 portion of bread for 1 portion of stone or wood, and 1 bottle of water for 2 pieces of iron. This price is a huge loss for me, but I am in urgent need of resources, so I have no choice but to put it on the shelf. For other players, food and water are obviously more valuable than stone, so this deal is a sure win for them. As for the red berries? Haha, they are my personal snack, no one else's. However, when I came to my senses, I suddenly discovered a big problem. I forgot to set up anonymity. In other words, all players in the server can see my transaction records. As expected, this caused an uproar. What the hell, what kind of monster is this? He can get so many supplies in just a few hours after the server was opened? I want to report it. This person must have tampered with the game data. The regional and world chat channels went out of control in an instant like a volcanic eruption. Messages from countless players poured in like an avalanche, and the screen was in chaos. Watching the channel filled with wailing, jealousy, and angry comments, I couldn't help but slap my thigh with joy and couldn't stop laughing. Sure enough, happiness is always built on the pain of others. However, just as I was laughing smugly, the transaction reminders sounded one after another. Ding! The buckwheat bread you put on the shelf times 1 has been purchased by an adventurer, and you get stone times 1. Ding! The mineral water you put on the shelf times 1 has been purchased by an adventurer, and you get iron times 1. The transaction speed was incredibly fast. Although the players in the channel were cursing, their instinct for survival forced them to grit their teeth and spend their last resources to frantically exchange for the food and water I put on the shelves. I casually flipped through the auction house and found that half of the goods I had put on the shelves had been snatched away, and the inventory was rapidly decreasing. Most of the buyers were retail investors, and the largest purchase was no more than 3 loaves of bread. The game had just been launched, and everyone was still in the early stages of development. Resources were so scarce that even stone and wood had to be carefully calculated. People like me who made a fortune by speculating on materials at the beginning were obviously the only ones. Alas, I thought I could still make some money from them. I sighed regretfully. Unfortunately, this group of poor guys have been completely plundered. While the auction house transaction was not yet completely completed, I opened the global player rankings. As expected, I climbed to the top and ranked first. With the resource advantage at hand, no one could shake my position in a short period of time. Once the Goblin Guardian is built, my leading position will only be more solid. But when I saw the string of scarlet numbers at the bottom of the leaderboard, my smile froze. 497,861. In just 2 or 3 hours, nearly 500,000 players have died. This cold number made my back go cold. Hundreds of thousands of lives turned to dust so easily. This is not a game. This is clearly a sure field. I shook my head, and the complacency in my heart was completely dispelled, replaced by a strong sense of crisis. If you are not careful, you will die. Although the honor on the leaderboard is tempting, in this deadly environment, only those who survive are qualified to talk about honor. I must upgrade my equipment and enhance my combat effectiveness as soon as possible, otherwise I will be eliminated by the monsters in the cave sooner or later. After making up my mind, I closed the leaderboard, picked up the shovel, took a deep breath and said, "Dig! Even if the sky falls, we have to dig first." According to the game introduction, this underground world is full of lost civilization ruins. Maybe I can dig out some amazing artifacts, such as the Goblin Cannon. If there is, then I will be invincible in the early stage. Swish! The shovel smashed down hard. Ding! You dug up a stalactite, and there is nothing behind it. Ding! You dug up a red porphyry, and there is nothing behind it. After several consecutive shovels without any results, I gradually lost my temper. There were only a few more digging attempts left today, and if I couldn't dig anything, I would lose face as the Emperor of Europe. I don't believe it! I gritted my teeth, changed direction, and swung the shovel down hard. Clang! The crisp sound of the shovel hitting something made my eyes light up and I almost jumped up with excitement. Finally dug something up? Sure enough, the system prompt sounded. Ding! You dug up a piece of blue steel rock and found an unlocked black iron treasure chest. Black iron treasure chest. I immediately went over to it excitedly. The treasure chest was lying quietly on the ground, and the black shell exuded a low-key luster. My experience of playing countless games told me that this kind of treasure chest usually hides good things. Although it's only black iron level, I'm lucky to find a treasure chest on the first day. I was so happy that I immediately used Eagle Eye to check the details. Unlocked treasure chest, iron level. After opening, there is a chance to get food, water, iron level equipment or props, and there is a small chance to get bronze level equipment or props. It's good that it's not locked. I don't have to go to the store to buy a key. I breathed a sigh of relief, wiped my hands, made sure they were dry, and slowly pressed the switch of the treasure chest. With a soft sound, the treasure chest opened, a blue light flashed, and the temperature in the cave seemed to drop a few degrees. Ding! You opened a black iron treasure chest and obtained 1 frost stone. Affected by the 100-fold critical hit, you obtained an additional 99 frost stones. I was stunned. 100 pieces of frost stones lay quietly in the storage bracelet. Is this a gem? How can it be dug out so easily? Could it be fake? With a nervous mood, I took out a piece and carefully examined it using the Eagle Eye technique. Frost stone, a product of nature, it can be embedded in weapons to slightly increase attack power, and has frost properties that can slow down monsters. This is a magical weapon! I shouted excitedly. At this stage, my stone axe is usable, but it is shockingly crude. The properties of the frost stone can completely transform my equipment, especially the deceleration effect, which is simply a magical weapon for killing monsters. Excited, I immediately tried to inlay a piece of frost stone into the stone axe. However, the system's cold prompt tone instantly dampened my enthusiasm. Gemstone inlay failed, missing materials, black iron grade drilling potion. Still need potions? My face darkened, and I opened the game introduction, and sure enough, I saw a heartbreaking explanation. Gemstones need to be drilled for potions. Iron grade gems correspond to iron potions, and bronze grade gems correspond to bronze potions. Iron potions can be purchased in the store for 50 gold coins. 50 gold coins? I don't even have 1 gold coin now. This is clearly a bundled sale. What a rip-off! I was so angry that I almost smashed the shovel, but I had no choice but to give up the plan of inlaying for the time being because I was short of money. Forget it, just keep digging. One day, I'll make this shabby store go bankrupt. I gritted my teeth, picked up the shovel again, and dug hard. Ding! You dug up a piece of white sailstone, and a cave dog is rushing towards you. Hiss, hiss. With the shovel still in my hand, my mind went blank, but a low roar came from deep in the cave. The next second, a maned dog half the height of a man suddenly jumped out, emitting a violent killing intent. Its blood-red eyes seemed to be dripping with blood, and its sharp fangs flashed coldly in the dim light. Is this the maned dog you were talking about? I gritted my teeth and roared, taking 2 steps back reflexively, cold sweat already oozing out of my palms. On Earth, the maned leopard is a top predator, but it relies more on the power of the group, and a single one is not terrible. However, this guy in front of me, which is bigger than a lion, completely overturned my understanding of the maned leopard. Taking a deep breath, I quickly activated the eagle eye technique, and a data pop-up window appeared. Cavern maned dog, black iron creature, level, LV1 strength, 15 stamina, 14 agility, 19 intelligence, 5 comprehensive threat index, 20 note. This is a juvenile catacomb creature, adventurer, good luck. Infant stage? I almost vomited blood. This guy is just a child. But its attributes are outrageous, strength 15, agility 19, completely crushing me, and the threat index is even more terrifying. Well, it seems that this crappy game just doesn't want me to live. I forced myself to calm down, holding the stone axe tightly in my hand, and steadied myself against the stone wall. The weapon was not inlaid with frost stone, so the kite tactic would not work, and hard fighting became the only option. After a quick calculation, my strength plus the damage of the stone axe barely reaches 14.5 at most. Although there is a gap, it may not be without hope. The maned dog growled, its green eyes staring at me, saliva dripping onto the ground, and the air froze instantly. I held my breath, my whole body tense as a bowstring. Suddenly, the maned dog exerted its strength. Bang! Its sharp claws kicked the ground and it rushed over with a whistling momentum. The speed of its 19 points of agility was so fast that I could hardly see it. At the critical moment, I swung the axe with all my strength. Boom! The axe and the sharp claws of the maned dog collided violently, and I flew backwards as if I was hit by a hammer, and hit the stone wall hard, and my internal organs seemed to be turned upside down. The maned dog was not faring any better, growling and backing away, one of its front legs obviously lame. I gasped, stared at it intently, and quickly analyzed its weaknesses. It's fast, but its stamina is low, and its health is limited. I sneered. Then I'll cripple your legs bit by bit, and see how you can run. The maned dog became even more violent and attacked again, but I moved flexibly along the stone wall and counterattacked accurately at every opportunity. The fight lasted for 5 minutes, and it was covered in blood, and its speed dropped significantly. I was also in a state of disgrace, with several bloody wounds on my chest, and 4 of the stone axes in my hand were broken one after another. Finally, with the last heavy blow of my axe, the maned dog fell to the ground with a thud. Ding! Congratulations to the adventurer for successfully killing the iron-level maned dog and obtaining the title of Maned Dog Hunter. A title? I rolled my eyes and was about to complain, but when I looked at the body of the maned dog, my mood suddenly improved. At least the meat can be eaten and the skin can be used. After throwing out the collection technique, the system prompts sounded one after another. Ding! Get fresh meat times 1, affected by the 100 times critical strike. Get extra fresh meat times 99. Ding! Get hard skin times 1, affected by the 100 times critical strike. Get extra hard skin times 99. 100 portions of fresh meat and hard leather instantly filled up the storage space. I tasted a piece of fresh meat, and my satiety instantly increased by 40 points, which was much better than the dry food before. And hard leather is an excellent material for making equipment. I used 50 pieces of hard leather to make a set of black iron leather armor. Leather armor, stamina plus 5. After putting it on, my stamina increased by 500 points, and my sense of security instantly maxed out. If there's another one, I can kill it. I smiled confidently. However, when I noticed a note about the leather armor, I felt complicated. Can be sold in the system store, worth 50 gold coins. The system is indeed stingy. After gritting my teeth and exchanging the extra crust for gold coins, I bought a black iron potion to inlay the frost stone. With a flash of blue light, my weapon transformed into Frost Stone Axe, attack power plus 45, with frost effect, slowing down the enemy. Holding this cool weapon, I almost couldn't bear to put it down. However, before taking a breath, a server-wide announcement sounded again. Congratulations to adventurer Shinchuan for completing his first gem inlay, reputation plus 10. The world channel exploded in an instant, with envy and complaints from players flooding in. But I was too lazy to pay attention. When I opened the auction house, the resources had already piled up into a mountain. The information for the Goblin Sanctuary has been collected. Do you want to start making it? Make. I clicked OK immediately. A few minutes later, the system announced again, congratulations to adventurer Shinchuan for achieving his first shelter achievement, reputation plus 10. At this time, the chat channel exploded again, and players screamed in despair one after another. Ordinary players don't deserve to live! Report! The cheater is gone! The world channel instantly boiled, and various messages flooded the screen like a tide. The players collectively wailed, and some even collapsed emotionally. Is it possible that this game was really created by your family? I can feel their helplessness and numbness through the screen. Unfortunately, it's not just them who are numb, but also me. If I continue like this, I will soon be numb too. Are you doing this again? I couldn't bear it anymore, and the anger in my heart kept rising. This time, I couldn't bear it any longer. Thank you? You think I can't die quickly enough? It's nice to be a public enemy of mankind, isn't it? Why don't you let me develop properly? Cursing, I kicked a small stone on the ground. Naturally, Shirtu won't reply, but if it could speak, it would probably have to complain about me. After I finished complaining, my eyes couldn't help but drift to the ranking list, and the corners of my mouth couldn't help but raise, the top spot Shinchuan. While others were busy trying to survive, I not only built an elven shelter, but also got a frost stone axe. I was already familiar with the advanced equipment that others dared not even think about. If I still can't stay in the first place, it's not that my life is hard, it's that this game deserves to be dead. However, as soon as my smugness emerged, it was instantly dampened by the bloody list of deaths below the leaderboard. What a joke! In this cave, how can there be room for sleazy development? My ranking is like a target hanging at the top. Everyone wants to peel off my skin and break my bones. How many rounds can I last with an elf guardian and a frost stone axe? Thinking of this, I didn't dare to delay and immediately opened the store, quickly looking through it to see if there was anything that could save my life. Soon, 2 pieces of parchment jumped into my sight. Drawings? The names of the drawings are simple and clear. Sewage treatment device. And functional beverage producer. And each is sold for 100 gold coins. Looking at their functional descriptions, I instantly understood their uses. Sewage treatment plants purify sewage, and beverage producers produce functional beverages. To put it bluntly, these 2 things can help me live longer. But I still can't help but complain. Does the blueprint for modern technology have to be made into parchment? Are you trying to tell me that this thing is valuable? However, when I looked at the description of the energy drink, my eyes lit up. Functional drink, requires mineral water X2, effect, boosts spirits, physical strength +1, lasts for 10 minutes. As expected, the essence is concentrated. 2 bottles of mineral water become 1 bottle of beverage with double the effect. This 1 + 1 seems simple, but the actual benefit can be doubled. The question is, where did I get 200 gold coins? I had already spent 50 gold coins on the Froststone axe, so I had nothing left. Selling hyena leather armor? It's a good idea, but how can you just run into hyenas in the cave? I was worried, so I opened my backpack and almost jumped up when I saw it. Wow! Froststone! Froststone is a tradable item. 1 can be sold for 10 gold coins. For sale, quantity 20. For others, selling this might be a bit of a loss, but I don't have any psychological burden. I have mines, so I am very willful. I sold 20 frost stones without hesitation, and 200 gold coins were instantly credited to my account. Buy blueprints! As soon as I got the gold coins, I immediately bought 2 blueprints. This is just the first step, the materials are the key. Making a sewage treatment plant requires stone X20, glass X10, waste components X2. The functional beverage producer also requires Yellowstone X2. After I listed the materials, I was not in a hurry. I am an experienced player, and this level of difficulty is not difficult for me. I opened the auction house directly. Although the frost stone is valuable, what is in high demand right now is not it, but water and food. I calculated silently and decided to put up a few portions of bread and water. As expected, there was a buying frenzy at the auction house, and the items I put up were sold out in less than 5 minutes. Watching the amount of gold coins and materials rising rapidly, I felt very good, even a little proud. Should I sacrifice a few more times? I thought. This game will be too boring if I'm the only one left alive in the end. So I sacrificed hundreds of pieces of bread and water in one go in exchange for enough materials. When everything was done, I finally breathed a sigh of relief and fell asleep. I was probably the only one who could sleep so soundly in the cave. However, while I was sleeping soundly, the World Channel had completely exploded. Some people got the food and were so excited that they posted a message to express their gratitude. Some people who didn't get the chance were so angry that they started to curse. The news that flooded my screen pushed me directly to the top of the underground cave headlines. When I woke up, I casually opened my personal email and saw the 99 plus unread messages. I was stunned for a moment. What the hell, all private messages? I flipped through a few of them, and most of them were words of worship and thank you mixed with a few threats of, I wish I could kill you. After clearing my emails, I opened the World Channel again. It was even more lively than my emails. A group of people were openly discussing how to kill me. You eat and drink my food, and now you want to kill me? I almost burst out laughing. I was angry, but when I glanced at my backpack, I found that I had all the materials. But I didn't rush to make it. Instead, I casually glanced at my mailbox. In this lonely cave world, even if I didn't plan to form a team, it would be boring to stay alone for a long time, so I looked through these harassing emails to relieve my boredom. After looking through it for a long time, it was all bullshit and intimidating, with no useful information at all. It seems that in this world, resources are the basis for survival. Only with resources can we control the right to speak. The materials are complete. Do you want to start making the sewage treatment device? The system prompt brought me back to reality instantly. Although the functional beverage producer still needs 2 pieces of Yellowstone, the sewage treatment device can be completed first. It is urgent to treat sewage. Make it! I took out the materials from my backpack, and the light suddenly appeared, piercing me so much that I could hardly open my eyes. As for that, are you afraid that others won't know that I am a production expert? I muttered. After the light dissipated, a small and exquisite sewage treatment plant appeared in front of it. Bite. Congratulations to adventurer Shin Chuan for successfully producing a sewage treatment device. I was just about to feel happy when a system message popped up again. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to adventurer Shin Chuan for unlocking the achievement, Junior Craftsman. Reputation plus 10. I hope other adventurers will continue their efforts. Damn it! Another server-wide announcement. I held my forehead and looked helpless. Planner, come out and let's have a good chat. Don't push me to the forefront. Sure enough, the World Channel exploded instantly. Shin Chuan! It's him again! Are you cheating? Are you going to let us live? It's so funny, I haven't even made a pot lid yet, and he has already made an achievement? I couldn't help but laugh when I saw these horrendous comments, but I also knew in my heart that if these people knew that I was short of 2 pieces of brilliant Yellowstone in my backpack, they would probably hunt me down in a matter of minutes. Gotta keep a low profile. Making a wish is the most reliable solution right now. Don't cheat me this time. I muttered a few superstitious slogans silently. Just 2 Yellowstones, don't be greedy. Ding! Congratulations to the adventurer for making a successful wish and getting 1 Kanhuangshi gift pack. Because of triggering 100 times critical strike, you get 100 Kanhuangshi gift packs. I stared at the 100 pieces of Chanwang stone in my backpack, and almost saw stars. System, are you crazy? Just give me 100 pieces? I am happy, but I am not a brainless upstart. To use resources properly, I have to dig the cave first. After all, the real wealth is buried in the cave. Let's get to work. I gripped the shovel tightly, picked a dark stone, and dug hard. Ding! You dug up the obsidian, and there's nothing behind it. Ding hell! Can there be a sound when digging in the air? I waved the shovel a few times indignantly, but still found nothing. The more I dug, the more I felt something was wrong. I stopped and sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Could it be that my luck has run out all at once? I don't believe it! I clenched the shovel, aimed at a seemingly weak stone, and smashed it down hard. Bang! This time the sound was different. Before I could be happy, my foot slipped and I fell straight down. This smell is terrible. Covering my nose, I struggled to crawl out of the sewage. The wastewater pool is a typical feature of the cave. Although it stinks, the sewage here is a valuable resource to me. Try the sewage treatment plant. I took it out and treated a small portion of the sewage, and it turned into clear fresh water. Unfortunately, the fresh water flowed back into the sewage pool before it could be collected, making the work in vain. Working in vain. I spread my hands helplessly. I have to find a way to put it back together. Back to the World Channel, I send a message for the first time. Please ask all the masters how to store 7 cubic meters of fresh water? A simple sentence like, how to store 7 cubic meters of fresh water, allowed me to easily detonate the entire World Channel, just like dropping a nuclear bomb. You know, in this resource-scarce underground world, a bottle of mineral water costs 6 gold coins, and ordinary players don't even have the qualifications to lick the bottle cap. And I actually showed off publicly that I had 7 cubic meters of fresh water. This behavior is no less than dancing with gold bricks in front of a group of extremely poor people. The World Channel collapsed in an instant, and the number of players threatening to raise funds to beat me soared from a dozen to hundreds. Looking at these angry players, I couldn't help but shake my head and sigh. Alas, expecting them to come up with a good idea is worse than expecting fresh water to evaporate on its own. At this moment, I suddenly glanced at the remaining wood in my backpack, and a bold idea flashed through my mind. 7 cubic meters can't hold it? Then put some of it in and make a wooden barrel. Just do it. I quickly clicked on the barrel making option. Barrel making, 10 pieces of wood required. Not big enough. I want to pretend to be a human being. Looking at this message, I immediately responded. Making a large wooden barrel, 20 pieces of wood are required. 20 copies is 20 copies. I gritted my teeth, submitted the materials, and a big wooden barrel was instantly generated. Looking at the big wooden barrel in front of me, I looked down at myself again. The mud crawling out of the cesspool all over my body exuded a pungent smell. I can't bear to look at this image. Let's take a shower first. I poured the processed fresh water into the wooden bucket, then jumped in with a plop, and took a comfortable bath. Even my clothes were washed clean, and I felt completely refreshed. Just as I was enjoying it, a system prompt suddenly came to my ears. Ding! Congratulations to adventurer Shin Chuan for achieving the achievement. The first bucket of water, which will be announced across the server. Have you had enough of this broken system? I yelled, feeling so ashamed that I wanted to dive into the water. As a result, the concern of players from all servers came again. After taking a bath, my eyes fell on the blueprint of the functional beverage production device in my backpack, and my heart moved. The Chanhuang stone I had just wished for was ready, and I immediately started making it. Ding! Congratulations to the adventurer for making it successfully and getting a functional beverage production device. Can you please not announce it? Please! My anger was about to burst through the sky. The beverage production machine was right in front of me, but I was so angry about its production cost that my heart was pumping. 2 bottles of mineral water were needed to produce 1 bottle of beverage, and the system actually suggested that I sell it for 6 gold coins per bottle? This is simply robbery. But I'm not afraid. With a sewage treatment plant, I can convert 7 cubic meters of fresh water into 2,000 bottles of mineral water, so I don't have to worry about the raw materials. Make functional drinks! Bite! Congratulations to the adventurer for successfully producing 1,000 bottles of functional drinks. Looking at the drinks piled up in my backpack, I scolded the profiteers and reluctantly put them up for auction. Bite! Congratulations to the adventurer for selling 1,000 bottles of functional drinks and earning 6,000 gold coins in his account. I'm rich! Watching the gold coin balance soar, I instantly felt the pleasure of being rich. So I opened the store and started shopping with great enthusiasm. Byte. Congratulations to adventurer Shinchuan for spending 100 gold coins. Byte. Congratulations to adventurer Shinchuan for spending 200 gold coins. Byte. Congratulations to adventurer Shinchuan for spending 1,000 gold coins. The system beeps continuously, and the world channel explodes again. Am I dazzled? He just spent 1,000 gold coins? No doubt. Otherwise, how could he have gotten so much money? My crazy spending earned me a lot of rare materials, and one of them was a blueprint that caught my attention: primary ice and fire stone. Ice flame stone, a magical artifact with dual attributes of ice and fire. It requires 10 frost stones to synthesize. After inlaying, the attributes are doubled. When I heard the word artifact, I couldn't help laughing. Others worry about finding 10 frost stones, but I have 99 of them. I immediately responded, "Synthesize ice flame stone!" Ding! Synthesis failed. Please build a forge first. Forging furnace? This thing needs materials? After checking the requirements, he found that apart from ordinary stone, there was no black iron or fine steel. This is too much trouble. Helplessly, I carried the shovel on my back and walked towards the unknown ground, muttering to myself, "Fate, this time it depends on whether you will give me face or not." In order to build the forge of my dreams and to successfully synthesize the legendary ice and fire stone, I decided to put all my efforts into it today. However, as the shovel hit me again and again, my enthusiasm was gradually worn away by reality. Half a day passed, and I stood on a messy ground with my face covered in dust. I glanced at my empty backpack, and the system's cold reminder echoed in my ears. No harvest. This luck is really amazing. I couldn't help but complain through gritted teeth. My chest felt like a ball of fire was stuffed in it. I wanted to yell. I only had 10 chances left to dig. If I failed again, I would be finished. I took a deep breath, clenched my teeth, held the shovel tightly with both hands, closed my eyes and prayed softly. God bless me, please give me something useful. I suddenly opened my eyes and slammed down towards the open space in front of me. Boom! This time, the system didn't even give me a ding, prompt sound. It was so quiet that it was scary. I was stunned for a moment, looking at my sweaty face, and anger suddenly rushed to my head. That's it. That's it. System, are you kidding me? The despair is more familiar than drawing cards. This probability is really amazing. After wiping off my sweat, I took out the functional drink I developed from my backpack and gulped it down. The cold liquid immediately made me feel better, and even restored some of my strength. Although the effect only lasted for 10 minutes, it was enough for now. Just as I was about to continue shoveling, I suddenly realized that something was wrong with the surroundings. Huh! Wait, why does this place feel wrong? Looking around, the familiar cave was gone, replaced by a golden sandy land. The empty environment was eerily quiet, which made people feel creepy. Desert? I squatted down and grabbed a handful of sand. It was so dry and rough that it pricked my hands, with no sign of moisture at all. I casually poured a drop of drink down there, but it was instantly evaporated without a trace by the scalding sand. My goodness, this place is really cruel. I cursed in a low voice. Luckily it's me. If other players were transferred here, wouldn't they die of thirst? Fortunately, I was prepared and prepared 300 bottles of energy drinks before leaving. Now it seems that this is a life-saving operation. Just as I was about to continue observing the environment, I suddenly heard a slight rustling sound in my ears. I was startled and quickly alerted, looking around. I thought to myself, is it a snake? Or a lizard? A creature in this place that can make such a sound must be hard to deal with. Running away is absolutely impossible. I don't know anything about this terrain. Running away will only lead to my death faster. Sure enough, a 2-meter-long desert lizard suddenly emerged from the sand. Its entire body was emerald green, making people's scalps tingle. Fuck! Isn't this thing too big? And it's green? I swallowed, frowned, and judged based on experience. It's highly poisonous. It must be highly poisonous. Quickly activate the eagle eye technique, and the system information pops up. Desert lizard, black iron creature, level, LV1 strength, 10 stamina, 15 agility, 25 intelligence. 6 note, desert lizard teeth have a paralysis effect. Good luck to the adventurer. Good luck? I sneered. System, your sharp tongue is good enough for you to do a talk show. After analyzing the data, my heart sank. Its strength is not high, but its agility is twice as high as mine, and its paralysis effect is even more deadly. If I get bitten, I probably won't even have a chance to resist. The desert lizard suddenly crouched down and rushed towards me at high speed, sticking to the sand, raising a cloud of yellow sand. I gritted my teeth and stomped my feet. Let's fight! As it approached, I quickly pulled out an axe inlaid with frost stone from my backpack. The cold light flashed across the desert. Frost stone axe! It's up to you! The lizard obviously sensed the threat, and its movements faltered slightly, but it was still frighteningly fast. I quickly pulled away and found the right moment to swing the axe and chop it down. Bang! Fuck, this beast is too tough! I yelled, looking at its health bar. I only lost 1 point of stamina after 2 axe strikes. It was obviously impossible to fight it head-on, so I could only rely on the slowing effect of the frost stone to hold it back. The desert lizard roared and swung its claws, trying to hit me, but it missed every time. I grinned. Want to touch me? Move over, little prince, and find out! I took a few sips of functional drinks to restore my strength. I kept using the terrain to move and pull, and occasionally turned back to add an axe. As time passed, the lizard's movements slowed down significantly. The slowing effect of the frost stone finally took effect. While it was breathing, I grabbed a bottle of energy drink and drank it in one gulp. The coolness exploded in my throat, like a new fire, and my tired body quickly regained strength. I clenched the stone axe in my hand, locked my eyes on the beast in front of me, and growled. Evil beast! Take my axe! Seizing its slightly slow flaw, I swung the stone axe hard and chopped it down on the head. The dull sound of the axe blade hitting the scales seemed to hit my eardrums, and blood splashed like a fountain, staining the surrounding sand red. However, it did not fall down, but instead rushed towards me with a roar of anger. Shit! I gritted my teeth and blocked its full force. I was dragged deep in the sand and almost flew out. Fortunately, the axe took away most of the impact, otherwise my bones would have been shattered. Gasping for breath, I quickly took a few more sips of the functional drink and forced myself to stand up. My whole body was sore, but I didn't dare to take a step back. Seeing that the monitor lizard's health was running low, I roared and swung the axe for the last time. The blue frost light intertwined with the green venom. In the bloody battle, it finally let out a scream and fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the adventurer for successfully killing the black iron-level desert lizard. Listening to the cold notification tone of the system, I couldn't help but roll my eyes. Just a word of congratulations? I almost risked my life, and I can't get a decent reward in return? I looked down at my trophies and saw a few pieces of meat with perfunctory descriptions of top quality meat and nice soft skin on the list, which made me sigh helplessly. However, when I saw the flexible long tendons, my eyes suddenly lit up. The system specifically marked this thing as being able to be used to make bowstrings. I immediately became excited. Bowstrings! With this thing, wouldn't long-range weapons be possible? However, before I could be happy for too long, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my left arm. I looked down and saw a tiny bite mark, and the venom was spreading along the blood vessels. The system then popped up a warning: the adventurer has been poisoned and will gradually enter a paralyzed state. Why couldn't you have said so earlier? I gritted my teeth and held on to my body, but I felt the numbness spreading rapidly. My vision began to blur, and I heard footsteps. I looked up and saw 2 players walking towards me. Don't be nervous, brother. We don't mean any harm to you. One of them put on a friendly expression and asked tentatively, What's your name? Do you want to team up so we can look after each other in the desert? I pretended to be calm and replied calmly, Xinchuan, but I'm not interested in forming a team for the time being. Before they finished speaking, the expressions of the 2 people suddenly became wonderful. One of them exclaimed, Xinchuan? The Xinchuan on the ranking list? Another person was also very excited. What a boss! I cursed in my heart. I should have known better that I would not have reported my name. But before I could speak again, the other person's eyes suddenly changed and his tone became colder. Boss, why are your arms shaking so hard? Are you poison? Before he finished speaking, he laughed loudly, drew his weapon and rushed over. Ha ha ha, I will kill you while you are sick! We will become heroes all over the world today! When I saw that guy swinging a shovel towards me, my patience finally broke. Are you sick? I said coldly, staring at him like a knife, which made his hand holding the shovel tremble and he almost didn't let go. That's all you have? You need a shovel to chop someone down? Why don't you just use a rock to hit him? Or make an axe, or buy a knife? Isn't it okay to have some aspirations these days? He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, then put away the shovel and uttered, I'm so poor! I only have this shovel, what else can I do? After hearing this, I couldn't help but sigh, and once again realized the bleak reality of this cave world. The players were so poor that they couldn't even afford a bottle of water, let alone buy decent equipment. But he actually wanted to deal with me with a broken shovel? Another person nearby interrupted at this time. That's not right, he chopped for a long time, why didn't he lose any blood? He took a closer look and added in surprise. Oh! A drop fell. What? The guy with the shovel exploded instantly. One drop? Is there any difference between this and not losing blood at all? I rubbed my forehead speechlessly, and the dust on my forehead fell off with the movement. I looked down at my body, and the wounds were almost invisible. The toxins had been suppressed thanks to the cold air of the frost stone that solidified the toxins and allowed them to be slowly discharged, which was much faster than the system's built-in detoxification function. I thought these two guys could take advantage of my poor condition and take me down, but what happened? I was so disappointed. They were so poor that they couldn't even take advantage of me. This is really unbelievable. Tell me, how did you do that? The guy pointed at me unconvinced, his voice trembling. Did you cheat? I'll report you. I was too lazy to pay attention to them and just pulled up my own stamina panel and threw it in front of them. When they saw it, they were stunned. His physical strength is 10 times ours? This is unscientific. What's unscientific about that? I replied nonchalantly. I should exercise more in my next life. After hearing this, they panicked instantly, dropped their shovels, knelt down and began to beg for mercy. Don't kill us! He told me to do it! Shut up! You rushed over too! I sneered, took out the frost stone axe, and ended their performance neatly. How pathetic! Looking at the corpses and the pitiful spoils on the ground, I shook my head. As expected, these two were extremely poor. After packing up, I looked up at the end of the desert and decided in my heart, I have to get out of this crappy place as soon as possible. Swinging the shovel, I finally dug a passage to the next area and came to a hidden cave. I didn't have to worry about being discovered by other players for the time being. Opening my backpack, I took out the lizard tendon I had just obtained in the bow and arrow blueprint from the mall, and my eyes lit up. Making a bow and arrow requires 1 piece of wood and 1 piece of beef tendon, can be replaced with lizard tendon to double the power. Do you want to make it? Double the power? This is a pleasant surprise. I decided to make it without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the adventurer for successfully making a powerful bow and arrow. I pulled the bowstring, it was flexible and powerful, and the feel was perfect. I couldn't help but exclaim, what a great arrow! Before he could be happy for too long, the system prompted again, Adventurer has obtained a bow and arrow, do you want to make feather arrows? I had a bow, but no arrows. I started making it right away, and I made 50 feather arrows in one go. Suddenly, an idea came to me, what if I could embed frost stones on the feather arrows? The system really gave me an option, and I inlaid all 50 feather arrows with frost stones without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the adventurer for successfully embedding and obtaining 50 frost feather arrows. Looking at this set of luxurious equipment, I am very satisfied. I guess I am the only one in the server who can perform such a cool operation. Just as I was about to wash off the lizard blood and relax, I heard digging noises from next door, as if the stone wall had been broken through. I immediately became alert. Soon, a woman covered in dust came in from the cave entrance. She was about my age, and although her face was covered in dust, her features were delicate and her figure was good. However, her lips were chapped and her complexion was sallow, which showed that she was dehydrated and lacked nutrition. I was stunned and blurted out, "Hey! Who are you?" She was also shocked, but her focus was obviously different from mine. She stared at the wooden barrel next to me and said in a shocked tone, "You actually bathe with fresh water?" The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. My mouth twitched, and I tried to calm down and said, "Girl, I'm taking a shower. Besides, you should be able to tell that I'm a man. More importantly, do you know that you're a woman?" Hearing this, she froze, her cheeks flushed, and she turned around quickly. There was a rustling sound behind her, and it was obvious that she was trying to calm down. After a few seconds, she whispered, I didn't mean to do that. I was just digging and ended up here. It was so shocking to see someone taking a bath in water." After a pause, she added, "My name is Li Menghan." Chapter 12. Shin Chuan put on his clothes after a while and looked at the girl who still had her back turned to him. "Although I don't think we have anything to talk about, you can turn around." Li Menghan turned around blankly, still not glancing at Shin Chuan. His eyes were still staring at his bucket of bath water. "Oh my God! Why is it so wasteful? If only there was clean water." Shin Chuan was extremely speechless, but he didn't say anything more, but just looked at the other person indifferently. After a while, Li Menghan came to her senses and felt that it was rude to stare at the other person's bath water. "I haven't asked you what your name is yet?" "My name is Shin Chuan." Shin Chuan? You are the one." Shin Chuan couldn't stand it anymore. "Keep your voice down, I am that Shin Chuan." Li Menghan was slightly startled, then quickly put a finger to her lips and whispered, "Please keep your voice down, there are many people who want to teach you a lesson." Shin Chuan was stunned. "Ahem, there's nothing I can do about this matter. Just come if you want." Li Menghan immediately looked up and down at Shin Chuan happily, and suddenly thought of something. "I even exchanged things with you at the auction house. Otherwise, I would have starved to death." In the end, I felt that it was not a very glorious thing, so Li Menghan's words were quite weak. Only then did Shin Chuan look at the girl carefully. The first sense is dirty, too dirty. Then there is the thinness. Although it is not as exaggerated as skinny and bones, it does not look like a healthy human being. Shin Chuan knew why. I have to dig all day long in the cave world and there is no water to bathe. It would be strange if it was really fair and pure. Unless it is the same as myself, but this is obviously impossible. As for being thin, it must be because I couldn't find anything edible. Thinking of this, he took out 3 pieces of buckwheat bread from his backpack and handed them to the other party. "For me?" Li Menghan asked in disbelief. Shin Chuan nodded. Li Menghan quickly thanked her, but did not reach out to take it. Instead, she hesitated. "Actually, I don't want food. If you want to help me, can you lend me your bucket of water?" Shin Chuan was shocked when he heard this, and even retracted his hand in an instant. "What's going on? Is it true that some people are so perverted that they like their own bath water?" Seeing that the other party must have misunderstood something, Li Menghan quickly waved his hands and said with a blushing face, No. It's not what you think. My clothes and body are too dirty. I also want to take a shower." At this point, her eyes were slightly red, and she almost cried. Well, every girl wants to be pretty and clean. She would rather go hungry without bread than take a bath. But even taking a bath has become a luxury in this kind of place. How can you not feel aggrieved and want to cry? Not to mention she is a girl, there are players secretly wiping tears every second across the server. Shin Chuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. So that's it. Seeing each other is really pitiful. He went forward and stuffed the 3 pieces of buckwheat bread into Li Menghan's hands again. I took out 6 more bottles of water. 3 bottles of mineral water and 3 bottles of self-made functional drinks. You should have a backpack too, right? You should put these things away first. This is? Shin Chuan suddenly became proud. Functional drink, I made it myself. 1 bottle can temporarily increase your physical strength by 1 point, and it will last for 10 minutes. Li Menghan was shocked. Increase physical strength by 1 point? Isn't that just 100 blood points? Xinchuan nodded. If he hadn't relied on this, how could he have killed the lizard whose blood volume was much higher than his own? That's what it means. You take it first, and I'll put some water in it for you. Li Menghan thanked her repeatedly and took a sip of mineral water with an extremely satisfied expression on her face. The lips immediately turned red, which was a bit moving. Seeing Xinchuan emptying the bucket of water and filling it again, he felt a burst of pain in his heart. He quickly spoke to persuade. No, I'll just use this bucket of water. I know you are great, but there is too little water in this place, so it's better to use it sparingly. Xinchuan was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Li Menghan. He rubbed his eyes in confusion. Although this girl looks very dirty. But why are the words spoken so clean and moving? You know, that's the bath water you just used. A girl like her would dislike it, right? The bath water he usually used was processed and recycled, and Xinchuan was afraid that she would dislike it, so he asked to drain the water for her again. And the water doesn't belong to her, so why is she still thinking about saving it for herself? Seeing that something was wrong with Xinchuan's expression, Li Menghan thought that the other party had misunderstood something again. He quickly shook his head and explained. I can guarantee it. I'm not the kind of person with special quirks you think. It's a pity that the water is wasted like this. It can still be used. Oh shit. This girl is too cute. Xinchuan resisted the urge to rub the other person's head. He coughed twice and pointed at the bucket. Then I'll take care of it first. I'll be fine in a while. Li Menghan nodded and looked at Xinchuan's movements curiously. Xinchuan took out the sewage disposer and began to process the bucket of bath water. In a short time, a bucket of sewage was completely treated. There's no problem even drinking it, let alone using it to bathe the other party. After doing this, Xinchuan walked aside with his shovel. The water has been treated. You go ahead and wash it. I'll go dig something more. Li Menghan was shocked by the scene in front of her. Is this pure water? Although she didn't want to waste it, who wouldn't want to use a bucket of clean water to bathe? His eyes were full of gratitude, and he looked at Xinchuan's back and kept saying thank you. Xinchuan waved his hand and continued digging forward. When I shoveled it down, it turned out to be empty. But he also came to another room. Xinchuan was not discouraged and looked at his only remaining opportunity to dig. He rubbed his hands and pointed them at the stone wall in front of him. Damn it! Life or death depends on fate, wealth and honor. It depends on this time. Come out! What do I want? As soon as the shovel went down, it was pitch black. You can vaguely hear the sound of flapping wings coming from inside. What the hell? Is it really coming out? Xinchuan was not happy at all, but ran away towards the entrance of the cave. Past experiences kept reminding him that if he dug something that made a sound, he should run away as soon as possible. Sure enough, Xinchuan just ran away. A large swarm of bats flew out from behind. There were so many of them that the cave roof was covered with darkness, and air was airtight. The fangs flashed scarlet. It turned out to be a vampire bat. Xinchuan took out the functional drink and took 2 sips, instantly gaining strength. Then he took out the bow he had just made. Attached 2 feather arrows, and while running forward, turn slightly sideways and shoot hard behind you. Try my arrow inlaid with frost stone! Chapter 13. As these 2 feather arrows were shot out, the dark cave was instantly illuminated by 2 cold lights. The 2 feather arrows came one after another, entwining and circling each other, causing a biting whirlwind in the cave. The frost stone showed its power, and the figures of the bats rushing out could be vaguely seen, slightly stagnant. The speed has slowed down a lot, and the density of the bat swarm has become less dense. Xinchuan's eyes lit up when he saw the effect. There was no distress or hesitation at all. Jump up to the side of the cave with both feet, and shoot the bow again in an extremely gorgeous flip position. 2 more feather arrows went straight towards the bat group. It is indeed a low-level creature, not to mention that it cannot escape. Even if you want to escape from your own arrows, it becomes impossible. Xinchuan landed on the ground, rolling forward with his legs slightly bent. In the process, he shot 2 arrows behind him again. After shooting 10 arrows in a row, Xinchuan's sight no longer had the oppressive feeling from the previous moment. Even the cave became extremely empty. There was no other sound except Shinchuan's footsteps. Shinchuan breathed a sigh of relief. He took out the functional drink and took 2 sips again. Thankfully it's me who's here. No, even the system wanted to add something speechless. Yes, what you said is right, if the others would have died long ago. A series of 10 feather arrows made even Shinchuan feel a little distressed. He made a total of 50 feather arrows inlaid with frost stones, and now he used 1/5 of them. Is it okay to keep going like this? It can indeed be recycled. Shinchuan took a look and was overjoyed. The frost stone is intact and there is no need to set it up again. The feather arrows can also be used repeatedly, but they will be damaged. But this is negligible to Shinchuan. Isn't it just a few pieces of wood and a little iron? There's a lot in the bag. After recovering the 10 feather arrows, go and look at your trophies. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for getting 3 slightly poisonous bat meat. With the 100 times critical hit effect, he got a total of 300 bat meat *300. Slightly poisonous? Can it be eaten? And you're sure bat meat is slightly poisonous? You must know that bat meat has left a deep impression on people around the world. Fortunately, it was only in the cave world. If this was his crime before, it would definitely be a big deal. Although I was a little disgusted, I still received it in my backpack. Shinchuan will definitely not be eaten. What if it has other uses? Anyway, there are still many inventory slots, and this location is not lacking. Just after sorting out the loot, I suddenly heard the sound of water coming from the cave. Go and have a look! Regardless of whether they are humans or animals, when they hear the source of water, they will always subconsciously take a look. Then take root nearby, for no other reason than water is the source of life. Of course, Shinchuan is no exception. When we walked inside the cave, there were no longer any bats, and we saw a pool of water. The water in the pool is extremely clear, with a faint golden light lingering on the surface. With just one glance, Shinchuan felt that he was extraordinary. This is definitely no ordinary pool! Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for finding the legendary wishing fountain. The wishing fountain! Shinchuan hurriedly pinched his position in the middle of the crowd to avoid being so happy that he would pass out. What kind of wish can you make? It can't be anything! The wishing well is a functional prop. If you invest 1 gold coin, 2 coins will be returned. I think the name of your wishing pool should be cornucopia, right? Shinchuan complained speechlessly. Even so, I was still extremely happy. You must know that this is an investment that will earn you exponentially. And there is absolutely no risk at all. Low threshold, high returns, 0 risk, and quick profits. What else is there to say? Isn't this the financial product that all investors dream of? He checked his backpack and frowned slightly. Damn! It costs so fast? Shinchuan's 6,000 gold coins now have 1,500 left. Throw them all in without saying a word. The water surface bubbled slightly, and the gold coins just thrown in doubled instantly. Shinchuan was overjoyed and hurriedly reached out to fish them all out. But he never thought that a fish monster would suddenly appear in the pond. The fish's mouth is open, looking fierce. Shinchuan was slightly startled and pulled his hand back as quickly as possible. At the same time, the eagle eye technique instantly locked onto the fish monster. With just such a simple look, Shinchuan's slightly frowned brows gradually relaxed. He spat hard at the other party and said contemptuously, "The attack power is not as good as mine. What are you pretending to be here with me? It's totally a fight against the 5 scum." He drew out the frost stone axe and struck the fish monster twice vertically, and the fish monster died. Take out your own 3,000 gold coins and pack them. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for getting delicious fish *1, affected by 100 times critical hit, and additional fish *99. Shinchuan looked at the fish he got and said proudly, "I want to report a monster sending fish heads." He looked at his backpack again. There are a total of 3,000 gold coins, which are so golden that it is very gratifying. I caught a glimpse of a drawing of a barbecue grill from the corner of my eye and opened it immediately. Iron sheet *3 is required to make a barbecue grill. Would you choose to make it? Don't make it yet. This time Shinchuan kept an eye out. It's completely useless to have a stand yourself. After all, there are no charcoal blocks now. Yes, auction house. He looked in his backpack and saw only bat meat, which he didn't want at all. Thinking of this, he immediately hung up some bat meat to exchange for the charcoal blocks he needed. Out of moral considerations, I even added it with extreme caution. Fresh bat meat is slightly poisonous, use with caution. I thought no one would trade for bat meat. But what Shinchuan didn't expect was that his private message would be filled up instantly as soon as he posted it. Boss! Do you have any more? I'll trade wood with you. I'll exchange it for stones. I have charcoal. Boss, is there any slightly poisonous bread? Slightly poisonous water is also fine. I can't afford to replace it with normal ones. Shinchuan was speechless. Did these guys think that his prompts didn't exist? Did they really treat them as delicacies? This is normal. Who cares what it is at this time? Just eat some, let alone meat. What if Weidu could have been replaced by him so cheaply? In any case, Shinchuan got the materials he needed. Start making a grill. The fish meat has also been processed and prepared, and all that is left is to make a fire and grill the fish. Are you going to bake it here? Will it be too conspicuous? After all, there had just been a battle here, so it would be too ostentatious to light a fire and grill fish like this. Thinking of this, Shinchuan took out his elf guardian and nodded with some satisfaction. After opening it, he got in. Then I found someone sending me a private message. I thought it was those boring people again, but when Shinchuan opened it, his eyes widened. I dug up a silver-level equipment blueprint and want to trade it with you privately. Shinchuan looked at the preview drawings sent by the other party and was filled with joy. You must know that the monsters he has encountered so far are all black iron level, but they still caused him a lot of suffering. Not to mention that we will inevitably encounter silver level ones in the future. Therefore, you need to improve your strength as soon as possible. At this time, when I heard that someone wanted to trade with me for silver level equipment blueprints, how could I not be tempted? Silver level equipment! Smart boots? Chapter 14. Smart boots, silver level equipment. After wearing, it can increase the movement speed by 20 points. Looking at the display on the panel, Shinchuan could no longer sit in the guardhouse and grill fish, and had already walked out. 20 points of movement speed bonus? It's twice as high as black iron level straw sandals. Don't underestimate this 20-point movement speed bonus. He now has a frost stone axe, which can apply frost speed to enemies. If I have silver level agile boots, my movement speed will increase. If one goes the other way, it will be much easier to meet other monsters in the future. This is exactly what Shinchuan needs. It has to be changed. No matter what conditions the other party proposes, we must change them. Then the reply function is turned on. Yes, although I don't really want to. But if the bid is reasonable, I can still consider replacing it for collection. After all, my backpack has a lot of space. Although Shinchuan was excited, it didn't mean he had lost his mind. Just because he has money doesn't mean he's stupid. The other party named him to come and trade with him, and it was clear that he knew that only Shinchuan could afford the price. If you show a strong desire at this time, you will definitely be ripped off by the other party. Sure enough, after Shinchuan's casual performance, I got a more reasonable reply from the other party. I'd like to exchange 500 pieces of buckwheat bread. Shinchuan was laughing happily now. 500 pieces of buckwheat bread are exchanged for an equipment blueprint for silver-level agile boots. Have you made a lot of money? Brother, are you sure you're not kidding me? Although this is silver-level equipment, you should also know that food comes first at this time. You can't eat or drink this drawing. Do you think I would be stupid enough to exchange it for 500 pieces of bread? Still fishing, after hearing the other party's bid, Shinchuan was convinced that he was the only one in the entire server who could get it. This means that the other party can only ask himself to change it. There is no worry that he will find another buyer. Therefore, the continuous price reductions went very smoothly. 200 yuan! The lowest price! When Shinchuan saw the other party bidding 200 yuan again, he happily slapped his thigh. But he calmed down instantly, and did not reply. Instead, he grilled his own fish calmly and leisurely. During this period, his eyes kept glancing at his private messages. The deal was just to see who couldn't hold back first. Xinchuan was eating, drinking and grilling fish in no hurry. As long as the consumption continues like this, Xinchuan firmly believes that 200 pieces of bread must not be the lowest price. As expected, he didn't wait too long. 100 yuan. Boss, please save the child, it really can't be lower. Xinchuan opened the reply function and left 2 words. Make a deal! This is serious rip-off. Wiping his oily hands, he opened the drawing of the smart boots and looked at it carefully. Smart boots, silver level equipment. Production requires python skin *10, rubber *10, production fee 50 gold coins. It is indeed a silver level equipment. The production cost alone is almost the same as the black iron grade straw sandals sold in stores. Holy crap! Am I also being ripped off by the system? Is this the truth that evil people will have their own trials and tribulations? After getting it, Xinchuan immediately wanted to make it as soon as possible. Of course, I don't care about the production cost of 50 gold coins. He put the bread and water to the auction house and exchanged them all for spiritual python skin and rubber. Not only that, but he also produced a functional drink he made for the first time. He also put it on, which shows that he really wants to make these smart boots as soon as possible. But he didn't notice that the public channel was no longer calm. Damn it! Didn't you say that it's useless if you want it? Are you starting to change materials now? You can feel the opponent's blood spraying all over the screen through the screen. Xinchuan didn't pay attention to the public channel because his eyes were attracted by a creature in front of him. It was a little green dwarf, walking upright on its feet. The body is embellished with golden markings. Although it doesn't look cute, it definitely doesn't mean anything scary. He was carrying a golden backpack behind him and was looking at Xinchuan carefully in the corner. System prompt: Treasure Goblin, non-aggressive, cautious character, extremely fast movement, with items in the backpack behind him. Treasure Goblin! If it can be called this name, then the things in its backpack are definitely not ordinary. I want to take out my bow and arrow, kill him and take away the treasure. No! It's not aggressive. Thinking that the opponent was a goblin and not a monster, Xinchuan certainly couldn't bear to shoot it just to steal the treasure. Wouldn't that make you a robber? Then steal? No way! If you want to survive, your strength and agility must be equal. The treasure goblin is not aggressive, which means it moves absolutely very fast. Through the eagle eye technique, Xinchuan knew that his speed was far behind his opponent's, unless he was wearing agility boots. But the materials are still being exchanged. I looked at the other person again and saw that it was staring at my grilled fish. I guess I was attracted by the smell of fish. Xinchuan's thoughts moved slightly and he crouched down to avoid looking at the other person in a condescending manner. He took out a grilled fish from the grill and waved it towards the treasure goblin. Want to eat? As soon as he shook his head, the goblin almost drooled and nodded hurriedly. Xinchuan waved and said, Humans and animals are harmless. Come here, I'll give you these. At this moment, Xinchuan felt that he was extremely vulgar, like an old man who abducted a little girl with candy. However, the treasure goblin was not fooled at all and just watched Xinchuan's movements carefully. Xinchuan had no choice but to throw a fish in front of it, while he stayed put. The treasure goblin picked up the fish, stuffed it into his mouth and chewed it into pieces. Then he looked at Xinchuan again with a satisfied expression. Seeing that it was satisfied with the taste of the grilled fish, Xinchuan took the opportunity to point to the other party's backpack. Not sure if it can understand itself, he added, gesturing to the grilled fish and its backpack. I'll trade these for your bag. The goblin refused decisively. Good guy, is it because you haven't eaten enough that it's hard to talk about things? No wonder people have to have a meal first when discussing business. Xinchuan threw a few grilled fish over again. Keeping a safe distance from the other person, they began to rub it in and out. Little goblin, vomit. Ahem, look, you've eaten so much of my fish, so you have to give me something in return, right? Goblins can't just eat for free, right? But the other party remained unmoved, much like an extremely cute animal that Shinchuan knew. I eat you because I look up to you. Isn't that what you should do? Also want to use it to bribe me? At this point, Shinchuan had lost his patience. Of course, he wasn't going to kill the opponent with one arrow. Although Shinchuan understands the truth that a common man is innocent and carries a jade. But in his opinion, this treasure goblin was harmless to humans and animals, so of course he would be heartbroken to die in his hands like this. He wanted to steal it. It's just that treasure goblins are cautious by nature and move extremely fast. If you fail once, you won't get another chance. I glanced at my email notification. I found that the spirit python skin has been replaced by 2. Even if you want to grab it, you have to wait until you have these boots. Chapter 15. If you can't grind it out, you can only grab it hard. Shinchuan firmly believed that as long as he had the bonus of the silver-level equipment smart boots, it would not be difficult to snatch things from the barefoot treasure goblin backpack. Once you've made up your mind, just wait until your boots are finished. But the problem is that materials are too scarce and players are too poor. After a long time, I only got the 2 pieces of spirit python skin. As for rubber, there is no news. In the following time, Shinchuan could only grill the fish while waiting for his ingredients to be collected, lest the treasure goblin find the temptation of no food and run away immediately. It seems that not only the players, but also the treasure goblins are in need of food. A total foodie! Seeing his fish flesh being destroyed bit by bit, Shinchuan shouted sadly. But the goblin became more and more energetic as he ate, like a bottomless pit, and he didn't know how long he hadn't eaten. Throw one over and it will eat one. It even means that the supply exceeds the demand? Although Shinchuan felt uncomfortable, he didn't know that all the players in the server were having a harder time than him. I dug all night long to find a piece of spirit python skin. I'm going to get some food and have a good night's sleep. You've already finished filming? Brother, who hasn't been digging all night? I'm not. I dug in the middle of the night, and suddenly got lucky. I found 2 pieces of bread and went to bed when I was full. Shut up upstairs. Be careful to form a group to kill you. I dug out 2 pieces of rubber and finally got a bottle of water to drink. How can I live my life like this? All players in the server are mobilized for a whole night. After waiting until dawn, Shinchuan finally saw the light of day. His email lit up. When he opened it, he found that all the materials had been collected. There is even a surplus. It's not easy. You know, he served as the other party's cook for a whole night. Looking at the treasure goblin whose mouth was full of food but still not satisfied, a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Without waiting for the system to ask, he immediately and quietly started making the agile boots. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for successfully crafting and obtaining silver-level equipment, the smart boots. You're the one I've been waiting for. Here are the last 3. Eat. Eat well and hit the road. Shinchuan threw all 3 remaining fish towards the treasure goblin. The goblin was extremely happy to see Shinchuan suddenly being so generous and giving him 3 fish at once. He quickly lowered his head to pick it up. But suddenly he felt a breeze blowing inexplicably inside the cave. Shinchuan put on the boots of agility and activated them when the goblins relaxed their vigilance. His speed suddenly increased and he rushed to its side. The extremely cautious goblin sensed something was wrong and ran away immediately without caring about the 3 fish. But by the time it tried to run away, it was already too late. Its entire body suddenly hung in midair. The 2 legs kept kicking in the air, which was very funny. Shinchuan grabbed the goblin and smiled evilly. Run? Are you still running? Eat so much fish from me and want to run away after eating? The treasure goblin was very panicked. When did this guy come to him? How could it be so fast? Wow. I have to say that this treasure goblin is really a timid and spineless creature. Seeing that he couldn't run away, he immediately kowtowed and begged for mercy. He kept mumbling something in his mouth. Naturally, Shinchuan didn't understand. What are you talking about? Do people say it? The goblin panicked and quickly took out a collar from his backpack and handed it to Shinchuan. Point to the other person's head to indicate for him to put it on. Xinchuan looked at the collar with doubts. Isn't this a tight curse? Or a sinister goblin? How about cutting it off with an axe? System prompt: this item is an induction collar. Wearing it can communicate with the treasure goblin. So you wanted to negotiate? After hearing the system prompt, Xinchuan took the collar and put it on his head with confidence. Tell me what you want to say. Death or life? Seeing Xinchuan put it on, the goblin mumbled again. Please don't kill me, you can't eat my flesh and you can't use my skin. Xinchuan was shocked when he heard the clear voice coming from the other side. Can you actually hear it speak? Then I was extremely speechless again. Then you're just a complete piece of trash, aren't you? Forget it, I just wanted to exchange the contents of my bag with you, and I didn't want to kill you in the first place. You ate a lot of my fish in one night, so this isn't considered robbery. Seeing that Xinchuan had no intention of killing him, the goblin did not dare to bargain anymore. Without waiting for Xinchuan to do it himself, he quickly took out a golden fragment from his bag. Xinchuan stared at the fragment with his eyes. The golden color is so bright and dazzling that it makes your eyes hurt just by looking at it. This? A fragment of what? Looks incomplete? The goblin rolled his eyes at Xinchuan. If it's complete, can it still be called fragments? A row of black lines appeared on Xinchuan's forehead. Damn it! I was actually despised by a spineless goblin? How can I bear this? It's better to chop it off with an axe. Seeing that Xinchuan's expression was wrong, the goblin quickly changed the subject. It's a treasure I've treasured for many years. It's very useful. Xinchuan looked at the fragment again. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for getting super gem fragments. Collect 3 to get a complete gem. Super gem fragments. Functional supplies. Function: each use will reduce the blood volume of everyone in the room by 30%. Cooling time: 3 days. Fuck! Xinchuan was extremely surprised when he heard the introduction of the system. What is the concept of reducing blood volume by 1000? You must know that Xinchuan's initial physical strength on the attribute panel is only 11 points. 1 point of physical strength is converted into 100 blood volume, which is 1100 blood volume, which is an instant kill. This is still for Xinchuan, who is at the top of the list. If it were anyone else, he would be dead. However, wouldn't this mean that both jade and stone are destroyed? Xinchuan was disappointed when suddenly his heart moved. I have an energy drink. At worst, drink it with blood and open it again. Absolutely amazing. This is considered useless to others, but to Xinchuan it is definitely a magic weapon. Staying up all night is not in vain. Although there is a 3-day cooldown period, you can't memorize it until you encounter opponents every day, right? Xinchuan took the gem fragment and carefully placed it in his inventory. Then he let go and placed the treasure goblin on the ground. He looked at the other person and smiled slightly. Seeing Xinchuan's expression, the goblin quickly backed away in fear, while waving his hands and saying, No more! This is the best baby. Forget it, I'm not greedy either. We are even, so you can go. Even? If I exchange super gem fragments for you for a bunch of salted fish, is it even? The goblin was not stupid. Seeing the happiness on Xinchuan's face, not only was he no longer afraid, but he even raised the terms. This is not okay. I gave you a good treasure. You must remember to give me fish and meat every day. Right. Before he could agree, the treasure goblin took another look at his backpack, and then handed Xinchuan a small bag of powdery items. This is the seasoning. Remember to add it next time. The taste is a bit bland. It's very precious. Don't eat it yourself. After speaking, the treasure goblin ran away without waiting for Xinchuan's reply. Chapter 16. Xinchuan was speechless because he was still a picky person. Seeing the goblin walking away, he smiled helplessly. A goblin has so many demands. How can he just have food in a place like this? The treasure goblin immediately became angry when he heard the contempt in the other party's words. What does it mean to be a goblin? Ignorant mortal, you don't know how strong the local elves are. If I had attacked you just now, you wouldn't have been able to withstand it. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't be able to look down on the grilled fish. Shinchuan was shocked and confirmed that the goblin had gone far away, but the voice was so real. When I came back to my senses, I realized that this caller could actually make calls at any time. Still a bragging goblin? Anyone else? You are just lucky to have met me. If it were anyone else, let alone grilled fish for you, it's possible to roast and eat you in turn. Shinchuan muttered casually, completely unaware of how powerful it was. He took the spice packet that the goblin had just handed to his nose and smelled it. Well, it actually tastes pretty good. It looks like you can use it later, so just keep it for now. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for getting the treasure goblin seasoning bag, which can increase the taste of the dishes. You don't need to explain to me the use of this kind of thing. After staying up all night with the goblins, Shinchuan was also very tired at this time. But no matter how tired you are, how can you forget to make a wish once a day? Today's 20 mining opportunities have already arrived. As usual, Shinchuan had to give 10 times in exchange for a precious opportunity to make a wish. I wish for silver-level equipment. After having the smart boots, he knew how good silver-level equipment was. So Shinchuan's goal this time is still very clear. Bite. The adventurer failed to make a wish and received mineral water *2. He was affected by 100 times critical hit and received a total of mineral water *200. Shinchuan's head was filled with black threads, and he almost jumped for joy when he heard the ding. But now silver-level equipment has become mineral water? This gap is too big. It seems that the level is still not enough. Why? I already have a piece of silver-level equipment. Why can't you make a wish? It's not that I can't make a wish, it's just that I failed to make a wish. Shinchuan was helpless, already exhausted after not sleeping all night. At this time, I was even more discouraged when my wish failed. I looked at my backpack and found that there was not much left of the functional drink I had made. Just make some more and get out the water and functional drink makers. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for successfully making it, you will get a cool Coke *1000. Shinchuan took out a bottle of freshly made drink and took 2 sips, instantly gaining strength. All the fatigue on my body has been wiped away, and it doesn't look like I stayed up all night at all. Why sleep here? Why don't you dig it out immediately? In the cave world, digging things always comes first. Shinchuan took out his shovel and continued digging deeper into the cave. Bite. You dug up a piece of gravel and obtained useless sawdust *1. It's useless, just stop biting me. Bite. You dug up a piece of top-quality jade, but there is nothing behind it. Oh my god, are you done yet? After digging several times in a row without much harvest, Shinchuan walked back and forth through several spaces. Whatever you dig up depends on luck. So Shinchuan didn't care at all whether all his luck was used up. It's just that some speechless system prompts are getting more and more annoying. How about going to the next space to have a look? Looking at the hollow dug around him, Shinchuan walked in. Although the harvest was small, he firmly believed that there should be many treasures left in the cave world. If only I could dig out another piece of silver-level equipment, plus a frost stone axe and smart boots. Then he can completely walk sideways in these spatial caves. This time Shinchuan found a dark rock. The black rock has a distinct color, but there seems to be a sudden cold light inside. Shinchuan's eyes lit up. It's you! He looked at the target, rubbed his hands, and smashed it down with a shovel. There was a crisp sound. The stone suddenly shone with golden light, and stone fragments flew in all directions. Shinchuan couldn't help but cover his eyes, but still exposed a crack for fear that he would miss something. There's something! Shinchuan's eyes were bright, and he shouted excitedly. Bite. You dug up a piece of obsidian and got a frost stone *1. You were affected by 100 times critical hit and got an additional frost stone *99. Oh shit! It's open! It's not easy! Although it was the frost stone he owned, it was better than nothing. You can never have too much of this. Shinchuan collected the frost stone and put it in his backpack. Just as he was about to turn around and change positions to continue digging, he felt a chill oozing out from that place. He immediately stopped and gave it a tentative tap with the shovel. This is? As he pounded, the surrounding stones began to break, and a large passage was hidden inside. Through the passage, you can see from a distance that there is a space inside, which is extremely empty. So big! That's where the chill comes from. There should be some good stuff in there. Lucky you! Xinchuan firmly believes that there must be a lot of frost stones in this passage. Otherwise, what's going on with this chill? So I walked in to find out. The passage is quite wide and can accommodate 2 or 3 people walking in it. As he walked in the passage, Xinchuan's premonition became stronger and stronger. There was definitely something good inside. After all, in such a large space, it would be unreasonable to put a straw sandal in it, and Xinchuan wouldn't believe it. Soon I walked inside the space, and what suddenly appeared in my field of vision was a giant gray snake. Oh my God! This contrast made Xinchuan couldn't help cursing in his heart. The giant python is extremely huge, and there is really enough space to accommodate the giant python. But can it come out? Normally, Xinchuan would have run away, but when Xinchuan observed the size of the giant python, he looked at the passage he was in. I was sure it couldn't accommodate the size of the giant python, so I felt relieved and dared to take a closer look. Chapter 17. While shocked, the eagle-eye technique locked onto the giant python as quickly as possible. The information about the giant gray python was instantly displayed on the panel. Xinchuan began to observe and order. Greystone python? Guardian of space. Fuck! Silver-level creature! Why don't you run away quickly? In fact, when Xinchuan saw this, he was not ready to look any further and wanted to run away. In the past, all he encountered were black iron-level creatures, and he still suffered a lot. This silver-level thing can't swallow itself in one bite? Etc. Power 12. Are you sure this is a silver-level creature? You must know that the first time you encountered a black iron-level hyena, its strength was still 15. Wisdom 6. Agility 15. Xinchuan had already taken out the bow and arrow from his backpack at this time, and was ready to kill the imposter with one arrow. After all, from the first few lines of panels, this group of guys who look strong but are actually extremely weak are no match for him. But Xinchuan finished reading the panel introduction. Stamina 100? Fuck! I finally know why this creature is a silver-level creature. When Xinchuan saw the last panel properties, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he said, in Xinchuan's opinion, the front attributes of this giant gray rock python are completely unsatisfactory, and it is impossible to be rated as a silver-level creature. Xinchuan didn't understand until the physical strength was reached. This thing is a real meat tank. Sure enough, God closed 3 doors and opened a window for it. A stamina value of 100 is equivalent to 10,000 blood points. Even if he stood there and let Xinchuan chop him, he would be exhausted to death. Seeing someone invading the space, the giant python moved its huge body and slowly rushed towards Xinchuan. Xinchuan was speechless while looking at the bow and arrow he took out. There is absolutely no desire to kill it with one arrow. Whether it's a fight or not, why don't you give it a try first? As soon as he finished speaking, the bow was drawn to its fullest. With a whooshing sound through the air, a feather arrow shot out. He arrived in front of the giant python in an instant, and the target was exactly where its head was. And it's even more sinister, shooting its eyeballs. Hit the snake 7 inches, but the python is too huge. The 7 inches had just reached the position of its eyes, and Xinchuan was extremely helpless about this. Looking at its thick gray snake skin, this was the only thing Xinchuan could think of as its weakest point. With a soft ding sound, the feather arrow fell to the ground. Not even a single spark collided. Xinchuan looked at the opponent's attribute panel again with some unconfidence. Only 20 drops of blood were lost? That is to say, do I have to shoot it 500 times before it dies? It was only then that the giant gray rock python slowly moved in front of Xinchuan. The clumsy snake head shook and pushed hard towards Xinchuan. This time Xinchuan was instantly happy. Looking at his blood volume, the snake's full blow knocked out 5 drops of his blood. Since Xinchuan was standing at the entrance of the cave, and the giant python could not come out of the space. It could not use its huge body to wrap around Shinchuan and squeeze him to death. It can't bring out its low attack level, it can only be a painless attack. Although continuing to exchange blood like this is a solution, we can't waste time on it, right? Shinchuan took advantage of the opponent to come to him and put back his bow and arrow. He drew out his frost stone axe and slashed at the giant python. The axe scratched the python's skin, and the collision pulled out a trace of sparks. At the same time, he took out a functional drink and poured it into his mouth, which greatly increased his physical strength. Good guy, you just lost 10 more points of blood? If you keep cutting like this, I'll have to go bankrupt if I change the axe, right? With just one blow of the axe, Shinchuan instantly lost the desire to chop it. The extra 10 points of blood gained by the axe are completely negligible for a giant python with 100 physical strength. Shinchuan looked at the giant python that slowly continued to attack him, and complained speechlessly. I finally know what makes you a space guardian. Who the hell has enough time to kill you like this? Even so, Shinchuan didn't want to leave. Thinking of the 100 frost stones I just obtained, I had a plan in my mind. Ice Flame Stone! That's it! Shinchuan had been preparing to synthesize ice flame stones for a long time. He had no shortage of 10 frost stones, but he still lacked the materials for the forging furnace. Now that he already has coke and iron sheets, he only needs to exchange 2 pieces of fine steel to make a forging furnace. Then synthesize ice flame stone. I thought of this and went to the auction house to hang up a few pieces of bread and a newly made functional drink. At the same time, the public channel is opened again. I'm being attacked by a giant python and need to exchange for some fine steel. I've hung up some bread and water. If you have spare materials, why don't you help me change them? Shinchuan originally thought that saying a few words on the public channel would speed up his redemption process. But he never thought that as soon as he said this, the public channel would explode instantly. News fell from above like snowflakes all over the sky. Are you sure you were being attacked and not in the belly of a snake? Nice, boss. Hopefully the snake is okay. As expected of a boss. You can still have time to chat in public while being attacked by a giant python. If I had already thought about how I was going to die, I should have been pulled out. I just took a look, and the auction house has indeed just put up a few pieces of bread and drinks. Congratulations to the boss. By the way, boss, can you keep a few pieces of snake meat? The bad meat tasted good last time. What else is there to say? It must be changed. How can we let this kid die in the hands of the giant python? Are we sure we still need to crowdfund to kill him? There was a period of silence on the public channel. Shinchuan was also helpless. If he had attacked the giant python, it would have been able to sleep peacefully. Soon the materials had been replaced, and Shinchuan was too lazy to hide anymore. Anyway, I don't lose much blood, and I have functional drinks that can replenish my physical strength. Start making a forge while being attacked by a giant python. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for successfully crafting and obtaining the forging furnace. Continue to open the gem synthesis function. Directly put 10 frost stones in without hesitation. Synthesis. Bite. The adventurer failed to synthesize and obtained a pile of useless residue. There is still a chance of failure in synthesizing high-level items? Damn it! This is not a proper cheating game system. Shinchuan had a black line on his forehead and suddenly felt his scalp was numb. At this time, the giant snake launched another attack and awkwardly hit Shinchuan's head. Shinchuan took out functional drinks and drank them one after another. He breathed a sigh of relief when his blood volume increased. At this rate of blood loss, there is no need to worry about sudden death. I can only place my hope on the ice flame stone that will be synthesized next. Chapter 18. Synthesis. Bite. The adventurer failed to synthesize the ice flame stone, and you got nothing. The first synthesis also failed, but there were still residues left. Although the residue is useless, it also shows that the system did not swallow its own materials. But this time there was nothing. The corners of Shinchuan's mouth twitched violently. 2 consecutive synthesis failures left him extremely speechless. Especially in this case, the fat gray rock python was still harassing and attacking him from time to time. You must know that he synthesized the ice flamestone to use it to kill the giant python. What are your chances? According to relevant regulations, I need you to provide players with the success probability of gem synthesis. System data is confidential and cannot be provided to adventurers for the time being. Xinchuan had already cursed his mother in his heart. But now is not the time to worry about that. I just got 100 frost stones, but failed to synthesize them twice. There are still 80 left. Xinchuan looked at his blood volume, took out the functional drink, and took 2 more sips. Of course, it's not that the blood volume is about to bottom out, that will take a long time. But to avoid letting the gray snakes see the slightest hope of killing him. Synthesized 8 times, I have to succeed once. He is no longer in the mood to synthesize it again and again. After all, every failure at this juncture would make him more upset. Long-term pain is worse than short-term pain. Xinchuan did not hesitate, and directly put all 80 frost stones into the forging furnace. Batch synthesis. 80 pieces. The deep blue frost stones were thrown into the red-hot forging furnace one by one. If other people saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. But Xinchuan didn't feel distressed at all, he just hoped to succeed once. Just one! I don't want any more, just give me one success. I'm not negotiating with you this time. Forget it, let's discuss it, I want one. The fire in the forge was burning brighter, and as the frost stone was put in, it was vibrating continuously. The 80 frost stones were melted one by one, then brought together and slowly recast to synthesize. Xinchuan ignored the scorching heat in the forging furnace and stared inside. This won't work. The color is too dark. This won't work either. The aura is too weak. This is even worse. The outline is not perfect. Of course this one won't work. It will burn to charcoal. What is this thing? Seeing the ice flame stones slowly merging in the forging furnace, Xinchuan kept complaining. Those that don't work are all synthesis failures. Of course it's not that Xinchuan thinks it's too bad, but that the failure rate is too high. Looking at the whole server, only Xinchuan can synthesize it like this without feeling distressed at all. He just felt a little itchy. This looks too uncomfortable. Just tell me directly if there is any success. Xinchuan punched the snake in front of him on the head, then rubbed his numb fist and gritted his teeth. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for successfully synthesizing and obtaining the primary ice flame stone *1. Damn it, I said I wanted just one, so why the hell did I only get one? And you're just a junior? Forging synthesis could not obtain 100 times critical strike bonus, so Xinchuan did not wait any longer. Instead, he directly took out the ice flame stone and took a look at it first. The fusion of deep blue and flaming red is extremely perfect. Whether it's the color or the smell it emits, it brings a sense of pressure to people. Bingyan Stone, a product born from the combination of nature and human wisdom. It greatly increases the attack power and also has frost and burning effects. Baby! This is definitely a treasure. No wonder the failure rate is so high. As soon as the ice flame stone was released, the attack of the gray rock python suddenly paused. His almond-shaped eyes tightened, and he looked at the stone in Xinchuan's hand with some fear. Then he desperately started to launch his own attacks, trying to destroy the ice flame stone in Xinchuan's hand. Haha, are you scared? I put so much effort into merging one, how could I let you destroy it? Instead of feeling pressured, Xinchuan was very happy. Set the ice flame stone aside. Make another stone axe. Then buy the punching potion for inlaying. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for successfully inlaying and getting the ice flame stone axe *1. Attack power, 75. Can additionally apply burning and frost effects to the enemy. Xinchuan looked at the stone axe in front of him and was overjoyed. Finally! The surface of the ice flame stone axe is extremely smooth, the light flows, and it feels slightly cool to the touch when held in the hand. The ice flowers condensed on the axe handle are even darker in color. The axe blade was burning with dark red fireworks. Complementing each other with the axe handle, the effect is not weakened, but achieves some extremely wonderful cooperation. Good weapon! 75 attack power! A full 30 points more than the Frost Stone Axe. There is also an additional burning effect. Xinchuan held it in his hand and waved it gently, and the cave was illuminated red. The giant gray rock python couldn't help but retreat back, not daring to attack again. Xinchuan looked at the axe in his hand, and he couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. It could be described as being in love with it. He glanced at the giant gray rock python, lifted the stone axe, placed it on his shoulder, and walked towards the space with his feet. I kept you fighting for so long. It's my turn to fight back this time. As soon as he finished speaking, Xinchuan took out a bottle of functional drink and drank it in one gulp. With a slight exertion of his fingers, the stone axe drew a scorching arc in the air. His legs were slightly bent, and then he suddenly jumped up, dragging the stone axe and slashing hard towards the giant python's body. As the axe fell, the giant python roared in agony. Great! Xinchuan shouted extremely excitedly. Seeing that it could not escape, the giant gray rock python dragged its huge body towards Xinchuan. But at this time, its already slow speed suddenly became even slower. Coming! The frost effect of the ice flame stone axe. After synthesizing the ice flame stone, the frost effect of the frost stone is also retained. Xinchuan dropped his axe without stopping. The legs kept interlacing, moving left and right in the huge body of the giant snake. He can always escape the gray entanglement and squeeze with great difficulty. At the same time, look for opportunities to launch your own attacks. After hitting several axes in succession, he jumped back and returned to the entrance of the space. He raised his left hand flat, and a can of drink appeared out of thin air in his hand. Xinchuan picked it up and took 2 more sips before looking forward. At this time, there was still lingering flames in the huge space. There were already several open wounds on the gray snake's body, and the blood was cauterized and evaporated before it even flowed out. A faint red color remained on the torn rotten skin, which was the burning effect of the ice flame stone. There are even faint traces of frost where the gray snake has passed. Too strong! Xinchuan couldn't help shouting. The eagle eye technique locked onto the gray snake again and opened the attribute panel. Although the opponent still has more than half of his 100 points of physical strength, the burning effect is still continuing. Continuous blood loss? Chapter 19. Xinchuan was overjoyed. Although the continuous blood loss is very small, it is already an extremely good weapon. Especially the burning effect works well with the frost. It can slow down monsters while continuing to lose blood. Whether it is used for kites or hard steel, it is a perfect artifact. Even Xinchuan himself did not expect that the effect of this ice flame stone axe would be so powerful. Not only does it have a powerful basic attack, but the 2 accompanying effects work together to make it perfect. It's so worth it! Those failed frost stones were not in vain. Xinchuan gathered his strength, picked up the axe, and charged forward again. After seeing the power of the new axe, Xinchuan no longer had any complaints. Let the failed frost stone shatter. Do you remember how many times you hit me just now? Xinchuan pointed his axe blade at the giant gray python and launched another attack. As Xinchuan attacked again, the gray rock python was in extremely miserable condition. The scarred snake was covered with scorching fire and was still burning. The skin and flesh on the body are turned out, and in one place you can even faintly see a beating heart. Saw it! That's it! Of course, Xinchuan would not miss such a good opportunity. He narrowed his eyes slightly and then looked at the target. He jumped into the air and flipped backwards, taking out his bow and arrow as he distanced himself. The ordinary wooden bow was drawn to its full capacity in a very short period of time. The arrow in front flashed with a cold blue light and was launched instantly. There was a sound of breaking through the air, and the feather arrow brought out a blue straight line in the cave. The feather arrow inlaid with frost stone followed the wound made by the axe and shot towards the heart of the giant snake. There was a soft popping sound in the cave, like a balloon being punctured. Xinchuan saw the giant gray rock python struggling violently for a few times before falling unwillingly. Xinchuan wiped the sweat from his forehead, although there was no danger this time. But it was the longest battle that Xinchuan had ever experienced. Who can bear to encounter such monsters every day? Xinchuan took back the axe. His hands were shaking slightly, and he was obviously very tired. He sat down on the ground, took out the energy drink and poured it into his stomach. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to adventurer Xinchuan for being the first to defeat the silver-level gray rock python and win the title of Python Hunter. I hope other adventurers will continue to work hard. Another title? I didn't kill it for the title. While Xinchuan was speaking, he had already changed his title, and the original title of Black Iron Level was instantly changed to Silver Level Python Hunter. The level has not improved a little. Following the server-wide announcement, another wave of news instantly set off on the World Channel. Here we go, it's this guy again. Hitting us in the face with the things we exchanged? By the way, do you know what the title is? Click on the person's profile picture, and the one hanging above his head is the title. Let me go, has it been changed? Boss, I have a share in this title. I changed it to find steel for you. And I. Damn it, you guys are all spineless. Let him use your things to slap us in the face. Are you going to fight upstairs? You should eat well and live well before you talk to me about your integrity. That's right. I just said nice things to him when I was changing, but I was actually hungry. Well, brothers, didn't you notice that he killed a silver-level creature? Silver? Silver level? Damn it! I was so attracted by the title that I really didn't notice it. I give up the crowdfunding. Dao Xinchuan Group 1 inch. I give up too. -2 inch. -3. -99. Xinchuan ignored the World Channel and looked at the snake meat in front of him. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for getting Chai Yilao's snake meat *20. Under the influence of 100 times critical hit, he got a total of snake meat *2000. Looking at the rough skin and thick flesh, I guess that the meat must not be delicious. Xinchuan began to feel the snake meat. He didn't think that this guy's meat would be so delicious. It's just that someone on the World Channel seemed to want to replace snake meat last time? Xinchuan knew that some people loved this food, so he kept it so that even if he didn't eat it, he could hang it up for auction. Go and see what treasures there are. Xinchuan took the shovel and continued digging into the hole. After all, he came here completely convinced that there was something good here, otherwise he wouldn't have spent most of the day fighting with the giant python that couldn't leave. The chill seems to be emanating from there. Walking towards the location where the chill was felt right outside the cave. It's getting stronger. No wonder that snake is so scared. It turns out that it likes the cold and is afraid of the heat, so it stays here and doesn't go out. As Xinchuan moved around, he felt the chill in front of him becoming more and more obvious. Only then did I understand why the giant python was so scared when it saw the ice flame stone. Walking deep into the space cave, the cold air kept seeping out from inside. There are 2 stones in yin-yang, one yellow and one blue, which are extremely dazzling. It's you too! Xinchuan rubbed his hands, picked up the shovel, and smashed the 2 rocks hard. Yellow and blue colors flash. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for digging up a piece of blue sea rock and getting a blue frost stone *1. After being affected by 100 times critical hit, he got an additional blue frost stone *99. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for digging up a piece of loose rock and getting a yellow frost stone *1. After being affected by 100 times critical hit, he got an additional yellow frost stone *99. Blue frost stone is a product of nature. It is formed by cold air. It can be embedded in shoes to slightly increase agility. Yellow frost stone can be embedded in armor to slightly increase defense. What luck! Now he has the ice flame stone on his weapon, but the inlays of the sand lizard soft armor and agile boots have not yet been completed. At this time, 2 gems were dug up, and Xinchuan was so happy that he jumped up. Although it doesn't have additional attributes like the ice flame stone, it's enough with the bonus. After all, it's not a weapon gem, so you can't ask for too much. Thinking of the ice flame stone, Xinchuan's eyes turned slightly. Can these 2 gems be synthesized? Yellow frost stone can be synthesized into brilliant yellow stone, consuming 10 yellow frost stones, which can greatly improve defense. Blue frost stone can be synthesized into blue frost stone, consuming 10 blue frost stones, which can greatly improve agility. It can be synthesized, so what else is there to say? Direct synthesis. Originally, Xinchuan had already made plans to combine 100 pills into one. But I didn't expect that there would be no surprises this time. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for successfully synthesizing the Yellowstone and obtaining the Yellowstone *1. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for successfully synthesizing the Bluestone and obtaining the Bluestone *1. Xinchuan looked at the two gems and the corners of his mouth twitched violently. Sure enough, gems without extra attributes have a higher success rate? You must know that he only succeeded in synthesizing 100 ice flame stones. These two were actually a success. He quickly took off his sand lizard soft armor and agile boots. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer who successfully set the brilliant yellow stone and obtained the brilliant yellow soft armor *1. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer who successfully inlaid the brilliant blue stone and obtained the brilliant blue boots *1. Chapter 20. Following two successful reminder messages, two brand new pieces of equipment appeared in front of Xinchuan. The original green sand lizard soft armor turned into an extremely thick earthy yellow with the inlay of brilliant yellow stone. Even the light shines outward. Although it is a soft armor, it looks extremely tough and indestructible just by looking like this. I don't know how much better than the low-level hard armor sold in stores. Good armor! Good armor! Xinchuan gently stroked the bright yellow soft armor with his fingers and couldn't help but admire it. The smart boots are originally silver-level equipment, and the improvement after being inlaid with gems goes without saying. After changing from the agile boots to the bright blue boots, they became lighter. This time Xinchuan can be said to have been greatly improved in all aspects. Not to mention weapons, the ice flame stone axe was regarded as a divine weapon by Xinchuan. In the process of killing the giant python, Xinchuan used it very smoothly. And the armor and boots are inlaid with gems, which have been completely upgraded to a new level. As for bows and arrows, Xinchuan thought for a moment, and shook his head after a moment. Let's just use the frost stone first. The ice flame stone on his axe is still at the elementary level, and it takes 10 elementary ice flame stones to forge it into a real ice flame stone. As for the failure rate, haha, Xinchuan knew very well that the water inside was deep. So there are no plans for this yet. After putting on the bright yellow soft armor and bright blue boots, Xinchuan felt that while his feet were light, his body felt a little heavier. This shit is invincible. Where is the hyena that bullied me before? I'm going to kill it! Xinchuan put on his equipment, took out some of the snake meat, and put it on the auction house. To exchange for the various gems you need. I rested for a while and ate some grilled fish. Of course, he put the seasoning packet given to him by the goblin. Don't tell me, this goblin's seasoning packet tastes pretty good. Xinchuan's mouth was full of oil after eating. He drank 2 bottles of drinks and regained his full strength. The condition is even better. Little monsters, get ready! I'm going to start sweeping through this cave. After finishing speaking, Xinchuan started to enter the next space with the wind on his feet. With a shovel going down. Bite. You dug up a piece of opal, and a cave tiger is rushing towards you. A tiger was dug out from behind the cat's eye stone. What the hell were you thinking? Xinchuan was extremely speechless and did not use the eagle eye technique again. Just by looking at the tiger, I can basically confirm that it is on the same level as the hyena I encountered for the first time. They are all at the black iron level. Even if they are high, they are not much higher. After Xinchuan's equipment is improved in all aspects, as long as he doesn't encounter silver level or abnormal black iron. Basically, you can just ignore it. Looking at the tiger standing at the end, which was as tall as a person, Xinchuan was not afraid at all. He picked his fingers and even pointed at his arm provocatively. Here, just in time to try out my new armor. When the tiger showed its fangs and saw that Xinchuan still didn't react, he felt a little unconfident for a moment. But he still bit the bullet and pounced towards Xinchuan. He bit down on the arm pointed by Xinchuan and thought he could easily tear it off. But I never thought that my teeth could no longer penetrate deeper, as if I had bitten a hard and smelly piece of old iron. Xinchuan nodded with some satisfaction. The speed is pretty good, but the strength is a bit lacking. The tiger roared lowly, and not to be outdone, he raised a paw and slapped Xinchuan hard. That face was much bigger than Xinchuan's entire face. The moment he raised it, even the light in Xinchuan's field of vision dimmed a lot. But Xinchuan is still not afraid. He stood there quietly staring at the claw that landed on his face. He took out the functional drink and took a sip, letting it fall on him. A claw fell, and smoke and dust suddenly filled the area around Xinchuan as the center. Even the stone walls on both sides were trembling slightly. But no matter how much the tiger scratched and bit him twice, Xinchuan remained motionless. This time the strength is okay, but the power is too scattered. If anyone looks at this picture, they will be extremely speechless. Are you thinking Master Tiger is here? About 5 or 6 minutes later, Xinchuan confirmed that his defense was extremely powerful. After looking at the tiger that bit him until he was exhausted, he took out his axe. Walking up to the tiger, he easily chopped it down with an axe. With the addition of Xinchuan's set of luxurious equipment, the tiger that was extremely feared by other players fell down without any resistance. As the art of war goes, wait for work at leisure and frustrate the enemy to win. The ancients never deceived me. When the ancients heard this, they would definitely have a question mark on their faces. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for getting Tiger Meat *1, affected by 100 times critical hit, an additional Tiger Meat *99. Xinchuan carefully put it away and put it in the inventory. Then it started to run rampant in the space. Swift wolf? Interesting. Xinchuan looked at a gray wolf about the same size as himself in front of him, and said, "The gray wolf's front legs are long and thick, while its hind legs are shorter. It can run as fast as a gust of wind." When the wolf saw Xinchuan, he didn't hesitate at all and started running hard to pursue him. Xinchuan smiled. "I'm not even afraid of tigers. Are you still afraid of a wolf like you?" Joke. After saying this, Xinchuan immediately ran away. There was no hesitation at all. Looking back, he saw the gray wolf still chasing, and his feet speeded up. Looking back again, the wolf was nowhere to be seen. "Damn! Are you running faster?" Xinchuan was a little confused and hurriedly ran back again, only to find that the wolf had not given up on its goal. "But I was left behind a lot." It spun around in front of the gray wolf until it was dazzled. Taking advantage of his unpreparedness, another axe fell. The gray wolf died. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for getting Wolf Meat *1, affected by 100 times critical hit, an additional Wolf Meat *99. It's so fucking cool! It's so cruel! After collecting his trophies, Xinchuan was extremely happy. Being bitten by a tiger and running away from a gray wolf was certainly not something Xinchuan had nothing to do. Just wanted to try out my armor and boots. Some of the monsters encountered during the excavation below were rushed forward and chopped to death with an axe, without letting them toss around anymore. Xinchuan looked at his only one chance to dig and checked the loot in his backpack. I found that I gained a lot today, and I didn't pick a target specifically for the last time. Dig randomly towards a rock. Come to another cave. Is there anyone? Who? Come out. Chapter 21. Come out here! Stop being sneaky! It could be judged from the voices that the two people inside were a little flustered. Xinchuan was very calm. There are actually people in this place? You must know that this area has just been swept by Xinchuan. There's absolutely nothing good left. It can be said that these two people are extremely lucky. Xinchuan saw that two people were already resting in the space. I wanted to leave right now. After all, meeting people in this cave world is much more troublesome than meeting monsters. So except for trading items on the auction house to exchange for things, he never interacts with other players. Moreover, he also knew that there were many people who hated him and wanted to kill him. But after hearing the vigilant shouts of the two people, they still walked in from the outside. The two of them were extremely nervous. When he saw that Xinchuan was the only one, he slowly relaxed. Started questioning. Who are you? For what? Xinchuan was speechless that someone could ask such a boring question. I haven't taken the shovel back yet, what could it be for? Do you believe me when I say I am an NPC? Ignoring his question, he looked closely and found that the man in front of him who was questioning him had drawn out his dagger. Although it is a black iron level, it is extremely sharp and ready to attack him at any time. The other one looked at him twice and then looked shocked. It seemed that he recognized his identity. Brother Long, he should be Xinchuan, who is at the top of the list. Xinchuan? Damn it! What kind of bullshit luck is this today? I won't tell you what I haven't discovered yet. Just after I sat down to rest for a while, I met the top boss. The man called Brother Long frowned at first, already cursing in his heart. For a moment he even thought about how he would die. Then quickly and slowly stretch it out. He immediately retracted the dagger in his hand, not daring to let the other party notice his hostility. He looked at Xinchuan and smiled, observing a little. Why does this guy look so ordinary? How can you have the momentum of being at the top of the list? Is it a fake? It turns out to be the boss. Hello. My name is Zhao Long. This is the little brother I saved in the desert room. When the younger brother heard the elder brother introducing himself, he quickly smiled and said hello to Xinchuan. Hello, boss, my name is Qingqing. The two of us are resting here, but we didn't expect to meet the big boss at the top of the list. You're lucky. I'm going to leave a message on the public channel. Xinchuan nodded slightly and replied a few words. It's okay, I just dubbed here casually, you continue. After finishing speaking, he was ready to leave. Want to leave? Very good. Etc. Is this really a boss? Zhao Long was relieved when he heard that Xinchuan was leaving. Suddenly I felt that something was wrong with this guy. To put it bluntly, he was a bit stupid. When Xinchuan just walked out, Zhao Long had already revealed his dagger. This is showing off his wealth. You must know that his dagger is definitely the best among black iron. Even the top boss has no reason not to be moved when he sees it. Could it be that you are afraid? So you just want to run away after saying a word? Thinking of this, Zhao Long already had some small thoughts in his mind about killing people and seizing the treasure. But after all, the opponent is the boss at the top of the list. But what if the treasure hunt fails? At this time, Qingqing hurriedly came to Zhao Long and whispered in his ear. Brother Long, that's Xinchuan. Why don't we win over each other first? If he really gets to the top of the list by luck, then we can also get some benefits, right? I really can't find another chance. Zhao Long nodded, feeling that this was extremely reasonable. If you win over him first, if you are really lucky, you will definitely make money. If he doesn't have any real skills and finds an opportunity to kill him directly, how many good things must the top boss have in his bag? After making up his mind, Zhao Long smiled quickly as he looked at Xinchuan, who was about to leave. Boss, please stay. Xinchuan turned around and glanced at the other party. Is something wrong? Zhao Long looked at him and realized more and more that this guy standing at the top was entirely due to luck. After all, it stands to reason that the look in the boss's eyes should bring a lot of pressure to people. But there was nothing in Xinchuan's look. It was so ordinary that it couldn't be more ordinary. In Qingqing's opinion, it seemed that it was not as unnerving as Brother Long casually glancing at him. Zhao Long rubbed his hands and expressed his thoughts directly. Boss, you see, it's fate that we can meet among so many players. Although you are free on your own, the three of us can be more protected together, right? After all, no one knows what kind of perverted monsters we will encounter in the future. Xinchuan understood and asked to be their companion. This invitation was considered sincere, but Xinchuan had no such idea at all. Article 5 of the short-term plan he made when he first entered this game clearly stated that he should not find companions for the time being. The person closest to you is also the person most likely to stab you. So unless he felt that the other party was extremely trustworthy, Xinchuan would definitely refuse without hesitation. Sorry, I refuse. Hearing that the other party refused without thinking, Zhao Long's face began to look a little ugly. But he also hurriedly restrained himself to avoid being noticed by the other party. He asked with a smile again. It's normal for the boss to look down on us, but can you explain the reason for your rejection? Of course, Xinchuan noticed his emotional changes and once again decided that such a person must not be his companion. So the next conversation will be a lot more direct. Reason? You've already said that it's normal to look down on you. Zhao Long was slightly startled when he heard this, and quickly asked Qingqing. What do you mean, boss? I can't understand why. Qingqing's mouth was bitter, and of course he didn't dare to explain. After all, Xinchuan and himself also talked about it. Xinchuan smiled. To put it simply, you are not worthy. Zhao Long understood this and slapped his thigh angrily. The black dagger has reappeared in his hand. Damn it! I'm giving you face, but you dare not recognize me. Return to the top, boss? Bah! It's just luck. I really want to see how you got to the top of the list. Qingqing also hurriedly agreed. That's right. We all entered the game on the same day, so even if he's at the top of the list, he shouldn't be much better than us. Brother Long, if we go together, we will definitely kill him. Zhao Long was extremely happy when he heard this and waved the dagger twice. Well said. When the time comes when something good comes out, Brother Long won't treat you badly. Chapter 22. Xinchuan was speechless at first, and then became furious. Isn't this game all about luck? Want to kill me? Damn it! You two come together! After Xinchuan finished speaking, he had already taken out his short wooden bow. 2 feathered arrows were attached, and the arrows inlaid with frost stones shone with cold light. With a whoosh, 2 feather arrows shot out one after the other. Brother Long, be careful! This arrow is weird! Seeing Xinchuan take out a bow and arrow without saying a word, the two of them realized that these were no ordinary arrows. He quickly accelerated to dodge and rolled twice on the ground. Zhao Long stood up following the rolling movement, and could feel the remaining chill of the feather arrow that rubbed his back. He dodged an arrow with difficulty and was shocked. What kind of arrow is this? Qingqing got up from the ground and narrowly dodged another one. Wiping the cold sweat on his forehead, he responded. Brother Long, I saw it on the description. It should be a frost stone. What the hell? Frost stone? Inlay it on feather arrows? I don't even have a gem on my weapon. Kill him. The gems are all ours. Xinchuan watched as the two people dodged the arrows he shot. Somewhat surprised. You actually dodged it? Your agility is not low. Haha, to tell you the truth, I was a rock climbing expert before I entered the game. Zhao Long picked up the dagger in his hand and threw it forward. At the same time, his legs exerted force, and he rushed forward towards Xinchuan behind the dagger. Xinchuan glanced at the black iron-gray dagger and confirmed that it was sharper than the tiger's teeth he had encountered. And the power is not scattered at all, it is completely concentrated on one point. But he was not afraid at all. The dagger stabbed Xinchuan from the front. Succeeded! Zhao Long was overjoyed, but suddenly felt something was wrong. Because Xinchuan's expression was too natural. With a soft ding sound, the dagger could no longer penetrate deeper. It was blocked by the bright yellow soft armor and bounced back. Zhao Long suddenly felt a storm in his heart. This has to be silver-level armor, right? It has to be hard armor. Zhao Long didn't believe that soft armor could stop his dagger. While he was horrified, he was also sure that Xinchuan definitely had something good. He rushed forward quickly, grabbed the dagger and continued to stab Xinchuan. Xinchuan glanced at his soft armor. Although he could stop it, he still lost some blood. Looking at Zhao Long, who was stabbing him with the dagger again, he took 2 sips of his drink. Still didn't choose to dodge. What the hell? Are you still taking drugs? At this time, Qingqing also followed with a stone axe. The ordinary weapon was obviously not as good as Zhao Long. Ha ha ha, boss, you will die today because you underestimated the enemy. Seeing that Xinchuan did not dodge, Zhao Long laughed and shouted. Then he grabbed the dagger with both hands and thrust it forward. He believed that even if Xinchuan had extremely strong defensive armor, he would still be penetrated by him. However, the dagger did not hit Xinchuan. He felt as if he had been stabbed by a stone, and his hands were numb from the shock. The two looked at the scene in front of them and were shocked. There was a weapon between them and Xinchuan, and it was Xinchuan's ice-flame stone axe. Just when one of them was holding a dagger and the other was holding a stone axe, they were facing Xinchuan to attack. Xinchuan took out his ice flamestone axe. He blocked the two attacks with ease and was as steady as a rock. Fuck! What is this? The axe blade was burning with faint flames, and the frost on the axe handle was flowing, making the two of them tremble with shock. Xinchuan smiled, turned the axe blade sideways, and swept towards the two of them. The two of them quickly raised their weapons to stop them. If they were hit with an axe, wouldn't they be burned to pieces? Although he avoided the axe hitting him directly, he was knocked back several meters away. How could Xinchuan give up such a good opportunity? He took out his bow and arrow in an instant, and in order to pursue his full strength, he only took one arrow and aimed it at Zhao Long, who had not yet regained his footing. Chapter 23. Hide from me again this time? Xinchuan chuckled, followed by another sound. The frost stone feather arrow flashing with cold light came to Zhao Long instantly. At this moment, Zhao Long felt a strong sense of danger. He believed that this arrow could definitely kill half of his life. But suddenly a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, colder than Xinchuan's arrows. Not good! Xinchuan exclaimed. Before Zhao Long was hit by the arrow, he felt himself falling into an inexplicable state. It was as if his position was reversed with that of Zhao Long. He even clearly felt the cold aura contained in his arrows. Zhao Long laughed strangely twice. Reacting now? It's too late. S-level talent, damage transfer. As Zhao Long used his talent, Xinchuan suddenly let out a muffled groan. Lose blood. It also comes with a frost effect. Xinchuan was not only injured, but also felt even more aggrieved. He was injured by his own arrow and still added a debuff to himself. Is there anything more frustrating than this? If it weren't for his bright yellow soft armor, the arrow he shot with all his strength could kill half of his life. Not only that, but he also lost the best arrow that could determine the victory. If it weren't for his S-level defensive talent, how could Zhao Long dare to murder Xinchuan? After all, he relied on this talent to trick and kill many powerful opponents. Damage transfer, S-level defensive talent, which can transfer the upcoming damage including attribute debuffs to the attacker. Cooling time, 3 hours. Note: the damage caused cannot be transferred and cannot be transferred to other players. After seeing the system prompts, Xinchuan felt a little relieved. Sure enough, the cooling CD was relatively long. The 3-hour cooldown means it can only be used once per battle. Then he took 2 sips of the drink. S-level talent? It seems you are pretty lucky. Confirm that you have been subjected to the frost slowing effect. Xinchuan knew that before the frost effect was lifted, it would be difficult for him to knock down Zhao Long, who had high agility. So he took another arrow and attacked Xinqing. This decision is extremely wise. From the first arrow, Xinchuan knew that Xinqing's agility was much lower than Zhao Long. This time is the time to choose oneself to be injured and the other party to relax their vigilance. You don't have the talent to transfer damage, right? Xinchuan chuckled. When Xinqing reacted, the feather arrow was already in front of him. In a panic, he also quickly summoned the talent he had drawn. A-level talent! Super Shield! As soon as the talent was summoned, a white light wave appeared around Xinqing. It was extremely thick at first, but as Xinchuan's arrow hit, the shield fluctuated slightly. The effect is somewhat diminished. Boss, I really don't have an S-level talent, but you still have to use my shield for a long time, right? Xinqing spread his hands and said to Xinchuan. Zhao Long picked up the dagger and smiled, looking at Xinchuan who was still under the frost effect. Mocked. Xin, you didn't expect to fall into our hands today, did you? I'll take the head of the person at the top of the list. Remember to be careful in the next life. A half-day fight? Xinchuan simply laughed. He ignored Zhao Long's sarcasm. In fact, he had put away all his weapons and bows after shooting an arrow at Xinqing. He began to pour functional drinks into his mouth desperately. The way he put away his weapons and bows and arrows seemed to Zhao Long to have given up resistance. Drinking drinks is more like being a well-fed person before dying. Zhao Long thought Xinchuan was afraid of leaving too much for himself after death, so he drank as much as he could. Damn it! You're still at the top of the list after all. How stingy! I'll kill you right now! After drinking more than 20 bottles of drinks in a row, Xinchuan burped and his stomach became round. After looking at Zhao Long and Qin Qing, a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Have you ever heard of blood transfusion? Chapter 24. Zhao Long was slightly startled. Blood transfusion? What blood transfusion? You are a dying person. Who would do a blood transfusion with you if you are sick? Xinchuan shook his head. It's not up to you. As soon as he spoke, a golden gemstone fragment appeared in his hand. Super gem fragments exchanged from the goblin backpack. For this fragment, Xinchuan worked hard all night to serve the goblin. Zhao Long and Qingqing suddenly felt something was wrong. Zhao Long subconsciously wanted to activate the damage transfer talent again, but suddenly realized that he had already used it. There is still a 3-hour cooling time. Before the two of them could react, Xinchuan crushed the gem fragment directly. While being crushed, Xinchuan's blood volume dropped crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye. It only took a moment to see the bottom. Red blood status. This was even after he crazily drank more than 20 bottles of functional drinks. If it were normal, it would have evaporated on the spot. What the hell? You want to commit suicide? Zhao Long thought it was a little strange to see Xinchuan's blood volume drop rapidly and then bottom out. Just when he was about to say something taunting, he died immediately, without any time to react. He will never understand until his death what happened just now. Because of Qin Cheng's shield and his own physical strength. It actually barely managed to withstand the maximum blood loss limit of the super gem fragment. But even so, he was seriously injured and only had 1 drop of blood left. Both he and Xinchuan have residual health. At this time, whoever attacks first will be the final winner. But Qingqing was still in the shock of the sudden reversal. Of course, Xinchuan had already made preparations and shot the arrow directly. Qingqing had no time to react, and his blood volume was cleared to 0. Congratulations to the adventurer for successfully defeating players Zhao Long and Qin Cheng. Obtain 2 backpacks *1, and the player who kills will not be affected by 100 times critical hit. Damn! I almost fell here! Xinchuan cursed loudly and blocked the entrance to this space as quickly as possible. After all, this is when his health is at its most dangerous. Even if a hyena suddenly breaks in and bites you, it can kill you. The super gem fragments reduce the blood volume by 3,000 points. If there is no functional drink to increase the physical strength, it is really unbearable. Xinchuan glanced at the fragments of the gem that he had crushed, and they were slowly coming together again. This is cooling and needs to wait until 3 days before it can be fused together again for use. Xinchuan put the pile of residue back into the inventory and let it cool down quietly. The purpose of shooting Qingqing was to confirm whether he had any backup plan. After confirming that he had no damage transferred, Xinchuan dared to use the super gem fragment. After all, if the 3,000 points of blood loss were transferred to himself, plus his share of blood loss, he would not be able to handle it at all. He took another 2 sips of the functional drink, and made sure that his physical strength had recovered a bit before going to look at the items they had dropped. They are indeed 2 poor devils! Apart from Zhao Long's black iron dagger, there was not much food and water in the backpack. After all, this place had been scanned by Xinchuan, and it was not easy for them to find some food and water. As for the black iron dagger that Zhao Long considered a treasure, Xinchuan didn't even look at it. Wait, this is it? Xinchuan took out a roll of drawings from Zhao Long's backpack, opened it, and took a look. Peep map. After using it, you can peek into the space ahead. Damn it! These 2 people actually have such treasures. This means that before digging, you can use the map to see what is in the space ahead. If there are monsters that you can't defeat, you don't have to dig at all. If you can't beat it, don't dig it. If there is no good stuff, don't dig it. No wonder these 2 people are so nervous when they meet someone. There is no one on the map, right? After seeing the introduction, Xinchuan hurriedly put it away carefully. Finally, I didn't lose so much blood in vain. At this moment, a system message rang. Xinchuan glanced at it, and saw it was a private message. Li Menghan? Oh, it's her. Seeing that it was from Li Menghan, Xinchuan was slightly startled for a moment, and then he remembered who it was. Xinchuan, I dug up a blueprint of a silver-level guardianship. I want to exchange something with you, but I don't know if that's possible. Xinchuan was overjoyed when he saw it. Damn it! A silver-level elf guardianship? Xinchuan knew that this girl would not lie to him, so he began to reply to the message. Why didn't you choose to keep it for yourself? Instead, you came to exchange it with me. You should be able to use it too. But I need leather armor more now. I want you to help me make a set. It should also be inlaid with gems. Xinchuan understood that although it was a silver-level elf guardianship, but when facing those wild monsters and other players, armor is obviously more practical. But a set of leather armor is exchanged for a silver-level elf guardianship. This. Even if it is inlaid with a brilliant blue stone, it is definitely a profitable business. Xinchuan thought about it, and realized that it was Li Menghan who wanted to thank him for helping her last time. Start replying. No problem, I'll give it to you when it's ready. Yeah, I'll wait for your good news. Xinchuan opened his backpack, took out 10 blue frost stones, and chose to synthesize them. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for the successful synthesis and obtaining the blue stone *1. Leather armor. Which piece should I choose? Xinchuan looked at the items in his backpack. There are snake skins, lizard skins, tiger skins, and wolf skins inside. In the end, Xinchuan selected a good piece of rhinoceros skin and connected it with spider silk. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for getting rhinoceros soft armor *1. Xinchuan glanced at the soft rhinoceros leather armor in front of him and nodded with some satisfaction. Although it is not as strong in defense as its own sand lizard soft armor, it is also more flexible. Especially after it is inlaid with brilliant blue stone, it is not inferior to the silver-level basic armor at all. Moreover, he was afraid of giving the armor made of lizard skin to Li Menghan. If girls don't want to wear it, wouldn't it be in vain? After inlaying the bright blue stone, a brand new set of bright blue leather armor appeared in front of Xinchuan. Not bad! This set of armor is awesome! Xinchuan clicked his tongue and exclaimed, as if he was selling melons to his mother-in-law. The whole body is bright blue, completely different from his own bright yellow soft armor. Xinchuan's brilliant yellow soft armor pursued thickness, so it was inlaid with brilliant yellow stones. This set of bright blue leather armor is chosen to be light, which makes it easy to defeat and escape from the battlefield quickly. The leather armor has been made and given to you. Please check it. Xinchuan opened the transaction function and gave the leather armor directly to the other party. I gave it to you too from the Elf Guardian house. I like this set of leather armor very much. It didn't take long for Li Menghan to reply excitedly, obviously very satisfied with Xinchuan's production. Chapter 25. Damn it! This girl? What a discerning person! When Xinchuan received positive comments from the other party, he began to feel complacent at first. Then I opened the email, and sure enough there was a drawing inside. He took it out without saying a word. I opened it and took a look at the production materials. The corners of Xinchuan's mouth couldn't help but twitch violently. You really think I'm a fat sheep that can be slaughtered at will, don't you? 10 primary blue stones, why don't you go and grab them? The production instructions for the silver-level elf guard clearly state the various materials required for its production. Primary blue stone *10. Fine iron *10. Xinchuan suddenly realized that he was being a little sentimental. I originally thought that it was Li Menghan who exchanged it with him at a low price to thank him. But at this time, isn't it useless for others to keep it? 10 brilliant blue stones, even Xinchuan, who had 100 times the critical hit, couldn't get it out for a while. Not to mention other players. Last time I dug out 100 blue frost stones and synthesized 2 brilliant blue stones. Now there are only 80 pieces left. If you have bad luck and fail again, building a silver-level elf guardianship is absolutely priceless. Forget it, let's go to the auction house and continue to exchange. After some hesitation, Xinchuan took out some drinks and went to the auction house without saying a word. I started looking for exchange for fine iron and blue frost stone, but it was very difficult to directly exchange for blue stone. Not to mention that they may not have it, but even if they did, who would exchange a gem for a few bottles of drinks? It's better to change yourself and put the face together again. Shinchuan wanted to recover his physical strength at this time, so he stayed in the cave for the time being. The surrounding entrances have been completely sealed by him, and Shinchuan plans not to go out easily until his strength recovers. After all, the side effects of super gem fragments are too great. That's a real loss of blood. He was ready to take a good rest now, but it was still a little unsafe. So Shinchuan continued to wait for the materials. Silver level guardianship! It must be built today! I made some more functional drinks and continued to put them on the auction house. Watching Shinchuan hang up so many things at once, the World Public Channel had already exploded. Why do you need to change so many things at once? Who knows, but boss, this drink tastes really good. Damn it! Can it also increase your physical strength? You didn't tell me earlier. Wouldn't it be a waste if I drank like this? A bunch of ignorant people. As soon as I took a sip, I realized that this was absolutely the best, so I quickly spit it back. Ugh. Ugh. Waves of retching began on the public channel, which they had exchanged for water to quench their thirst. But suddenly someone discovered that they could increase their physical strength, and of course it wouldn't be such a waste. At this time, a big boss stood up. I would like to advise all newbies, it is best to keep the gems, they will be of great use in the future. I'll stay with Nima Lu. How many attributes does that gem add? If you combine 10 gems into one, there's still a chance of failure. Who can combine them? I heard someone say that the drink made by Shinchuan can increase physical strength. Even some people who usually don't lack drinking water choose to go to the auction house to exchange for 2 bottles of drinks to keep for later use. Therefore, Shinchuan's auction of blue frost stones went extremely smoothly. In just 10 minutes, he had already replaced 200 blue frost stones. But the refined iron is still a lot worse. Shinchuan was anxious. Is this fine iron a treasure or something? Quickly open the instructions for fine iron. So that's it. No wonder. Chapter 26. No wonder the exchange of refined iron is not smooth, because the range of uses of refined iron is extremely wide. It is an essential material for players to make weapons and handy tools. Unlike blue frost stones, which are useless to them, they still have to bear the chance of failure when they collect 10 stones to synthesize them. Of course, not many people are willing to take risks. After all, a failure will make the already poor players even worse. Open the introduction of fine iron and find that you can use iron blocks to forge fine iron. Shinchuan was overjoyed. He took a look at his backpack and found that besides drinks, the most in it was iron blocks. Just to be on the safe side, I went to the auction house to exchange some. There should be some iron blocks, right? The drinks on the shelf were all taken in an instant, and Shinchuan had a black line on his forehead. As expected, the iron players are not bad either. Throw those pieces of iron into the forge. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for successfully forging and obtaining refined iron *10. Shinchuan was not happy when he heard the reminder of success. Instead, he felt a little nervous, knowing that the most critical part was coming. Gem synthesis. 10 blue frost stones can be synthesized into one primary blue stone. But Shinchuan collected a total of 200 blue frost stones before starting to prepare the synthesis. I threw 10 balls in tentatively first. Synthesis! Bite. The adventurer failed to synthesize the blue stone and gained nothing. It wasn't like this last time. Shinchuan quickly washed his hands and firmly believed that he had touched ashes while forging fine iron. I even specially washed my face. While your face is white, 100 pills. Synthesize! After the system buzzed, Shinchuan's face instantly turned gloomy. Fortunately, not all failed, and his expression gradually softened a lot. Strike while the iron is hot, and add the remaining 100. Synthesize it all! Shinchuan closed his eyes and prayed silently. Yes. Grandmas, I finally got enough. He looked at the dozen or so blue stones in the bag, and then at the forged fine iron. Open the blueprint to create a silver-level elf guardianship. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for the successful production and obtaining the silver-level elf guardian house *1. Xinchuan was extremely excited. Finally, the production is completed, after all the failed attempts so many times. Taking out the elf summoning house, what appeared in front of me was a 2-story building. The whole body is silver and the surface is smooth. It is much better than the previous hut with only 1 floor. As expected of silver level. Xinchuan looked at the 2-story building in front of him, rubbed his hands impatiently and praised it. It became increasingly certain that even if someone else had the drawings, it would definitely take a long process to collect the materials to make it. Throughout the entire server, only Xinchuan could get the blueprints and quickly make them. He quickly opened the door of the small building and walked in. As soon as the door opened, Xinchuan felt the environment he had not seen for a long time. I even wanted to burst into tears. This is the house. The living room on the first floor is extremely tidy and the space layout is very reasonable. It's so much better than resting and sleeping in a cave all day long. Isn't that right? He suddenly came from the earth to the cave world and lived the life of an indigenous person. Any player who sees such a 2-story building can't help but sigh. After looking at the first floor, Xinchuan hurriedly ran up to the second floor. There are several bedrooms on the second floor, all equipped with beds and everything. It's completely possible to move in with your bags, right? You can even boil water to take a shower without having to worry about someone suddenly breaking in. Xinchuan kept clapping his hands and cheering. It's perfect. I will never have to sleep in the open again. This hard life is finally over. Chapter 27. Xinchuan can now be said to be the first and only person in the server to buy a house with full payment. Others can't come up with a set even if they piece together things here and there. How could we not announce this kind of news to all servers? Why don't you tell me how to deal with it? Oh no, inspire other players? Bite. Congratulations to adventurer Xinchuan for obtaining a silver-level elf guardianship, reputation plus 20. Now making a server-wide announcement. I hope other adventurers will keep up the good work. Xinchuan was sitting in the living room on the first floor, soaking his feet, drinking tea, and eating grilled fish. It looks extremely comfortable. He snorted coldly after hearing the system announcement. Is it really a big deal no matter where you buy a house? I used to add 10 reputation points, but this time it actually added 20 points. Only then did other players realize what Xinchuan was doing by exchanging so many things at once in the auction house. The public channel started to shed tears instantly. Oh my God! So we're going to build a house. House. The gap between the rich and the poor is getting bigger and bigger. I still don't have enough to eat, but everyone has a house. How can I still play? What a broken game this is. Can there be a good environment for fair competition? I have to say, I still have one of that sweet. After all, I also exchanged a lot of things for the boss. I am a female, age 22, with a bachelor's degree before joining the game. She has fair skin and good looks, and has no bad habits. I am now looking for a marriage partner. The only requirement is a house. Why don't you just confess your feelings to Xinchuan? There are so many things going on. Who else can have a house except Xinchuan and the whole server now? Oh. Yes. Xinchuan. I can't stand it anymore. Don't let me meet you in the game. You'll have a better time then. Xinchuan ignored the public channel and took advantage of the comfortable and relaxing time to open the system interface. After checking the rankings, there is no doubt that my ranking is as stable as Mount Tai. Ever since he entered the game, no one has been able to shake Xinchuan's top spot. Even if he is ranked second, he is still far away from him. After browsing for a while, I found that the system would automatically push the rankings of players who had communicated with him. When did this system become so humane? Is it an upgrade? I clicked it casually and took a look. Zhao Long was ranked within 100 before he discovered that he died in his own hands, but it was further behind, at 88. Very auspicious. Hey, the person who died in my hands was actually a top 100 person. Xinchuan said a few words slightly mockingly. Xinchuan was not surprised at all. After all, Zhao Long had an S-level defensive talent. With that talent, if only Zhao Long could be more patient. You can completely wait to transfer the blood loss of the super gem, and then kill yourself at the top of the list. However, After Zhao Long's death, his ranking has dropped, and there is no news about him in the list of players across the server. Xinchuan had no interest in studying another dead person, so he continued to check according to the system's notifications. There are very few players who have interacted with Xinchuan, only 5 in total. 4 died. So that's the only one left. Li Menghan? More than 900 people? This girl is not simple. What surprised Xinchuan was that Li Menghan could be ranked within 1,000. Although Xinchuan was confident that Li Menghan would rank higher if he wore his own armor. But according to Xinchuan's idea, the maximum number is 10,000. After all, there are 6 billion players in the server, and there are a lot of casualties now. But the rest is still an astronomical number. To be able to rank within 10,000 people in such a huge crowd is definitely considered an extraordinary talent. Chapter 28. That girl can actually reach 1,000 with just a few pieces of bread and 6 bottles of water? Why on earth is this? After all, when Xinchuan saw that girl before, she looked hungry and thirsty, so she was obviously out of luck. Even if I give her something, I can't support her to live a good life and even be ranked so high. Xinchuan thought hard and couldn't figure out that Zhao Long's original plan of taking advantage of their luck was definitely the wisest choice. Luck can indeed be compromised. After all, Xinchuan is the man with the only SSS level talent. The luck is absolutely overwhelming. And Li Menghan had eaten the things given by Xinchuan himself, which were definitely different from those obtained through system auctions. He even used Xinchuan's bath water. Although it has been purified, the sewage purifier purifies all impurities, not including luck. From then on, Li Menghan could feel that his luck was constantly rising. They even dug up a blueprint of a silver-level elf guardianship today to trade with Xinchuan. How can it not be ranked high? Xinchuan lay on the bed and thought for a long time, and then fell into a deep sleep comfortably. Early the next morning, Xinchuan woke up from the bedroom. Yesterday, I lost too much blood and was injured too much. In addition, lying in the newly made elf guardian house was simply too comfortable. So he slept soundly. When I got up, my physical strength had already been fully restored, and I felt more energetic. Without saying a word, he picked up the shovel, put the elf guard away and rushed out. Why don't you dig it out quickly? Etc. I almost forgot about this. He quickly pulled out the peeping map from his backpack. This map is definitely a good thing in the cave world. The map was densely marked with landmarks, and Xinchuan knew how to use them after just a few glances. This red dot seems to be me. That exclamation mark in front of it must be something strange, right? Xinchuan looked at the map and found that there was no space marked with any good things around. So today Xinchuan's shovel was not wasted. Oh my god, this is so useful! No wonder these 2 people are so confident that they dare to kill me! In normal times, Xinchuan would have shoveled down 4 or 5 times, and then there would be nothing left. This map completely avoids this. After walking around twice, Xinchuan began to look gloomy. There's nothing in such a big place? Isn't this crappy map a fake? No matter where Xinchuan goes, there is nothing on the map. The only important point is the exclamation mark directly in front. Originally, Xinchuan was still a little distrustful, so he deliberately dug 2 shovels into the place where there was nothing on the map. Is there really nothing? This time it was for no reason that Xinchuan didn't believe it. He walked around twice and came back, frowning slightly as he looked at the red exclamation mark. I can't see the monster's attributes. Should I go or not? After a brief hesitation, Xinchuan began to collect the map and walk towards the place marked with an exclamation mark. In front of him was a stone wall that looked extremely hard. Normally Xinchuan would not waste the excavation opportunity on this even if he gave up on himself. It should be right here. After all, it's the only place marked on the map. There was nothing in other places. Even though he knew there were monsters inside, Xinchuan still wanted to go in and take a look. I have a hunch. There's definitely something good here. Chapter 29. There is nothing else anywhere. Although Xinchuan knew there were monsters inside through the map. But he still chose to dig forward. I'm going to meet this monster today. And Xinchuan had a premonition in his heart that there was something good ahead. Xinchuan knew that there would be a fierce battle ahead, so he made sure that his condition was at its best. Then he rubbed his hands, raised the shovel, and dug in hard. Bite. You dug up a piece of granite and found a hidden space. Hidden space? Xinchuan was not surprised at all when he heard the prompt, but was instantly happy. If I didn't have this peeking map, I might not be able to find this hidden space after digging for half my life. And can the things in the hidden space be ordinary? That's a treasure! I sighed again in my heart that the blood last time was really not wasted. He took 2 sips of his drink, then put away his shovel and walked forward. Sure enough, not long after walking, I saw a plate of tempting food. Oh no, it's a tall duck! But in Xinchuan's eyes they were all the same, so he wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. Then he started to observe the duck. Standing on both feet, it is as tall as a person. He has an extremely strong body, extremely well-developed leg muscles, and looks very good at running. Xinchuan frowned. The agility should not be low. A little observation of Xinchuan confirmed that the speed of this duck was not too weak. Then look up again. Fuck! Xinchuan was shocked. It's not that Xinchuan was ignorant, but that the duck's beak was completely different from the generous appearance of other ducks. It was extremely sharp. Just by looking at it, Xinchuan knew that its sharp beak must be much more powerful than Zhao Long's dagger. Silver level! This must be a silver level duck! Wait, this is a duck? Overlord duck, silver level creature. Strength 35. Wisdom 7. Agility 20. Stamina 50. Xinchuan's guess was right. This silver level overlord duck was completely different from the giant python Xinchuan had encountered before. In addition to the low intelligence of wild monsters, their attributes are relatively comprehensive, and their physical strength is not weak at all. Before Xinchuan could continue thinking, he saw someone invading the space. Quack! The bully duck reacted and barked twice. The wings instantly stretched out from both sides of the body, sharp as a double blade. As his wings spread, his body size almost doubled. He flapped his wings and attacked Xinchuan at a very fast speed. The appearance is even more terrifying, and ordinary people would have been frightened by this battle. Although Xinchuan was well prepared before arriving, he was still stunned. Could this be a duck? Xinchuan asked this question again. The speed of the overlord duck was simply too fast, and Xinchuan had not yet reacted. It had already launched an attack in advance. With the help of the acceleration of his wings and the excellent explosive power of his legs, he rushed towards Xinchuan quickly. When he came to Xinchuan, he quickly spread his wings, probably to protect his weak points. Then he pecked the other person hard. It hurts! Although Xinchuan dodges in a hurry, he doesn't know that the speed of Overlord Duck is simply too fast. So he was pecked directly with his sharp beak. Xinchuan felt his state and was shocked. Lost a third of his blood at once? Chapter 30. This means that if I accidentally get pecked 3 times by the opponent, I will be dead right here? Although Xinchuan was shocked, he did not dare to hesitate any longer. Not to mention 3 pecks, even 2 pecks were a bit unbearable. He quickly drew out the ice flame stone axe and took advantage of the moment when the Overlord Duck succeeded in attacking again. He struck the opponent with a fierce axe. There is no time to check whether the Overlord Duck loses blood. The legs were slightly bent, then suddenly tightened. With the help of the recoil, his body jumped back and put some distance between himself and the Overlord Duck. This guy is full of weapons. It's definitely not pleasant to fight with it in close combat. Xinchuan quickly formulated a strategy. During this time, he took out the functional drink as quickly as possible and poured 2 sips into his mouth. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of King Duck's state. I found that even though the Overlord Duck was covered in weapons, it still felt uncomfortable to be hit by an axe. The golden hair had been burned after being chopped by him, and was even continuing to burn. As for the blood loss, it is basically negligible. High attack, high defense, thick blood. How to fight this? Fortunately, the frost and burning effects of the ice flame stone axe are extremely powerful. After receiving an axe blow from himself, the Overlord Duck slowed down a bit. Xinchuan's face began to look gloomy. He quickly took out the bow he had made, put on an arrow and simply aimed, and shot an arrow in an instant. This is Xinchuan's most commonly used attack method. When there was a head-on contact, he struck directly with an axe, took the opportunity to pull away, and then added an arrow as quickly as possible. It just works every time. Fuck! I thought that even if my arrow couldn't bring too much damage, it could at least continue to exert the frost effect. But what Xinchuan couldn't believe was, his arrow was actually knocked away by the other party's wings. Its wings are like two shields and can be used both offensively and defensively. This is definitely a bug. Xinchuan couldn't help but curse in his heart. Overlord Duck blocked Xinchuan's arrow and continued to charge towards him. The Overlord Duck was particularly angry this time. It seemed that Xinchuan's ice flame stone axe made him feel a little uncomfortable. Angry? Are you still angry? It's me who deserves to be angry, okay? No, you pecked out a third of my blood in one go. Damn, what right do you have to be angry? When Xinchuan saw the other party charging towards him angrily, he quickly put away his bow and arrows. After all, the feather arrow has no effect on it. At the same time, he picked up the ice flame stone axe again and began to dodge the opponent's attacks. Then he looked for opportunities to chop at the Overlord Duck. To say that Xinchuan's biggest reliance now is of course not this ice flame stone axe that looks extremely powerful, but the pair of silver level bright blue boots under my feet. His boots of agility were originally silver level, especially when they were inlaid with brilliant blue stones and turned into brilliant blue boots. Even if you encounter a silver level creature, you can still fight. The blue boots increase agility, and the ice flame stone axe applies frost and burning effects to the enemy. The coordinated effect of these two pieces of equipment is perfect when used in Xinchuan's hands. He can always avoid the Overlord Duck's sharp beak and those sharp wings. At the same time, he would find the right opportunity to hit the opponent twice with an axe and drink 2 sips of functional drinks. After several reincarnations like this, Xinchuan had recovered most of his physical strength. But that Overlord Duck was having a hard time. The originally golden duck feathers had been burnt black. Although the blood volume is still healthy, the burning effect is always there. This constant blood loss made it even more uncomfortable. Although its agility is extremely high, Xinchuan's axe is too weird. It was unable to use its full speed to pursue Xinchuan. With scarlet eyes, he stared at Xinchuan extremely angrily and screamed several times. Chapter 31. In the fight just now, Xinchuan confirmed that he had to chop the Overlord Duck at least 10 times. But the duck still lost very little blood. And I don't feel very good either. The physical exertion is too great, especially when you have to maintain super high speed to dodge the attack of the Overlord Duck. You also have to concentrate on finding opportunities to prepare your own attacks. This gradually made Xinchuan unable to bear it any longer. I quickly took 2 more sips of functional drinks. How dare you yell at me? Even if I destroy this axe today, I still have to kill you! Seeing the Overlord Duck staring at him with scarlet eyes, he barked twice, which was obviously an insult. This made Xinchuan furious. The bully duck attacks again. He flapped his wings and used his legs to continue rushing towards Xinchuan. What made Xinchuan a little funny was, the angrier the duck got, the more confused it became. Are you really angry? How dare you flap your wings in front of me? Court death! After Xinchuan sneered, he turned slightly to one side. Avoiding the opponent's sharp beak, he slid his feet to the side of the Overlord Duck. The Overlord Duck's pupils suddenly tightened, and he hurriedly tried to close his wings. But Xinchuan reacted so quickly, how could he give it this chance? It was clean and neat, and he gave it a hard slash with the axe under its folded wings. Lose blood. Seriously injured. Succeeded. You are called King Duck after all, why are you so stupid? Xinchuan smiled. As expected, the Overlord Duck had no defense at all under its wings. Seeing that he could not attack Xinchuan, the duck's low intelligence made the duck anxious. So he used all his speed to attack Xinchuan. And when they fought for the first time, Xinchuan knew that this guy was full of weapons. Especially those wings, which can even deflect his own arrows without any damage. It is simply attackable and defensive. So even though Xinchuan slashed it many times, the amount of blood it lost was very small. There must be weak points under heavy defense. This is a theory that cannot be escaped. Just when Xinchuan was in a dilemma, he didn't expect Overlord Duck to be anxious too. In pursuit of full speed, he gave up his defense and attacked Xinchuan. Of course, Xinchuan would not let go of such a good opportunity. He picked up the ice flame stone axe and slashed it hard with the axe. Easily cut through the flesh, leaving a shockingly huge wound on its body. The wound continued to burn, causing it a heart-piercing pain. The Overlord Duck let out a scream, and his body became slightly unstable. Xinchuan hurriedly checked its status. It's bleeding! The blood loss of this attack was better than the 10 axes in front of him. This made Xinchuan happy. Compared to Xinchuan, Overlord Duck is in a much more dangerous situation now. If he had been calmer just now, although he could not attack Xinchuan, he could definitely wear him to death. After all, Xinchuan couldn't hold on for too long while dodging at such high speed. The situation is completely different now. Overlord Duck was seriously injured by Xinchuan and looked even more angry. No longer caring about his injuries, he folded his wings and continued to attack Xinchuan. Are you going to fight to the death? Xinchuan looked at the sharp beak in front of him and sneered. Although the Overlord Duck folded its wings, Xinchuan knew clearly that there was a huge wound left by himself under the wings. So every time the axe is swung, it is directed at the wound in an extremely insidious manner. Overlord Duck was worried before because he could not attack Xinchuan. Now the injury is getting worse and worse, and all attributes have dropped significantly. Where can I peg him? Chapter 32. So it didn't take too long before Xinchuan gave him more than a dozen axe blows. The Overlord Duck could no longer endure the injuries inside his body. His legs could no longer support him, and he fell heavily. I can't kill you! Xinchuan took 2 sips of his drink and looked at the dying Overlord Duck. Walk up to him and kill him with an axe. Bite. Congratulations to Adventurer Xinchuan for killing a silver-level advanced monster and unlocking the achievement, Overlord Hunter. All servers have been notified. Xinchuan just sat down to rest for a while. When he heard the unlocked achievement, he immediately cursed. What a bullshit achievement! Overlord Hunter? You are bragging, don't take me with you! Just by killing a duck and achieving such an amazing achievement, are you sure you are not pushing yourself to the forefront? Of course, Xinchuan knew that at this time, the world's public channels had exploded again. I couldn't help but take a look and wonder what everyone was talking about. My dear! Overlord Hunter? Are you so awesome? Overlord? Which Overlord? It should be very strong, right? Which bully does he care about? Do you think he is weak after hearing this name? That is, can you achieve this kind of achievement by killing a chicken or a duck? The Overlord must be very strong. Then isn't Xinchuan stronger? The corners of Xinchuan's mouth twitched slightly. Would you believe me if I said I killed a real duck? Xinchuan took 2 sips of the drink and his physical strength had been restored. He quickly went to inspect his trophies. After all, he knew there was a monster and still dug here because he thought there was a treasure here. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for getting crispy duck meat *5, affected by 100 times critical hit, and a total of duck meat *500. A row of black lines appeared on Xinchuan's forehead. Sure enough, the bigger you are, the more meat you lose, right? That's not what he wants. Continuing to rummage in the space, his eyes were attracted by a scroll item under the duck meat. The scroll is made of parchment paper and has a loose style, with a cotton rope randomly tied in the middle. Xinchuan immediately opened it and took a look. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for obtaining the special skill scroll. You can't see me. Special skill scroll, consumable skill book. Effect. If you do not take the initiative to attack within 10 minutes, the opponent will not be able to observe your body. Note, the skill scroll is a one-time consumable and will be added to the adventurer's skills after being learned. Xinchuan was originally ready to complain about this name, but when he heard the introduction of the system, he was so surprised that he almost jumped up. Isn't this the equivalent of being invisible? Invincible. Absolutely invincible. Although the racial talent that Xinchuan drew was the only SSS level talent, it provided a lot of help to Xinchuan's life. But this is not a fighting talent. Even when they met Xiaolong, who had S-level defensive talent, and Qingqing, who had A-level talent, they were a little at a loss. And now that he has this skill book, it means that Xinchuan finally has his own skills. Although it is not a combat skill, Xinchuan clearly knows how powerful the invisibility effect is. Damn it! I finally have to say goodbye to the skill whiteboard. Xinchuan held the skill scroll tightly and said excitedly. By the way, how do you learn this? It costs 500 gold coins to learn special skill scrolls. Xinchuan was speechless for a moment after hearing this prompt. I killed the duck. The scroll is mine. Do I have to spend money to study? There is no sense in this. Quickly checking his assets, Xinchuan had a dark look on his face. Damn it! Too much lavish spending! Xinchuan used to be a wealthy person, but he spent a lot of money cleaning the store. Now I didn't even notice that I was already short of money. Hurry up and put some drinks on the shelves and sell gold coins. Chapter 33. At this time, Xinchuan knew what it meant to stump a heroic man for a penny. After all, he is still at the top of the list, but now he can't even get a measly 500 gold coins. Although other players have been unable to come up with it. But this did not prevent them from mocking Xinchuan on the public channel. Did you see it? Even the top boss went bankrupt when he bought an apartment, so you can't blame us for not working hard enough. Xinchuan's functional drinks were still very popular, and it didn't take long for the drinks to be emptied. Xinchuan also became rich again. Nonsense! 10 gold coins per bottle is calculated based on the price of 5 gold coins per bottle of mineral water in the system mall. 2 bottles of mineral water are combined into 1 bottle of drink. Xinchuan made no money at all, okay? While he was happy, Xinchuan felt that he had been really stupid before. 6 gold coins per bottle are recycled by the system. How stupid does one have to be to do such a thing? Take out 500 gold coins. Learn a skill! Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for successfully learning the special skill. You can't see me. Xinchuan glanced at his attribute panel. I found that a skill appeared in the column of adventurer skills that had been blank. He couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. Marvelous! What a magical skill! Pick up the shovel and keep digging. Because of the existence of the snooping map, Xinchuan wandered around for a long time. But there are still many excavation opportunities left. I looked at the map a few times to make sure there was nothing valuable around. Since the excavator would be emptied the next day if it was not used up, Xinchuan started digging at will. Basically, there is no longer the empty prompt that often appeared before. But what was harvested were also things of low value. It took a lot of physical energy. But Xinchuan was not anxious at all. After eating 2 pieces of bread, I recovered a bit. Pick up the shovel and keep digging. Snowflake icon? What's the meaning? Xinchuan looked at the snowflake icon marked directly in front of the map. Obviously a little confused. Forget it, just dig in and take a look and you'll find out. Without hesitating for too long, he picked up the iron ball and smashed it down with a shovel. The sky is covered with ice and snow. The chill was so intense that Xinchuan couldn't help but shudder. It turns out to be an ice and snow space. Xinchuan didn't make any preparations to keep warm, so he walked in with his feet up. He now has a high blood pressure and a strong toothache even if a tiger bites him. Of course I won't be afraid of these snowstorms. Entering the ice and snow space, you find that the view is extremely broad. The sky is filled with white, extremely pure. But apart from these there is nothing else to see. Someone! Hearing the noise, 2 people rushed over quickly. The 2 men had snow-white hair and very light eyebrows. The skin is also snow-white, but it can be seen that it is absolutely healthy. Human? Xinchuan was shocked when he saw the 2 running towards him. He was sure that these 2 people were not the players who entered the game with him. Then there is only one explanation. Are there humans in addition to monsters in this game? Xinchuan began to think carefully in his heart, and did not launch an attack first. The 2 people also looked strange when they saw Xinchuan. The same type, of course, is not the same as fighting and killing monsters when you see them. Especially when I discovered that language can still communicate. The two of them immediately greeted Shinchuan. Hello, we are from the Snow Tribe. Tribe? So this ice and snow space is their territory? Shinchuan nodded quickly and responded. Chapter 34. I didn't mean any harm, I just dug here accidentally. Naturally, Shinchuan would not leave just like that. A brief exchange would be fine. Especially after establishing a good relationship, I can dig out a few snow lotuses and the like here. That's a great supplement. When the two of them saw Shinchuan showing no hostility, they became excited and raised their light eyebrows very high. Which tribe are you from? It's the first time I've seen a human like you. Would you like to come to our tribe as a guest? Shinchuan was speechless. This is also my first time seeing humans like you. When he heard that the other party invited him to be a guest, Shinchuan did not refuse. Following the two of them into the tribe, they found that the life here was relatively primitive. The two introduced the situation in the tribe to Shinchuan without hiding anything. Then he led Shinchuan directly to see the clan leader. I am the patriarch here, what is your name? The clan leader looked at Shinchuan with joy and asked. He has more knowledge, so it's not surprising that Shinchuan's appearance is completely different from that of his own tribe. My name is Shinchuan. I have met the clan leader. You're just a guest, so you're welcome. I see that you are very powerful. Can you help deal with the snow snakes in the snowy forest? A row of black lines appeared on Shinchuan's forehead. Asking help to deal with trouble as soon as the guests arrive? The patriarch said you're welcome, but he was really rude. Snow snake? You don't need to kill it, just take out the snow clan egg it protects. What's the benefit? Shinchuan was not interested at all in why they wanted snow clan eggs and asked directly about the benefits. Since you are not polite, then I will not be polite either. If it's beneficial, it's okay to talk about it. If it's not beneficial, then don't talk about it. The patriarch laughed. Young Master Shin is indeed a cheerful person. The good thing is, you can talk about whatever you like. Shinchuan was about to say, then I won't be polite. But then I took a look, and there was nothing but ice and snow here. I didn't even see the few snow lotus I wanted to dig. What good stuff could there be? Shinchuan's head was a little dazed, and he waved his hand. Forget it, let me go and get it for you. It just so happens that I also want to see what the snow clan eggs guarded by the snow snake are. Anyway, it was not difficult for Shinchuan, and he just wanted to try his newly acquired skills. The patriarch asked happily. What do you need, young hero? I'll get ready right now. Shinchuan shook his head. It takes 10 minutes to prepare and nothing else. The clan leader was slightly startled. Only 10 minutes of preparation time is needed? Why is he so confident? Only 10 minutes? Do you really don't need any other preparations? The snow snake is an extremely powerful being. Our entire tribe has no way to deal with it. Young hero, you'd better be careful. Shinchuan shook his head and said with unusual certainty. It only takes 10 minutes, nothing else is needed. I'm not looking for it to fight. Why prepare so much? Seeing that Shinchuan was extremely confident, the patriarch stopped trying to persuade him. At the same time, he was very curious and wanted to see what Shinchuan had prepared in the past 10 minutes. But 10 minutes have almost passed, and Shinchuan has not prepared anything. Just look at the surrounding environment in the tribe, pick up a shovel and dig a few times at will. Young hero, 10 minutes have passed and you haven't started preparing yet? Huh! Where are the people? Damn it! Just disappeared on the spot? A living person who was looking at the scenery a moment ago. How could it not be shocking to disappear in the next second? A man stepped forward and looked at the clan leader with a bitter look on his face and said, Clan leader, I feel like there's something a little unclean in our tribe lately. I also feel like there's something dirty. The skills Shinchuan just learned cannot be seen by me. Preparation time 10 minutes. Chapter 35. As long as Shinchuan does not launch an attack within these 10 minutes, he is ready. Shinchuan saw everyone's reaction and confirmed that they really couldn't see him. Then he walked towards the snowy forest with some confidence. With the map sent by the tribe as a guide, Xinchuan arrived at the snowy forest without any surprises on the way. Isn't this forest much colder than in the tribe? Is it that Snow Snake? Xinchuan was once again glad that he did not come to fight with Snow Snake. Continue walking towards the interior of the forest. Not far away, I saw an extremely huge snow snake, which was taking a nap. Xinchuan was shocked. Subconsciously, he wanted to attack first. But suddenly he thought that it couldn't see him, and he felt relieved. Damn! Your instinctive reaction almost killed someone. If he couldn't help but attack just now, he would definitely die miserably. After all, the snow snake was different from the other monsters he encountered, and was obviously of a higher level. No matter how confident Xinchuan is, he doesn't think he can be its opponent. Go around the snow snake and walk to the lair. I found 2 red and white eggs inside. It's not big in size, but its aura is definitely extraordinary. 1 is for taking, and 2 is for taking. Thinking of this, Xinchuan actually stole 2 Snow Clan eggs right under its nose without anyone noticing. Carefully place the 2 Snow Clan eggs into your inventory. Xinchuan was almost laughing out loud at this time. I can already imagine its expression when it reacts. You will definitely be confused. Without staying too long, he hurriedly left the snowy forest and returned to the tribe. Invisibility status is lifted. The clan leader was relieved when he saw Xinchuan reappearing in front of him. Young hero, where were you just now? Didn't you make preparations as promised? Can we start getting the eggs now? Xinchuan was speechless and took out the 2 Snow Clan eggs directly from his backpack. I've got it back. I'll give you 1. Did you get it back? Damn it! It's true! The clan leader and his clan members looked at the 2 Snow Clan eggs in Xinchuan's hands with wide eyes and shock. That's right! It's guaranteed to be true! The patriarch quickly asked in disbelief. How did you do that? How did you leave when we didn't see you? Xinchuan was too lazy to pay attention to them. Didn't you also see the snow snake? Give 1 directly to the other party, and then pocket the other. The mountain man has a clever plan! The clan leader didn't want to speak when he saw the other party, and didn't ask any more questions. He stepped forward and whispered. If the young hero can kill the snow snake, there will definitely be a bigger reward. Xinchuan thought about the snow snake he saw just now. He quickly shook his head. Isn't this asking yourself to die? I'm not strong enough now, let's talk about it later. The patriarch said that Xinchuan was definitely being humble. Xinchuan said that you definitely want to kill me if you praise me so much. Only Xinchuan knew how he got back these 2 Snow Clan eggs. The clan leader and the others thought Xinchuan was having a fight with Snow Snake. After grabbing 2 Snow Clan eggs, he escaped completely. If I were so awesome, I could just kill it instantly. So Xinchuan didn't agree to kill the Snow Snake no matter what. The clan leader had no choice but to take out a scroll and hand it to Xinchuan. This is? Xinchuan was shocked, then overjoyed. Another skill scroll? The patriarch explained. This is the teleportation scroll. Wait until the young hero is confident that he can kill the snow snake. You can teleport back through the scroll at any time. Although Xinchuan was a little disappointed. But I was still very happy. Chapter 36. When you can't beat, just leave. When you beat, you can come back to fight at any time. Where can I find such good things? Leaving the ice and snow space, I found that the number of excavations had been exhausted. Then he summoned his own silver-level elf guardian. He didn't rest for a while. After all, the trip to the Snow Clan was completely effortless. Go check out the store again and buy something? Just buy it. Xinchuan made a lot of money selling drinks and began to squander it wildly again. Xinchuan's consumption amount on the consumption list began to rise instantly. A series of slaps in the face began on the public channel. Who said this person is bankrupt? Does this look like a bankrupt person? The man who has mastered the bugs in the game is indeed not something we mortals can fully understand. Even if I have a fraction of what he consumes, why would I eat dirt every day? I'm holding a steamed bun in my hand, and there's not a drop of oil in the dish. Damn it! There's still food? Tell me your location and I'll kill you right now! Xinchuan ignored the public channel and continued to scan the store. Incubator drawings? Xinchuan took out the snow snake egg from his backpack and took it out immediately. What would happen if I hatched this thing? Then don't you have pets? I took a second look and immediately decided to buy it. This is? After buying the incubator drawings, I didn't immediately check what materials were needed. Because the store detected that Xinchuan purchased the incubator drawings, it automatically pushed an item. Attribute adjuster drawings can be used to adjust pet attributes, priced at 10 gold coins each. So humane! I seriously doubt that this game has changed its system. Either system upgrade. 10 gold coins each, Xinchuan purchased 10 of them directly. After all, if a batch with poor attributes is hatched, what's the use of carrying it? Only then did I open the incubator blueprint, hoping to hatch the snow snake eggs as soon as possible. Making an incubator requires 10 magic stones, 3 fine irons, and 2 precision components. Philosopher's Stone? What is that? Xinchuan didn't know how long it would take to change something that he had never heard of. Neither did other players. As for refined iron, it's easy to say, just change some iron blocks and forge it yourself. Precision components? Have to change too. Hurry up and put functional drinks on the shelves in exchange for iron blocks and precision components. It is then forged into fine iron. Here comes the magic stone that troubles Xinchuan the most. Other players would have been so desperate that they complained about buying a useless blueprint. But Xinchuan was different. He has a derivative skill, which is making a wish. It takes 10 mining opportunities, but today's opportunities have been used up. This caused Xinchuan some trouble. Forget it, let's wait until tomorrow. When Xinchuan thought of this, he lay on the bed and fell asleep beautifully. Early the next morning, Xinchuan woke up from bed. There was no time to wash up and eat, so I quickly turned on the wishing function. The goal is extremely clear. He rubbed his hands together and made a prayer gesture. I wish for the pieces of the magic stone. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer who made his wish successfully and received 100 magic stone fragments. He was affected by 100 times critical hit and received a total of 10,000 magic stone fragments. I didn't know what this was yesterday, and I kept worrying about it. 10,000 people came directly today? Xinchuan was overjoyed. Quickly open the incubator drawing and start making the incubator. Put 10 magic stones into it, plus the rest of the materials. Make an incubator! Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for successfully producing and getting an incubator. Incubator can be used to hatch pet eggs. Chapter 37. Xinchuan didn't hesitate at all. Take out the newly made incubator directly. Then he carefully put the Snow Clan egg stolen from the Snow Snake into it. Soon the incubator started operating. The red and white Snow Clan eggs immediately started to move. The Snow Clan egg, which was originally quiet, can now clearly see the surface of the eggshell vibrating slightly. Then the vibration became more and more severe, and it even started to twist from side to side. You can faintly see the luster coming out from the inside. Are you coming out? Xinchuan kept staring at the egg in front of him. I felt extremely nervous and excited. Holy crap! Why do I feel like I'm waiting for a baby to be born? Indeed, Xinchuan's current state really resembles his father outside the obstetrics and gynecology department. Do you want a boy or a girl? Thinking of this, Xinchuan's mouth felt bitter. I quickly took 2 sips of the drink. Keep staring at the egg. Without waiting too long, the eggshell began to crack from the top. A small hole was broken. When Xinchuan saw this, his heart suddenly tightened. It's coming out! He didn't even dare to take a breath, his eyes fixed on the broken shell position. Afraid of missing something, a small snake slowly poked its head out from the broken shell. The first thing they do after hatching is to open their mouths and eat the huge eggshell. Eat it right after it's hatched? Xinchuan stared at this picture blankly, a little speechless. Even the snake Xinchuan could tell it was enjoying its meal. After a while, the eggshell was completely eaten by it, looking extremely satisfied. The body's shape also becomes smoother. The little snow snake was very happy. After eating the eggshell, its body gradually transformed into a little girl. His eyes were dark and bright, and he began to look at Xinchuan curiously. 2 white braids hang down behind her, and she wears a white long skirt. Her bare feet are white and tender, and her little face is very pink and cute. The figure floated around Xinchuan, spinning around him. Damn it! It's actually divided into human form and body? Xinchuan swallowed hard and looked into those beautiful big eyes. He greeted softly and said, "Hello. What's your name?" Xinchuan was dazed by the other party's shock and asked cautiously. Snow Snake stopped in front of Xinchuan and looked at him with some confusion. "Sure enough, can't we communicate?" Xinchuan was speechless. "What should we do if we fight together in the future?" I quickly checked the pet description page, hoping to solve this problem as soon as possible. Then I breathed a sigh of relief, and it turned out that the other party had just hatched. Become an adventurer's pet to communicate with yourself. Spend 200 gold coins to purchase the contract. Extend your fingers and join them together. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for successfully signing the contract and getting the pet, Snow Snake. The process was extremely smooth. After all, the difficulty in obtaining pets was not in signing the contract, but in the pet eggs. Xinchuan was extremely satisfied, looked at the human-shaped Snow Snake in front of him again and asked, "What's your name?" The little girl shook her head. The name was given by her parents. Of course, she didn't know it when she was hatched. "Then let me get one for you." Xinchuan was so excited. Snow Snake was also very happy and nodded quickly. Xinchuan looked at the other person up and down, and after a moment he had an idea. "I see you are white from head to toe." If Xiao He didn't let Xiao He talk about this, would he be able to handle it? Thinking of this, Xinchuan said with unusual certainty, "Then you will be called Xiao He from now on." Unexpectedly, the little girl immediately became angry when she heard this. He put his hands on his small waist and shook his head vigorously, obviously dissatisfied with the name. Chapter 38. Xinchuan was a little embarrassed and blurted out, "Then call me Ashu. You should be satisfied with this name, right?" The little girl thought for a while and nodded happily. Xinchuan thought for a while. She should be able to help him fight, right? After all, the Snow Snake I saw before could feel extremely powerful with just its breath. But look at this very cute little girl. Xinchuan muttered somewhat speechlessly. "You must not be strong." Then he clicked on Ashu's attributes. Pet, Axu Snow Snake. Level, LV1. Strength, 15. Wisdom, 13. Agility, 20. Physical strength, 10. Pet skills, not learned yet. Damn it! So strong? This newly hatched pet. Except that his physical strength is 1 point lower than Xinchuan's. Other attributes are completely inferior to Xinchuan when he first entered the game. Xinchuan looked at Ashuet and laughed twice awkwardly. Sure enough, no matter what game, the initial attributes of the human race are the weakest. "Would you like something to eat?" Xinchuan watched the little girl wander around with a curious look on her face. Worried that she was hungry, she asked quickly. Axu turned around and looked at Xinchuan, nodding happily. Xinchuan grilled the other party some fish and the duck he just got. "I have drinks here, you'd better drink milk." Xinchuan specially bought a few bottles of milk from the store and placed them in front of the other party. Although snakes are not mammals, they are always nutritious if you drink them as water, right? Seeing a shui eating happily, Xinchuan felt inexplicably satisfied. Is this what raising a child is? During this free time, Xinchuan picked up another thing and started studying it. Also purchased with the incubator are attribute modifiers. Although Axe's attributes were not bad, Xinchuan knew that it was already low among other creatures. "Axu, I want to help you adjust your attributes to make you stronger," Xinchuan said. Axu was eating heavily and nodded very casually. Xinchuan was speechless. He took out the 10 attribute adjusters he purchased. Start adjusting the attributes of Ashu. "They all blow my mind." Bite. The attribute adjustment of Pet Axu failed, and the original attributes remain unchanged. Xinchuan didn't have high hopes for the first time, so he bought 10 copies at once. "Go on! Explode! Bite. The attribute adjustment of pet Axa failed, the strength is -3, and the other attributes remain unchanged. Do you want to maintain the original attributes? It's still down. Shinchuan stretched out his trembling hand, afraid that he would click the wrong one. When the time comes, not only will my intestines be filled with regret, but Ah Shui will also be unable to explain it. Fortunately, that's right. Shinchuan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Look at the remaining 8 property modifiers. Start adjusting properties. Hearing the system buzzing, Shinchuan was completely confused. Not even a single attribute added. It has been lowered several times. Is there anyone so cheating? After 10 attribute adjustments, there are no useful attributes at all. At this time, Ah Shui had already eaten and drank enough, rubbing her round belly and floating in front of Shinchuan. He opened his big black eyes with great expectation. You promise to help me become stronger? Shinchuan was a little embarrassed. You have money! Don't worry, go ahead and continue buying. 10 gold coins each, I bought 100 of them this time. Even Shinchuan couldn't help but feel sad for the expenditure of 1,000 gold coins. Is this what raising a child is? It's so expensive! Chapter 39. Shinchuan repeated the operation mechanically, gradually becoming frustrated. But you can see Ah Shui's eyes still looking forward to it. Instantly refreshed. Grandma's! I don't believe it today! After using up the 100 attribute adjusters, Shinchuan looked at Axe's attributes again. He burst into tears. It's not easy! Finally improved a lot! Now Ashu's strength has been increased to 18 points. Wisdom has also been increased to 20. Especially agility, which has been improved by a full 10 points. The physical strength needs to be improved a little less, only 11 points. Except for agility, although other attributes are relatively average. But Shinchuan knew that this was just the adjusted original attribute. After all, pets still need to be nurtured. Not bad! You are already very strong now! Shinchuan looked at Ashu and nodded. Axa walked around Shinchuan in a somewhat confused manner. Sure enough, I found that my speed was much faster than before. Extremely excited, he rubbed it on Shinchuan's face. Shinchuan was in a much better mood. Since arriving in the cave world, he has rarely had contact with other people. Now that you have such a cute and powerful pet, how can you not be happy? Pick up the shovel and continue digging with the little guy. He only used it 10 times to make a wish today, so there was still more left. But Shinchuan, who had a peek at the map, still didn't gain much. It's not that the map isn't useful, it's just that there are too few good ones. Is something strange? Shinchuan originally wanted to avoid it because there was nothing good in it. But he wanted to see how Ashu's actual combat ability was, so that he could also cooperate with the tacit understanding between the two parties. Defeating monsters is naturally the best way. Looking at Ah Shui floating in front of him, Shinchuan began to speak bitterly. Axu, a child from a poor family, has long been the master. You have to learn to fight too. Ashu was looking at a stone curiously in front of her. Hearing Shinchuan talking to him, he quickly flew back. Without any psychological resistance, he nodded vigorously. It's just a little curious. Are we poor? But there seems to be no shortage of food, and there is also milk to drink. Yes, it seems to like drinking milk. This left Shinchuan speechless. It was obviously not a mammal. Then, when I attract it, you can solve it. Shinchuan and Ah Shui briefly discussed tactics. It can be said to be a very direct way to defeat monsters. Flesh to resist monsters, flexible to kill. Then he smashed it down with a shovel. Bite. You dug up a piece of granite and found a space. Shinchuan was about to step in to attract the monster. But he didn't expect that he was a step too late. Axa couldn't wait and quickly drifted in. This made Shinchuan stunned. Hey! That's not what we discussed just now! Fearing that Ah Shui was in danger, she hurriedly ran in with her bow and arrow. As soon as he entered the space, he saw Axa struggling with a gray wolf that was as tall as a person without saying a word. This little guy is really warlike! Shinchuan was no longer worried at this time, although the gray wolf was equally fast. But after Ashu's attributes have been adjusted, her agility has definitely reached the silver level. It is impossible to be bitten by a gray wolf. It was dodging up, down, left and right above the gray wolf's head, making the gray wolf very upset. Only. Ashu raised her pink fists and hit the gray wolf hard on the head. But it doesn't hurt or itch. If she keeps hitting her like this, I don't know how long it will last. Shinchuan rubbed his forehead speechlessly. Chapter 40. As expected, it depends on agility. When Shinchuan saw that Ashue had successfully pulled the gray wolf, he picked up the axe and ran forward and chopped it down. Axis saw that she was not dead after being beaten so many times. Shinchuan just hit the opponent with an axe and the opponent died. For a moment, he held his hands and looked at Shinchuan with admiration. Shinchuan chuckled. It's not me who's great, it's you who entangled it. This is simply the easiest battle since Shinchuan came to the cave world. Take Ashu to collect the loot and continue digging forward. Soon he entered the next space. Shinchuan knew there was a monster from looking at the map, so he carefully dug it out and carefully observed it outside. He didn't forget to reach out and grab Aksu, letting her rest on his shoulder. He was afraid that she would rush forward if she slipped away again. System prompt: One-horned rhinoceros, silver-level creature. The defense is extremely powerful. Shinchuan couldn't help rolling his eyes. You didn't mention the attack at all. Just by looking at the opponent's sharp horns, Shinchuan could tell that the two rhinoceroses were not only powerful in defense without using eagle-eye skills. The attack is definitely not covered. Aksu, be careful this time and pay attention to their horns. Seeing Shinchuan's seriousness, Ashu didn't dare to take it seriously. He nodded and listened to Shinchuan's arrangements. Before Shinchuan could think anything more, the two rhinos saw someone invading the space. He immediately rushed towards them. The horns were so sharp that Shinchuan didn't even want to touch them. Aksu, go hold the other end, and I'll kill this one first. As soon as he finished speaking, Aksu left Shinchuan's shoulder and struggled with the one-horned rhinoceros on the other side who looked slightly weaker. Shinchuan was not worried about Ashu's condition at all. Relying on Ashu's body shape and agility, this inflexible rhinoceros could not hurt her at all. What he has to worry about is himself. Shinchuan drew out the ice flame stone axe and narrowly avoided the impact of the rhinoceros in front of him. Then he gave the opponent a hard chop with an axe. No harm. Shinchuan was a little doubtful about life at this time. Being unable to break through the defense means that no matter how powerful the ice flame stone axe is, frost and burn effects cannot be applied. Holy crap! What kind of thick-skinned monster is this? At the same time, pray silently in your heart. Ashwe, don't waste your efforts beating it up. Just save your energy, and don't let the opponent attack you. But... Shinchuan turned his head and glanced, and the corner of his mouth suddenly twitched violently. Ashu sat on the back of another rhinoceros, holding its horn firmly with one hand. The other hand was clenched into a fist and kept hitting the cow's head. There was a loud banging sound when it was hit, but Shinchuan probably didn't lose any blood at all. After all, even if he strikes with an axe, he won't be hurt. Not to mention her pink little fists. The fist must hurt, right? Shinchuan wanted to remind Ashu again, just hold him back first. They waited until they had their hands free to deal with it together, but the rhinoceros they faced had already turned around. Facing such sharp and pointed horns, even Shinchuan did not dare to be too distracted. I can only observe Axe's condition and feel relieved when I find that she is healthy. Axe's agility is extremely high, but Shinchuan is not immune either. Rhino's two full-force collisions failed to succeed. Hiding like this is not an option. Shinchuan dodged another blow and looked at Ashu again. She is still beating the rhinoceros. Although Ashu's attack didn't hurt, the rhinoceros was completely unable to attack the opponent. He was also ridden on his back, grabbed the horns of the bull, and kept beating and harassing him, which made him extremely angry. He began to shake his body violently, trying to knock Ashu off his back. But Ashwa clung to it with both hands, and there was nothing that could be done about the rhinoceros. This girl really pursues violence. Chapter 41. Shinchuan swung his axe and struck the rhinoceros hard on the head. The rhinoceros showed no sign of weakness and greeted him with his horns. Still no injuries. There was a violent crash. Shinchuan's hands were numb from the shock, and he couldn't hold the axe firmly. Oh shit! Are you so exaggerated? No weakness at all? The defense of this guy's whole body was astonishing, and Shinchuan was helpless for a moment. Shinchuan was frowning and thinking about how to break through the opponent's defense. Axa and Shinchuan took the initiative to communicate. When Shinchuan heard the other party's words, his eyes began to brighten. You mean the rhinoceros you punched lost blood? Shinchuan said in disbelief. Ashu said that she beat the rhinoceros so much that it hurt, and it was about to die. Of course, this shocked Shinchuan. I hit the other side with an axe without losing any blood, but you beat the cow on its back for a long time until it almost died. Although Shinchuan didn't believe it, he also knew that as a pet, Ashu couldn't lie to him. Especially when a newly hatched one is so cute, what could be so evil about it? And if Ashu just sat on the rhino's back and beat it a few times without any pain? There was no reason for that rhino to be so angry. Of course, wild monsters have no dignity, and only pain can easily make them angry. I'll check its condition first. Shinchuan was fighting the rhinoceros in front of him while observing the condition of the other end. Really? Ashu did not lie to herself. That rhino actually lost a lot of blood. No wonder he tried his best to throw a shui off his body. This gave Shinchuan hope. The head actually has the worst defense. After Shinchuan struck the rhinoceros opposite him several times with no results. Naturally, I thought about attacking the opponent's head. But every time Shinchuan struck with an axe, the one-horned rhinoceros took the initiative to hit him hard with his head. Shinchuan's mouth trembles every time. This made Shinchuan mistakenly think that its head had the strongest defense, so he dared to actively collide with the ice flame stone axe with his head. It seems that the rhinoceros chose to butt with its horns instead of its head. What a one-horned rhinoceros! Shinchuan sneered. He picked up the ice flame stone axe again, when the mad rhinoceros rushed over. The stone axe drew a scorching arc, and the rhinoceros still hit it hard with its horns. Shinchuan feels very uncomfortable now. Oh shit! I quickly took 2 sips of functional drinks. The rhino's horns were too big to target, so even Shinchuan found the weakness. But it is too difficult to cut directly head-on with a stone axe. You can't wait for Axa to beat that rhinoceros to death, and then come over and beat this one, right? Shinchuan quickly shook his head. He would be so inhumane. He looked down at his bow and arrow. When the stone axe couldn't break through the opponent's defense, Shinchuan chose to put away his bow and arrows. But at this time, the stone axe cannot find the target, and the bow and arrow are faster. Taking advantage of the opportunity for the opponent to turn around, he drew his bow and shot an arrow straight at him. A whooshing sound broke through the air, and the eyes of the one-horned rhino suddenly shrank. Seeing the cold light in his eyes getting bigger and bigger, he quickly chose to intercept it with his horns. The feather arrow was cut in half by the horn of the cow. However, Shinchuan sneered. You want to hide away so easily? There is another one behind the feather arrow. Rubbing the horns and hitting him in the head. Rhino is seriously injured. Lying on the ground, he kept screaming furiously. Without any hesitation, Shinchuan shot a few more arrows at his head. Kill it directly. There was no time to look at the loot, so he hurried to help Ashu. Ashu is very tired now. After all, the rhinoceros is too strong. Although Ashu cannot be attacked, Ashu must hold on to the horns tightly to prevent the opponent from falling off. Chapter 42. And he kept hitting it with his fist. This end is a little simpler. After all, Shinchuan knew their weaknesses. He held the panting axe on his shoulders and sat down, and got her 2 bottles of milk. Ashu drank it extremely happily. Shinchuan took Axa to inspect his trophies. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for getting Rhino Meat *50. The bow is affected by 100 times critical hit and gets Rhino Meat *5000. Damn it! I'll eat your meat right now! Without saying a word, Shinchuan took out the barbecue grill and started grilling the newly obtained beef. The skin is rough and the meat is thick, please bake it for a while. He looked at Axis sitting on his shoulder and drinking milk. Shinchuan couldn't help but poke her little face with his finger. I really want to thank you just now. Ashu put down the bottle and shook her head happily. Again, you're welcome. Then he handed the bottle to Shinchuan and asked him to take a few sips. Shinchuan reached out and wiped the milk stains from the corners of her mouth, took out 2 cans of functional drinks, shook his head and smiled. I drink this. I once again lamented how wonderful it is to have a daughter. Although it cost a lot of money at the beginning, it is still very considerate and powerful. Okay. Axis stared curiously at the functional drink Shinchuan took out. Shinchuan gave her a few tastes, but Asui spit it out as soon as it reached her mouth. Shinchuan laughed dumbly. Do you really still like drinking milk? After roasting for a long time, the meat was finally ready to eat. Axu quickly jumped off Shinchuan's shoulder and reached out to grab the meat to eat. Shinchuan held the other party. Put some of this first. While talking, he took out the seasoning packet given by the goblin. He didn't take the goblin's original confession to heart at all. Whatever you say comes. Just when Shinchuan sprinkled the seasoning bag on the fragrant beef, the treasure goblin had already rushed over in a hurry. Shinchuan felt a scream above his head, which was the sound coming from the induction collar. You're going too far. You use my seasoning bag and you don't ask me to eat it together. Shinchuan was not embarrassed at all. He expected that the goblin would come after smelling the fragrance. The reason why we didn't have a barbecue in the Elf Guardian house was precisely because we wanted to attract the goblins. Of course, not with good intentions. As soon as the goblin arrived, he saw Axa next to Shinchuan and sighed. Your pet is quite cute. Shinchuan couldn't help but laugh. Thank you, she said you are quite ugly. The goblin was angry and reached out to grab 2 fat pieces of beef. What I call turning grief and anger into appetite. Don't even think about it. Shinchuan slapped the goblin away with one hand, and then the master and servant ate beef. The goblin drooled anxiously as he watched the beef being destroyed bit by the 2 of them. So hard it was soaked. Seeing that the time had come, Shinchuan picked up a piece of beef and shook it in front of the goblin's eyes. Want to eat? Give me something. The goblin couldn't help but curse a few words, but he still couldn't resist the temptation. What would you like? Shinchuan thought for a while and looked at Ashu. The agility is very high, but it's too brittle. It's easy to get attacked and seriously injured if you're not careful. I know pets can be cultivated. Do you have anything that can increase her blood volume? The goblin gritted his teeth, grabbed the beef, took 2 bites, and said harshly, Have! Then he handed Shinchuan a red pill with tears in his eyes. Shinchuan took the red pill, felt very happy, and then complained. You're not a fighting type. What's the use of keeping these things? You're still so stingy. Primary blood blasting pill. Nice one. Chapter 43. This treasure goblin really has everything. It's just a ghost. If you don't see a rabbit, you won't let go of the eagle, and you don't need to light a bait to lure it. After using the attribute adjuster to adjust Axe's attributes before, other attributes have fully increased. Only physical strength is still only 11 points. Facing increasingly powerful cave creatures, Shinchuan was always afraid that something would go wrong with her. Although Ashu's defense might be higher than him. Now with this primary blood-blasting pill, Ashu's shortcomings can finally be improved. Shinchuan washed the blood-blasting pill with mineral water and then handed it to Ashu's mouth. Come on, Ashu, stop eating the barbecue and eat this baby, Shinchuan said fondly. Ashue was eating roasted rhinoceros meat. Her mouth was full of oil and her face was stained. After hearing Shinchuan's greeting, he obediently swallowed the primary blood-blasting pill and licked Shinchuan's palm twice. The treasure goblin next to him was already scratching his head with greed. Can I eat it? Shinchuan waved his hands in disgust. Eat, until you are full. The treasure goblin feasted on it as if it were a starving ghost reincarnated. Shinchuan looked back at Ashue shocked. Ashu's originally fair skin turned red, and steam began to rise from the top of her head. At this time, on Shinchuan's shoulders, the hand holding Shinchuan's neck was hot. His eyes were slightly closed, looking drowsy, and he was moaning slightly. Shinchuan was furious, and lifted the goblin up with one hand. You little brat, Are these blood-exploding pills expired? Are there any hidden dangers or side effects? You don't dare to eat it yourself, so why don't you give it to me? The treasure goblin screamed in fright. Misunderstanding! Misunderstanding! This is a normal phenomenon. There will be no problem. My stuff is genuine and the quality is absolutely guaranteed. I don't eat it just because I am weak even if I eat it. I have no fighting power at all. The treasure goblin cried out. Shinchuan looked at the cunning little goblin suspiciously. Then he looked at Ashu, who had steam rising from his shoulders. Like a steam girl. Is this okay? If there's a problem, you damn goblin, don't even think about leaving today. Shinchuan thought viciously in his heart. Not long after, Ashu's body gradually transformed back into a snake body with smooth white scales. The body temperature gradually turned from boiling hot to warm. Snakes, such cold-blooded animals, are actually warm. The creatures in the cave cannot be judged using common sense. Axa coiled around Shinchuan's neck. Shinchuan looked at it. Hey Ashu, are you a little fatter? Absolutely right. The current Ashu is a whole circle thicker than the newborn Ashu. Suddenly a system prompt sounded. Bite. Your pet Axa takes primary blood-blasting pills, and her physical strength increases by 15 points. 15 o'clock. Shinchuan was overjoyed. The ultimate improvement. Ashu's previous physical strength was only 11 points. Now it has more than doubled. If I didn't drink, my physical strength wouldn't even be able to keep up with your shadow. Shinchuan sighed. Speaking of which, Ashu's body is a bit thicker. She won't look like a chubby girl when she turns into a human, right? Shinchuan was worried. Axu had gradually transformed back into a little girl and floated onto Shinchuan's shoulder. Shinchuan looked at it. It's okay, but I'm probably less than a centimeter taller? And there is no change in weight, and it still looks as if there is nothing on my shoulders. Ashwa kept pointing at the beef on the grill. Are you hungry after the reinforcement? Shinchuan smiled. Turn around and get angry. Seeing that nothing serious happened, the goblin rushed back to the grill and gnawed on the beef. Chapter 44. You damn goblin, eat slowly and save some for Aksu. Shinchuan drove away the goblin who was about to pack up and leave. This goblin is really greedy. Not only is he full, he also wants to pack it up and eat it. He refused to trade his treasure with it no matter what. What a dream. I'm not a big philanthropist. Shinchuan put the barbecue stove and charcoal fire back into the space bracelet. I have some friendship with this treasure land actuator. But if you want to make money, you still have to calculate it one by one. If you want to eat again, just bring something in exchange. After eating and drinking, Axa kept floating next to Shinchuan, looking in a good mood. Shinchuan's eyes were smiling. He took out a red berry from his bracelet and gnawed on it, then handed another to Aishwe for after-dinner fruit. Axa, let's go. I haven't used up the shovels today, Shinchuan said vaguely, while taking out the peeping map. Axa obediently floated to Shinchuan's shoulder and sat down. Well, let me see. This peak map is really useful. The useless rocks or stone walls dug in the first 2 days are simply a waste of time. With this treasure, Shinchuan's exploration efficiency is so high that other players don't know where. After going around in a circle, Shinchuan was overjoyed. On the stone wall behind, a pattern of a silver treasure chest appeared on the peeping map. Needless to say, dig in quickly. Shinchuan pushed down the stone wall with a shovel. Bite. You dug through a stone wall and discovered a space containing an unlocked silver treasure chest and 2 bloodthirsty scorpions. What the hell? Shinchuan was just about to step into this space and open the box, when he was stunned. And guardian creatures? He quickly took his foot back. That's the bad thing about this peeping map. Treasures and resources can be seen, but no dangerous cave creatures or players can be seen. Zhao Long and Zhao Long, who were holding the peeping map before, looked surprised when they saw him. It seems that I have to be more careful when digging in the future. At the entrance of the cave, Shinchuan carefully poked his head. Let's just say, this equipment has been improved. Ashu's attributes are also much higher. It's better to be stable. Two huge scorpions with dark and reflective carapace were crawling around a silver treasure chest. This space is not small, and the two scorpions did not notice Xinchuan's shadow at all. Xinchuan twitched the corner of his mouth. This half-human tall scorpion is outrageous. Those two big pliers look hard to mess with. And the scorpion's tail is purple and black, isn't it poisonous? Throw an eagle eye spell. The system prompts that it is a silver-level creature. Poisonous. At night, vision drops significantly, approaching blindness. Xinchuan was not surprised. After all, it is the guardian creature of the silver treasure chest. How about making a black iron monster? But it's still a little tricky. Xinchuan felt a little toothache. The two silver-level creatures have somewhat reached the upper limit of Xinchuan and Axe's battle. Although killing the two rhinos before was relatively smooth. But these two scorpions are poisonous. It is possible to fight, but there are certain risks. At least I have to drink a lot of drinks to stabilize my blood. Look at the system prompts. Xinchuan scratched his head. Forget it, let's deal with them at night. Don't worry, there are only a few digs left with this little shovel anyway. Since this bloodthirsty scorpion will have the debuff of reduced vision at night. Then come back tonight. Xinchuan picked up a few stones from the ground and blocked the entrance of the cave. Chapter 45. While waiting, Xinchuan scanned the system store to see how the players expressed their sorrows in the public channel. Most players have started digging, and there are also many players who have found good equipment and props. There are also many encounters with cave monsters. Some of them even Xinchuan had never heard of. This information may come in handy at some point. Leaning against the stone wall and eating red berries with a shui, Xinchuan was extremely leisurely. After all, his current development is far ahead of others, and the second place on the ranking list can't even touch his tail. This gap will only grow wider. It didn't take long for night to fall in the catacombs. The light in the cave gradually dimmed, but he was still in a state where he could still see. It's almost time. Xinchuan thought to himself, stood up and patted his butt. Pushing aside the stones blocking the entrance of the cave, two bloodthirsty scorpions were still lying prone around the silver treasure chest. Axu, prepare to fight! Xinchuan shouted in a low voice. After using the attribute adjuster and taking the primary blood-blasting pill, Axu's combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. It shouldn't be a problem to contain a bloodthirsty scorpion. Axu straightened her body and floated in front of a bloodthirsty scorpion. The small fist hit the bloodthirsty scorpion directly on the head. Xinchuan took out a bow and arrow from the storage bracelet, and two arrows inlaid with frost stones were placed on the bow strings. The bow is bent like the full moon, and the arrows are shot out fiercely. Xinchuan aimed at the scorpion eye, which was only as big as a soybean. The two bloodthirsty scorpions heard the sound of fists and arrows piercing the air. They were all shocked. The huge body trembled. In the blink of an eye, fists and arrows fell on their heads. One of the scorpion's eyeballs was shot out. The carapace of another bloodthirsty scorpion's head was smashed with a crack. All caused great harm. After Xinchuan shot an arrow, he was thinking about shooting again in another place. Shooting one shot to change one place is a traditional tactic. But he never thought that two bloodthirsty scorpions started scurrying around like headless flies. Xinchuan was a little dumbfounded. At night, the eyesight of these two scorpions has declined so seriously? It's just that I didn't see Xinchuan in the distance. They didn't even see Axu dangling above their heads. Two large pincers were waving blindly. The purple-black scorpion tail was also pricking randomly. The rocks nearby were smashed and scattered with debris. I was stunned that I couldn't hit a shui. Stable! Xinchuan was overjoyed. Faced with two blind scorpions, the battle ended extremely easily. In Xinchuan, he stayed steady and shot arrows from a distance. Xinchuan directed Axu to punch his fist and fly into the air to avoid it. The two bloodthirsty scorpions were quickly crushed to death. The carapace was smashed and cracked in all directions. His body was covered with arrows. There are traces of frost and scorch marks everywhere. A terrible death. Xinchuan whistled. Step forward and recover all the feather arrows. Lost 2 collection skills. Bite. Unpalatable scorpion meat. Shinchuan glanced at the system prompt and immediately forgot about it. Even the system said it was unpalatable, so I had no interest in it. If you see what you need in the future, throw it on the auction house and trade it to other players. Anyway, if he doesn't like it, other players won't. Some people are willing to eat even poisonous bat meat, so what does it matter if scorpion meat is unpalatable? Let's not talk about scorpion's trophies for now. The bulk is in the silver chest in the center of the cave. Shinchuan walked over excitedly. Even at night in the cave, the silver treasure chest exudes a soft, silvery light. Shinchuan took out 2 bottles of mineral water and washed his hands without feeling distressed. Chapter 46. You can't take things like opening treasure chests lightly. Wash your hands thoroughly. Shinchuan looked at the silver treasure chest. Unlock treasure chest, silver level. After opening, there is a chance to obtain food, water, silver level equipment, props, etc., and a small probability to obtain gold level equipment and props. It's okay, it's not locked. No need to pay for the keys. Rubbing his hands, Shinchuan clicked the open button. The treasure chest opened in response. It emitted a dazzling light. Shinchuan covered it slightly with his hands. The system prompt sounds. Bite. You opened a silver treasure chest and obtained a basic enchanted green book. Skill book? Shinchuan Ichi. Looking at the green-covered book in his hand. Throw an eagle-eye spell. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for obtaining the skill green book, basic enchantment. Special skill scroll, consumable skill book. Effect. Special gems can be used to enchant. For example, using magic crystal enchantment can increase the speed of equipment, and using solid wall stone enchantment can increase weapon strength and durability. Note: the skill scroll is a one-time consumable and will be added to the adventurer's skills after being learned. This skill book looks like a good thing. Shinchuan was overjoyed. And this magic crystal thing. There are many magic crystal fragments in Shinchuan's bracelet, so just synthesize them directly. Without saying much, Shinchuan clapped his hands and immediately learned the basic green book on enchantment. Synthesize the magic crystal fragments in the bracelet into a magic crystal. Then he took out the ice flame stone axe that was filled with frost and flames. Would you like to enchant the magic crystal stone to the weapon ice fire stone axe? Yes. Are you still hesitating? Shinchuan decided to enchant. The magic crystal instantly turned into a mysterious purple liquid and merged into the stone axe that was mixed with ice and fire. Not long after, a prompt came from the system. Bite. Enchantment successful. The speed of the ice flame stone axe weapon has been slightly increased. Shinchuan waved the ice flame stone axe in his hand in surprise. Brush. Brush. The sound of breaking through the air continued to sound. The attack speed has indeed increased. The stone axe felt lighter, and every time I swung it, I felt the wind assisting me. In other words, the wind resistance has become smaller. Shinchuan looked carefully and saw that in addition to the flames, there were also traces of purple liquid-like light flowing on the axe blade. It seems to be the effect of this layer of enchantment. Good! Shinchuan was very satisfied. This magic crystal enchantment is of great value. But the other solid wall stone has no shadow yet, and it can be enchanted on the lizard leather armor later. After finishing the enchantment, Shinchuan went around to explore. In this silver treasure chest space, there is nothing else except the treasure chest and 2 scorpions. But the rewards are huge. Forget it, it's already so late, let's have dinner. Shinchuan released the elf guardian from the bracelet. Take Axel to the 2nd floor of the guardianship center. It's late then, so let's go inside and eat. Shinchuan rummaged through his backpack. I remember, when I was scanning the store today. That's right! This is it! Shinchuan's eyes lit up. A hot pot set was brought out. Gold coins are too much to buy. When he was browsing the store, Shinchuan saw something he liked and bought it directly as long as the price was not too outrageous. Food is the most important thing for people, even in this cave. Filling their stomachs is the first priority. If you don't have to worry about eating and drinking, there will be a demand for higher grade and more varied delicacies. I ate barbecue and ate bread for a few days. Have a hot pot meal. Chapter 47. Set up the hot pot and stuff the charcoal inside. Fortunately, this is a charcoal hot pot. It would be muggle-friendly if it had electricity. There is everything in this cave, but there are really no electrical outlets. Shinchuan happily poured the mineral water into the pot. Then add the hot pot base ingredients. Hot pot base is also available in stores. Does it cost 10 gold coins or 8 gold coins? One purchase is a big pack. Shinchuan couldn't remember clearly. But that's not important. As a rich man with 4-digit gold coins, what other players could only look at, he could buy without shaking his hands. Soon, the hot pot soup base was boiling. A spicy taste emerged. Shinchuan took out the special seasoning given by the treasure goblin. This stuff is so versatile, and it's great to sprinkle some on when grilling. The freshness and flavor enhancement effect is excellent. There's nothing wrong with using this as a hot pot dipping sauce, right? Humph, in the Elfguard house, you can't even smell the evil goblin's dog nose. Take out the rhinoceros meat placed in the space bracelet and cut it into thin slices. Fortunately, the 2 rhinos we killed were big enough. There is also a lot of meat produced. Even with the addition of Axe's mouth, it would be impossible to finish thousands of units of rhinoceros meat. Shinchuan was in a very good mood. Humming a song, he put the thinly sliced rhino meat into a wooden colander and blanched it in the hot pot for dozens of seconds. The rhino meat quickly curled up and changed color. Shinchuan picked up a piece, rolled it a few times in the dish, and put it directly into his mouth. A little hot. But with Shinchuan's current physical condition, it's not a problem at all. This rhino meat is a real hot pot dish. Extremely fresh and tender, alternately fat and thin. When you bite into it, the fat bursts out and melts perfectly with the lean meat. It sipped into the throat in no time. The aroma bursts from the base of the tongue, combined with the complex taste of the dipping sauce, and the spicy smell of hot pot. It's so addicting to eat! Shinchuan was delighted. Ashu's little mouth hanging on her shoulder has already begun to drool. Shinchuan smiled and brought her a small bowl to put it in. Put it out and boil it yourself, let your belly go, and eat as much as you can. After all, Ashu has just been born, and the pet's attribute growth depends entirely on food, drink and time stacking. The 2 of them feasted on the food with great enthusiasm. At the same time, an inconspicuous stone wall in the cave space was suddenly dug open. A small shovel appeared. Then 3 figures came out. Boss, what's that smell? It smells so good. Among the 3 men, the one who was slightly behind the leader said in surprise. John Quan sniffed. Holy crap! Who's having hot pot? Boss, look, there's a house up ahead. The follower pointed to the exquisite 2-story corridor in front. In the center of the cave, a 2-story building was brightly lit, and there were obvious figures flashing on the 2nd floor. John Quan stretched out his hand to stop the players who wanted to move forward. Wait a minute, don't be too rude. Is this the NPC I encountered in this cave? Or a player? John Quan secretly said. This 2-story building is naturally Shinchuan's elf guardianship. The moment the team dug the cave, Shinchuan heard the noise. After being blessed by the equipment, Shinchuan found that his 5 senses seemed to be blessed to a certain extent. Shinchuan stuck his head out. The 3 people outside the guardhouse were still hesitating whether to knock on the door or not. He nodded secretly. It seems like these guys know the rules. And they were all in tatters, and their weapons weren't very good either. Worst stone axe ever used. One guy didn't even have a weapon. Chapter 48. Shinchuan stuck his head out and greeted. Come in and be our guests, you guys. The door of the guardhouse opened in response. Zhang Quan and the 3 of them looked at each other, since the owner here kindly invited them. It's better to be disrespectful. Finally, he put away his weapon and walked up the hall to the 2nd floor. The main reason is that my stomach is screaming with hunger. It was obvious that the owner was having a meal. It would be great if you could get some soup and a half of water. Shinchuan watched the 3 of them walk up to the 2nd floor tremblingly. He glanced at them and said nothing. Zhang Quan looked at Shin Chuan eating hot pot. There is also a little girl sitting on the shoulder. I was extremely surprised. Hello, sir, my name is Zhang Quan. The two following are my teammates. Their names are. May I ask what your name is, sir? Zhang Quan looked at the wealthy man in front of him. Could he not be a rich man? This person is definitely not an NPC. There are actually players who can eat meat freely at this stage. How many cave creatures were killed? And he's still making hot pot. This is a big shot. The equipment he is wearing. Zhang Quan swallowed secretly. I'm so blinded. Great God. Definitely a great guy. Not to be messed with. I am Shin Chuan. Shin Chuan swallowed a piece of beef and said calmly. Zhang Quan was shocked. I'm telling you. It turns out to be Boss Shin Chuan. I've admired his name for a long time, boss. Oh, I really met my idol. A look of adoration and admiration. He had no doubt about the authenticity of Shin Chuan's identity. Nonsense. Who else can be so arrogant and extravagant now, except Shin Chuan, who dominates the list? The two teammates behind him also became more reserved. Say hello to Shin Chuan again and again. There was an endless stream of complimentary titles such as Boss and Great God. Shin Chuan waved his hand. Hey, it's all a false name. We are all trying to survive in this doomsday game. Regardless of whether we have idols or not, we are all compatriots. Sit down, sit down. Shin Chuan added 3 pairs of bowls and chopsticks. It just so happens that a shui and I can't finish this hot pot meal. We have enough meat tubes, let's eat it freely. I have to say that the licking by these people is really comfortable. Of course Shin Chuan would not show it, but would look approachable. No reward for no merit, how can you be so embarrassed? Zhang Quan hesitated. All I eat these days is dark and hard buckwheat bread. There was no oil or water in my stomach. He can withstand it himself. The 2 boys following behind were drooling almost to the ground. Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't lack these 3 melons and 2 dates. What a big man, so coquettish. Shin Chuan waved his hand and made the decision directly. Then, it's better to be respectful than to obey. Zhang Quan then asked his 2 teammates to sit down. After a while, there was nothing left to eat, and he started devouring it. Shin Chuan secretly sighed. How come this Zhang Quan was so elegant that he looked like a bag of books that had fallen out of his bag? Players at this stage are indeed still living on the line of food and clothing. In his eyes, a hot pot meal that can be eaten at any time is something they can only hope for. These 3 people are honest, so it's okay to treat them to a meal. As long as they are not like the 2 people he met when he was poisoned and paralyzed last time, they want to take advantage of others' danger and rob them. That kind of person just deserves to die. Shin Chuan felt that he was still easy to talk to. These 3 people have behaved themselves from the beginning to now. Chapter 49. The forest is big and there are all kinds of birds. But there are also many people who are honest about their duties and adhere to the principle of not infringing on the wells and rivers. This kind of person, Shin Chuan, is not stingy about lending a helping hand. I can help, and I won't help. This kind of small favor can still be given. Pat-a-pa-pap. The sound of clinking bowls and chopsticks lasted for more than an hour before it stopped. Aksu ate until her belly was round, and she hugged Shin Chuan's head as a pillow. A face full of happiness. Shin Chuan smiled. Zhang Quan and the 3 of them were also full. Thank you very much for the hospitality, Mr. Shin Chuan, but we are also short of money. If there is anything Mr. Shin Chuan likes, just take it. Zhang Quan directly called his teammates to reveal the storage bracelet and show it to Shin Chuan. Forget it, I'll treat you to the treat if I say I'll treat you to it. Just treat me back next time when I'm rich. Shin Chuan waved his hand. The bracelets of these 3 people are almost cleaner than their faces. There were only a few pieces of wood and rocks left, and the most valuable items were a few bottles of water and a few pieces of bread. What's the use of it? Just be a human being. Zhang Quan heard Shin Chuan's subtext. This is an eviction order. After all, it was night in the crypt. It's impossible to stay overnight with a few strangers you just met. After eating someone else's hot pot meal, you can't push yourself too far. Then Mr. Shinchuan. Zhang Quan put away the dishes, patted his butt, and stood up. He hesitated. It's like I want to say something, but I'm embarrassed to say it. Finally he spoke. Do you need a few helpers? You can form a team with the three of us. Although we seem to be in a bad situation, our talents and skills are quite practical, and we might be able to help you. Besides, there is strength in numbers. In this cave, it might be better for a lone ranger to stay in a group. Shinchuan listened very carefully and gave him enough face. Zhang Quan said it sincerely, but still too weak. Shinchuan said helplessly. To put it bluntly, there is still a certain gap between your strength and mine. I usually encounter many more dangers than you imagine. Some monsters have no choice but to run away even when I encounter them. It's too dangerous for you to follow me. As for partners, Shinchuan touched Axe's soft and fair face and showed a proud smile. Axe is my pet. Even if you go together, you may not be able to beat her. This is true. Axe was adjusted by the attribute adjuster and then took the primary blood-exploding pill. These three stragglers were sparsely equipped. How could he beat her? Although Zhang Quan and the other three seem to have good personalities. But he peeks at the map, and usually rushes to kill monsters when he sees them. They are not strong enough, and following Shinchuan will only hold him back. It was of no help to Shinchuan at all. So forget it, Shinchuan said. Zhang Quan touched his head, looking very relieved. Being rejected is understandable. To put it bluntly, they just want to embrace the big guys. To put it mildly, it's usually a start. The worst thing to say is to be a parasite. In the end, you have to rely on yourself in the cave. The boss has said it very tactfully. Just accept it as you see fit. Hey, it's okay. It's so late, so we won't disturb Mr. Shinchuan. He has a good rest. We haven't used up the shovels yet, and we have to continue digging. Shinchuan nodded. Watching Zhang Quan and the others pack their things and go downstairs, they picked up their shovels and left the cave space. It's good not to get entangled. Let's meet again when we are destined. Shinchuan stretched out in ecstasy. Go downstairs and take out the peep map. Walked around. There's nothing of value. Chapter 50. Shinchuan lost interest. I casually took down 2 shovels and cleared the number of uses of the shovel. Returned to the guardianship. Forget it. Just as Shinchuan finished washing and was getting ready to go to bed, a prompt sound came from the system background. This is? Another person sent a private message. Shinchuan clicked on the system background and took a casual look. I dug up a technical blueprint of tree grafting and would like to trade with you privately. Tree grafting technology? What the hell? Shinchuan glanced at the preview drawings sent by this person. Tree grafting technical drawings. Life skills scroll, consumable skill book. Effectiveness. After use, you can learn tree grafting techniques and make the plant fruits mutate in a good direction. Oh? This drawing looks like it's somewhat useful. Shinchuan thought for a while. The day I first entered this game, I dug up a few thorn bushes. Can the red berries above be grafted? If something good is mutated, it seems like a profit. Shinchuan became interested and replied to the man. What do you want to exchange for? To be honest, this thing is useless to most people now, and I can't give you a high price. Doing business. Belittling goods and lowering prices is a common tactic. Although this drawing is indeed useful to me, I will not take advantage of it. Shinchuan secretly said. The anonymous person on the other side of the private message was silent for a while. The original intention of the lion to open his mouth and knock this big man off the list was also given up. He was pleasantly surprised for a long time when he just dug out this blueprint today. After all, skill blueprints sound very rare. Unexpectedly, no one was interested in the drawing after it was hung on the auction house for a long time. He had been hungry all day, and finally the big guy on the list replied to him, saying there was a possibility of a transaction. But I can't smash it in my hands anymore. You can't chew parchment raw. Well, boss, I don't want much, just 100 pieces of bread. Xinchuan almost laughed out loud. The environment in this cave is really driving these people crazy. A mere 100 pieces of bread. He now has more meat of all kinds in his bracelet than he can finish. Bread is just for breakfast. Xinchuan didn't even bother to bargain. $100, just $100. Make a deal. The moment the deal was concluded, the anonymous player couldn't wait to agree. The tree grafting technical drawings were sent to Xinchuan's storage bracelet via long-distance mail. Xinchuan took it out, clapped his hands, and the parchment turned into white light and disappeared. Byte. Congratulations to the player for unlocking skill grafting. A system prompt came. Xinchuan took out a thorn bush planted in a planting pot from his bracelet. Use skills to graft. A strange wave rippled in Xinchuan's hand. Controlling his hands. Byte. Skill grafting was used successfully. Obtained a large vermilion berry fruit *1, and was affected by the 100-fold increase, and obtained an additional large vermilion berry fruit *99. Vermilion berry large fruit? Xinchuan was overjoyed. The red berry in front of me is as big as half a watermelon. Bright red and full of moisture. The Zhu Guangua, which was half the size of a fist before, was more than twice as big as before. The satiety level is actually 80? Just eat one and you won't be hungry for a whole day. This grafting skill is really useful. I don't know how much the store recycles. Xinchuan muttered. This system store is very evil. Chapter 51. Xinchuan blinked. Wink again. A large Zhu berry fruit store can actually recycle 100 gold coins each? Cent. Xinchuan was overjoyed. After using the grafting skill once, the skill enters CD. After a 100-fold increase, he had 100 large red berry fruits. Xinchuan directly sold 80 pieces to the system store. Anyway, apart from being big in size and high in satiety, this large fruit has no special effects. It cannot be used as strategic material. Selling money directly and then scanning the store is the most cost-effective way. After selling 80 large red berry fruits, 8,000 gold coins fell into his pocket. I scan the store from time to time, and the 3,000 gold coins I got from the wishing fountain are almost spent. Now I have a lot of blood back. Xinchuan immediately swept the system store. Those daily limited and refreshed items and props are directly swept into the bracelet. Gas mask production drawings. Drawing props? This kind of props are directly cleared. Xinchuan took out the gas mask making drawings, clapped his hands together, and learned how to do it. The production materials are quite common, as long as rubber, glass, and other materials. Not something rare. Xinchuan went directly to the auction house to buy. Use ordinary mineral water and replace it with another. It didn't take long to collect the materials needed to make a gas mask. I made one at random. There is nothing rare in the store. Only then did Xinchuan give up. The number of times the shovel has been used has been cleared. The store is also cleared. The night in the cave gradually deepened. Xinchuan took Ah Shui into the bedroom, and after browsing the world channel for a while, he fell asleep. The next day, Xinchuan woke up early. Teasing the sleepy Shui. Although Ashu is a snake in body, she is usually in the form of a human body. Normal behavior is no different from that of an ordinary little human girl. But if someone underestimates her because of this, they will suffer a big loss. After washing up, the first thing of the new day is of course to make a wish. The number of uses of the shovel has been refreshed to 20 times. You can't make a wish once a day. Xinchuan pondered for a while and looked at the items auctioned by the players on the auction house. Sighed. The average level of this player cannot rise even after a few days. Let's make a wish for ordinary resources. There have been frequent transactions recently, and the consumption of bread and water has been quite large. I made a wish and received bread and water. Byte. Player Xinchuan successfully made a wish and received mineral water *100 and buckwheat bread *100. Affected by the 100-fold increase, he received additional mineral water *9900 and buckwheat bread *9900. TSK. Another 10,000 units of bread and water each were entered into the account. The resources that had just been consumed less than half have been greatly supplemented. Xinchuan made 2,000 cans of functional drinks in one go. This thing is a strategic material that the more the better. If you encounter a monster that you can't defeat, you can kill it with meat. A must-have item for home travel and shopping. The shovel has 10 digs left. Xinchuan took out the peeping map and walked around along the tunnel dug yesterday. Suddenly, Xinchuan's eyes lit up. A silver chest icon appears on the peep map. But Xinchuan did not get carried away. After several days of exploration, he discovered that nothing other than resources would be displayed on the peep map. None of the Space Guardian beasts or other players will be displayed. Just be careful. The silver treasure chest is shown behind a jade stone. Xinchuan raised the shovel and swung it down hard. Bite. You dug up a piece of jade and discovered the poisonous miasma space. At the moment of digging, Xinchuan felt dizzy. Actually, he and Ashu were teleported directly into this so-called poisonous miasma space. Not good. Xinchuan's heart trembled. This poisonous space doesn't sound good. Chapter 52. There was a thick white fog in front of me, and the thick white fog made visibility extremely low. At the moment of breathing, the system sent a warning. Bite. You have breathed in the miasma. You have been poisoned. Poisoned. Xinchuan felt a little dizzy. Chest tightness. The blood volume is being deducted in an increasing manner every second. Although the equipment is well equipped, it is not virus-proof. It's true that one thing brings down another thing. I should have drank a drink to support my blood before digging. After Ashu took the primary blood-blasting pills, her blood volume increased and she could still hold on for a while. He wouldn't last long. Brain teasers. Xinchuan's eyes lit up, and he took out the gas mask he had just made yesterday from his storage bracelet. I don't know if this is useful? He quickly put the gas mask on his face. Xinchuan looked at his attribute panel. The poisoning state is still there, but the countdown has begun. The degree of poisoning did not continue to deepen. Xinchuan breathed a sigh of relief. The tightness in my chest gradually dissipated. Suddenly, Xinchuan's expression changed, and he looked at Ashu on his shoulder. Ashu's little face has gradually turned purple. Holy shit! Why did I forget Ashu? Now it is not a situation where one person is full and the whole family is not hungry, and one person is safe only Amitabha. Still raising this little guy. Ashu was also poisoned. Not good. There is only one gas mask. Although I can make another one on the spot. But there was not enough material, so I had to go to the auction house to buy it. Wait until the ingredients are gathered before making it, the day lily is already cold. Xinchuan's forehead was sweating anxiously. Why do you want to enter this ghost space? Nothing but poisonous miasma. Busy work in vain. Hey, wait. Silver treasure chest. Xinchuan's eyes lit up, as if he had grasped the last straw. He entered this space for the silver treasure chest. Concern leads to chaos, and even this incident is forgotten. Since this space is full of poisonous miasma, there are likely to be antidote items or props in the silver treasure chest. Although I am not sure, Quan is treating a dead horse as a live doctor. Xinchuan held Axu and ran wildly in the poisonous space, looking for the silver treasure chest. Fortunately, the space is not large, only about the size of 2 or 3 basketball courts. Although the visibility was not high, it didn't take long to complete a lap. The silver treasure chest is in the center of the poisonous miasma space. After seeing this silver treasure box, Xinchuan was overjoyed. Fortunately, there are no guardian creatures here. If the poisonous miasma comes again, only the guardian creatures will be there. That's really a nightmare difficulty. At least Ashu's life is not guaranteed. Unlocked silver treasure chest. Just leave it unlocked. Do you want to open it? Yes, yes, yes. What's the ink mark on? There was a snap. The treasure chest opened in response. Bite. Congratulations to the player for opening the silver treasure chest and obtaining the antidote potion making drawing *1 and the poison potion making drawing *1. Grandma, she guessed it right. Xinchuan suddenly felt at ease. I grabbed 2 pieces of parchment, took pictures with both hands, and started learning directly. Wei slightly glanced at Axe's blood volume. Although his face doesn't look good, his blood volume is still enough. The detoxification potion only contains mineral water, which requires 3 bottles. Like energy drinks, just water. I don't know what the principle is. But no matter how many there are, this is a good thing, as it eliminates the need to go to the auction house to buy. After spending 3 bottles of mineral water, a bottle of detoxification potion was successfully made. Chapter 53. Give the detoxification potion to Aksu. Axe's face turned rosy to the naked eye, and the purple color was not visible. After looking at Axe's attribute panel, he saw that the poison state had indeed disappeared. Xinchuan was relieved. This time I was really careless. In the special space in the cave, no matter how strong you are still in danger of capsizing in the sewer. This was a wake-up call for Xinchuan. Fortunately, Axa had taken blood-blasting pills before, and fortunately there was an antidote potion in the treasure chest in this poisonous space. Otherwise, you will have to lose your beloved pet. Watching Ashu's blood volume gradually return to full value. After drinking the antidote potion, the poisonous miasma in this space also lost its effect on Ashu. After walking around, I found that there were no other resources or treasures in the poisonous miasma space. Xinchuan took out a small shovel and led Ashu into the next cave space. Bite. You dug up a piece of green water rock, but there is nothing inside. Bite. You dug through a stone wall and discovered a cave space. Listening to the system prompts with an expressionless face, I finally found something. Xinchuan's eyes flashed. The whole person stepped into this space with Aksu. Xinchuan frowned. The space in front of him was filled with criss-crossing white flocculent filaments. Is this spider silk? The white silk is like a net, an enlarged version of a spider web. There were 2 human-shaped cocoon bodies tightly wrapped into elliptical balls, with only 2 human heads of a man and a woman exposed, stuck to the stone pillars. Has anyone been caught by a spider? Xinchuan secretly said. Started to look around cautiously. Axa also sat on Xinchuan's shoulder. Her eyes widened and her little head kept twisting. The 2 people who were stuck to the wall heard the sound of someone digging into the stone wall, and couldn't help but be overjoyed when they saw Xinchuan appear. Help! We are trapped by spiders! One of the beautiful women even cried with joy. Xinchuan! You are Xinchuan! We are saved! Xinchuan's face was calm and unmoved. Even these 2 people knew he was coming. There's no way the real predator in this place doesn't know about it. Sure enough, within 2 seconds, a gust of evil wind blew over Xinchuan's head. Xinchuan's muscles tensed up and he rolled to the ground to avoid it. After rolling over, he stood up and looked behind him. Xinchuan was speechless for a moment. What a huge spider! Originally, Xinchuan thought that a spider as big as a basin like the one in Amazon was quite scary. In front of him was a giant spider with stiff black manes standing upright and 8 spear-like legs, like a car. It really shocked him. Oh my God! Xinchuan threw an eagle-eye technique. Grandma's is another silver-level monster. Are silver-level monsters worthless now? Xinchuan cursed. With his backhand, a bow and arrow emerged from the bracelet, and he shot an arrow directly. Xinchuan saw a trace of disdain from the 6 compound eyes of this giant spider. My heart trembled. The giant spider raised its upper body, and its 2 spear-like spider legs knocked down the bow and arrow with a clang. One blow failed to accomplish anything. Xinchuan felt a little toothache. The horse was struck by thunder, and archery seemed to be useless. Still have to fight hand to hand. The inlaid and enchanted ice flame battle axe can definitely cause damage to this giant silver spider. But I guess I will have to take a few hits. There's nothing I can do, so I'll just put it on my scalp. Xinchuan and Axa kept retreating while taking out energy drinks from the bracelet. Keep pouring it into your mouth. Exclusive for Krypton Gold players. The method of stacking blood. Taking drugs will kill you too. Jia jia! The giant spider seemed to realize something and let out a piercing scream. Chapter 54. It swung its 8 long legs and crawled to catch up. Xinchuan, who has silver-level footwear, is close to a tie with the giant spider in terms of agility. For a moment, he was unable to catch up with Xinchuan. Not long after, the empty drink can fell to the floor. Xinchuan wiped his mouth and burped. Looking at the giant spider, the ice flame battle axe appeared from the bracelet, and said with a ferocious smile, come on, you've been chasing me for so long, take my axe! The axe and spider legs fell on both sides at the same time. Xinchuan felt a tightness in his chest, glanced at the trace of fallen blood skin, and then looked at the amount of blood dropped by the giant spider. He breathed a sigh of relief. A blood exchange will kill you! Axe floated to the top of the giant spider's head, taking advantage of its stiffness after attacking Xinchuan. Ha! The small fist hit the spider on the head, falling with great force. The damage is considerable. The spider was stunned. 2 against 1? And taking drugs? Don't talk about martial ethics. Xinchuan didn't care so much and took advantage of his illness to kill him. He exchanged injuries for injuries continuously, and struck the giant spider with several axes. The carapace cracked and green blood burst out. The giant spider finally saw that the situation was bad and ran away by climbing the wall. How could Xinchuan let it go? He would catch up and ride on the giant spider's belly just to brag about how many axes he had. Its head was chopped off directly. The health bar also bottomed out. The giant spider screamed and fell down. Xinchuan took 2 deep breaths. His eyes continued to be alert. Fortunately, this spider cave is not big. You can almost see the panoramic view at a glance. Just some dark corners. After Xinchuan carefully checked everything, he felt relieved. This spider also has few relatives. It's easier to deal with those who are alone. He took out 2 bottles of mineral water from the bracelet and washed the area where the dirty blood had been spattered. Xinchuan looked at the 2 large human-shaped cocoons on the wall. A man and a woman looked at him as if they were seeing gods descending. Great God! Great God, Xinchuan! Help us, put us down! The man cried and howled. This spider silk is also somewhat toxic. After being wrapped up for so long, my blood volume is almost at the bottom. Xinchuan curled his lips, cut off the spider silk with an axe, and released them. Observed casually. The man is about 40 years old, middle-aged, with sinister eyes and a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks. The woman is a slutty mature woman in her 30s. Both of them were sitting on the ground at this time, looking like they were surviving the disaster. Xinchuan glanced at them and didn't take them to heart. It was just good luck that these 2 people were still alive. They didn't even have a single piece of equipment on them, so they were captured alive by this giant spider and used as food. If he hadn't arrived by chance, it would have become spider excrement. Little brother Xinchuan, do you want to form a team with me? Just as Xinchuan was using his gathering skills to collect the giant spider's trophies, the promiscuous woman spoke up. The voice was soft and sweet. Xinchuan got goosebumps when he heard this. Turning around to look, the Fengshen woman gave him a wink. I'm very capable. Xinchuan was silent. Capable? I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Although Xinchuan is also a vigorous young man in his early 20s. But it's not like he's so hungry that he's not selective about food. This woman can't even say that she will have an affair with this man. Chapter 55. Xinchuan's unmoving appearance made the Fengshen woman bite her lip. The man she was traveling with nudged her with his elbow from behind. The suggestive eyes made the romantic woman understand thoroughly. He propped his arms on the ground and crawled towards Xinchuan. Xinchuan took a few steps aside. He is afraid of impossible. Brother Xinchuan. The Fengshen woman looks like I feel pity for her. The man behind her added fuel to the fire. Boss Xinchuan, the 2 of us can also help you, why don't we go together? The man's shrewd eyes swept across the prostitute's body. There was a hint of a lewd smile in his eyes. It is clear what role this woman will have. Xinchuan got goosebumps without even thinking about it. He didn't die at the hands of the monster in the cellar. It would be a true injustice to die on a woman instead. He was grateful for such a companion. I don't bring a tow bottle. Shinchuan refused them bluntly. According to their strength, not even Zhang Quan's group can match half of them. We are not. I can undress and untie you, little brother. As the Fengchen woman spoke, she was about to take off her clothes. Shinchuan didn't squint. I can't be called your little brother, aunt. Big aunt? The Fengchen woman's facial expression cracked. The raised brows have crow's feet that cannot be concealed. Women are most afraid of looking at their age. Shinchuan didn't want to tangle with them anymore. He turned around and planned to leave. Boss Shinchuan! The man called out to Shinchuan. His eyes changed again and again, eventually becoming dark. This is the top spot close to him. The resources at the top of the list were definitely huge beyond his imagination. If only he could get it. As soon as Shinchuan turned around and came back, the man's eyes tried to pretend to be kind. However, during this period of time, Shinchuan became all too familiar with greedy eyes. Everyone really treated him like a pig and wanted to kill him. Shinchuan's expression remained as usual, but his hands were always on guard. What's up? Can you please give us weapons to defend ourselves? It's too dangerous here, please. The man's sinister eyes wrinkled up, looking particularly vulgar. He couldn't hide his lust full of intentions, but he still felt pitiful. Shinchuan looked at him in silence for a moment. The man was frightened by his gaze. Did he see something? Just when the man was feeling uneasy, Shinchuan spoke. Can? Shinchuan showed a smile. Rather than letting danger lurk around you, it is better to nip it in the bud. The man got up from the ground, and without having time to dust off his clothes, he bowed to Shinchuan and thanked him first. Thank you, boss! Shinchuan made a stone axe on the spot. A stone axe appeared in his hand in a breath. The stone axe that appeared out of thin air made the man's eyes even more intense. If he replaced Shinchuan, he could also have these resources. Boss? The man rubbed his hands and reached out to take it impatiently. The stone axe without any bonus has long been ignored by Shinchuan. In the eyes of men, they are more precious than gems. This is a weapon that can kill people. Shinchuan caught a glimpse of the blood that killed the spider in his peripheral vision. Spider blood is comparable to poison. When Shinchuan handed the stone axe to the man, he quickly passed the axe handle over the spider's blood. The speed was so fast that the two of them couldn't even see it. The man's thoughts were all on the stone axe. He hurriedly took the axe handle. The man who had just gripped the axe handle saw Shinchuan take off his hand. Chapter 56. His expression immediately became ferocious. This is the opportunity he has been waiting for. Shinchuan was wary of him. One stepped back and dodged his axe swing. Ah! Screams suddenly sounded. The Fengchen woman's eyes widened in disbelief. Shinchuan is fine, why did he call her man? Veins popped out on the man's forehead. The other hand tightly grasped the hand holding the axe handle. However, no matter how hard I pinched, it could not stop the spread of the poison. The man burst into tears of pain and knelt on the ground again tremblingly. Boss! I was wrong! Boss! I gave you a chance. Shinchuan took a step back and looked at his pain numbly. Toxins and spider blood for men is fatal. What chance did you give me? The man's face was covered with snot and tears. He didn't realize that Shinchuan had given him a chance. If you don't have bad intentions, I will save you and compensate you. It is essential to be on guard against others. Shinchuan just paid more attention and prepared a move. Facts have proved that in a world comparable to the end of the world, someone could stab you in the back at any moment. Only then did the man realize that Shinchuan had seen all his little thoughts. He regretted it. Boss Shinchuan, I am ignorant. Please give me another chance. The man twisted his body and began to twitch. Purple-blue spots were revealed on his skin. If you look carefully, it seems that there are densely packed small spiders biting on the skin. The Fengchen woman only looked at him, and an endless chill arose from the bottom of her heart. She didn't dare to look at him like that anymore. She was afraid that Shinchuan would mistake her for the same thought. The Fengchen woman crawled to Shinchuan's side and wanted to hug his thigh. Shinchuan dodged in time, leaving her in vain. Boss Shinchuan, I don't have such thoughts, It was all his idea. The romantic woman immediately broke off the relationship with the man. She doesn't want to be like him. Help, save me! The man scratched his skin, and the little spiders clinging to his eyes seemed to pop out of his eyes. The prostitute caught a glimpse of him, and her legs weakened with fear. Monster! Monster! The romantic woman cried and asked Shinchuan for help. Boss Shinchuan, help me! I have to say that she is a professional when it comes to eating this bowl of rice. Even if it is just a cry, it is comparable to the level of Miss Joan. There was no fluctuation in Shinchuan's heart. He asked for it. The man's screams became smaller and smaller, until it disappears. The cries of the romantic woman also stopped abruptly. Her eyes were locked on Shinchuan. This is the only life-saving straw she can grasp. The prostitute gritted her teeth. In a moment of cruelty, he took off all his clothes. Compared with the normal world, her skin is much drier and yellower. But in today's world, her body still has a certain allure. Shinchuan couldn't bear it anymore. He has no interest in this ant. Shin. The Fengchun woman just opened her mouth. What greeted him was Shinchuan's kick. Hit right in the chest. The Fengchun woman flew backwards like a kite with its string broken. Roll. Shinchuan really didn't want her to dirty his eyes. His heart is still pure. Seeing the angry Shinchuan, the romantic woman didn't dare to test him anymore, and ran away in despair holding her clothes. Chapter 57. After the romantic woman left, Shinchuan felt that the air in this space was much fresher. Otherwise, there will always be a smell flowing out. Suffocating. Shinchuan's sharp eyes caught a glimpse of something underneath the place where the two of them were trapped just now. I took advantage of the situation and touched the corner of the wall. A large amount of spider silk cut off the two people's bodies was piled up in one place. A bottle cap glowing with jade was revealed? The reason why Shinchuan was able to notice it was because of its reflection. Shinchuan asked Axa to help him keep track. He brushed aside the pile of cobwebs. A teapot carved from jade appeared in front of Shinchuan. It has a warm luster and looks like it has some age, maybe it's an antique. This is a good thing. To others in the cellar, it might just be useless. But Shinchuan is now a rich man. You can also pursue quality of life. Take it, take it! Before putting the teapot into the storage space, Shinchuan opened the bottle cap and took a look. Looking at it this way, there really is something. Perspective map. You can query the content of the previous space. The previous space? Shinchuan took the perspective map and walked around in a circle. What will be found in the space he then digs forward? Shinchuan was not sure what dangers there would be in the space he was going to dig next. He discovered that the deeper the cellar was dug, the more dangerous it became. This perspective map comes in handy. Shinchuan stood in a certain direction and used this perspective map. No matter what kind of treasures there are, the one that attracts Shinchuan's attention is one of the monsters. Desert Giant, Silver Level Creature. Strength 40. Wisdom 15. Agility 6. Stamina 55. Another Silver Level Creature. Although the Desert Giant has low agility, its IQ is not low. Its IQ more than makes up for its lack of agility. The Desert Giant is probably a formidable enemy. Shinchuan touched his chin. He had to think carefully about how to deal with this Desert Giant. Only by killing the Desert Giant can he get the treasure in space. Otherwise, everything is in vain. Shinchuan put away the teapot and perspective map while thinking. After getting the loot, Shinchuan was ready to leave. As soon as he turned around, he saw a sway in the spider silk from the corner of his eye. This shaking seemed like Shinchuan's illusion. Shinchuan turned around again. There might be other treasures covered in this spider silk. Shinchuan will completely brush away all the scattered cobwebs. Good guy. What a great guy. There is also a big silkworm chrysalis that is taller than him hidden under the spider silk. He thought that what was covered by the spider silk was ore. I didn't expect there would be such a thing. He was wrapped so tightly that he was probably dead and about to become a meal for a giant spider. But the giant spider's prey was dead, so where did the shaking come from? Xinchuan used a stone axe to cut through the spider silk wrapped around its body. A curled-up dead body stretched out as the spider silk fell. The eggs it held in its arms also rolled to the ground. Xinchuan used the eagle-eye technique to see what kind of creature this dead prey was. Escaped female beast, silver-level creature, is dead. This giant spider really has 2 brushes. All silver-level creatures can be killed by it. I'm afraid he got it while the female escaped from the earth was giving birth. Otherwise, the female earth escaped beast wouldn't be holding an egg tightly in her arms. Chapter 58. The egg that fell to the ground moved unwillingly. If Xinchuan didn't rescue it, even if it could break out of its shell, it would be poisoned and suffocated by the spider's silk. Since you saved it, then a good person should do it to the end. Xinchuan took out the incubator. Placed the egg of the evading female beast on top. He didn't know yet what kind of cubs would be hatched. Will she be as cute as Ashu? Xinchuan once again felt his old father's psychology of expecting childbirth. He is now expecting his second child. Axa blinked and looked at the cub of the escaped female beast beside him. The expressions of the two of them were unknowingly similar. Xinchuan drank a can of drink and gave Axa milk. The anxious heart needs to be quiet. Crack! The sound of breaking eggshells was heard. The yellow and black egg surface had small cracks. Finally, it was shattered at the feet of the little earth-escaping female beast. Xinchuan almost didn't see the creature that appeared in the egg at first glance. It's just a small piece of coal, okay? The extremely black little earth-diving female beast can compete with the oars on the side. It opened its wet eyes, light green eyes like grass growing on the oar. Very vital. The little earth-escaping female beast and Ashu are really 2 extreme differences. After the little escaping female beast broke out of its shell, she also started to eat her own eggshell. As she gnawed the eggshell, the little female beast also began to change. The jet-black beast's body began to transform into a human form. Even though she is equally divided into human form and body, even if she transforms into a human, her skin is still extremely dark. This is a black pearl since childhood. The little female escaped beast burped after eating the eggshell. His eyes were locked on Xinchuan, and he stretched out his hands to him. Does this mean you want a hug? Xinchuan thought about it, and tentatively picked her up. The little female escaped beast smiled with satisfaction. The head seems to be arched with something, and it's so cute that it's tilted one way or another. Axa is a slightly aloof little princess, and she is an approachable black pearl. Xinchuan's heart melted. He took out the milk bottle and handed it to the little escaped female beast. The little escaped female beast was happily holding the milk bottle in his arms and drinking. Axa stared at her carefully from the side and suddenly frowned. So ugly. Xinchuan seemed to hear her voice. And the little escaped female beast somehow understood what Ashu meant. After being stunned for a moment, he started crying at the top of his lungs. This. Before Xinchuan became a father, he had already felt the sure field of his second child in advance. Xinchuan looked at Ashu. What does a young person know about beauty and ugliness? And as expected of a beast, he can speak after growing up so quickly. But the timing of talking is too bad. Aksu, can't you just look at the occasion? Xinchuan's complaints were not spoken out loud. Aksu was connected to him by contract, and vaguely understood what Xinchuan meant. A pair of eyes actually started to contain mist. This is a sign to cry. Xinchuan hasn't coaxed the little earth-escaping female beast yet, and he can't afford the second one. Xinchuan quickly took out 2 milk bottles and stuffed them into their mouths. He persuaded Ashu carefully. There are countless forms of beauty in this world. My sister is just different from you in beauty. You two are both little beauties. Ashu nodded ignorantly. Xinchuan knew in his heart that the little female escaped from the earth could not survive without the protection of the adult female escaped from the earth. I spent another 200 gold coins in the mall to buy a contract. Xinchuan's fingertips collided with the claws of the little female escaped beast. Chapter 59. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for successfully signing the contract and getting the pet, the escaped female beast. After the contract was successfully concluded, it was time to give her a name. The little escaped female beast is such a little black pearl, even a little pearl can bury her. This name is not true. Xinchuan stared at the little escaped female beast and turned her head. Why don't you just call me Amo? Xinchuan asked the little earth-escaped female beast for her opinion. After receiving the name, Amo happily fiddled with his claws. She is happy with her name. Xinchuan was very pleased. Amo will definitely be his caring little cotton-padded jacket. Immediately afterwards, Xinchuan clicked on Amo's attribute panel. Pet, Amo, escaped female beast. Level, LV1. Strength, 22. Wisdom, 8. Agility, 5. Stamina, 30. Pet skills, not learned yet. There are so many flaws that Xinchuan doesn't know where to complain. Amo was so happy that he burst into tears, and he was so sad that he burst into tears. Why is there such a big difference? Xinchuan wanted to cry and laugh at the same time, but in the end he couldn't laugh or cry. Xinchuan put Amo on the ground and stood side by side with Shui. He looked at the two of them seriously and spoke to them solemnly. You sisters complement each other. Under certain circumstances, you have to take care of each other, you know? Amo didn't understand but nodded and sucked hard. Axu understood Xinchuan's intentions. Taking the initiative to hold Amo's hand, he seemed to be solemnly promising to Xinchuan that he would take good care of his sister. Having a second child is not without its benefits. Xinchuan decided to keep digging forward. They now added Amo, a little female earth-escaping beast with strong defense. Regarding the space ahead, Xinchuan's confidence increased by 2 points. Amo and Axu stood behind him. Xinchuan used iron catalpas to dig out the previous space. The three of them had just stood on the desert ground. Boom! The continuous loud noise was deafening. Xinchuan saw the head emerging from the sand, and even the whole body. After the sand all over the body was sifted off, its burnt yellow texture was revealed. Fold-like flesh is piled up layer by layer on its face. Only those eyes were astonishingly big, taking up at least one half of his face. From its pupils, the figures of Xinchuan and the three of them could be completely reflected. The desert giant is truly a giant. When it stood still, Xinchuan couldn't even finish looking up. Xinchuan knew that its agility was low, so he took the first step to attack him with a stone axe. Facing Xinchuan's attack, the desert giant directly lifted up the sand to block Xinchuan's stone axe. When the stone axe hits the sand, it is bound to hit nothing. Everyone has analyzed that it is a creature with some brains. If people can't escape in time, at least they know what to use to block it. After the sand blocked Xinchuan's attack, one of the desert giant's arms swung back at Xinchuan. Even if it hasn't touched Xinchuan yet, the wind stirred up by its big arms is strong enough. Xinchuan had to retreat quickly. He is the one who can't get any benefits from confronting it head-on. After a brief battle with the desert giant, Xinchuan had a deeper understanding of its strength. The moment Xinchuan stepped back, there was a crazy brainstorm in his mind. As soon as he stood between Amo and Shui, he immediately spoke. Amo, you have high defense, so you can attract the firepower of the desert giant. Amo understood what Xinchuan meant, drank the milk in the bottle, and rushed forward. Axu, you have high agility. If you mess with its head, it will be overwhelmed. Xinchuan assigned tasks to the two of them based on their respective abilities. Shui followed closely behind Amo. Amo was the first to appear in the eyes of the desert giant. The desert giant's attack target instantly became Amo. When the desert giant's attention was focused on Amo, Axu jumped up at lightning speed. Axu flew into the air and landed smoothly on the head of the desert giant. The desert giant felt the small snake above his head in an instant. He stopped attacking Amo and shook his head, trying to throw Axu away. Axu quickly hooked its ears. Its ear holes can fully accommodate Axu. Axu took the opportunity to crawl into its ear. The desert giant's palm hit miss. Axu bit the desert giant's ear directly. The ears are extremely fragile. Ah! The desert giant cried out in pain. It's angry! When Amo saw the desert giant, he tried to block Shui with his little finger. Such a big finger will definitely crush Ashu into juice. Amo always kept in mind Xinchuan's teachings. He curled up into a ball and hit the desert giant. Her power level is not just a number. After an impact, the painful desert giant frowned. Shinchuan is happy to see the success. He is not a theater person. He gripped the stone axe tightly and slashed at the desert giant. The desert giant became angry as he was attacked from above and below. It clenched its fist and slammed it into the chest. The energy wave bursting out from its body shook the three of them some distance away. Then it hit the ground with another fist. Its power is fully used. It was so angry that it was completely irrational. The violent wave of energy attacked Shinchuan and the others. One person and two beasts are in a state of continuous blood loss. This is not good. Shinchuan quickly poured himself several cans of drinks to bring his blood value back up. Wait until your blood value is stable and filled up. Shinchuan quickly came to Amo and Shui. Give them both consecutive refills of their bottles. At any rate, their blood values were stabilized. Otherwise, it would really be in the hands of the desert giant. This may be the miracle of great strength. The attacks by Shui and Amo just now were not without effect. Blood flowed from the desert giant's ears. Its legs don't look very neat anymore. Since such an attack has an effect on it, Shinchuan will never give up and continue to attack it. Amo Shui, let's fight quickly! Shinchuan gave the order, and Amo Aksu attacked again. The same style of play made the desert giant very angry. Don't you even bring a different trick? Shinchuan sneered. The trick is not new, it just works. When Amo and Aksu attracted most of its attention and firepower, Shinchuan took advantage of its loss of reason and quickly attacked. The hit was to catch it off guard. The stone axe fell from the sky and scratched from the desert giant's chest to its waist. The bloody lines of the skin and flesh were exposed. The additional bonus of the stone axe brings deeper damage to the desert giant on top of the original injury. Ah! 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 The desert giant screamed again and again. Amo Aksu, step back! Shinchuan scolded loudly. Here comes his second blow. Chapter 60. Shinchuan's second attack was powerful. The desert giant feels a strong crisis. The survival instinct makes it choose to escape from the sand in the face of danger. It itself emerged from the sand, and now it's just a matter of hitting it wherever it goes. Just adopt a roundabout tactic. Shinchuan laughed angrily at this saucy operation. You must know that the previous opponents were very stubborn. This guy's intelligence is really not in vain. The desert giant Shah escape was not slow, and Shinchuan's stone axe only hit its shoulder at the last moment. A pillar of blood soared into the sky. Shinchuan quickly took several steps back. This blood really stinks. It was like a dead fish that had been baked in a sultry environment for a month. Shinchuan felt like he was going to vomit just thinking about it. The blood sprayed on the desert accelerated the spread of the stench in the hot environment. Aksu Amo has a strong sense of smell. Shui looked ugly, but she could still bear it. But Amok couldn't. Vomit! She suffered such pain not long after she was born. She spit out most of the milk she drank. The dark little face showed a blue color visible to the naked eye. What a crime! Shinchuan wished he could give the desert giant another axe on the spot. He must use his sword to avenge Amo with 999 attack power. The desert giant's cries of pain were buried in the sand. Because of its painful body, the sand beneath Shinchuan and the others was shaking. It's right under their feet. Aksu Amo, be careful at all times! Shinchuan loosened the axe in his hand and wiped away the sweat from his palms. After the stench of the desert giant's blood dissipated, Shinchuan quickly replenished Amo Axe's milk. With the supplement of milk, my complexion finally returned to normal. It just left an indelible psychological shadow. Shinchuan also drank 2 cans of drinks to keep his physical strength at its peak. To prevent this from happening again, Shinchuan put on the gas masks he had made for all 3 of them. Next time, it was a direct result of the desert giant. He didn't think that the desert giant would run away in despair after suffering such a big loss from him. It has a smart brain. I will only wait for the best time to start again. After all, with its current injury, it can only deliver the final blow. A good idea that could lure the desert giant to the bait gradually emerged in Shinchuan's mind. Even if it has some brains, it only has so much brains after all. Shinchuan and Amo Axa murmured a few words. One person and two beasts began to separate. If they are alone, they will definitely be the targets of the desert giant. It just depends on who it targets. Shinchuan smiled wildly, no matter who it was targeting. It's all dead. Faced with Shinchuan and the other's deliberate seduction, the desert giant really became interested. As they grew further apart, the desert giant's heartbeat turns into action. Focus on Amo emerging from the sand. It recognized that Amo was a fragile cub. Just defeat her one by one. Shinchuan really didn't know that this silly big guy knew that it was making a lot of noise when it came out. The moment it moves, Shinchuan and Ashue quickly rushed behind Amo. Also behind the desert giant. The desert giant was about to swallow Amo in one bite, before he could bite him. Chapter 61. Look at the axe! What followed Shinchuan's words was his ice flame stone axe. It spreads from the backbone of the desert giant to its tailbone. The pain of an axe is just an appetizer. Stronger momentum is yet to come. Scorching heat and bone-chilling coldness alternated between the body of the desert giant. The huge body stumbled. The painful screams resounded throughout the sky. Shinchuan didn't even need to add another axe to it, it could cool down on its own. The desert giant that fell on the sand shook all three of them up half a meter. The head of the desert giant was facing Shinchuan, and his eyes, which were bigger than copper bells, were really unbending. Bite! Congratulations to adventurer Shinchuan for once again killing a silver-level advanced monster in the desert, unlocking the achievement, and becoming a junior strongman who conquered the desert. What was caught off guard was another title, announced by the whole server. Shinchuan was unable to complain. But in the World Communication Channel, the name Shinchuan once again caused a bloody storm. The person named Shin won't take over the entire desert, right? Call for Mr. Shinchuan. Please turn over the cards. Bug? Absolutely unfair. Where is the complaint channel? Shinchuan shook his head and ignored their cries and howls. He used the gathering technique against the desert giant. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for getting Stinky Blood *1, being affected by 100 times critical hit, and getting an additional Blood *99. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for getting Giant Beast Human Flesh *1, affected by 100 times critical hit, and additionally getting Giant Beast Human Flesh *99. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for getting the Orc's Thigh Bone *1, affected by the 100-fold critical hit, and getting an additional Orc's Thigh Bone *99. Shinchuan was not interested at all in the blood of the desert giant. After changing hands, it was sold at the auction house. As for the meat of the desert giant, as soon as Shinchuan took out a piece, he couldn't help but vomited. Still wearing a gas mask. This is a biological weapon. Sure enough, meat nourished by smelly blood is not good meat either. It's probably more exciting than canned herring. Shinchuan quickly went to the auction house. As for the desert giant's thigh bone, Shinchuan didn't even want to look at it. He is afraid of tipping over. System prompt: the Orc's thigh bone is a silver-level weapon and can be embedded. Adventurer, please confirm whether all are sold? Silver-level weapon? Still feeling lonely? Shinchuan immediately took back the Orc's thigh bone. This is a rare good thing. Shinchuan took out the thigh bone. The bones that emitted a light yellow light were held in his hands, and he acted like a tiger and a tiger. Just the wind blowing out has the heat of the desert, which must be its own effect. It would definitely be even better if it were inlaid with gems. It's a good thing, Shinchuan decided. He wants to inlay the mid-level ice flame stone into his thigh bone. He has a lot of resources now, so he can use them to exchange for what he needs. No matter what, you have to create an intermediate ice flame stone. In the future, the enemies will become more and more powerful, and sooner or later, an axe will be the end. System prompt: intermediate ice flame stone requires materials, primary ice flame stone *10. Damn, the elementary ice flame stone has cost me so many frost stones. How about this intermediate ice flame stone? If you really want to move up to another level, no one can hit him except a landowner like him. Xinchuan first sorted out the inventory in the space bracelet, cleared most of the unnecessary goods. The auction house was instantly full, which was something they had never encountered before. What did Xinchuan do? It's necessary to go to the point of bankrupting everything. Oh my god! Xinchuan, who suffered 1,000 blows, actually has so many resources. I'm asking for Xinchuan's address for a lot of money. I want to kill people and get goods. Chapter 62. Xinchuan just glanced at the World Channel and had no interest in watching it. There are people who want to kill him every day, but no one can successfully kill him. Instead, several of them died. Anyone who is not afraid of death can come to him. What Xinchuan is more concerned about is whether he can buy the primary ice flame stone he wants without making it. Otherwise, if you lose face, you will really lose everything. The fresh meat he priced was 50 in exchange for a junior ice flame stone. No one changed it. This is going to be difficult. Xinchuan frowned. In desperation, I could only look at my private messages. 99 plus private messages hoping to get what he wants. After looking at all the braggarts, Xinchuan simply ignored them. There was a piece of news pushed to the bottom that caught Xinchuan's attention. I have a primary ice flame stone that I can trade with you. Xinchuan's eyes showed surprise, and he clicked into the other party's chat box in the blink of an eye. Price. Xinchuan got straight to the point, causing the other party to immediately reply to his message. Food * 100, a primary ice flame stone. 100's worth of food. Why didn't he grab it? Xinchuan's price of fresh meat * 50 is already the highest. No more. When he was the only one who could rip off others, the only one who could rip him off was the system. Since buying is not an option, the only option is to build it. Xinchuan gritted his teeth and opened the forging furnace. Just throw in the frost stone * 100. Please give me a little more face. The synthesis rate of primary ice flame stone is really mysterious. Byte. Congratulations to the adventurer for synthesizing primary ice flame stone * 1. Byte. Adventurers are out of luck, please keep up the good work. Byte. The adventurer's frost stone turned into ashes. Xinchuan's heart was more exciting than opening a blind box. The chance of synthesizing the primary ice flame stone is not even 50-50. After 10 synthesis opportunities, only 3 primary ice flame stones were produced. Xinchuan couldn't stop the pain. This day is really unbearable. Xinchuan then threw another frost stone * 100 in. This time he didn't watch it himself because he was afraid of myocardial infarction. He looked at the private message again. In a short period of time, the person had sent several messages in succession. Do you think the food * 90 can be exchanged for a primary ice flame stone? Food * 80, can a primary ice fire stone be enough? Is food * 60 okay? It can't be lower. Boss, please save the child. Oops, he kept the price down himself. It is not difficult for Xinchuan to get 10 extra servings of food. It can be regarded as charity. How many primary ice flame stones do you have? 5. For these 5 primary ice flame stones, I have only 1 breath left. The other party answered quickly. Xinchuan sighed unbearably. He has a good luck aura around him. If he hadn't obtained this physique, he would be no different. I want them all. Xinchuan decisively made the reservation, and the other party was overjoyed. I immediately prepared the goods and pressed the transaction button. Xinchuan not only prepared the goods, but also gave him 2 cans of drinks. In this world, surviving is the greatest luck. Just give him some blessings. The person who just received the goods immediately sent a message. Good people have a safe life. He didn't say anything when he saw the drink, but drank a lot of it. This effect is incredible. As expected of a boss. Xinchuan inspected the primary ice flame stone and nodded with satisfaction. Not much difference, just 2 more. Who knew, after looking at the 100 frost stones in the forging furnace, they were all broken. Not even a single primary ice flame stone came out. Xinchuan wished he could burst into tears. Didn't you wash your face today? Xinchuan could only make up his mind to go to the mall. Bandit! 500 gold coins for a junior ice flame stone. Is this an increase in price? I'm sure to be eaten. What is the concept of 500 gold coins? That's a tuition fee that you can pay back after completing your studies. 2 primary ice flame stones are 1,000 gold coins. What is the difference between this and robbing money? The mall remained indifferent to Xinchuan's accusation. It's clear that he is a tsundere who likes to buy or not. Xinchuan gritted his teeth. 1,000 gold coins would definitely cost him a lot of money, but fortunately he still had a lot of stock in hand. Taking a deep breath, Xinchuan's fingers trembled when he pressed the button to buy. 1,000 gold coins gone. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for getting the primary ice flame stone *2. Just enough. Synthetic materials, primary ice flame stone *10, primary ice flame stone *10 are ready. Do you want to synthesize them? Xinchuan clicked to synthesize with tears in his eyes. I pray in my heart that I will never fail. Otherwise, I really don't have that much money to spend on Krypton gold. Manhwaedit bless. No, it's the system's blessing. It seemed that Xinchuan's prayer was heard. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer on the successful synthesis. Get intermediate ice flame stone *1. The intermediate ice flame stone appeared in front of Xinchuan. The light emanating from it immediately caught Xinchuan's attention. Xinchuan unconsciously reached out and held it in his palm. The alternating feeling of hot and cold made Xinchuan tremble all over. It was the feeling of going back and forth between the flaming hell and the ice field. There was even an illusion of 2 places before Xinchuan's eyes. The intermediate ice flame stone also has a hallucinogenic bonus. 1,000 gold coins is really worth it. Xinchuan couldn't wait to inlay the intermediate ice flame stone on the orc's thigh bone. Until then, you still have to buy a more advanced hole-punching potion. When the intermediate ice flame stone was first embedded in the orc's thigh bone, the entire thigh bone has undergone earth-shaking changes. The thigh bone is covered with textures of flame and frost, intertwined but not melting with each other. Xinchuan swung forward with his thigh bone. The spreading flames increased the temperature of the desert even higher. Then the ground was covered with frost. Such an ultimate feeling of ice and fire can definitely kill someone. Chapter 63. Xinchuan jumped on the spot excitedly. He is eager to try the next space. Xinchuan tied his thigh bone to his waist, and his frost stone axe could be retired for the time being. As a backup weapon, the shovel was digging rapidly forward. Now Xinchuan feels that he has endless energy. I hope someone can show up who can give him a try. However, the imagined enemy did not appear. As soon as Xinchuan dug through, he smelled a smell. Very fragrant and familiar. Xinchuan followed the smell and smelled the source. It's the smell of a bunch of fruit hanging on a tree. Xinchuan felt familiar looking at this thing. I just can't remember what it is for a while. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for discovering a new variety rice fruit. Can be planted. Rice crackers? Isn't this just a mutated and enlarged version of rice? Xinchuan was so happy that he was giddy. It's been so long since I've eaten rice, and I don't even remember my natal food. People are iron, rice is steel. I feel panicked if I don't eat a meal. Xinchuan was panicking for as many days as he stayed in the cellar. Even though the rice fruit was not yet ripe, Xinchuan drooled just looking at it. He quickly dug up the tree and quickly placed it in a planting pot. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for digging up a rice fruit sapling. Due to the 100 times critical hit effect, you will get an additional rice fruit sapling *99. Xinchuan's excited tears flowed out of the corners of his mouth. The additional 99 rice fruit saplings obtained were also planted in planting pots. Just thinking about the great harvest, Xinchuan couldn't help laughing. It's not the time to salivate yet, I have to let it mature as soon as possible. He will eat today. Xinchuan rummaged through his backpack and found a drawing of a catalytic pesticide bought at a shopping mall. Good guy. What a damn good guy. It takes 100 bottles of water to make a bottle of catalytic pesticide. Isn't it just water? To eat rice. Make it. Xinchuan used 100 bottles of water to make a bottle of catalytic pesticide. As soon as the catalytic pesticide was obtained, Xinchuan sprinkled it on the rice fruits. The planting pot absorbs the nutrients of the catalytic pesticide and continuously supplies rice fruit saplings. Grows rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. And then the result. The rice fruit spreads out like a flower bud. Among the rice fruits, rice is produced. Xinchuan carefully pinched off a piece of rice and put it into his mouth to chew. It smells like this, Xinchuan cried. He lived in the days of ancient savages dining in the open air and drinking dew. It's finally over. Axa amo! Let's go home! Xinchuan packed all the ripe rice and returned to the elf guardian home. The rice produced from the rice fruit is of high quality, so you don't even have to wash the rice. Xinchuan steamed it directly on the oven fire. Half of the oven is used to steam rice, and the other half is used to roast duck. The bawang duck meat is really good when roasted. Using goblin seasoning packets is even better. When Xinchuan opened the lid of the steamed rice, he heard the sound of swallowing frequently. Not only his voice, but also the voices of Amo and Ashue. Xinchuan fed himself a mouthful and narrowed his eyes in pleasure. After eating rice, he felt that he was really alive. Compared with rice, everything else has to be pushed to the back. Seeing Xinchuan enjoying himself, Axa couldn't hold back anymore. Pulling on Xinchuan's clothes, he looked at him with a pair of watery eyes. Even she is like this, let alone Amo. Amo's mouth moved exactly in sync with Xinchuan. Chapter 64. What Xinchuan chewed was rice, and what she chewed was air. Xinchuan looked at the two of them and started to tease them. He scooped out a spoonful and shook it in front of the two of them. Want to eat? Amo followed the rice with his eyes and nodded like garlic. The same goes for Ashu, except when Xinchuan's spoon dangled in front of her again. Ouch! I bit off the rice from the spoon in one bite. The rice was so delicious that she could swallow it all with her tongue. I can endure the taste of rice without tasting it, but now I can endure it after taking a bite. Ashue was about to serve the rice in one pot. This is great. Xinchuan quickly stopped her behavior. Take out 3 bowls and serve them out. Then put the roasted duck meat on the rice. The delicious combination of flavors made 1 and 2 beasts bury their heads in the bowl. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. You have such delicious food and you don't even call me. Xinchuan seemed to hear the voice of the treasure goblin. Is it an auditory hallucination? He is in the elven guardhouse. This smell can't be conveyed. You still want to guard against me? I'm a goblin. It's impossible to hide this delicious food from me. Hand over the delicious food. The goblin spoke again and couldn't wait to reach out to Xinchuan. Xinchuan looked up and saw that the goblin was already squatting outside his window. That small body was struggling to move its legs in an attempt to climb in. Xinchuan's eyes turned in circles. The goblins are here. How can they not leave something good behind? You can smell it even through my guardianship, so my rice is really delicious. The goblin nodded without hesitation. Delicious! No need to add any seasonings. It's super delicious. You really know your stuff. Xinchuan deliberately exposed his bowl in front of it. Pair it with rice with grilled duck meat for double the happiness. What is happiness? This is joy. The goblin wished he could hold that bowl of rice to his mouth with his 2-meter-long hands, instead of just watching and swallowing. Give it to me! Xinchuan took the bowl back. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Amo, clearly signaling the goblin with his eyes. It's not impossible to give it to you, it depends on your sincerity. What Xinchuan wanted to do was to give Amo another primary blood-blasting pill to increase his value. However, even the goblins did not understand this clear statement. Its brain has been completely occupied by the aroma of rice. Plop! He actually knelt on the ground and prayed devoutly to Xinchuan. Please! Its sincerity is enough. Xinchuan twitched the corner of his mouth. Can it have anything else on its mind besides eating? I want the primary blood-blasting pill. Xinchuan just pointed it out directly. Only then did the goblin understand what Xinchuan really meant. Stand up from the ground immediately. You didn't tell me earlier! He boldly took out the primary blood-blasting pill from his backpack and threw it to Shinchuan. Seeing how happy it was, Shinchuan felt less regretful. After thinking about it, Shinchuan still gave the goblin a pair of bowls and chopsticks. What a time! What a time! The goblin's tears couldn't stop flowing. It has never eaten anything better than rice in its life. Shinchuan originally wanted to use primary blood-blasting pills on Imo right now. When I turned around, I saw that Imo was cooking rice so fast. A goblin came, and she felt a strong sense of crisis. Shinchuan looked at Ashue in the same way. Come on, let's just finish the meal first. Chapter 65. Belch! Shinchuan let out a long burp. Amo also put down the dishes and chopsticks. He slumped down on the chair with an exhausted look. As for the goblin, he was already lying on the ground unable to move. If you have something delicious, be sure to call me. Stop eating alone. Thanks to its keen sense of smell, the goblin thought of the delicious meal he almost missed. I wish I could have a goblin life all over again. Okay. Shinchuan nodded casually and agreed. As long as you have a baby, you are welcome to come to your door at any time. The goblin groaned and turned over on the ground. Shinchuan waved to Imo. Imo walked up to Shinchuan obediently. She blinked and looked at him. Shinchuan stuffed the primary blood-blasting pill he got from the goblin into Imo's mouth. Imo swallowed it without any resistance. She has 100% trust in Shinchuan. Shinchuan paid attention to her status at all times. You must know that Axe's reaction was not small last time. After a while, Imo patted his chest and tilted his head to look at Shinchuan. A pair of light green eyes seemed to be asking Shinchuan, what's the use? Shinchuan frowned. Why did this elementary blood-blasting pill end up on Imo's body? Isn't it working well? Imo, don't you have any reaction? Imo was silent for a while, and opened his mouth. Hiccup. Only this reaction. It's unscientific. Shinchuan came to the window and grabbed the goblin. No wonder it was so refreshing to give it to him. It turned out to be a fake. Spit out everything you eat. The goblin's stomach was turned upside down by Shinchuan's shaking. The goblin could see a circle of stars in front of his eyes. What are you doing? The goblin pushed Shinchuan's wrist away and found that he couldn't push it. Shinchuan pointed at Imo. There was no reaction at all after taking the elementary blood-blasting pills you gave me. What you gave me was a fake. Fart. The goblin immediately fought back. It is a goblin that specializes in collecting treasures, and no fake can escape its eyes. It also won't collect fakes at all. Oh, if you don't believe it, see for yourself. Shinchuan grabbed the goblin with cold eyes and looked at Imo carefully. The goblin observed Imo carefully. It seems, it's really useless. Isn't it expired? The goblin glanced at Shinchuan quietly from the corner of his eye. Shinchuan just pretended not to see its small movements. If it doesn't give him an explanation for this matter, it won't be over. Seeing that his face was getting colder and colder, the goblin could only start a fight with him. Haha. It should be that I have been hoarding goods for too long, and the effect is not ideal, haha. The awkward laughter was replaced by Shinchuan's cold eyes. The goblin knew he was in the wrong, and painfully took out another treasure from his backpack. This is the explosive spirit bead. It has the same effect on pets. It can not only increase blood volume. Shinchuan watched as it presented the treasure, but no gold coins were received. During the bargaining process between Goblin and Shinchuan, Imo gradually changed from his anthropomorphic state back to his animal body. The little escaped female beast curled up into a small ball. Shinchuan's eyelids twitched. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurous pet Amo who successfully took the primary blood-blasting pill and increased his physical strength by 10 points. This primary blood-blasting pill is real. But at this time, we must not let the goblins discover it. Shinchuan forcefully maintained the cold look on his face. He turned his eyes back to the goblin and accepted the explosive spirit pearl with pretense of reluctance. Since you are so sincere, I will forgive your mistake this time. If there is a next time, there will be no possibility of a deal between the two of us. When the goblin saw that Shinchuan had forgiven him, he immediately became happy. He repeatedly made guarantees to Shinchuan. There will never be a next time. Well, we are still the best partners. I will never forget you next time I have delicious food. Shinchuan's ecstasy-filled goblin couldn't find Bei. What a good guy he is. Shinchuan smoothed the goblin's back and personally sent it out of the elf guardianship. Then we'll see you again. The goblin waved goodbye to Shinchuan. In the blink of an eye, it had disappeared from sight. Shinchuan finally couldn't help laughing. Ha ha! No matter how much the goblins try, they can't defeat me. Imo changed from the state of animal body back to human form. Why is the skin color darker? Shinchuan dares to guarantee it. If you are in a dark environment, Imo will definitely have its own invisibility function. Imo curled his lips and lay on Shinchuan's lap aggrievedly. Apart from feeling heavier, nothing else has changed. Shinchuan quickly rubbed her head. Her original physical strength was already high, but now her blood is even thicker. There is nothing to say about the defensive power. I just hope that this explosive spirit bead can be used in other places. Imo, this designation can have other uses. If that doesn't work, he'll spend gold coins on her to buy an attribute adjuster. Imo then ate the explosive spirit bead. As soon as he swallowed it, red appeared on Imo's face, and the red began to spread throughout his body. What a reaction! Shinchuan saw that Imo's breath was full of heat. Imo stamped his feet on the spot, rushed out of the elf guard, and started running around the elf guard. Shinchuan found that her speed began to increase. Bite! Congratulations to the adventurous pet Imo who successfully took the explosive spirit pearl and increased his agility by 8 points. 8 o'clock is good. It's more than double than Imo's original 5 points. After all, according to her size, no matter how high her agility is, she cannot become a fat person, as flexible as Ashu. She was always a big target. But at any rate, I still have the ability to dodge. Shinchuan's old father's heart was relieved. Imo gradually felt that his body became much lighter while running. When the redness on his body faded, he happily got into Shinchuan's arms. Ashu can understand her happiness. The two little guys were playing together after a while. Another benefit of having a second child, companionship. There was enough busy time today. Shinchuan asked the two little guys to get ready to rest. Early the next morning. As soon as Shinchuan opened his eyes, he couldn't wait to make a wish. I make a wish to get a high-grade ice flame stone. Chapter 66. That's right. So greedy. It would be a shame to just make a wish and get mineral water. Who knows? Bite. The adventurer's wish failed. Please make your wish according to the current stage. Due to the failed wish, the adventurer will receive a random reward. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for getting Radish Seedling *1. Affected by 100 times critical hit, you will get an additional Radish Seedling *99. 100 radish seedlings were immediately put into Shinchuan's backpack. Shinchuan was dumbfounded. Will you receive other random rewards if you fail to make a wish? In the end, I was only given a radish seedling? Simply speechless. Never mind. It was all for nothing. Shinchuan quickly adjusted his mentality. He is really going to start working as a farmer. Shinchuan immediately prepared to plant the radish seedlings. Just as I was about to take out the planting pots, I realized that I had finished planting the rice fruits yesterday. Today I have to recreate the petri dish. He had almost enough stone materials, and he couldn't make 100 petri dishes. There is no need to make a wish for the time being, but I have to get down to business first. Shinchuan took Amo and a Shui out of the Elf Guardian Center. A hard-working day has begun again. After putting away the elf guardianship, Shinchuan carried the shovel and dug into the rocks on the side. Bite. You dug up a chrysanthemum stone, successfully discovered a cave, and obtained stone *1. Due to the 100 times critical hit effect, additional stones *99 will be obtained. Shinchuan showed a proud smile, considering his current physique. Isn't it easy to dig out a simple stone? After getting enough stones, Xinchuan clicked on the panel for making a petri dish. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for successfully making a petri dish and getting a petri dish *1. Due to the 100 times critical impact, you will get an additional 100 petri dishes *100. Spend 5 stones to get 100 planting pots. So worth it. Xinchuan planted the radish seedlings one by one into the planting pots. Now they can thrive. When they mature, it's time to repay him. Xinchuan's inner calculations were going strong. After placing all the radish seedlings, Xinchuan rolled up his sleeves higher. They will then explore the next space. Axu Amo, always be careful to protect yourself when you are next to me. Xinchuan had a premonition that they were about to encounter a new creature. Amo and Axu were ready. Xinchuan took a deep breath and dug a hole into the rock in front of him with a shovel. A hole separates the desert from the cave. Xinchuan looked inside first. You can take in the entire cave at a glance. Just bare rocks. There seems to be no living thing. Maybe this is just an illusion that confuses the eyes. Xinchuan did not dare to be careless at all, put away the shovel and held the thigh bone in his hand. Stepped into the cave. As soon as Xinchuan stood still in the cave, he suddenly heard a faint sound of breathing. This voice definitely does not belong to one of the three of them. Danger! Xinchuan immediately warned Amo and Ashue. Bite! You have inhaled poisonous gas and have been poisoned. Xinchuan saw that his physical strength began to decline. This cave is actually poisonous. Xinchuan immediately put on a gas mask on himself. I also put gas masks on the two little guys, Amo and Ashue. This poison really moisturizes people silently. If it weren't for the thick blood of the three of them, they might have died directly. Xinchuan took a look at his physical strength. Fortunately, he discovered it early and only lost 2 physical strength. The same goes for Amo and Axu. Xinchuan felt very sad. He decided to turn his grief and anger into strength. Xinchuan raised his thigh bone and swept towards the opposite rock. Chapter 67. He wanted to see which rock was secretly attacking. A stream of flames with scorching heat turned into substance spurted towards the rock. Even the cold frost solidified on the opponent's rock. The fire was engulfed by the rock, but the frost stimulated the rock to move. The rocks on its surface began to fall, and the magma curled up in the rocks began to flow slowly. The magma stood up from the rock as if it had been given life. I'm such a good boy. This is a magma monster. Xinchuan protected Amo and Ashue and stepped back. The lava on its body is splashed on it, and it is destined to shed a layer of skin. Xinchuan looked at the magma monster's data. Magma monster, silver level creature. Strength 30. Wisdom 9. Agility 15. Stamina 50. Its stamina value is very high, and it seems that it will still be worn out for a while. Xinchuan looked at Amo and Ashue and made a gesture with his hand. Amo and Axu fully understood what he meant through the contract. The magma contained in this magma monster is a sharp weapon. They absolutely cannot attack by force. Then the only thing left to do is to outsmart them. With every step the magma monster takes, magma will fall from its body. The prerequisite for Amo and Axu to attract the firepower of the magma monster is not to allow themselves to be injured. Amo transformed into her beast body. In the form of an earth-escape beast, she was better able to withstand the high temperature of the magma. And Ashue, who turned back into a snow snake, could just use Amo's back to settle down and attack the magma monster. Amo and Axu are very smart. Take the initiative to provoke the magma monster to focus on them, but only if the magma monster wants to attack them. Amo took Ashue to change positions. Amo's agility is much faster than the magma monster. Although the two of them can't cause much damage to the magma monster, they can hurt a little bit. Xinchuan carefully observed all aspects of the magma monster. He discovered that not all magma monsters were surrounded by magma. For example, its eyes. The eyes are already fragile, and there is no protection from magma. The place Xinchuan wanted to attack was its eyes. When the magma monster was teased by Amoxu and became dizzy, Xinchuan raised the thigh bone and hit it directly in the eyes. The high temperature is just the icing on the cake for the magma monster. So Xinchuan turned his hand, and a substantial stream of frost was continuously input into the magma monster's body. The magma on the magma monster flickers in and out, and under the influence of the frost, it looks like it will dry up at any time. Xinchuan was happy to see this scene. However, the most important problem is that its physical strength is really too thick. Even if Xinchuan inputs double the amount of frost into its body, it will only lose 10 stamina points. This is too much. Besides, the magma monster is not stupid, it is still somewhat intelligent. Ha ha! The magma monster roared angrily. Then he turned his body vigorously and threw Xinchuan out. Xinchuan stepped on the rock with his back feet to cushion his body. One of the magma monster's eyes was pierced through the thigh bone and had to be closed. The body that had been flickering just now began to boil again. It was even more boiling and bubbling than before. This is its anger. It still had one remaining eye staring at Xinchuan, walking towards Xinchuan step by step. Seeing this, Amo and Shui kept harassing it. Even though its physical strength has dropped, it only has Xinchuan in its eyes. This is totally a grudge against him. Xinchuan was not afraid at all. Since he could blind one of its eyes, he could also blind the other eye. Xinchuan regained his stance and struck first at the magma monster. The magma monster knew that he was going to attack its eyes, so he put his arms in front of it. For Xinchuan, it's useless. Chapter 68. Frost completely covered the surface of the thigh bone. Xinchuan held the thigh bone and knocked it straight towards the magma monster. Even if its arms are made of fiery red lava, Xinchuan's intermediate ice flame stone can completely restrain the magma on its arms. A critical blow to the thigh bone cut off one of its arms. One of the magma monster's arms fell to the ground. Xinchuan took this opportunity and quickly twisted his thigh bone. The thigh bone aimed at the magma monster's eye and stabbed it to the end. Wow! The magma monster screamed and backed away, trying to escape. If it retreats, Xinchuan will advance. This time Xinchuan increased the amount of frost injected into its body. The magma on the magma monster's body finally lost its luster. Xinchuan felt proud. The magma monster was struggling fiercely under his thigh bone. Xinchuan couldn't let it have another chance to revive. Xian glanced at Axamo, and the two little guys understood the meaning in his eyes. On both sides of the magma monster was harassed. The magma on its body has been extinguished, and Axamo is not afraid at all. What's more, it's blind. Axa hovered over the magma monster, and the cold air from his body was also input into its body. Amo rolled up into a ball, aimed at the magma monster and rushed over. The huge impact forced Xinchuan to release his thigh bones and retreat. Bang! Only a loud noise was heard. The magma monster was knocked away by Amo. Its body was originally made of rocks. After such a collision, rocks were everywhere. Xinchuan raised his eyebrows. Thumbs up to Amo. Bravo! After confirming that the magma monster was dead, Amo changed from a beast body back to a human form. Xinchuan took off his gas mask. After the magma monster died, the poisonous gas in this cave also disappeared. A golden light lit up. Behind the death of the magma monster, there is a gold treasure chest. Xinchuan walked towards the gold treasure chest. Unlock treasure chest, gold level. After opening, there is a chance to obtain food, water, silver level equipment, props, etc., and a small probability to obtain platinum level equipment and props. Is this the first time he has encountered a gold level treasure chest? And it's still unlocked. Make money! Make a fortune! Xinchuan couldn't wait to see what treasures were in this golden treasure box. Bite! Congratulations on opening the gold treasure chest and getting the intermediate blue stone *1. Good guy. It's worthy of being at the gold level, and it's an intermediate level brilliant blue stone as soon as it's released. Xinchuan thought for a moment. Use the mid-level brilliant blue stone immediately. Embedded on his agile boots. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for successfully inlaying the intermediate brilliant blue stone. Agility increased by 10. Ha! The intermediate blue stone is really different. The blue stone is supposed to increase agility, but I didn't expect it to increase so much as soon as it was upgraded. So worth it. Shinchuan put on his smart boots. He felt that if he walked now, he would be able to walk as fast as flying. However, the golden treasure chest is more than just the intermediate blue stone. Shinchuan's eyes were sharp. He saw a cloth bag emerging from the golden treasure chest. He reached out and picked it up. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for winning the summer gift pack *1. Summer gift pack? What could be there? Shinchuan opened the summer gift bag with a skeptical heart. There is a refrigerator redemption coupon and a drawing for making popsicles. Refrigerator. Popsicle. Shinchuan's eyes lit up. It's really good stuff. Chapter 69. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer who opened the summer gift bag and received 10 free popsicles. System prompt. Eating popsicle *1 can reduce the skill's CD cooldown by 1 second. 10 popsicles were immediately distributed to Shinchuan's backpack. Shinchuan looked at the popsicles in his backpack, his eyes sparkling even more. This can also reduce the speed of skill CD. You must know that in battle, a slight difference can make a huge difference. 1 second can kill the enemy. But now Shinchuan doesn't care about its additional functions, he cares more about enjoying it immediately. Shinchuan immediately took out a popsicle. Feel the coolness coming from the popsicle. Only then did Shinchuan belatedly realize how stuffy the cellar they were in was. And popsicles. They are the reborn parents in hot weather. Crack! Shinchuan bit off a piece of popsicle with a pious heart. Readily. Very cool. This feeling is really extraordinary. As soon as Shinchuan finished sighing, he heard 2 voices in his ears. It was the sound of Ah-mo and Ah-shue swallowing. The 2 of them looked at Shinchuan eating popsicles and couldn't stop drooling. The 2 of them are experienced now. The food that can make Shinchuan show such an expression is definitely delicious. Shinchuan couldn't stand the pitiful looks of the 2 little guys, so he took out 2 popsicles and handed them to them. Shinchuan resold the 7 popsicles left in the backpack to the store. Immediately receive 70 gold coins in your account. Incredible! A popsicle can be sold for a high price of 10 gold coins. Shinchuan can definitely make money from popsicles. It's very possible that you can still make a lot of money. Shinchuan rubbed his hands and looked at the popsicle making drawings carefully. This is his way to make money. Shinchuan frowned when he looked at the popsicle making drawings and realized that things were not simple. The main thing is that this production step is really not simple. Except for the ice and snow conditions that popsicles must have. Also have a variety of fruits. Shinchuan himself wanted to eat fruit. However, wow! There is no such thing as fruit in the entire backpack. However, something caught Shinchuan's attention. Snow Tribe Teleportation Scroll. That's Ashu's ancestral home. There's no shortage of ice and snow there. You can go to that place at any time. Shinchuan's main focus still had to be on the fruit. Where can these fruits be obtained? Maybe I can only meet it by luck. Shinchuan believes that his luck is pretty good now. As soon as he encounters fruit, he starts making popsicles. It's really decided. Balu Balu! Ah-shue has already swallowed the whole popsicle. That chilling feeling from the bottom of their hearts made them narrow their eyes in comfort. Then he opened his eyes and looked at Shinchuan with blinking eyes. To be precise, it was looking at Shinchuan's popsicle. Shinchuan's heart tightened and he quickly swiped the entire popsicle. Don't think he doesn't know the 2 little guys are thinking about his popsicles. Axamo's eyes dimmed a lot as Shinchuan swallowed the last bite of the popsicle. Their light is gone. Shinchuan pursed his lips and patted both of their heads. It can't be more pitiful. Anyway, I have the blueprints for making popsicles. I just want to make them for you to take care of. Axaamo had to nod in agreement. They have hope of eating popsicles. Chapter 70. It was precisely because of the desire to eat popsicles that power burst out from Axamo's body. Shinchuan saw that they were always ready and couldn't help but laugh. Let's rest for a while, and then we can continue digging forward. Axel and Amos sat next to Shinchuan, one on the left, and one on the right. Two little heads lay on his lap. Xinchuan rubbed their two little heads. The hair quality on this head is really good. Soft and silky. Comparable to fine silk. Xinchuan's heart bubbled with pride. It is all his credit that the two little guys can grow up so vigorously. After taking a short rest, Xinchuan felt that his strength had recovered. Carrying the shovel, he chose a direction and dug forward. Amo Axel was not idle either, cheering for Xinchuan from the side. Xinchuan just dug into the space in front of him. An alluring fruity aroma penetrated his nose. Fruity? Fruity scent. Xinchuan suppressed his inner excitement. Don't let the monster in the front space fish for him. After all he can think about now is fruit. Did he designate the other party to do some illusion or something, and bring out what he desires most in his heart? Therefore, Xinchuan must be more careful. He is the one who takes care of the family. Don't let your whole family fall into it. Seeing that Xinchuan was becoming cautious, Amo Axel also went into a state of alert. Xinchuan put away his shovel and protected the two little ones as they moved forward. Stepping into the previous space, it felt like a paradise. There are fruits that Xinchuan can name, and fruits that he can't name. There are so many fruits he wants here. Are you sure it's not fishing? Xinchuan felt anxious. If he takes the bait, he might be able to catch them all. But if these fruits were real, he would never let them go. Xinchuan could only see the fruit trees in front of him. Amo Axel also had the same look. It cannot be said that the expressions of the three of them have nothing to do with each other. It can only be said that they are exactly the same. Several branches on the fruit tree moved slowly along the fruit tree. Xinchuan, who was greedy for the fruit trees in front of him, didn't notice it immediately. So much so that the fruit tree branches reached his feet. Unprepared, Xinchuan was wrapped up in branches decisively. Fruit tree demon, bronze level creature. Strength 7. Agility 10. Wisdom 5. Stamina 12. A bronze level fruit tree demon is not worthy of Xinchuan's attention. Xinchuan was ecstatic inside. If there can be a fruit tree demon, it proves that these fruit trees really exist. Xinchuan's fear was completely gone. Axu! Xinchuan called Axu, and Axu immediately understood what he meant. She opened her snake mouth and quickly bit off the branches wrapped around his hands. As soon as his hands were loosened, Xinchuan's mind moved, and the frost stone axe immediately appeared in his hands. Xinchuan picked up the frost stone axe and raised it upward. All the fruit tree branches tied to him broke and fell to the ground. The fruit tree demon failed to entangle Xinchuan and could only retract its branches angrily. As soon as it was retracted, Xinchuan was in trouble. Although it is only a bronze-level creature, so be it. There are so many fruit trees in front of us, which one is its true nature? Xinchuan is very afraid of accidental injury. These fruits are treasures where money makes money. He would be heartbroken if he cut one off at random. Chapter 71. Xinchuan couldn't take action casually. Then the matter of provoking the fruit tree demon will be left to the two little guys, Axu and Amo. Axu, Amo, come and lure out the fruit tree demon's true form. The two cubs of Axu and Amo should be the best targets for the fruit tree demon. Axu Amo got into the fruit trees and jumped up and down on the edge of each fruit tree. Just like two naughty kids. You know, naughty kids are really hateful. Xinchuan carefully observed the surrounding branches. Sure enough. Under the stimulation of the naughty child, the fruit tree demon really couldn't stand it any longer. Xinchuan didn't take action immediately, he had to make sure again. Where is the fruit tree demon's true body? Amo Axu followed the beast's intuition and even locked the location of the fruit tree demon's body. Xinchuan also saw the fruit tree demon's true form. He swung the frost stone axe and chopped straight at the fruit tree demon's body. The fruit tree demon sensed the approaching danger and quickly blocked its body with branches. But its level is only bronze level. Xinchuan split it just like splitting firewood. From top to bottom, hit it to the bottom. The fruit tree demon's main tree is split into two. TSK, you really don't need a beating. Xinchuan shook his hair. Expressed contempt for the fruit tree demon. Sure enough, he defeated several silver-level creatures in a row. Xinchuan was floating. I can't stand this kind of bronze level. As the fruit tree demon died, other fruit trees withered at the same time. Shinchuan's face, which was still smiling just now, instantly turned ugly. This fruit tree demon is still a clever little ghost. I also know that it makes him extremely happy and sad. His fruit. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for defeating the fruit tree demon and obtaining one fruit seed. Due to the 100 times critical hit effect, he received an additional 99 fruit seeds. Shinchuan couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief when he heard the system's voice. After all, there are fruit seeds as rewards. Shinchuan, who was frightened by the fruit tree demon, looked at the remains of the fruit tree demon bitterly. He broke it down right now. Let there be no wasted space in its body. Bite. The fruit tree demon has been decomposed, and you will get one fruit seed. Due to the 100-fold critical hit, you will get an additional 99 fruit seeds. Bite. The fruit tree demon has been decomposed, and fruit tree wood *1 has been obtained. Due to the 100-fold critical hit, an additional fruit wood *99 has been obtained. Shinchuan raised his smile again. It will definitely make the fruit tree demon still shine after death. Fruits, seeds, and wood are all necessary to him. Because he wants to make a planting pot that can grow fruit seeds. Petri dishes are made from stone, and planting pots are made from wood. Shinchuan still spent some time making 200 planting pots. Then all the fruit seeds were thrown into the planting pot. A fruit seed, a planting pot. All right. Various fruits are urgently needed, and Shinchuan does not have time to wait for them to grow. So the shortcut to making them grow quickly is to give them catalytic pesticides. It takes 100 bottles of water to make 1 bottle of catalytic pesticide. Shinchuan had no choice. The black-hearted system does not bargain. Fortunately, Shinchuan is a large water storage company. When 200 bottles of catalytic pesticide require 20,000 bottles of water. Shinchuan's heart still couldn't help but hurt. Reluctant to part with water, unable to catch fruits. Worth it. 20,000 bottles of water consumed most of Shinchuan's inventory. 200 catalytic pesticides came into Shinchuan's hands. There was no need to hold it warm in his hands. Shinchuan used it directly on the 200 planting pots. Chapter 72. The fruit seeds, which had no shadow at first, immediately emerged from the soil. It then grows vigorously in a short period of time and eventually produces fruits with an attractive fruity aroma. Shinchuan is surrounded by a fruity fragrance, as if he is in heaven. Shinchuan picked an apple and casually scratched it twice on his clothes, then wiped it clean. It's delicious. The quality of this fruit tree is truly amazing. Not only is it juicy, but it also has a refreshing feeling. Great. An apple a day keeps disease away from me. That's absolutely right. Shinchuan did not eat alone, he also picked 2 apples and handed them to Amo Aksu. Being happy alone is not as good as being happy together. The 2 little guys were also drooling over these tempting fruits. Shinchuan finished the apple in his hand in 3 or 2 mouthfuls. Immediately, we prepared to put these fruit trees into the guardianship. However, the number is too huge, and the guardian can no longer accommodate it. Shinchuan had to think of another idea. He can only expand the capacity of his space bracelet. Because it holds a lot of stuff. Although an item can be stored without an upper limit. But Shinchuan just has too many types of items. Shinchuan looked at the conditions for expansion. Oh my god! Expanding one space costs 3,000 gold coins! Shinchuan's eyes widened. He originally thought that the system was already deceiving him enough. Unexpectedly, his pattern is still small. There is no most pitfalls, only more pitfalls. He underestimated the bandit nature of the system. But he still has to expand it. Only with these fruit trees can he make a steady stream of money. These are his fortune trees. Shinchuan swallowed a mouthful of old blood. Just invest in the current period. Anyway, he still has the buff of 100 times critical strike. If you calculate it carefully, he is not at a huge loss. Shinchuan sorted out 500 cans of functional drinks in his backpack. 1 can of functional drinks can be sold for 6 gold coins. By selling these 500 cans of functional drinks, he would have exactly 3,000 gold coins. After Xingchuan made the calculation, he directly listed the functional drink in the mall. The other players who had been squatting behind Xingchuan to sell things all bought up in an instant. Brother Xingchuan is selling something for sale again. Don't miss it if you pass by. Last time, there was a big sale, and this time we are still selling. Please tell me how much inventory Xingchuan has. We are destined to only look up to the heroic talents of Mr. Xingchuan. I hope that one day we can meet the big boss and let us see the big boss with our own eyes. Then hey. The 500 cans of functional drinks that Xingchuan hung out were exchanged for 3,000 gold coins in a short time. Who among the players who can survive in the cellar till now has no capital left? Xingchuan is very satisfied that they have an independent financial situation. You can kill them even more harshly in the future. Xingchuan immediately used 3,000 gold coins to expand the space bracelet. The bracelet is being expanded. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for the successful expansion. He received 1 storage slot. Due to the 100 times critical hit effect, he received an additional 99 storage slots. The space bracelet instantly has 100 more storage locations. Xingchuan was extremely satisfied. All the fruit trees in front of him were immediately stored in his space bracelet. Xingchuan also smelled the fragrance of zhu berry. They are ripe. What are you waiting for? Harvest immediately. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for harvesting vermilion berry large fruit *1. Due to the 100 times critical hit effect, you will receive an additional large red berry fruit *99. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for harvesting vermilion berry *1. Due to the 100 times critical hit effect, you will receive an additional 99 red berries. Chapter 73. The sound of harvest continues. Xingchuan's smile stretched to his ears. He took some more red berries and planted them again. Only through ecological recycling can he have a continuous supply of food. After Xingchuan finished everything, he left half of the zhu berry and zhu berry large fruits. The other half is put up for sale in the mall. Xingchuan ate a few large red berry fruits for Amo Aksu, and the lost physical strength of 1 person and 2 animals was slowly replenished. Eat and drink enough and rest for a while. Xingchuan sat on the ground. Amo spread his belly beside his hand. She was still a cub, and Xingchuan fed her until she was full. Xingchuan had no choice but to rub her belly. Shui was better, and she needed it herself when she was full. After all, Aksu is a cold and arrogant little princess. While Xingchuan was rubbing Amo's belly, he suddenly saw a slightly familiar figure flash past. Kind of like that treasure goblin guy. If it were real, it would definitely say hello to him. System prompt: Fortune Goblin is infested. Fortune Goblin! Xingchuan stared at the direction where the Fortune Goblin was fleeing, his eyes as bright as stars. He was completely destitute by the system. Is this meant to restore his health? If you catch the Fortune Goblin, getting rich overnight shouldn't be a dream. Stop! Huh! A panting female voice followed closely behind the Fortune Goblin and appeared in front of Xingchuan. Xingchuan recognized her, Li Menghan. I didn't expect that this girl would live to this day and be so lucky to meet the Wealth Goblin. It's a pity that the strength of the Wealth Goblin has not yet been grasped. Then he would accept it. Xingchuan patted Ashu on the head. As fast as lightning, Ashu blocked the escape route of the Fortune Goblin. The Fortune Goblin had no choice but to turn back. When you turn back, you'll be facing Xingchuan River. Xingchuan already had some experience in catching goblins. This little guy is so fast. Fortune Goblin saw Xingchuan's intention to capture it, and wanted to turn around and run away. Ashu is responsible for stopping it from running to other dimensions. Xingchuan teased the Fortune Goblin for a while, then caught it while it was dazed. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The Fortune Goblin screamed angrily while holding it in his hand. Xingchuan could understand its words, and the communicator given to him by the Treasure Goblin was completely fine for communicating with the goblin. Let me go! Let me go! No matter how much the Wealth Goblin screams, Xingchuan remains motionless. After all, Li Menghan is still here. Li Menghan saw that the wealth he had been chasing was in the hands of others. In an instant, he showed his attacking attitude. However, when she saw clearly that the person who caught the wealth goblin was Xinchuan, the whole body's guard suddenly relaxed. Xinchuan saw Li Menghan's transformation in his eyes. Does she trust him that much? I'm afraid this girl is a bit stupid. No one in the cellar can be trusted. Although he deserves her trust and will not harm her. Boss Xinchuan, can you please give it to me? Li Menghan made a request to Xinchuan non-stop. The wealth goblin was very important to her. Before Xinchuan had time to speak, the fortune goblin continued to scream. Don't hand me over to that woman! If you let me go, I will give you 2,000 gold coins! The fortune goblin just tried its luck, but Xinchuan could really understand what it said. Chapter 74. Xinchuan did not immediately respond to the goblin's call, but instead asked Li Menghan. Is this goblin important to you? Li Menghan nodded without hesitation. If you have it, you can get gold coins. If it doesn't want to, it can still make soup. Xinchuan felt the wealth goblin in his hand shiver all over. No wonder it ran away like this, that's what happened. After all, gold coins and food are in short supply in the cellar. Everyone doesn't treat him like Xinchuan. Can't make soup. Can't make soup. My meat is so bad. My teeth are so stuffed. The fortune goblin shouted with a cry in his voice. However, the same voice sounded in Li Menghan's ears, and he looked longingly at the wealth goblin in Xinchuan's hand. The wealth goblin looked at her, his body shaking like a sieve. It was almost scared to the point of peeing. Xinchuan saw that the wealth goblin he was scaring had reached a similar level. Take the initiative to strike up a conversation with it and say something. Your worth is far more than 2,000 gold coins. You are worth 5,000 gold coins. When the fortune goblin heard Xinchuan's voice, he felt as if he had seen the dawn of hope. However, after hearing Xinchuan's offer, he felt extremely happy and sad. You took advantage of the situation. The fortune goblin accused Xinchuan of extremely excessive behavior. Xinchuan nodded confidently. Yes, I'm just taking advantage of the situation. Can I buy your life for 5,000 gold coins? Xinchuan was about to hand over the fortune goblin to Li Menghan, and the fortune goblin screamed in horror. Buy! Buy, buy, buy! Li Menghan made a move to catch it, but Xinchuan swung it around in front of her hand. Carry it back again. It's just a false shot. Boss Xinchuan? Xinchuan asked the fortune goblin to transfer the gold coins to his ID immediately. Bite. Congratulations to adventurer Xinchuan for receiving 5,000 gold coins from the fortune goblin. Xinchuan nodded with satisfaction. This was not a gift, but money to buy his life. Xinchuan patted the fortune goblin on the head and turned to look at Li Menghan. I want it. You. Li Menghan's eyes changed. Is Xinchuan going to be Qing Yaojin? Xinchuan continued. I'll give you 1,000 gold coins to buy it. 1,000 gold coins. Li Menghan couldn't help but be ecstatic. This amount was something she had never imagined. Even if she wanted to rob the wealth goblin, she never expected to be able to rob so many gold coins. Make a deal! Li Menghan immediately decided to make this deal. She must seize the opportunity that is comparable to getting rich overnight. Xinchuan immediately traded 1,000 gold coins to Li Menghan. Li Menghan counted the 4-digit gold coins over and over again. Her savings exceeded 1,000. That cautious and thoughtful expression made even the wealth goblin feel that it was unfair to this girl. Xinchuan earned 4,000 gold coins with nothing but white wolf operations. The goblin of wealth is chasing Xinchuan, and Xinpapi is as steady as an old dog. Sure enough, this man's conscience will not hurt. Because he has no conscience at all. Don't you think he cheated on a girl? The goblin of fortune attempts to arouse the thing called conscience in Xinchuan. Xinchuan shook his head decisively. With her current strength, being able to keep 1,000 gold coins depends on her ability. Li Menghan had to pretend to live his previous life after getting this gold coin. If others knew that she was carrying a huge sum of money, she would spend the rest of her life on the run from others trying to kill people and gain goods. In order to survive, the human heart of anyone in the cellar cannot be underestimated. The fortune goblin was silent. Chapter 75. Xinchuan is right. Li Menghan didn't know how many gold coins he had counted, and his eyes were as crescent as the crescent moon a long time ago. Xinchuan still has a good impression of Li Menghan, a sensible girl. He took out some ripe red berries and gave them to her. This is all for me? Li Menghan knows very well that no reward will be given without merit. These foods are more precious than gold coins. She didn't dare to answer. Xinchuan directly traded it into Li Menghan's ID, allowing her to refuse even if she wanted to. Li Menghan burst into tears immediately. Boss Xinchuan, you are really a good person, woo woo. She has survived in the cellar so far, and has suffered many betrayals and countless mistakes. Only here in Xinchuan was the only warmth she could feel. Every time he was in a panic, as long as he met Xinchuan, things would turn around. Xinchuan was a little helpless about the girl's tears. Li Menghan cried so hard that her strong outer shell instantly softened in front of him. Xinchuan sighed, just be a good person and do it to the end. Stop crying, I'll treat you to dinner. Eat what to eat? Li Menghan thought she was hallucinating. Still thought it was the original world. Can I treat you to dinner casually? This is the cellar. Where did the food come from? The fortune goblin heard that there was something to eat, and stretched its limbs in the air. I want to eat too. I want to eat too. I spent 5,000 gold coins. Xinchuan couldn't help but doubt something. Are the goblins all foodies? Xinchuan didn't explain anything to Li Menghan. Come with me. He placed the wealth goblins on the ground, and then a set of elven guardians was placed in front of them. Wow! Li Menghan couldn't help but exhale softly. She had long known from the World Channel that Xinchuan was a man who owned a house. However, the difference between concept and reality is huge. This house is probably something she will never be able to reach in her lifetime. Li Menghan was extremely envious. Come in. Xinchuan greeted Li Menghan to enter, and Li Menghan carefully stepped into the elf guardian house. I was afraid that I would bump into somewhere in this protective shelter. No matter where it is, she can't afford to pay. The wealth goblin was not as sneaky as she was, and followed her home carelessly. It's a boss that cost 5,000 gold coins. Axeamo followed closely behind Xinchuan. Xinchuan took out the prepared coke and milk and handed them to the two of them. The coke is for Li Menghan and Fortune Goblin, and the milk is for their two little guys. Go and entertain the guests, I'll start cooking. Axeamo added 2 chairs for Li Menghan and Fortune Goblin. Li Menghan took a tentative sip of coke. This is real coke. And there are additional buffs to restore her physical strength. It's so outrageous. The fortune goblin took a few sips of coke and started shaking his head. Delicious! Xinchuan took out the ripe rice fruits and poured the rice into the basin. The fragrant smell of rice entered Li Menghan's nose. After living in the cellar for a long time, I have my own radar for the taste of any kind of food. Li Menghan stood up with a whoosh. This is the smell of rice grains. Really big rice. Xinchuan put the rice in the pot and steamed it, and the smell that kept coming out made the 4 waiting people swallow their saliva frequently. Chapter 76. Li Menghan's eyes wanted to stick to the rice and steam it with them. She couldn't help but follow her heart, trying to walk towards the place where the rice was steamed. After taking just 2 steps, I was blocked by a blocking stone. The fortune goblin pushed Li Menghan back with his elbow. Stay there! I want to eat first. How could Li Menghan understand what it was chirping? Now even if the Jade Emperor stops her, she still wants to work. With 2 fingers he picked up the fortune goblin and put it behind him. How could the wealth goblin tolerate her trying to steal food from it? Hold her legs and don't let go. Li Menghan and the fortune goblin were fighting with each other, either giving in to the other. Xinchuan made a stir-fry with duck meat today, and the crispy and fragrant flavor tempted their taste buds. Axeamo couldn't help but lie at the door of the kitchen and watch helplessly. For the sake of delicious food, Li Menghan and the wealth goblin no longer fight needlessly. Together they stared at the kitchen door eagerly, swallowing frequently. As soon as Xinchuan turned around, he saw 4 heads with identical expressions. It'll be ready soon. Go and sit down in your seats, otherwise you won't get anything to eat. Whoosh! One runs faster than the other. They were sitting in rows waiting for Shinchuan to feed them. Shinchuan took out the steamed rice and stir-fried duck. Make a bowl of duck meat and rice. Children first. Li Menghan nodded bitterly. Finally it was her turn. Ouch! God! She finally felt the meaning of living. Li Menghan was moved to tears. The Goblin of Fortune held the bowl and ate loudly, burying his head in it. With a circle of rice grains still stuck to the corner of his mouth, he handed the bowl to Shinchuan and begged for food confidently. More! More! Axuamo also finished cooking in twos and held out the bowl to Shinchuan. Li Menghan saw that they were about to add a second bowl of rice. I stopped sighing immediately. Food is the most important thing. The next time I eat rice, I don't know it will be in the year of the monkey. Shinchuan took into account their good appetite and was fully prepared. Stop choking. I gave them 4 more cokes and milk. Li Menghan was extremely moved. Looking at Shinchuan, he said something vaguely. Boss, I want to marry you. You don't want to marry me, you want to marry my rice. Shinchuan exposed her ruthlessly. Li Menghan's face turned red. You can live without the object, but you can't live without the rice. But it was just what Li Menghan said casually, and Shinchuan didn't take it to heart. How much do you pay for these foods? Do you still have them? I want to buy them all. The rich goblin begged Shinchuan for food. Shinchuan raised his eyebrows and looked at its small body. You want to keep the rice I made? The fortune goblin nodded and took a few sips of coke. There's this kind of drink, I want it too. It is the easiest way to establish a trading relationship with goblins using food. Shinchuan didn't want to trick the wealth gnome, so he pointed at the rice. Rice has a very short storage time and is not suitable for stocking up. Even if I give you rice crackers, you won't be able to make them. If you like to eat, you can come to me to buy food next time. The fortune goblin was lost in thought. Shinchuan then pointed to the coke in the fortune goblin's hand. You can stock up on this, I can sell it to you. The fortune goblin reluctantly nodded. Chapter 77. Okay then, I have to stock up on drinks too. Don't forget me when you have rice to eat. Shinchuan made a deal with the Coca-Cola and the fortune goblin. The selling price is 10 gold coins per jar. Fortune goblin trades readily. Shinchuan smiled from ear to ear. This was comparable to a shopping mall or something. He was making a lot of money. The fortune goblin also opened his mouth with satisfaction. The coke tastes so good. And it can relieve fatigue after drinking it, so it's worth it. Both parties were very satisfied with this transaction. Goodbye and good sale, come again next time. Li Menghan knew nothing about the deal between Fortune Goblin and Shinchuan. After she finished her meal, she couldn't help but lick the bowl clean. There is no way, this is the force of life. Li Menghan realized later that he had done such a thing. And it was still in front of Shinchuan. The top of my head felt like smoke was coming out. From the corner of his eye, he saw that Shinchuan's attention was not on her for a moment. Li Menghan forced her agitated mood to calm down. Sighing at the clean, empty bowl. If we let them know about the existence of rice, wouldn't they all go crazy? Shinchuan heard her muttering to herself. He really had this idea. Then let them all go crazy. Li Menghan turned to look at Shinchuan, slowly recalling what Shinchuan meant. His pupils gradually dilated, and his voice trembled in shock as he asked. Boss Shinchuan, you don't know how to invite them to dinner. Do I look like Jesus to you? Shinchuan really didn't know how she thought he could be the Holy Father. Li Menghan scratched the back of his head and nodded. Boss Shinchuan, you are my Jesus. Otherwise, why would he be able to save her from the heat of water every time? Shinchuan was speechless. That is to say, he was only a little generous to her because she didn't have any bad intentions towards him. There's no point in getting hung up on this matter. Shinchuan asked her directly. Would you like to help me make some rice? I'll sell it in the mall. There are still a lot of rice crackers in his backpack, and he can't finish them even after a year and a half. What's more, he still has something to grow, and it would be better to realize it. The mall is robbing people, and gold coins are not only in short supply, but also in short supply. Yes, yes! Li Menghan agreed with both hands. Xinchuan moved out all the rice crackers. The rice crackers piled up all over the room made Li Menghan unable to close his jaw. In the days when she could not afford to eat steamed buns, she could only chew grass roots. Xinchuan has already achieved food freedom. The boss is indeed a boss. Xinchuan prepared all the tools, and Li Menghan rolled up his sleeves and started working. After the fortune goblin had eaten and drank enough, he patted his butt and left. It won't be long before they meet again. Xinchuan has this confidence. When he runs out of gold coins, there will be a way for him to deliver them to his door. Li Menghan moved very quickly, and with Xinchuan's help, he quickly steamed the rice one after another. Xinchuan immediately put the hot rice up for sale in the mall. Priced at 10 gold coins each. What is this? Am I hallucinating? Is there rice in the cellar? He who works for the rice. He who works for the soul of the rice. If you don't want to do it, you're a bastard. Strike first. I've already made a serving of rice. It's really rice. People who are full of doubts are not slow to start. This is the rice they think about day and night. And this is food produced by Xinchuan. You can't go wrong, the quality is guaranteed. Everyone who eats rice says it's good. Starting from the first person who tries it, Xinchuan will sell it as soon as it is put on the shelves. Chapter 78. Those who grabbed it were very happy, while those who couldn't grab it could only lament. After all, it's still a step too late. Does Mr. Xinchuan want to add more rice? The rice is really delicious. It not only restores the taste in my memory, but even the taste is even better. The ones you grabbed upstairs can just keep silent, okay? Otherwise, be careful and get beaten while walking on the street. Just because I can grab the rice, come and beat me. I've never seen such a mean request. Just wait. The remarks that started the war caused most of the building to tilt in an instant. Xinchuan didn't have time to watch them bicker, as the rice crackers weren't finished yet. In the World Channel, some people also expressed some doubts. Does anyone know how Mr. Xinchuan makes rice? Yes, the rice I got from the successful transaction is still piping hot. Boss Xinchuan won't cook and sell it at the same time, right? I have to say that he is telling the truth in this regard. It's still hot rice. I thought it was cold rice. I want to grab it. There were so many times in the cellar that it was cold but not hot, and the feeling of warmth seemed to exist only in memory. It doesn't matter what Mr. Xinchuan used to make the rice. At least he is willing to benefit us. He is the new master. Master Xinchuan, I bow to you. Also, please don't grab my rice. Yours? Your name is written on the rice? It belongs to whoever gets it. Me? I'm going bankrupt just for a bowl of rice. Come on, even your ruined property is not enough to buy a bowl of rice, so just stay here. I hope you can let me eat a bowl of rice. Don't be ignorant, otherwise I can only kneel down and beg you. During their quarrel, Xinchuan served rice again. It has to be said that they are noisy, and they are not slow at all in grabbing food. Xinchuan just blinked and it was out of stock. It's amazing. Xinchuan couldn't help but sigh. The richer his leeks are, the happier he will be. As far as I've dug in so many places in the cellar, I've never seen anything that can make rice. Master Xinchuan, can you tell me the coordinates? I want to collect them too. I want it too. I want plus 10,086 too. Not to mention rice-making things, there is nothing on the shelves of Master Xinchuan's store that I have seen anywhere I've ever walked. Suddenly I'm worried. Are we sure we are in the same cellar as Master Xinchuan? Everyone said that Xinchuan is a bug. Sooner or later he will be banned. John Quan grabbed a bowl of fragrant rice and ate with tears in his eyes while watching the vitriol on the World Channel. Humph, they are all a bunch of ignorant mortals. As someone who has had closer contact with the great god Xinchuan, he knows that the realm of the great god Xinchuan is really beyond the reach of mere mortals like them. There is a new discussion topic in the World Channel. Isn't Xinchuan a clone of the system? Why do you ask that from upstairs? Has any of you really seen Xinchuan? Anyway, I haven't. When you say that, it seems like this is really the case. According to Xinchuan's lucky physique, he is not the chosen one, he must be determined by the system. Damn it! This is such a bold idea. But it seems to be true. No wonder the system ignores our complaints. This is a direct complaint to itself. It doesn't care. I've never seen it before. Master Xinchuan can't be fake, right? That's the lover of my dreams, woo-woo. When Zhang Quan saw this round of discussion, the food in his mouth suddenly became unpalatable. Do people say it? As an eyewitness who has seen the great god Xinchuan, we must clear his name. Xinchuan occasionally glanced at the World Channel and couldn't stop shaking his head in amusement after seeing their confusing remarks. Chapter 79. There are people who have seen him, but most of them are people who want to cheat and kill people. Those who responded to him with such a mentality were directly killed by witnesses. But their guesses are really amazing. Xinchuan was very happy that they just misunderstood him. In the future, he will be the incarnation of walking in the cellar with a system on his back. Let's see who dares not to outsmart him. Bah! Everyone upstairs is just making wild guesses. As one of the people who has met Lord Xinchuan, I have mistakenly entered Lord Xinchuan's territory. Not only did Master Xinchuan not drive us away, he also invited us to eat hot pot. He's not good at being nice to others. Great God Xinchuan is the eternal God. Zhang Quan cleared Xinchuan's name. Everyone's focus is not on whether Xinchuan is a real person. Hot pot! Is it the hot pot I thought about? Is it a small hot pot or a big hot pot? I want to eat hot pot too. Zhang Quan smiled proudly, making them look down on Master Xinchuan. Seeing their whales everywhere, Zhang Quan added another irritating words. Compared with the previous hot pot, it's richer. The quality is better. And there are additional buffs. Xinchuan Dishin Cowhide Pulse. The entire World Channel was in a state of excitement after Zhang Quan's words. Master Xinchuan is really a cowhide. Please, Lord Xinchuan, please look at the child. The child can cook. Great God Xinchuan will always be a god. Not that no one is skeptical. But this person is Xinchuan. They can't even suspect it. So these are all true. Xinchuan and Li Menghan have already prepared the last basket of rice. Before putting it on the shelves, Xinchuan watched World Channel once. Zhang Quan, this unlucky boy, didn't even wear a vest. The last wave of rice is worth it. Xinchuan shouted on the World Channel. Immediately, rice was put on the shelves in the mall. The group of people were like hungry children waiting for food, and the fight was so fierce. Xinchuan made a lot of money just by selling rice. Li Menghan played half of the effort in this. Naturally, Xinchuan would not treat her badly. She already has enough gold coins, and she has a certain amount of financial resources in the entire cellar. On the contrary, food resources were something she couldn't buy even with gold coins. Xinchuan packed a random food resource for her and gave it to Li Menghan. Li Menghan received all kinds of food as gifts from Xinchuan, and everyone was so surprised that they were dumbfounded. Are these all for me? Xinchuan nodded. Yes, it's your reward for working for me. Li Menghan bit her lip and burst into tears. Boss Xinchuan, you are truly my Jesus in this world. Xinchuan saw her crying again. Girls' tear ducts are really well developed. Just when he was about to tell her not to cry, Li Menghan wiped the tears on his face with his sleeve. Hesitantly and embarrassedly made a request to Xinchuan. Boss Xinchuan, can I exchange these foods for gold coins with you? Chapter 80. Xinchuan didn't expect that she could make such a request. Why should you exchange it for gold coins? Food is the fundamental thing that ensures your survival in the cellar. Xinchuan just asked Li Menghan a few words. He felt that this girl had a pretty good personality and could take care of her. Li Menghan felt Xinchuan's concern and her eyes were red. In this heart full of crises and dangers, Xinchuan's concern is the most genuine. Li Menghan lowered his head and choked up his voice. I got a silver blueprint, but I'm short of gold coins, lots and lots of them. Another silver drawing, it seems she is in good luck. Xinchuan knew how much gold coins the silver drawings required, so he felt no pressure now. But in Li Menghan's hands, the pressure was even greater. Shinchuan thought about one thing for a while, and there was another thing he could entrust to Li Menghan. Are you willing to work for me? I will reward you with gold coins. Willing! Li Menghan nodded in agreement without thinking. Shinchuan couldn't laugh or cry. I haven't said what it is yet. What if it's a mountain of swords and a sea of fire? Then if I work for you, you won't put me in danger. Li Menghan's heart and eyes were full of trust in Shinchuan. Shinchuan shook his head and denied her suspicion about him. The cellar is full of dangers. Even if you are right next to me, I may not be able to protect you. You must be mentally prepared. I want you to go to the Snow Clan tribe and collect ice and snow to make popsicles for me. Ice what? She knew what each of Li Menghan's words meant, but when they were put together, why couldn't she understand them? Popsicles. Shinchuan gave her a positive answer. What stick? Li Menghan's head was buzzing. Popsicles. Shinchuan was helpless. Simply show the popsicle making drawings to Li Menghan. I will use the teleportation scroll to send you to the Snow Tribe, and you can collect ice and snow to make popsicles. I'll give you the fruit, and then you just hand me the popsicles. Li Menghan understood that Boss Shinchuan had given her an incredible task. While she trusted Boss Shinchuan also trusted her. She must do this beautifully. Li Menghan took a deep breath and solemnly promised Shinchuan. Promise to complete the mission. Shinchuan nodded. I only give you 2 days. As many popsicles as you can make, I will pay you accordingly. Before Li Menghan left, Shinchuan prepared drinks for her, just in case. Li Menghan was filled with emotions. It turns out that the boss's thighs are really thick. The teleportation scroll given to Shinchuan by the Snow Clan tribe was opened, and Li Menghan stood in the teleportation array. With a swish sound, he disappeared. The teleportation scroll is really useful. Shinchuan really thought there could be a few more. After explaining the matter of making popsicles, Shinchuan finally settled a major matter in his heart. After eating and drinking, it was time to work. Shinchuan put the elf guard away, put the shovel on his shoulder, and took Aksu Amo to the next place to start digging. A cave as tall as a man was easily dug out. Aksu Amo stood in front of Shinchuan and stepped inside first. Aksu Amo, are you too sure there's no danger inside? Shinchuan called the 2 little guys. Amo babbling and gesticulating with her little hands towards Shinchuan. Shinchuan could understand what she meant. Chapter 81. The 2 of them can take the lead for Shinchuan, and they also want to protect Shinchuan. Shinchuan's old father's heart was very comforted. What a considerate little cotton-padded jacket. Shinchuan did not forget to observe whether there was any danger in the cave. According to the dangerous nature of urine in the cellar, there is no way that there is nothing wrong with it. Shinchuan walked through the entire cave, and there was nothing strange about this cave. Aksa came to Shinchuan and tugged at the corner of his clothes. Shinchuan looked down and saw only a Shui, but Amo, who was inseparable from her, was nowhere to be seen. Amo! Amo! Shinchuan looked around the cave, but did not see Amo's figure. There is no one who can steal a child under his nose for the time being. And with Ammon's amazing defense, if he wanted to bite her, he would have to break 2 big teeth. Shinchuan was really not that worried about Amo. She is still a cub herself, and she may be starting to have curiosity. However, Aksa pointed to Shinchuan and the treasure chests in the entire cave. This treasure seems to have appeared when Shinchuan was checking the safety of the cave. The existence of a treasure chest means the presence of treasures. Shinchuan was looking forward to seeing what kind of treasure this treasure box could bring out. Shinchuan took Aksa's hand and came to the treasure box. Shinchuan just rubbed his hands in anticipation and was about to open the treasure box. A familiar force of contract swayed in his heart. It's Amo! She's in the treasure chest. Mimic monster, bronze level creature. Strength 8. Wisdom 7. Agility 2. Stamina 20. It's true that a good person is bullied by others, and a good horse is ridiculed by others. The person who stole the child under his nose was not a human being, it was this mimic. Shinchuan was still too gentle to it, giving it the illusion that it could devour his Amo at will. After the mimic was exposed, it immediately opened its mouth with 2 rows of sharp teeth. 2 hands stretched out from both sides of the mimic, and with sharp fingertips, they opened their teeth and claws to attack Shinchuan. Aksu! Shinchuan took 2 steps back, avoiding its sharp fingertips. Mimic monsters also have certain toxins on their fingertips, so you must not let your skin be scratched by it. Aksu, whose name was called, had already established a certain tacit understanding with Shinchuan during this period of time. She knows what to do. The snow snake appeared incarnate and constantly harassed the mimic in places it couldn't reach. Shinchuan took out his thigh bone and swung it towards the mimic's mouth. Spit out my IMO! To deal with such an ignorant mimic, you must give it a certain lesson. Shinchuan was waving to the left and right of the mimic, and Amo was in its belly, so he didn't dare to knock its head. Otherwise, Amo would really just be stuck in the belly of the mimic. Shinchuan's beating of the mimic monster still had a certain effect. He saw Amo's feet protruding from the mimic's mouth. Aksu! As soon as Shinchuan called out to Ashue had already wrapped her tail around Amo's feet. Pulling Amo out hard, Shinchuan hit the mimic several times in succession. The mimic monster was beaten so much that Ashue pulled Amo out with all his might. Wow! As soon as Amo came out, he opened his mouth and burst into tears. Chapter 82. Shinchuan heard Amo's cry, which completely ignited the anger in his heart. Amo! This is the cub he has been caring for since he was born. Shinchuan could no longer restrain his anger and hit the mimic on the head with his thigh bone. The mimic monsters hit this time are all kinds of evil. But at least there is still breath left. Shinchuan drank several cans of drinks in succession to restore his physical strength to the highest level. While the mimic is still dizzy and can't find Beishur, Shinchuan wiped the drink dripping from the corner of his mouth. He clenched his thigh bones again and looked at the throat of the mimic. The thigh bone directly pierced its throat with sparks of ice and ice. No matter how high its physical strength is, it has been beaten for so long, and it has lost blood and is now guaranteed to die in one hit. The mimic let out a scream, and then seemed to melt, lying on the ground. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for defeating the mimic. Get the title, Enemy of the Treasure Chest. All servers have been announced. The enemy of the treasure chest? What did Master Shinchuan do to make him become hostile to the treasure chest? Does that mean that Master Shinchuan will no longer be able to open treasure chests? Ha 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 ha, Master Shinchuan can't open the treasure chest anymore. I can still open an ordinary treasure chest. I'm afraid Master Shinchuan will have to use a lot of resources in the future. In their imagination, the fact that Shinchuan could not open the treasure box made them very happy at his misfortune. In the face of absolute strength, all reactionaries are just paper tigers. And don't think he doesn't know how rogue the system is. When there is no actual reward, he will only be given a fancy title. Shinchuan rolled his eyes at the system. Amo had turned into a small whimper, which even sounded pitiful. He held Shinchuan in his arms distressfully and coaxed him well. Ashue was also very gentle, which was rare. For her younger sister, Amo, she still touched her head. Shinchuan received a look from Ashue, which was a slight accusation against him. She had obviously told Shinchuan that Amo was in the mimic's belly, but Shinchuan didn't react immediately. Shinchuan smiled coquettishly. He was confused by the appearance of the mimic. Mistakes. A little mistake. Amo was calmed down by the two of them, and Shinchuan took out a milk bottle for Amo to suck on. Amo has turned back into the sweet little angel he once was. She rubbed his chest in Shinchuan's arms. After coaxing Amo, Shinchuan put her on the ground and stood. After the mimic died, the real treasure chest was revealed. Unlock treasure chest, bronze level. After opening, there is a chance to obtain food, water, bronze level equipment, props, etc., and a small probability to obtain silver level equipment and props. Although it is only a bronze level treasure chest, it is better than nothing. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for getting the primary ice flame stone *1. The primary ice flame stone has little effect on Shinchuan now. To be useful, the power of the intermediate ice flame stone is enough for him to use it now. Except for the primary ice flame stone, nothing else? Shinchuan turned over the treasure box, but there really was nothing. The bronze-level treasure chest he opened was really ordinary. If someone else had opened a low-level ice flame stone, I don't know how many meters high it could jump. However, in Shinchuan's hands, it was so ordinary. With the primary ice flame stone, shouldn't he use it? However, what he wants to use must at least be an intermediate ice flame stone. Therefore, he has to smash an intermediate ice flame stone. Shinchuan did what he said and exchanged drinks with everyone for frost stones. Shinchuan has too many drinks. As for Coke, they have seen it before. Chapter 83. Coke! There is actually Coke! This is the standard Fat House Happy Water! I want it, I want it! I didn't expect it! I will have a chance to see the light of day again. Thank you, Mr. Shinchuan! Those who have frost stones are trading with Shinchuan online. If there is no frost stone, dig it now. The motivation given to them by Feijai Happy Water is not ordinary. Shinchuan harvested 300 frost stones in a short period of time. Put out the forge and throw it all in at once. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer on the successful synthesis. Obtain primary ice flame stone *1. Bite. Adventurers are not having very good luck today. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer on the successful synthesis. Obtain primary ice flame stone *1. The sound of system reminders never stopped. 300 frost stones are synthesized into 9 primary ice flame stones. Shinchuan pursed his lips. This synthesis rate is really cheating. Shinchuan was speechless. Then it's time to synthesize the intermediate ice flame stone. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer on the successful synthesis. Get intermediate ice flame stone *1. Shinchuan breathed a long sigh of relief. There is nothing to say about the success rate of the intermediate ice flame stone, otherwise he would really vomit blood. Shinchuan will put the synthesized intermediate ice flame stone away for now. When he has the next weapon, he will directly insert it into the ready-made weapon. Shinchuan has already obtained the frost stone that he already wanted, but there are many people who still yearn for his fat house and happy water. Master, where are you? I'm willing to trade my most precious thing with you for Coke. Shinchuan, I want to buy Coke. Give me some face. Pa, the Coke is gone. It's almost gone. Great God! The wails were destined not to reach Shinchuan's ears. He was preparing to dig forward. The day is almost running out of time today. This dig may be the last one today. Mainly because this is the last time I dig today. In order to get good stuff, I accidentally dug too much, and I only used it the last time. As soon as Shinchuan dug the cave, a stream of clear water flowed out and flooded his shoes. Shinchuan took a closer look inside. It's a fish pond. The fish flapping in the fish pond is so big. By visual inspection, this fish pond should be quite shallow, and there should be a lot of fish. Shinchuan immediately made a fishing net. The materials used to make fishing nets are quite simple. Spider silk *10. The last time I defeated the giant spider, I collected its silk. Now is the perfect time to make a fishing net. Want to make fishing nets? Shinchuan directly clicked OK. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for successfully making a fishing net. Get fishing net *1. The quality of the fishing net made of spider silk was so high that Shinchuan could pull it with all his strength without breaking it. Even the elasticity of the spider silk is super good. Shinchuan directly sprinkled the fishing net over the entire fish pond. Good guy. The weight of this fish exceeded Shinchuan's imagination. The harvest was definitely more than he imagined. Aksu and Amo pulled together. Shinchuan called Aksu Amo, and Aksu Amo pulled back beside him. 1, 2, 3! 1, 2, 3! He even shouted slogans. Chapter 84. There are too many fish in this net. Aksu and Amo even used the strength to suck milk. The two little faces are red. Shinchuan's expression didn't look much better. He gritted his teeth and refused to let go. I don't believe I can't pull it up. Shinchuan gathered strength in his heart and pulled the net back with all his strength. Pull! The two assistants, Ashue and Amo, also used all their strength at this moment. Crash! The fishing net was pulled outside the fish pond, and a net of fish came out with a splash. They were full of energy and kept flapping their fish tails in the fishing nets. Shinchuan's face was splashed with water drops. With sharp eyes, he noticed that the spider silk in one place on the fishing net had turned into thinner filaments. This school of fish is awesome. Shinchuan wiped the sweat from his forehead. This group of fish sparkling under the water drops is particularly beautiful. There are fish that Shinchuan can name, such as mackerel, crucian carp, etc., and there are also most fish that Shinchuan can't name. It should be edible, even if it is not edible. With their good looks, they would be a good ornamental fish. Shinchuan opened a hole in the fishing net and began to pick out fish and stuff them into his backpack. Axamo's eyes were fixed on the lively fish in the net. Shinchuan wondered if they would like to eat raw fish according to their animal instincts. Axu! Catch it! Shinchuan threw a fish at Ashue, who quickly dodged the flying fish. The little expressionless face actually showed a look of disgust. Don't you like it? Amo, do you want it? Shinchuan took another fish and asked Amo. Before Amo could react accordingly, Ashue had already shaken her head for her. He shook his head and made a vomiting expression. Seeing this, Amo also stood on the same front as Ashue. Shinchuan's head was full of black lines. What is Ashu disgusting with? Does it smell fishy? After Shinchuan gradually collected all the fish, his sense of smell finally recovered. This fishy smell is so exciting. It was like he was put into a group of fish and marinated for 3 days and 3 nights. Vomit! Shinchuan felt physically nauseous. The expressions on the faces of the 2 little guys, Axu and Amo, were not very good either. Shinchuan looked at the pond on this side. They can take a bath right there. This is a natural big bathhouse. Shinchuan's eyes sparkled when he looked at the fish pond. Axaamo, let's bring the remaining fish to the net. Axaamo took small steps hesitantly. He shook his hand in disgust. It seems that I really hate this fishy smell. Shinchuan had to encourage them to take action. Clean all the fish in the fish pond, and we will take a bath in this fish pond. You don't want to be bitten by a fish while bathing in it? The water in this fish pond is very clear. Shinchuan's persuasive approach made Ashue and Mo tempted. Chapter 85. The 2 little guys looked at the fish pond and regarded it as their own territory. And as a school of fish still swimming among them, we must catch them all. Axaamo worked even harder to take a bath. This time, I just caught the fish that slipped through the net, and quickly caught them all. Axaamo looked at Shinchuan eagerly. Shinchuan knew what they were worried about, and nodded directly. As soon as the head hit the ground, the 2 little guys jumped into the water. Very impatient. After Shinchuan collected all the fish, he also took off his clothes and got into the water together. 1 person and 2 animals were taking a bath and washing clothes in the pond. There happened to be a desert right next to it. Shinchuan took his clothes and walked around there, and then he came back dry. It's easier to use than any other dryer. 1 person and 2 animals washed themselves clean, and the water in the pond was not dirty at all. The water in this pond cannot be discarded casually. Shinchuan is a man who owns a sewage treatment plant. After being treated with a sewage treatment device, the water can become a precious resource again. And Shinchuan's backpack definitely couldn't hold so much water. Then he can only sell it on the mall. Shinchuan still has a lot of wood in his backpack, all of which are used to make barrels. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for successfully making the barrel. Obtain wooden barrel *1. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for the successful production. Shinchuan can make a wooden barrel with only 10 parts of wood. The price he lists in the mall is 20 gold coins. Buy bath water and get a wooden bucket. If you can't buy it, you will suffer a loss. If you can't buy it, you will be fooled. The sewage treatment plant is placed in the pond, and the clean water flows into the wooden barrel just by breathing. As soon as the water in the barrel was full, Shinchuan changed the barrel to another barrel and immediately hung it up in the mall. Freshly baked bath water is now available. Wait a minute! Are you sure you're not making fun of us with such a luxurious thing? Bath water? Is it the bath water I imagined? Suddenly I remembered that I haven't taken a shower since the first day I came to this cellar world. Something as luxurious as bath water makes many people full of doubts, and can only wait and see for the time being. Shinchuan didn't panic at all. He could guarantee that there would definitely be the first person to eat the crab. And as long as they have tried his bath water, no one will say anything bad about it. Why is there such a big gap between people? While I was still worrying about fullness, God has already realized the freedom to take a bath. Look at the great God, he is still selling bath water continuously. How many water sources are there? Shinchuan is really good at making things. Is this bath water? That's my life. The life upstairs is not worth mentioning like the bath water. Your dozens of little lives are not enough to be held by the master in his hands. Go to sleep. By the way, if you can't afford a bath water to wash yourself off, just go to bed in disgrace and look at the light of God before going to bed. Who said I can't afford it? I have to take a shower and change clothes today. Someone on the World Channel shouted. Shinchuan also heard the sound of gold coins arriving at the same time. The price of 20 gold coins is not much for them now. You can pull it out by gritting your teeth. Holy shit! Is this really bath water? I could drink tons and tons of it as pure water. It's still a bucket. The first crab eater was born, and all the curious people started to watch. What the hell is this water like? This is a question that annoys many people. The quality of the products produced by Master Shinchuan is so outstanding. Nothing I have ever bought from him has ever been unsatisfactory. Brothers, I'm going to drink half and wash half. I can continue to wash after drinking and peeing. Master Shinchuan cowhide. The buyer blew a rainbow fart for Shinchuan and disappeared from the channel. Chapter 86. According to that person's cheerful tone, many people were moved. I rushed. He hadn't taken a shower for so long, and he had almost forgotten what normal life was like. And the most important thing is that this water is not only suitable for bathing but also for drinking. Leave me a bucket! Someone is already howling in the world. When not buying, no one buys. When buying, swarms of people come. Shinchuan's speed in loading goods was far from enough. I am very, very curious now, what is the life of Master Shinchuan like? Does he live in a different world? It's rice and bath water. Is this a life that can be lived in the same cellar as them? I'm curious too. Plus 10,086. If you can live a life of taking a bath, is that the world of the strong? They were so stimulated by Shinchuan that they became numb. The stronger the strong, the less they want to kill people and gain goods. All that's left is to look up. Great God Shinchuan. This bath water is really amazing. I think I can wash it every day with the bath water. I can just wash it into muddy water. The image is too strong. Oh, I vomited. Shinchuan has already hung out all the bath water for sale. 1/3 of the pond's water is reserved for its own use. Part of taking a bath, part of making pure water. When Shinchuan put it on the shelves, he took a look at the World Channel. The World Channel has always been lively and lively. And now there are actually 99+ite information. Shinchuan glanced at him briefly, but just asked him what kind of life he lived. In fact, there is nothing special about his life. Probably a life where you can take a bath with clean water every day. Shinchuan answered casually. The entire World Channel was quiet for half a minute. Do people say it? I decided that I have to assassinate Shinchuan, otherwise my heart will be extremely unbalanced. Then I will do something extreme. The distance between me and the great God is only this small, it's only the distance of one galaxy. Team up, team up! Our team is reformed! Shinchuan of Versailles was the one who made them hate the rich. Shinchuan really felt that his life was ordinary, that is, his luck was better than everyone else's. If he didn't have this good luck, he could guarantee that there would be many people who were better than him. After Shinchuan said this, his private message box skyrocketed to 999+. The private chat messages that are constantly refreshing can be summed up in 3 words: please support me. Shinchuan twitched the corner of his mouth. He is a man who already has a family. In order to appease the 2 little guys who are working hard today, there is enough milk. Shinchuan tidied up the place, and he felt mentally exhausted. It's almost time to rest. After this day's consumption, it's truly an extremely fulfilling life. Xinchuan made a bunk on the ground, the two little guys slept inside, and he slept outside. With today's beautiful harvest, Xinchuan entered the dreamland with a smile. Xinchuan, who originally thought he would have a sweet dream, fell asleep at the corners of his mouth after falling asleep. What the hell is this thing? The entire body seemed to be pieced together from different parts, and it was also covered with a thick layer of white mud. In Xinchuan's opinion, this white mud is not mud, but something that has been fried in oil. Too ugly to behold. And even if he dreamed of such a thing, why was it still chasing him? Xinchuan quickly kicked his legs to get rid of it. However, it follows him like a shadow. This was his dream, how could he let such a thing control him? System prompt: the adventurer encountered a dream monster. Chapter 87. Dream monster, silver level creature. Strength 5. Agility 66. Wisdom 12. Stamina 9. Note: dream monsters can ignore space and travel into dreams. Xinchuan was speechless. It turns out that he met a monster that got into his dream. Xinchuan couldn't bear to see its ghostly appearance anymore. No, it looks more disgusting than a ghost. Xinchuan turned around decisively and punched it in the body. Immediately, Xinchuan's eyes widened. His hand went directly through the dream monster's body. It has no entity. This appearance is just a reflection of Xinchuan's own dream. This is not the original appearance of the dream monster at all. So where is the dream monster? Xinchuan looked around in his dream and saw nothing unusual at all. Except for him and the dream monster, the entire dreamland was endless darkness. Such an environment is even more depressing than a cellar. Xinchuan felt a heavy feeling in his chest. He can no longer sink into the depressing and bad environment spun by the dream monster. Instead of harming the dream monster, it will cause mental illness in yourself. Xinchuan closed his eyes and forced himself to wake up quickly. Wake up, wake up, wake up! Xinchuan suddenly sat up from the floor. The profuse sweating on his head made Axuamo, who was woken up, tell at a glance that he had experienced a nightmare. Axuamo rubbed her eyes and came to the left and right sides of Xinchuan. She rested her little head on his thigh and closed her eyes, patting Xinchuan's back regularly with one hand. Xinchuan was comforted by the two little guys and felt a little relieved. However, when he glanced around, he saw that his physical strength had not dropped even slightly. Fuck! The voice that came out was filled with shock. His constant running in the dream can directly affect his own physical strength. This is too speechless. Xinchuan took out a functional drink and continuously filled up his physical strength. If the physical strength value is too low, something will happen. And it's not appropriate for him to sleep now, he has that intuition. The dream monster must still be guarding him in his dreams. Even though he knew it was in his dream, Xinchuan was still helpless about it. That dream monster has no entity. Xinchuan drank cans of functional drinks one after another. One of the functions of drinks is to refresh your mind. He was going to survive this sleep. He didn't want to be a rabbit, stupidly delivering food to the waiting dream monster. After 7 hours of this, the two little guys got up from Xinchuan's legs. Xinchuan's eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, which made them confused. Why doesn't he sleep? Xinchuan felt bitter, but he didn't want to worry about the two little guys by saying it. The hatred for dream monsters is rising. He didn't believe that he couldn't find a solution to the dream monster after all the times today. Xinchuan started to take action while holding back his breath. Bite. You dug up a piece of bluestone and found nothing inside. Bite. You dug up a piece of marble and there was nothing inside. Bite. You dug up a stalactite and there was nothing inside. 3 consecutive empty shots. Digging out the loneliness. Chapter 88. Xinchuan wiped away bitter tears and could only console himself that it was just a matter of 3 shovels. He had more than enough times today. Please don't do this to me, can you let me sleep well as soon as possible? If I become useless, who will work hard for you? Xinchuan muttered something, and he was talking to the system. Maybe the system really heard Xinchuan's voice, and this time Xinchuan dug a cave. What a big trough! Get out of the way! Xinchuan jumped onto the rock in an instant. Shui also transformed into her animal body, wrapped her snake tail around Mo's waist, and hung with her on the rock. Under their feet, densely packed centipedes crawled out. Their numbers are huge. I'm about to suffer from intensive phobia. Xinchuan's scalp was numb. He felt as if he had released something terrible. There will be one more danger in the cellar from now on. Xinchuan silently mourned for the other humans in the cellar. Xinchuan waited on the rock for them to leave quickly. However, I waited and waited until they completely disappeared. Xinchuan tilted his head and glanced into the cave, with goosebumps trembling all over his body. Centipede monster, bronze level creature. Strength 3. Agility 9. Wisdom 4. Stamina 2. Although he seems to be a scumbag with poor fighting ability, the number of them who can't stand them is too many to count. There are so many centipedes running away, why are there still centipede monsters clumping together in the cave? Are they ants? Are you still giving birth to children in a steady stream? There were so many flaws that Xinchuan didn't know how to complain. The old blood that had reached his throat was swallowed back by Xinchuan. He still understands the truth that the greater the danger, the greater the reward that can be obtained by proving it. They have finally broken into this centipede monster's cave. Axa Amo! Pay attention to cover me! Xinchuan warned the two little guys while continuing to pour drinks. Even though he had goosebumps all over his body, Xinchuan still couldn't back down. Xinchuan took out the thigh bone, hoping it would be stronger. It's best to just sweep away these scumbag centipede monsters. The way they hugged each other made Xinchuan very uncomfortable. Amo and Shui both turned into beast bodies, and this time it was Amo who carried Aksu and fell from the sky. Amo's body has grown a lot now, and he can still knock away those centipede monsters by hitting the ground directly, leaving a clear space for them. Xinchuan then jumped to the clearing that Amo had cleared. He really couldn't get out of the crowd of centipedes. I can only rely on his little cotton-padded jacket first. Xinchuan immediately waved his thigh bone, and ice and flames burst out together. The swarms of centipede monsters were directly roasted by the cold and heat until they were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and then frozen. Xinchuan raised his eyebrows. This group attack skill is quite useful. Looking at the centipede monsters that turned into ice cubes one by one, he had a bold idea. He can even start a food delivery service directly. Look at them all turned into lunch boxes. Chicken flavor, crunchy. Xinchuan himself couldn't eat it anyway, but it didn't hinder other hungry humans. Xinchuan thought his idea was very good. However, he turned around and thought that the centipede monsters were exposed and peeled off one by one, revealing the innermost egg. Xinchuan successfully vomited. What a disgusting thing! The eggs inside are still beating with vitality, and while beating, milky white lotion flows out. What a disgusting scene! Chapter 89. Xinchuan gave up the idea of delivering food. The hurdle in his heart stopped him. He wants to be a human being. Xinchuan never wanted to be hurt by such a disgusting scene again. Decided to make a quick decision. While Xinchuan was attacking the centipede monsters, he kept pouring drinks. Finally, these irritating centipede monsters have been cleared out. It brings tears to my eyes. Xinchuan pursed his lips and looked at the treasure chest in the cave without saying a word. If it weren't for this thing, would he be so miserable? If nothing good comes out of this treasure chest, he will go to the newspaper office. Xinchuan instantly became rebellious. Unlock treasure chest, silver level. After opening, there is a chance to obtain food, water, silver level equipment, props, etc., and a small probability to obtain gold level equipment and props. Before opening the unlocked treasure box, Xinchuan put on a pair of gloves for himself. The gap in his heart was too big. Bite. Congratulations on opening the silver level treasure chest and getting rubber *1. Due to the 100 times critical hit effect, you will get an additional rubber *99. Bite. Congratulations on opening the silver level treasure chest and getting glass *1. Due to the 100 times critical hit effect, you will get an additional glass *99. The system prompts beeped several times before it stopped. Xinchuan showed an expression that was hard to explain. What are these? A lot is a lot, but what can it do? In Xinchuan's mind, a flash of lightning flashed past. Xinchuan suddenly heard a gas mask. Aren't these the same materials used to make gas masks? The price of gas masks is much higher than bath water. After all, a gas mask can save your life when you encounter poisonous creatures. And not just once. Xinchuan's depressed heart suddenly became sunny. This is a big deal. But if you want to make gas masks in batches, these materials may not be enough. Basically, every material is used. Xinchuan remembered that the number of wishes he had made today had not been used yet, but now was the time to use it. I want to make a wish that the materials I get will be 100 times more critical. Isn't his wish too much? They are just some small materials. Bite. Adventurers are too greedy. The wish failed. Get instant rewards. Get double the materials. Gold coins *1000. Really? Will greedy characters turn into poor characters? But it's also nice to be able to get double the materials. He could still have a double copy of the gas mask he was originally able to make. Double the fun! Xinchuan held a little guy in one hand and walked out of the centipede monster's lair. To make a gas mask in their disgusting lair, Xinchuan might as well die directly. Staying here for one more second will make Xinchuan feel sick. One person and 2 animals returned to the pond. Xinchuan breathed in the fresh air. The strange smell of centipedes finally dissipated from his nose. Phew, I'm alive again. Xinchuan collapsed on the ground like a big character. Do you want to make gas masks? Xinchuan clicked the create button. Gas masks kept being made. After Xinchuan got it, he immediately listed it on the mall. And write down the introduction of the gas mask clearly: it can resist all breathable poisons. The world channel is boiling again. Chapter 90. This is a gas mask that I am still collecting materials to make. The master actually started mass production directly. The cabbage field is yellow, and I lost my mother when I was 2 or 3 years old. Woo woo woo. The great master is probably the real son of the system, and we are all here to make up the numbers. No one needs to doubt the benefits of gas masks, just start buying them. Are you all living directly in the mall? The whole family has moved to the master's stall. Same. The gas masks Xinchuan hung up were all snatched away in a short period of time. The speed with which you can grab a gas mask is daunting. Is this the speed of being single for so many years? No matter how much the world channel screamed, Xinchuan remained indifferent. Selling this batch of gas masks has already made him enough money. Xinchuan wasn't even interested in looking at the number of gold coins. He poured another can of drink. A sleepless night plus the amount of exercise from fighting the centipede monsters. Xinchuan is sleepy now. Very sleepy. Ha! Xinchuan wiped his nose and let out a long yawn. The buff of the drink can last for less than 5 minutes for Xinchuan now. If there were any fatigue points, he would probably have seen a red bottom long ago. It is impossible to keep mining in this state. His sensitivity in all aspects has begun to decline. Even if he is not responsible for himself, he still has 2 little cotton-padded jackets. Xinchuan simply stopped drinking and lay down on the spot. Axeamo, I'm going to take a nap first. Being afraid of it all the time is not an option. He can't live without sleep for the rest of his life. And if you want to defeat it, you must get in touch with it and find its weaknesses. Xinchuan is not a passive person, he wants to take the initiative. After Xinchuan told the 2 little guys, they immediately fell asleep as soon as they closed their eyes. Falling into a dark environment for a moment, Xinchuan understood that he was now in his dream. The dream monster was indeed squatting in his dream. Xinchuan spun around in place, and he didn't see the dream monster again. But he had an intuition that the dream monster was beside him. Xinchuan must always remain vigilant. The incorporeal dream monster has the ability to travel through dreams at will. How can we restrain it? Even though Xinchuan racked his brains, he couldn't figure out the reason. Just when Xinchuan was thinking about the dream monster, There was a gust of wind blowing towards his face. Shinchuan's body reacted instinctively first. The wind blew past his ears. Shinchuan felt his earlobe burning with pain. His heart and liver also began to burn intensely. The monster in the dream is so bullying. This is too much. Shinchuan gritted his teeth and held in a breath. Wait until he finds out how to deal with the dream monster. He wants it to die completely. System prompt: gas masks are available. Gas mask? What can a gas mask be used for? Shinchuan was confused by the Jiang Air monk. However, if the system can make a sound at this time, it proves that it will have a certain effect. Shinchuan took out the gas mask from his backpack and put it on his face decisively. Through the goggles of the gas mask, Shinchuan saw a different dream. It's not completely dark here. A group of black fog seemed to block the original dream, but the goggles were able to penetrate the black fog. Shinchuan saw an unexpected place in his original dream. Chapter 91. Suddenly, there was a corpse placed under that tree. There are no corpses in dreams. The only ones that can exist in his dreams now are dream monsters. Shinchuan immediately thought of the dream monster, and he made a bold guess. Is that corpse the original body of the dream monster? Shinchuan became excited. Whether it is true or not, then go and test it yourself. Shinchuan took out the thigh bone and held it in his hand, walking towards the body with a clear purpose. When he started to move towards the body, the wind around him blew harder towards him. Are you so eager to expose yourself? Shinchuan dodged while taking the initiative to attack with his thigh bone. The thigh bone waving in the air does no real harm to the incorporeal dream monster. However, as long as Shinchuan takes further actions, the harassment from the dream monster will intensify. Shinchuan was not afraid of its strong wind and stared at its corpse. The dream monster's attack on Shinchuan was resolved a lot under the thigh bone in his hand. It seemed to understand that its attack on Shinchuan would not be very effective. Then it changed direction, and it wanted to take its body away. This action directly confirmed Shinchuan's suspicion. How could Shinchuan just watch it move the body away? The thigh bone came out. Nail it directly into that corpse. Shinchuan seemed to hear a tragic neigh. The additional buff inlaid with intermediate ice flame stones takes effect on the corpse. The dream monster is angry. Just right. Shinchuan was also very angry. Shinchuan jumped to the corpse in 3 steps and pulled out the thigh bone. A hole has been dented in the center of the body. The violent wind around him turned into substance, and the wind blade rushed towards Shinchuan. Shinchuan had no intention of resisting the wind blade. He raised his thigh bone and beat the corpse violently. No mercy at all. The corpse was so beaten by the thigh bone that it had symptoms of convulsions. The wind blades surrounding Shinchuan trembled and changed their angles. Follow Shinchuan and pass him by. Shinchuan showed a sarcastic smile. It's the same principle as capturing the thief first. Shinchuan took advantage of the victory to pursue and smash the corpse into ashes in one go. It is itself a corpse that resembles a mummy. The fragility of the body causes the dream monster to protect its own body in such a panic. Shinchuan's ruthless determination directly caused the dream monster to completely disappear in his dream. The dream monster that was about to disappear roared ferociously. It roared out its unwillingness. Shinchuan dug his ears, and the scream was really unpleasant. He waved his thigh bone towards the ashes. Give it all its ashes. Where the corpse of the dream monster was originally placed, a treasure chest suddenly appeared. Unlock treasure chest, gold level. After opening, there is a chance to obtain food, water, silver level equipment, props, etc., and a small probability to obtain diamond level equipment and props. Gold level treasure chest. This was the first time Shinchuan encountered a gold level treasure chest. The contents of this treasure chest must be of great use. The day and night of being tortured by dream monsters has finally paid off. Shinchuan rubbed his hands expectantly. Let him see for himself what kind of treasure he can get. Shinchuan solemnly opened the treasure box. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for opening the treasure chest and getting a magic flashlight *1. Note: it can illuminate like daylight in a dark environment. Chapter 92. Shinchuan picked up the magic flashlight and turned on the switch. A bright light directly illuminated his dream. It's comparable to the effect of an artificial sun. Staring directly at the light can make your eyes sting. I don't know if taking it out in the cellar will still have the same effect. Shinchuan temporarily put the magic flashlight into his backpack. This gold-level treasure chest has more than just a magic flashlight. Shinchuan then buried himself in the treasure box, looking for the next item. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for opening the treasure chest. Obtain a gold-level props sacrifice halo *1. Note: sacrifice halo can be embedded, has a continuous electric shock effect. This is a good thing. Shinchuan was overjoyed. It was indeed something that could be found in a gold-level treasure chest. The sacrificial halo is not something that can be made easily. It's totally a rare find. Shinchuan almost didn't think much and easily embedded the sacrificial halo on the thigh bone. With the mid-level ice flame stone and the buff of the sacrifice halo, Shinchuan felt that he could kill everyone. He is just waiting for the prey that comes to his door. Hey, just playing. After solving the dream monster and getting a treasure, Shinchuan was very satisfied. After retracting his thigh bones, Shinchuan stretched. He really needed a good night's sleep to replenish his energy. After solving the troublesome issues lingering in his mind, Shinchuan fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, Shinchuan's energy returned again. Cool! The feeling of sleeping well is extraordinary. Energetic in whatever you do. Half a day has passed today. There can be no further delay. Shinchuan drank himself a can of drink and immediately woke up. Amo, let's keep digging! Shinchuan carried the shovel and chose another direction that he had never dug before. Just after digging a hole the size of a fist, there was a faint pungent smell wafting out. Shinchuan's heart couldn't help but sink. I'm afraid the things here are not simple. But since you have chosen to dig here, you must dig to the end. Shinchuan dug a cave for them to pass through. You can see a pool as soon as you enter. I'd say it's artificial, but it doesn't feel like it can hold sulfuric acid continuously. Yes, that pool is filled with sulfuric acid. Apart from sulfuric acid, I really can't think of anything else that smells pungent. Shinchuan picked up a stone and threw it into the sulfuric acid pool. The stone fell into the sulfuric acid pool and melted without even a splash. What could this be if it wasn't sulfuric acid? This pool is simply a natural place for corpses and traces to be destroyed. Shinchuan moved closer to the pool, and with sharp eyes saw swaying water patterns in the pool. This is definitely not going to be a stone-throwing force. Amo, retreat! Shinchuan himself also quickly retreated. In the sulfuric acid pool, something is coming out. I just hope I'm not a sulfuric acid monster. There's absolutely no need to fight. Shinchuan and the three of them exited the cave directly. She watched helplessly as a head emerged from the sulfuric acid pool, and then her whole body. This is a mermaid who cannot argue between male and female. There were crystal drops of water on her smooth skin. What a picture of a beauty taking a bath. Chapter 93. However, the water drops, constantly moving on her body, were sulfuric acid. Such a big mermaid living in a sulfuric acid pond has not been corroded into slag? Shinchuan's shocked expression was beyond words. When the mermaid saw him staring straight at her, 2 red clouds appeared on her clear face. You are humans I rarely see. Come in and be my guests. The mermaid shyly extended an invitation to Shinchuan and the others. Shinchuan's eyes turned to the sulfuric acid pool. Why don't you invite them to meet in the sulfuric acid pool? We are just ordinary people. We cannot survive in this sulfuric acid pool unharmed. I would like to know, how can you stay intact? Shinchuan asked the mermaid straightforwardly, but the mermaid didn't feel offended at all. She lifted up the necklace that looked like a string of stones around her neck. Because I have a magic stone that can resist sulfuric acid. Shinchuan's eyes immediately sparkled when he looked at her necklace. If he also has the magic stone, he can add a layer of defense buff to himself. Shinchuan's mind was very active. He wants to get the Philosopher's Stone. But since Miss Mermaid is so polite, the sulfuric acid pool is still a big threat. It is absolutely impossible for Shinchuan to rob him by force. Dealing is what Shinchuan has always been good at. Can I make a deal with you, beautiful lady? As long as she is biologically female, it is impossible for Miss Mermaid to refuse Shinchuan's compliments. Their species is a race that loves beauty. The mermaid blushed with embarrassment and lowered her eyelids, not daring to look directly at Shinchuan. What kind of deal do you want to make? Trade your magic stone, I only need one. Shinchuan bluntly stated his purpose, and the mermaid looked hesitant. As long as it is not rejected directly, it proves that there is still room for agreement. Shinchuan didn't wait for the mermaid to give an answer first. He took out the barbecue grill from the space bracelet, and then skewered the caught fish on wooden skewers cut from wood. The mermaid looked at his neat technique and temporarily forgot about the deal between them. What is he going to do? The fish grilled on the barbecue grill is sizzling with oil, and the smell without any seasoning has already aroused the mermaid's greed. Shinchuan's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the mermaid's throat moving up and down, and his longing eyes were basically glued to the fish. The fish skin is grilled until it's charred on the outside and tender on the inside. It's delicious when you smell it. Shinchuan finally released his killer weapon, Goblin's seasoning. When sprinkled on grilled fish, the double deliciousness completely makes the mermaid uncontrollable. I want to eat. The mermaid looked at the grilled fish eagerly. Shinchuan generously handed the first grilled fish to the mermaid, treating it as a taste test for her. The delicious grilled fish makes the mermaid want to bite off her own tongue. So fresh. So delicious. Before the mermaid has time to enjoy it, a piece of grilled fish has all fallen into the belly. Just gone. Shinchuan baked several more pieces, and the sound of the mermaid's slobbering could be heard in his ears. Can I still want this? The mermaid lowered her noble head for the delicious food. This time Shinchuan was not so cheerful. As the grilled fish shook in his hand, the mermaid's eyes moved along with the grilled fish. Shinchuan had completely lured her into taking the bait. I'll exchange the full grilled fish for your magic stone. Will you accept this deal? The mermaid hesitated a little, and Shinchuan handed the grilled fish to Axel directly. Ashu bit off half the fish in one bite. Do it! I'll make this deal! The mermaid looked at the remaining half of the fish and felt heartbroken. Chapter 94. After the mermaid agreed to the deal with Shinchuan, she immediately took off the magic stone necklace from her neck. He took off a magic stone and handed it to Shinchuan. This cheerful look really doesn't show the reluctance just now. Mermaids are so cheerful, and Shinchuan will not be stingy. The entire grill is filled with fish, doubling the deliciousness. The mermaid couldn't help but lick the saliva from the corner of her mouth. Shinchuan is like a mutton kebab shopper who has been staying in Xinjiang for many years. The flipping technique is very skillful. One after another, the cooked fish was picked up by the mermaid and put into her mouth. Even though it was so hot that she grinned, she still had to continue eating. After Shinchuan cooked enough grilled fish for her, he put it on the barbecue stove for her to take. He has to try to see if this magic stone really has the magic to resist sulfuric acid. Shinchuan held the magic stone in one hand, and carefully inserted the fingers of the other hand into the sulfuric acid pool. Shinchuan took the time to glance at the mermaid. The mermaid was eating enthusiastically, but she didn't even glance at him from the corner of her eye. Shinchuan took a deep breath. I dared to put my finger into the sulfuric acid pool. The unwavering sulfuric acid engulfed Shinchuan's fingers, and he was really afraid that when he took them out, they would be gone. Shinchuan was mentally prepared, took a deep breath and pulled out his finger. In perfect condition. The magic stone is really useful. Shinchuan was a little doubtful whether the sulfuric acid pool was fake. This time he held a stone tightly in his hand and stretched it into the sulfuric acid pool. The moment he entered the sulfuric acid pool, the stones in his hands melted. Good guy. The magic stone is really cheating. You can exchange some fish for a magic stone, which is really crazy money. The mermaid still maintains the elegance she deserves as she devours the food. Shinchuan was so happy that he immediately turned on the oven to bake the mermaid again. The mermaid was so moved. Her eyes were so similar to those of the goblin. Shinchuan put the grilled fish aside for her and put away the barbecue stove. Thank you for the magic stone, we are going to the next space. Shinchuan took out the shovel again. Axaamo followed behind him. The mermaid took the time to say goodbye to Shinchuan while eating grilled fish. Hope to see you again. Shinchuan picked out the location and dug in with a shovel. Bite. You dug up a piece of blue rock, and there was nothing inside. Shinchuan changed direction without any discouragement. A space had just been dug out, and Shinchuan's feet had just stepped onto the cave. A vine thicker than his arm waved in front of his eyes. Shinchuan is always prepared for unknown spaces as soon as possible. He quickly took 2 steps back, and his thigh bone appeared in his hand. Shinchuan observed for a moment, and found that the vine was not directed at him. It's just a random sweep. As the main body of the vine, it is an even bigger vine monster. Giant vine monster, silver level. Strength, 25. Wisdom, 9. Agility, 35. Stamina, 28. It has a mouth full of sharp teeth. In front of its mouth, 2 petite flower fairies were wrapped in its branching vines. That's really the flower fairy. Shinchuan never expected to see the real flower fairy. The poor trembling flower fairy is about to be sent into the mouth of the giant vine monster. Chapter 95. Absolutely not. When the road is rough, draw your sword to help. Shinchuan pulled out his thigh bone, while the giant vine monster's attention was focused on the 2 flower fairies. Shinchuan raised his thigh bone and jumped to the side of the giant vine monster. Now he wants to try the buff of the sacrifice aura first. A circle of lightning circled around Shinchuan's thigh bone, and a sizzling sound surrounded the thigh bone. That sound failed to attract the attention of the giant vine monster. In its eyes, Shinchuan, a weak human being, was not taken seriously at all. This resulted in it being destined to fall into Shinchuan's hands. Shinchuan's thigh bone was stuffed directly into the giant vine monster's mouth. A powerful electric current burst out from the thigh bone. Zitzi zizi. The 2 flower fairies who had reached their mouths began to tremble with the vines wrapped around them. This was Shinchuan's first time using the sacrificial halo. The power of the sacrificial halo greatly exceeded his imagination. The giant vine monster was stimulated by a steady stream of electricity, and some foul-smelling liquid oozed from its mouth. This is probably its saliva. The branching vines that were originally showing their teeth and claws now all show an electric twist. Shinchuan's eyes were so bright. The sacrifice aura is so useful. The branching vine was finally defeated by the electricity and released the force that bound the flower fairy. 2 flower fairies fell from the sky. Amo used them as a base for them. Axa was there to add cushion to them so that they would not be too painful. After all, they looked pretty tender-skinned. Seeing the 2 flower fairies being rescued, Shinchuan pulled out the thigh bones stuck in the mouth of the giant vine monster. The power disappeared in an instant. The giant vine monster's physical strength dropped by half in a short period of time. After the giant vine monster recovered, it identified the human on top of it. All the branching vines came towards him. Shinchuan was not afraid at all. The thigh bone directly hit the giant vine monster. Continuous electricity is once again input into the body of the giant vine monster. The extremely arrogant branching vines performed a temporary funny dance in the air, because the twisted vines were constantly struggling against the body due to the electricity. Painful sounds can also be heard coming from its mouth. Shinchuan was not only indifferent, but also beat it even worse. Let it use its power to bully the flower fairy. The giant vine monster's physical strength drops at a roller coaster speed. In the end, the buff of the sacrifice halo was electrocuted into dregs and ashes. The entire giant vine monster turned into a pile of ashes on the ground. Hua Fairy looked at the scene in front of her in complete disbelief. The open mouth never closed. Axaamo was quite interested in the 2 flower fairies. The 2 of them either teased the top of the flower fairy's hair or poked their little wings. Hua Xianzi was in a state of shock and allowed to be poked by the 2 little guys. Shinchuan could see it, to a certain extent. The 2 little guys are still pretty obsessed with their appearance. The 2 flower fairies are really delicate and cute. Compared to mermaids who are unattainable, they are the perfect match for the approachable girl next door. Xinchuan walked towards the four of them, and Hua Fairy tried her best to regain her consciousness and thanked Xinchuan. Thank you, thank you. Xinchuan waved his hand. You're welcome. The reward chest for killing the giant vine monster is behind the two flower fairies. Chapter 96. Xinchuan wanted to walk past the two flower fairies to get the treasure box. The two flower fairies did not expect that there was a treasure box behind them. As Xinchuan came closer, the exposed skin turned pink. Wee. Xinchuan tilted his ears slightly to listen. Hua Xianzi couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time. Xinchuan stood just a stone's throw away from them, and his brain immediately went into panic. Flower Fairy closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Then Xinchuan passed them by. Xinchuan came to the treasure box. Unlock treasure chest, bronze level. After opening, there is a chance to obtain food, water, silver level equipment, props, etc., and a small probability to obtain silver level equipment and props. Xinchuan didn't expect anything that could explode from killing a giant vine monster to be that powerful. I just hope it can be of some use. Xinchuan opened the treasure box casually. Bite. Congratulations on opening the treasure chest and getting high-quality fertilizer *1. Due to the 100 times critical hit effect, you will receive an additional 99 high-quality fertilizer. The effect of high-quality fertilizer can double the nutrition of fruits and vegetables in planting pots and accelerate their growth. It can even make them even better quality. This thing. Good. Think about it, he is now heading towards becoming a farmer, and there's a shortage of high-quality fertilizer. Catalytic pesticides are really too expensive. I can't stand it. Xinchuan beamed. Hua Xianzi met Xinchuan because of the things in the treasure box. I know I just misunderstood something. The strange emotion in my heart finally dissipated a lot, and the red color on my face gradually returned to its original color. When Xinchuan turned around, Hua Xianzi was able to speak normally. Thank you for saving our sisters. My name is Hua Xiaoyu. The little flower ghost's moving wings swung slightly, and its light body was carried into the air. Xinchuan pointed to the location of the treasure chest. You're welcome. I've already received the thank you I deserve. Hua Xiaoyu was surprised for a moment, then a smile appeared on her face. That's what you deserve, but we can't give you any treasure to repay you for the life-saving grace you gave Sister Xiaoyu. The only thing we can do for you is to be your servants. Please accept us. Hua Xiaoyu and the others knelt down devoutly in front of Xinchuan. Without Xinchuan, they would not have survived at all. Servant? Xinchuan really never thought about what benefits he could get from these two flower fairies. He was just a casual saver. Hua Xiaoyu knew from his tone that he didn't mean this. The kneeling head lowered another 2 points. Please agree to let us do something for you. If you don't need us, we won't be able to survive in this space for long. Their species has no ability to attack in the cellar. Xinchuan also thought about this. It is estimated that just as he walked away with his front legs, the Hua Fairy sisters who were rescued by their back legs fell into the tiger's mouth again. Then what can you do? Just the two of them can't do any heavy work. Hua Xiaoyu thought for a while and said, We have an innate affinity for plants and the ability to do planting things. She hesitantly raised her eyes to look at Xinchuan. Their ability is probably too useless for the humans in the cellar. After all, the food and clothing of the humans in the cellar is a problem, so what kind of plants can be grown for them? So much so that they felt very uneasy inside. What she didn't expect was that the human they met was Xinchuan. He has what others don't have. There just happened to be those 180 fruit trees and so on. Xinchuan's eyes lit up when he looked at the two flower fairy sisters. You must know that he takes care of hundreds of fruit trees, rice fruit trees, and red berry trees by himself. It's really a waste of time. Chapter 97. Now they're here. They are born gardeners. Okay. Just help me plant trees. Take care of food and housing. Xinchuan made the final decision on where the Hua Fairy sisters would go. Hua Xiao's eyes burst with surprise, and she held her sister's hand and circled in the air. I have to say, these two sisters are really good looking. Xinchuan simply moved out of the elf guardian house and placed it directly in front of them. Hua Xiuyo's eyes widened when she looked at the Elf Guardian Center. The Elf Guardian is the place they dream of. Come in, I'll show you where you work. Xinchuan reminded the dazed sister Hua Xiaoyu. The two sisters looked at each other, holding hands tightly and even trembling a little. Is this considered a step up for them? Hua Xiaoyu was afraid that Xinchuan would be kept waiting for too long, so she took her sisters and walked into the elf guard. All Xinchuan's saplings were piled up in a room. When he first brought them in, they looked so disorganized that he was quite embarrassed. Ahem. Xinchuan coughed slightly to hide his inner embarrassment. The eyes of Hua Xiaoyu and the two sisters were already as bright as stars. They had unintentionally embraced the golden thigh. Then I'll leave this place to you. Xinchuan piled 100% of high-quality fertilizer on the ground. Hua Xiaoyu immediately made a promise to Xinchuan. We promise you won't be disappointed. This is a guaranteed job. Xinchuan nodded. Then you try to do it first. We don't have much time today, we can't delay it any longer. As soon as Xinchuan left, sisters Hua Xiaoyu immediately started working. They must keep this job. After Xinchuan walked out, he put the elf guard away again. Take Axe Amo and set off forward. He put the shovel on his shoulder, picked out a spot, and dug in. Bite. Ding, so lonely. When you hear the ding sound, you've dug a hole. Xinchuan changed positions when he heard the ding. After several dings in a row, Xinchuan finally dug out a space. Axe Amo was the first to enter the alert state, and Xinchuan also tensed up his muscles. They stepped into the space together. A being appeared that made them want to poke their eyes out. This is definitely the ugliest monster Xinchuan has ever encountered. The skin all over his body seemed to be torn apart. There are also various small insects and vaguely insect eggs mixed in the cracked skin. This is much more disgusting than the centipede monster. Tier monster, gold level creature. Strength 30. Wisdom 18. Agility 22. Stamina 100. I'll wipe it. It's actually a gold level creature. His physical strength alone is already in triple digits. This is really sad. How can its physical strength be so high? Xinchuan looked at Axe and Amo. The faces of the two little guys were very serious. The tearing monster in front of you is definitely a powerful enemy. They have to be more careful. Chapter 98. To deal with such a monster with sufficient physical strength, you must first ensure that your physical strength is sufficient. Xinchuan drank several cans of drinks for himself, which also brought Axe Amo's physical strength to its peak. The tear monster is running towards them. As it ran, its entire torn body seemed to be crumbling. I have this obsessive-compulsive disorder that makes me want to lose my flesh but not lose it. Xinchuan got goosebumps all over his body. This monster must be ripped off. Xinchuan threw away the drink can, held his thigh bone in his hand and rushed towards it. A thigh bone hit it. Bang! The whole body of the tearing monster trembled. However, in fact, it only lost a few points of blood. After the tearing monster stabilized its shaking body, it thought about moving back a little. It circled around Xinchuan, almost ready to attack at any time. After Xinchuan took precautions, he never saw a real attack from it. This made Xinchuan confused. What's going on? You can tell from its appearance that it is a ruthless character. Why is it so soft in actual combat? Xinchuan looked at its information again in disbelief. My eyes widened when I saw that the physical value column was actually recovering blood. There is a note at the bottom. Note: the passive skill of the tearing monster is to get 0.2 of its own blood back after attacking. The monster that was torn apart by 1,000 knives. It is stalling for time with him. A monster with a high enough physical strength is still trying to regain its health. Don't talk about martial ethics. An unknown fire arose in Xinchuan's heart that he had been tricked. Fortunately, he thought that the tearing monster was holding back its ultimate move, but it turned out to be the case. Axe Amo! Xinchuan called out to the two little guys. After Axe Amo drank the last mouthful of milk, she began to transform into a beast's body and attack the tearing monster. Xinchuan also turned on the electric shock buff on his thigh bone. He didn't believe that its blood recovery speed could match his sacrificial aura. When Amo attacked the tearing monster didn't take their two cubs seriously at all. With a wave of his hand, he was about to swat away the troublesome Shui, but Amo stood in front of Shui in time. The torn monster was photographed. Shui's snake tail didn't even have time to hook her, and she could only watch as Amo hit the rock. Woo! Amo's physical strength dropped by 2/3. Xinchuan's heart was in knots. He quickly threw the milk to Amo, who drank the milk obediently. The more well-behaved he was, the more it made Xinchuan feel distressed. He formed a bond with Liangzi, the monster tearing apart. If you dare to hit his baby, he will beat it until it becomes an idiot. Xinchuan's thigh bone swung at the tearing monster. As soon as they touched each other, powerful electricity was continuously delivered to the tearing monster. The skin of the tearing monster, which was already torn apart by the electricity, was even more torn apart. There were even a few pieces of skin barely covering its surface that fell off. After the covering skin fell off, its flesh was exposed. It's not red, it's a dark gray flesh color full of rotten smell. It's completely like rotten meat. This rotten smell is really overpowering. Xinchuan couldn't help but hold his breath. What a crime! The tearing monster trembled and waved its arms towards Xinchuan. When Ashu saw this, she tied its hands directly. However, the strength value of the tearing monster is not low, it is a gold-level monster. Ashu is still in the early stages of growth, and her restraints on it are almost negligible. Chapter 99. It took less than a minute for the tearing monster to break free from the snake tail that bound its hands. Xinchuan didn't do anything during this minute. He changed his position and hid directly behind the tearing monster. The thigh bone banged against its shoulder. The strength of the thigh bone itself plus the double buffs make the feeling of the two worlds of ice and fire not pleasant. When the double superimposed buff is used, the tearing monster's passive blood returning skill cannot be recovered at all. It consumes much more. The tearing monster knew that his passive skills had no effect at this moment. Xinchuan became his biggest enemy. It's all him. The tearing monster looked up to the sky and roared. The vibrating sound waves caused Xinchuan's physical strength to drop a few points. Such a big guy is really troublesome. Xinchuan quickly filled up his physical strength with drinks. Even if he couldn't kill it with one blow, he would still kill it with all his energy. Faced with Xinchuan's beating and critical blow, the tearing monster stood on the spot and turned around suddenly. Xinchuan's blow landed directly on the top of its head. The whole head of the tearing monster is buzzing. Xinchuan's eyes lit up. Attacking its head will drop much more stamina than attacking its body. Xinchuan didn't care about tearing apart the monster's claws and claws. Every blow to its head is the strongest blow. The tearing monster's dizziness never stopped. After Amo drank the milk, he regained his motivation. She rushed to Xinchuan's side and contributed her own strength with Aksu. The tearing monster is no longer strong enough to deal with Xinchuan alone, and now they have two little guys added to it. For a moment, there was a bit of a dilemma. Suddenly, a burst of majestic power burst out from the heart of the tearing monster. Xinchuan and the other three were knocked aside by this force. Xinchuan stared at the tearing monster sternly. After all, he still underestimated the gold-level monster. The tearing monster now only has less than 20 physical points left. For Xinchuan, it was just a matter of 2 breaths. However, the tearing monster came back to life in these last 2 breaths. The tear monster hammered his chest. A fist as big as a rock hit Xinchuan. Aksu and Moda, stay away! Xinchuan jumped to the side. Before he could stand firm, the fists of the tearing monster attacked one after another. Its fists are as frequent as raindrops. And he only identified Xinchuan. Xinchuan completely attracted all its attention to him. Xinchuan, who had been running away, saw the tearing monster's blood recovery skill being passively used. If it is really delayed by the tearing monster for enough time, then the efforts they just made will be in vain. Xinchuan gritted his teeth. Can't let it happen again. Aren't these just fists the size of raindrops? He wants to confront it head on. The thigh bone is blessed with double buffs. I can't believe that I can't fight a tearing monster. The tearing monster's fist fell again, and this time Shinchuan didn't hide. Not only did he not avoid it, but he also used its fist as a springboard. He jumped into the air, raised his thigh bone above his head and smashed it into the tearing monster's head. The momentum of one man being able to stop 10,000 men makes the tearing monster have to avoid the edge for the time being. It wanted to retreat to avoid Shinchuan's attack. However, Shinchuan would not give it this chance. Bang! Its head was left with the indentation of its thigh bone. Chapter 100. There is a vague feeling that the head of the tearing monster is about to be split into two. The tearing monster groaned in pain. But Shinchuan couldn't give it another chance to breathe. Otherwise, the tailwind will turn into a headwind. What we need now is to keep fighting with all our strength. Shinchuan raised his thigh bone again and struck it violently. The tearing monster made a gurgling falling sound. The skin on its body is falling off piece by piece. Even though it was not toxic, Shinchuan still put on the gas mask without hesitation. This smell could really make him die. Shinchuan also threw the gas masks of the two little guys to them. The depressed faces of the two little guys finally got better. The tearing monster's hands were moving in the air. It seemed that he was unwilling to die just like that. Shinchuan was afraid that its blood recovery skills would give it another chance to breathe. Don't hesitate to give it another shot. All the reluctance of the tear monster turned into a pile of cracked carrion on the ground. It's really both smoky and eye-catching. It was simply a scene where men were silent and women were crying. Bite. Congratulations on successfully killing the tearing monster. Adventurer Shinchuan won the title, Attack on Titan. All servers have been notified. What kind of thing is a tearing monster? How come the great god encounters things that I have never seen before? Otherwise, why would Shinchuan be a great god? If he could meet someone upstairs, would he be able to survive this wave? Master 666. Take me to fly with you if you have the chance. The great gods are already climbing on the shoulders of giants, and we are still struggling for food and clothing. Alas, the relationship between people is so wonderful. Shinchuan twitched the corner of his mouth. When the system has no rewards, it will just talk. Pooh! The corpse of the tearing monster began to disappear in front of Shinchuan. What was left behind was a treasure chest that glowed with gold. There is no doubt that it is a gold-level treasure chest. It was even more dazzling than the previous gold-level treasure chest Shinchuan encountered. I'm afraid this gold-level treasure chest will contain more powerful treasures than the previous gold-level treasure chest. Shinchuan rubbed his hands in anticipation, preparing to open this gold-level treasure chest. Lock treasure chest, gold level. After opening, there is a chance to obtain food, water, silver level equipment, props, etc., and a small probability to obtain diamond level equipment and props. Lock? What are you doing? The treasure chest that had been unlocked was suddenly locked. Shinchuan's teeth itched. He could only look at the key to the gold level treasure chest in the mall. The price of the gold-level treasure chest key made Shinchuan not only itchy but also his gums hurt. This is too damn expensive. It's just a robbery. 2,888 gold coins. 2888 in the mall is still shining with golden light. There is quite a psychological implication that if you pass by, don't miss it, you will suffer a loss if you can't buy it, and you will be fooled if you can't buy it. But Shinchuan was extremely sober. You must suffer. He still has to suffer this loss. No matter how distressed he was about 2,888 gold coins, he still had to spend it. It's just a matter of sooner or later. I can only comfort myself by buying it early and enjoying it early. Shinchuan spent 2,888 gold coins in tears. He discovered it. In the end, they all work for the system. Damn capitalism. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer on your successful purchase. Obtain the key to open the gold-level treasure chest *1. Shinchuan felt hot holding the key. Can 2,888 gold coins not be hot to touch? If they are all piled up, they can kill more than one person. Now you can only open a gold-level treasure chest. Shinchuan used the key to open the gold-level treasure chest. Chapter 101. The moment it was opened, a burst of golden light was revealed. It's as bright as the key hanging in the mall. Is this a special effect that comes with spending money? None of the treasure chests he had opened before had such fancy treatment. Shinchuan shook his head and sighed, and started groping in the gold-level treasure box. Bite. Congratulations on getting the pet claw sleeve drawing *1. Bite. Congratulations on getting the dazzling bead blueprint *1. Get 2 drawings about pets at once. Shinchuan cheered up. He had to study the use of these 2 drawings. Pet claw sleeves can greatly enhance the strength of pets and double their attack capabilities. This suits Imo very well. Shinchuan looked at Imo. Imo is still in the animal body, and is now turning her belly to let Ashua lie on her belly. That silly and cute look is really a bit silly and cute. Shinchuan is not worried about her defense power, but her attack power is much worse. Equipped with the pet claw sleeve, Imo will definitely gain a lot of strength. Shinchuan looked at the materials used to make pet claw covers, for *20. Shinchuan has not collected this material yet. Then he can only exchange it in the mall. What the hell? A fur costs 100 gold coins. He has never regarded other humans as such big leaks. The system has already raised him into a giant leak. The naked act of cutting leaks. Shinchuan swallowed a mouthful of old blood and it was stuck in his throat. The fact that the price in the mall can be so high can also prove from the side how high the value of the fur is. It is basically impossible to redeem it from other humans. Shinchuan couldn't afford 2,000 gold coins. But the money he makes is only 10 gold coins. The newly accumulated wealth was spent at once on nearly 5,000 gold coins. The system is failing me. Shinchuan didn't want to buy it, but Amo's glazed eyes looked at him confusedly. Shinchuan immediately made an impulse. Order fur *20. That's what raising children is like. Working hard outside is all for the sake of the children. Do you want to make pet claw covers? Make. Shinchuan clicked on production. In just a few breaths, you have a ready-made pet paw guard. Shinchuan deliberately chose a color that was similar to Amo's skin color. The soft fur is so fluffy that my heart melts. Amo, come here. Shinchuan waved to Amo, who turned over and walked towards Shinchuan. Standing in front of Amo in human form, blinking at Shinchuan. Shinchuan stretched out her hands and put on pet claw gloves for her. The half-cut finger caught style exposed Amo's round fingers. This pet paw cover fits her little hand directly. Shinchuan nodded with satisfaction. Amo, let me see how you turn back into a beast's body. Amo obediently transformed back into his animal body, and the pet's claw sleeves still fit according to his changes. And because the colors are similar, the existence of the pet claw sleeve cannot be seen. Shinchuan looked at Amo's panel. The strength column was directly increased by 20. The strength is greatly increased. Bang! The sudden loud noise startled Shinchuan, and he immediately took out his thigh bone and put himself on guard. Shinchuan looked around and saw no monster appearing. Instead, it was because Amo's fist fell on the rock wall nearby. She was the cause of this movement. Amo retracted his claws guiltily, and a silver light flashed through Shinchuan's eyes. Chapter 102. Shinchuan took a closer look and saw that the silver light was reflected from Amo's claws. In other words, Amo's pet claw sheath also comes with a Wolverine-like blade. Not bad. This key is worth buying. Shinchuan looked at Axu again. Amo already has his stuff, so his big son must have it too. It's just that Ashu, who has the body of a snake, is not suitable for pet claw covers. Shinchuan could only look at another dazzling bead drawing. The material required for glare beads is iron powder. Iron powder has a certain degree of toxicity, but as a snow snake, Ashua is inherently toxic. Dazzling beads made of iron powder can increase their own toxicity and a certain degree of combat effectiveness. Big fan of this stuff. It's something Shinchuan hasn't collected yet. Shinchuan sighed in his heart. This time he will definitely not do business with Joe Poppy in the mall. He directly trades drinks with other people. I need iron powder *20. Exchange it for functional drinks, some are private. Shinchuan spoke on the World Channel. Tai fan *20? This is big business. Who can take over the business of the great master? I work so hard that I only have 2 big fans. Oh my god, I want to see who can become a great businessman. At least he must be a great boss. Xinchuan stared at the background. The private messages were refreshed a lot in turn. It's just a few orders, and he doesn't want to trade these bits and pieces. But it can be used as an alternative. Amoda has her gift, so Ashue cannot lack it. Xinchuan directly marked 20 iron fans and wanted to take a look. Are there any other powerful people alive today? 20 portions of iron powder. I want 100 cans of drinks. The news that suddenly popped up shocked Xinchuan. There are really powerful people. After conversion, 1 serving of iron powder costs 5 cans of drinks. Xinchuan definitely won't do it. This is too expensive. It greatly exceeded his expectations. I don't have that many drinks, I can only sell 50 cans. When Xinchuan came up, he bargained for half the price. The opponent who was slashed by the dragon-slaying knife vomited blood. 100 cans of drinks are definitely not much for Xinchuan. He dived for many days, silently staring at Xinchuan's resources and estimating them. He can definitely deal with the price of 100 cans. In fact, his calculation was correct. 100 cans of drinks was indeed not much for Xinchuan. But he was bleeding profusely today. Even if it's just the difference in price for a can, he'll fight for it. It's really hard to survive. And also have children to raise. It's really difficult. 50 cans is too little. I can't sell it. I worked hard to get it. Xinchuan still didn't want to let go of this diehard fan of the full deal easily and tried to talk about it again. 55 cans, no more. It's really not easy to survive. Brothers, please understand the life in the cellar now. The other party fell into silence. Xinchuan is a master of housing. A master who can still eat rice and take a bath with clean water every day. Now you can actually pull such a big deal in front of him. He wished he could kill Xinchuan with 1 knife. Does Xinchuan still need his understanding of his life? If he cared about Xinchuan, he could just hit him and kill him. Xinchuan really couldn't say that raising children cost money. For the sake of this family, he could only endure everything. Brother, I can give you 60 cans of drinks at most, and give you some fruits. Chapter 103. Xinchuan took another step back. This was his maximum limit. If the deal fails again, he can only say goodbye to this big investor. The other party thought for a while and agreed. The iron powder was being smashed in his hands. It was of no use to him, so he might as well change it to something useful. Xinchuan happily packed the things for him and handed them to him. The other party received the drink and fruit and fell into a deeper silence. The effect of this fruit on restoring physical strength is several times better than that of drinks. Why do fruits come with gifts? Is this the world of a great god? He doesn't understand, he's confused. The main reason is that the fruit trees in Xinchuan are still being planted, so they can only trade a small amount and cannot make big deals. After Xinchuan got enough iron powder, he started making dazzling beads. Do you want to start production? Make it! When the dazzling beads were successfully made, the entire cellar space emitted a dazzling light. It's true that special effects cost a lot of money. Xinchuan hates. The dazzling pearl came into Xinchuan's hand, and Xinchuan waved Axel over. Ashu is very interested in these beautiful dazzling beads. As soon as Xinchuan handed it to her, she immediately took the dazzling pearl in her mouth and swallowed it. When the dazzling bead entered Ashu's body, it immediately exerted its effect. Axe's snow-white skin faintly exuded the light of dazzling pearls. How does it feel? Xinchuan looked at Ashue shaking her head and asked her with a smile. Ashu spat on the rock, causing bubbles to form on the rock. Even rocks can't resist the corrosive venom. Axa even waved the snake's tail and patted the rock on the side. Crack! The rock shattered into slag directly under her snake tail. Good! Xinchuan applauded. Not only has Ashu's toxicity increased, but her strength and agility have also increased by 10 points each. It's worth it. It was a great harvest for Xinchuan to spend so many gold coins today. Ashu is also happy that her combat effectiveness has improved. She turned back into a little girl and took the initiative to get into Shinchuan's arms. He rubbed Shinchuan's neck with his head. The furry head is very cute. Not to be outdone, Amo also got into Shinchuan's arms and began to act coquettishly in his arms. Shinchuan felt so satisfied holding the two little cuties in one hand. They are really cute little angels. Shinchuan shed tears of joy like an old father. He has experienced both the pain and joy of raising children, but more comes from their well-behaved and sensible feedback. Raising a child like this, what more could you ask for? Shinchuan patted their heads and asked them to leave his arms. There are 2 more mining opportunities today, so you have to take advantage of them. Shinchuan dug out a space with a shovel. What you can see is a whole forest growing densely together. Shinchuan suddenly remembered the space of the fruit trees. Wouldn't these woods also have a tree monster? You must know that all the woods in this forest look exactly the same, and there are so many of them. If there is a tree monster, I don't know how to find it. The breeze blew through the woods, and the leaves rustled. Shinchuan stood there and watched for a long time without seeing any unusual movement in the woods. Could it be that it is just a forest? Shinchuan remained vigilant and walked into the space in the woods. As soon as he moved, the leaves in a forest rustled even more violently. They seemed to be moving. Shinchuan didn't even doubt whether he was delusional. They really move. They moved around Shinchuan and the 3 of them like a formation. Chapter 104. Such lively movements throughout the forest gave Shinchuan a bad premonition. Tree monster, bronze level creature. Strength 6. Wisdom 2. Agility 9. Strength 11. Wherever Shinchuan's eyes went, there were tree monsters. It's this kind of bronze level creature with sluggish combat power again. Another creature that relies on numbers and is ready to adopt wheel warfare tactics. It's better to just bring a big guy to deal with him. Although it is a little harder to deal with the big guys, the rewards are not bad. That's all these bronze level scum can get. Shinchuan looked at these group of tree monsters and sighed in his heart. It takes a lot of effort to visually inspect, but all you can get is a pile of wood. He put it here to engage in wholesale lumber. This time, before Shinchuan called the 2 little guys, Imo had already taken the initiative to break into the battle. It was directly wrapped into a sphere and rolled towards the center of the tree monster. As she rolled over, her sharp blade flashed out from the pet claw sheath. Wherever she went, the tree monsters in the 2 rows on the left and right fell to the ground. The few trees she dealt with were just a drop in the bucket. When Imo was about to reach the center position, he bounced up on the spot. It hit the center like an atomic bomb. Her explosive attack sent all the tree monsters flying into the air. A piece of open space was immediately vacated. Shinchuan took advantage of the space she vacated and used drinks to bring his state to its peak. Airborne immediately. He held the frost stone axe in his hand and waved it left and right twice. Sweep towards the tree monsters with fiery and cold buffs. Amo's claws were not idle, she was focused on doing things on the ground. Ah Shue, on the other hand, was helping her deal with the dangers above. The agile snake tail slaps the tree crown. This kind of tree monster is fighting against the 5 scum. You can whip them out with just a swipe of your tail. Although there seem to be a lot of them, the range of the group attack made by Shinchuan with the frost stone axe is still relatively wide. One axe can kill a lot of tree monsters. With the 3 of them helping each other, a whole area of tree monsters was eliminated. In front of Shinchuan, there were fallen trees. This solves them all? However, after solving them, not even a single treasure chest was dropped. People doing things? Shinchuan, Axu Amo and the others stared at each other with big eyes. There really are no treasure chests dropped. Just when Shinchuan was considering whether to ask the system, the land before them was shaking. Besides, Shinchuan quickly pulled the 2 little guys back. Watch carefully to see if there are any moths among the tree monsters. The treasure chests did not fall, but instead a huge tree appeared. Compared with the tree monsters, their size is at least 3 times larger. Shinchuan looked up at the big tree. Advanced tree monster, silver level creature. Strength 25. Wisdom 14. Agility 10. Stamina 50. Compared with this high-level tree monster, those little tree monsters just now are just appetizers. Shinchuan grinded his teeth. Why is there such an operation? Shinchuan put away the frost stone axe. The high-level tree monster's physical strength is not low. You don't know how long it will take to chop it down with the frost stone axe. Shinchuan took out the thigh bone again and held it in his hand. The high-level tree monster trembled its branches, and the rustling leaves trembled. Stretched out towards Shinchuan and the three of them. Its branches are very light and flexible, and can be rolled up into a tree cage by winding them at will. Chapter 105. The high-level tree monster seems to have some brains. It's going to catch them all. Ashu could not see how greedy it looked. A mouthful of venomous saliva was spat towards the tree cage. As soon as the venom saliva stained the tree cage, the entire tree cage immediately lost its vitality and became rotten. Bravo! Shinchuan patted Amo, and Amo got out instantly. Smashed the tree cage that had rotted out a hole. There were fallen branches on the ground. The high-level tree monster can't hit it with one hit, so it will hit again. Shinchuan used Amo as a leverage before it was about to strike again. He stepped on her back and jumped towards the high-level tree monster. The thigh bone was cut in the middle of it. The sacrificial aura buff that continuously discharges is worrying that I can't find a place to vent my anger. Such a collision just happens to keep the power input. The crackling electricity is almost visible to the naked eye. The leaves of the high-level tree monster are constantly falling from its lush crown. In just the blink of an eye, all the leaves fell off. Because of the huge power and the buff of the intermediate ice flame stone. A hot flame appeared and burned along the tree body of the high-level tree monster. The high-level tree monster twisted its body, considering its size. When twisting, the whole space vibrates. Shinchuan could vaguely feel it. The high-level tree monster seems to be about to explode. Shinchuan wasn't sure what trump card it would have. The best way is to nip its outbreak in the bud. Shinchuan slashed the same position at the high-level tree monster one after another. Crack! There is a crack in the middle of the high-level tree monster. Shinchuan took the time to drink 2 more bottles of drinks to fill up his declining physical strength. Give the high-level tree monster the final blow in one go. Only the center of the wood that has been burned to char can still have some support. Shinchuan was in full condition, and he was cut in half with one strike. Visually, a high-level tree monster dozens of meters high fell down. The fire in it still continues to burn. Even the other tree monsters around it were burned by the fire. Etc. Will the wood he wants to wholesale be burned like this? The alarm bell rang in Shinchuan's heart. Just when he wanted to rescue him. A blueprint falling from the sky blocked Shinchuan's way, and Shinchuan conveniently grabbed the blueprint in his hand. This is a lifting array drawing. The so-called lifting array actually means it can also be used as an elevator. Quite fashionable. It just so happens that he can experience his duplex elf guardian house first. Shinchuan did some research and found that the most important thing in making the lifting array was snake scales? This thing requires something a little strange. The other things were owned by Shinchuan, only the snake scales. He really didn't. Axa heard his soft breath and climbed onto Shinchuan's shoulder. Snake scales? It's on her. Axa took the scales off her tail with her mouth and handed them to Shinchuan. When Shinchuan was still frowning, a snake scale appeared in his hand. There is still a little bit of blood at the base of the scales. These are Axa's scales. Shinchuan turned to look at Ashue, who arrogantly turned her head away from him. But her thoughts have been completely conveyed to her old father's heart. Shinchuan hugged Ashue and gave her a good squeeze. My dear Ashu! Axa blushed and struggled out of Shinchuan's arms. Chapter 106. Shinchuan let go of Ashue and looked at the place where she had torn off the scales with distress. With her dense and regular distribution of scales, her missing scales can be seen at a glance. A little blood flowed from the place where it was pulled out, and the blood was reflected on the smooth scales and reached Shinchuan's eyes. A flash of pain flashed in Shinchuan's eyes, but Axa cared about her appearance the most. Shinchuan looked at Ashue's snake body and mind with guilt. Axa turned around and licked the tail of her snake, wiping away the blood and restoring the original luster of her scales. Axa patted Shinchuan on the shoulder with her tail, and then pointed to the elevator drawing in his hand, obviously urging him to make the elevator. Shinchuan was completely moved by Ashu, who was so sensible. Immediately gather all the materials to make the elevator. Otherwise, I will feel sorry for Ashu. Do you want to make a lift? Make it. Shinchuan also moved out of the elf guardian house. After the elevator is manufactured, the elevator is immediately ready to be installed in the elven guardian. The elevator has been successfully produced. Shinchuan installed the elevator he made. On the side of the elf guardian house, an elevator with translucent glass appeared. Shinchuan took Axu Amo into the elf guardianship. Let's experience the feeling of a lift together. No more stairs to go upstairs. There is one last chance to mine. Let's go see if we can dig out anything. Shinchuan carried the shovel and walked outside the elf guardian center. Axu Amo followed closely behind him. Shinchuan picked a place and dug in with a shovel. Bite. The adventurer dug out a hole and found nothing. As soon as he heard the ding, he knew what was going to happen. Shinchuan let out a long sigh. Today's harvest was not small, and he was quite satisfied. Shinchuan simply went back to the Elf Guardian Center to prepare dinner. In order to compensate Ashu, Shinchuan will cook a big meal for her today to replenish her blood. Remembering the last time she was at the mermaid's place, Ashu still coveted grilled fish. They are having a barbecue today. Shinchuan asked Amo to call out Sister Hua Xiaoyu. Hua Xiaoyu and her two sisters thought they were not doing well. They walked out tremblingly, ready to pray to Shinchuan to give them more time. However, when they arrived in front of Shinchuan, they realized that Shinchuan was asking them to come for dinner. It smells so good. Hua Xiaoyu shrugged her nose, and all of the delicious food went into her nose. All the uneasy feelings were calmed down by this delicious taste. Shinchuan not only prepared roasted fish, but also roasted duck, and all four of them prepared milk for them. Axa Amo has been treated like this since she was born, and she is completely used to it. Sister Hua Xiaoyu, on the other hand, had tears in her eyes. They had never lived like this in the cellar. The life I lived after following Shinchuan was completely in paradise. Shinchuan was busy flipping the grilled fish when a sound of sobbing sounded in his ears. When I turned around, I saw Sister Hua Xiaoyu crying uncontrollably. Why are you two still crying? Hua Xiaoyu sobbed and said, Master, you are so good to us, woo woo woo. Shinchuan really didn't know how to comfort their sisters. I can only say it firmly. As long as you follow me and work hard, your life will be better in the future. Hua Xiaoyu believed in what he said. She believed that there would never be another human being more powerful than her master in the entire underground world. Shinchuan really didn't have much experience in coaxing girls. The two grilled fish should be used to stop the crying mouths of his sisters. Chapter 107. Hua Xiaoyu and the others were attracted by the delicious food and instantly forgot about crying. Shinchuan took extra care of Axa today. Who said Ashu was their great hero? Even Amo felt sorry for Ashue and circled around Ashue. Ashue was very embarrassed at first, but under the double care of Shinchuan and Amo, she had to get used to it. Thanks to our Ashu for allowing us to have an elevator. With Shinchuan as the leader, he offered a drink of milk to Ashu. This time, Ashue was shy and hid behind Amo, unwilling to look at them. It was rare for Shinchuan to see Ashue's childish attitude. I can't even close my mouth when I smile. This is how their family should be happy and harmonious. After a night's rest, the first thing Shinchuan did when he woke up was to make a wish. Spending thousands of gold coins yesterday made him feel extremely heartbroken. He doesn't need any materials or blueprints, he just wants gold coins. I wish for a lot of gold coins. Shinchuan thought for a moment, and made the large number of gold coins more concrete. 100,000 gold coins! Bite. The adventurer's wish failed. Randomly obtain gold coins *100. Due to the 100 times critical hit effect, you will get an additional gold coin *9900. Shinchuan received 10,000 gold coins. At least it was 1/10 of what he had promised, and at least he got back some of yesterday's blood. Xinchuan reluctantly comforted himself. It would be great if the wishing function can be upgraded again. While Xinchuan collected himself, he checked his private messages. A strange girl's avatar ID sent him a private message wanting to trade a bucket of bath water with him. But she didn't have the gold coins to buy it. So how does she plan to trade? Xinchuan can still be a little tolerant towards girls. After all, the girl Li Menghan gave him a lot of favor. He is a tool man who can do a good job. Then how are you going to trade with me if you don't have gold coins? Xinchuan asked her a question. Su Yeye never thought that Master Xinchuan would try her best. Before he could explain his purpose in his excitement, he introduced himself to Xinchuan. Hello, Master Xinchuan. My name is Su Yeye. I admire you so much. This is still a little fan. Seeing that Xinchuan didn't answer her, Su Yeye felt anxious and worried that Xinchuan would ignore her deal. She really stinks to death from herself. Great God! Although I don't have gold coins, but I can use frost stones in exchange. Xinchuan was just thinking about how to reply to her, but he didn't expect to see this sentence after a little hesitation. This is a big deal. Compared with unlimited bath water, frost stone is the biggest consumable. Just the failure rate of its synthesis can make Xinchuan find a space and never go out again. Okay. Xinchuan decisively agreed. Isn't it just a bucket of bath water? 5 barrels of frost stone are more than enough. Thank you, God! Su Yeye's hands were shaking with excitement. Xinchuan specially packed a large bucket of bath water for her and traded it over. Su Yeye saw this large bucket of clean bath water. Tears ran away. Only God knows what kind of life she lived during this time. Worse than a beggar. Xinchuan was very satisfied with receiving the frost stone. Before I had time to go to work, I received several thank you messages from Su Yeye. Chapter 108. Xinchuan did not reply to Su Yeye. He had not started work today. Mining is the most important thing. Xinchuan walked out of the Elf Guardian Center with the shovel on his shoulder, and the 2 little guys Axu and Amo followed closely behind him. The elf guard was taken away by Xinchuan. Xinchuan found a spot, pointed the shovel and dug in. Hope your luck isn't too bad today. At least it's a good start. A shovel dug down and a cave was revealed. Good luck. Before Xinchuan had time to see other creatures in the space, his eyes were dazzled by the light refracted from the ground. This thing looks familiar. Xinchuan took a closer look. Frost stone. The road ahead is paved with a mixture of frost stones. Xinchuan will never admit his mistake. What's in front of me is not pebbles. What a luxury this must be. Xinchuan thought deeply. No matter what creatures are in this space, all these frost stones Xinchuan have been accepted as ordered. While picking up the frost stones, Xinchuan stepped on the road paved by the frost stones. For a long time, they didn't see any other creatures appear. Instead, they could hear intermittent prayers in their ears. The voice of their prayers was in a language that Xinchuan had never heard before. They were sure to be praying because their voices contained devout faith. Faith is contagious. As Xinchuan and the others continued to approach, the prayers in their ears became clearer. They finally saw the source of the sound before their eyes. Xinchuan stopped Axu Amo with both hands, and the 2 beasts stopped moving forward. It sounded like they were praying, and they seemed to be performing some kind of sacrificial activity. They are all mermaids with their upper bodies shaped like a human and their lower bodies shaped like a fish tail. They were surrounding something. From the gap between them, Xinchuan saw that what was among them seemed to be just a stone. From Xinchuan's point of view, it was very ordinary. But for mermaids, it is the sacred object of their tribe. Each mermaid lowered her eyes and looked like the most devout believer. Sometimes dancing, sometimes chanting loudly. Full of some kind of divinity. Xinchuan and the others accidentally broke into the mermaid race, and even almost disturbed their sacrifice. If they were really messed up, Xinchuan wasn't sure they could leave intact. Xinchuan had no intention of conflicting with the mermaid race. He has picked up a lot of frost stones here. Enough. Xinchuan was about to take the 2 little guys back the same way. The whole group of mermaids made a commotion. The way Xinchuan and the others wanted to retreat was blocked by a mermaid. This mermaid is different from the group of praying mermaids, full of beautiful and pure light. On the contrary, there was a trace of death and evil nature revealed from her body. At first glance, he looks restless. Her appearance brought shock to the entire mermaid group. "Leave quickly!" The rather dignified elder yelled at this mermaid. The mermaid who was warned not only showed no fear. Instead, he made a hee-hee sound and looked at each mermaid with provocative eyes. "What's the point of sacrificing a broken stone every year? I don't believe that even if we stop worshipping it, our race will suffer retribution." The provocative mermaid's eyes are full of madness. She seemed ready to make a desperate move. Just to destroy that stone. "Traitor!" The elders in the clan yelled. All the mermaids form a wall side by side. "We must guard against this crazy traitor." Xinchuan saw their internal strife. This kind of civil strife is not suitable for an outsider like him. Xinchuan and his two little guys quietly prepared to sneak away in the chaos. Just moved a step. The traitor mermaid's eyes fell on him. Xinchuan immediately had a bad premonition. She's going to cause trouble. The traitor mermaid is not interested in Xinchuan, but the two little guys next to him. Then you might as well take a fancy to Xinchuan. The traitor mermaid wants to steal the child from Xinchuan in a strong manner. This is great. Xinchuan immediately went berserk. As soon as the traitor mermaid touched Ashua's clothes, the femur in Xinchuan's space flashed in her hand. He raised his hand and hit the traitor mermaid's arm directly with his thigh bone. The traitor mermaid quickly retracted her hand. Her eyes finally fell on Xinchuan. Xinchuan saw the strong, provocative, fighting spirit in her eyes. He caught the mermaid's attention. It seems that he is destined to get involved in this mermaid civil strife. Xinchuan sighed in his heart. However, he is not afraid of trouble. When soldiers come, he will cover up the water and earth. He wants to strike first. The femur speeded up again and attacked the traitor mermaid. Every move is ruthless enough to kill him. The traitor mermaid really didn't expect that the human in front of her could be so cruel and ruthless. The result of delaying 2 moves was for her to break an arm. "How dare you!" The traitor mermaid screamed. He couldn't even lift his right hand. Xinchuan glanced at Aksu, who told him that he was so blind and mean as to insist on touching Ashu. He couldn't afford to offend the old protective father. The traitor mermaid also wants to vent his dissatisfaction. Xinchuan didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. Don't he understand that villains die from talking too much? There was a burst of laughter in my heart, and I hit him with a stick. The traitor mermaid regretted messing with such a crazy human being. As he dodged, his peripheral vision focused on the stone protected by a group of mermaids. Isn't that a sacred object that can protect their mermaid race? As long as it can give itself power, I will recognize its identity as a holy object. The traitor mermaid mustered up her strength and was ready to rush towards the stone protected by the mermaids behind her. "Protect the sacred object!" The elders of the clan roared. This wolf-hearted thing. How could Xinchuan give him the opportunity to open a cheat? There's no telling how evil that stone will be. It must be decided quickly. Xinchuan waved his hand, and his thigh bone flew out behind the traitor mermaid. Never turn your back to the enemy. Crack! The sound of broken bones sounded. The traitor mermaids' backs were all broken. Xinchuan used 100% of his strength. He understands the principle that weeds can never be wiped out, but they will grow again with the spring breeze. Chapter 109. Ah! The traitor mermaid cried out in pain. The pain made her kneel on the ground. The elders of the clan looked sternly at the embarrassed appearance of the traitor in front of them. The traitor mermaid is unwilling to end up like this. It's all Xinchuan's fault, Qing Yaojin, who came out halfway. She looked at Xinchuan with red eyes. The eye knife almost turned into reality, and cut Xinchuan with a knife. Do you still dare to look at him like this? Xinchuan raised his eyebrows and weighed the thigh bones in his hands. Throw it directly into the eyes of the traitor mermaid. The traitor mermaid will never be able to handle such a ferocious operation. A look of astonishment just appeared in his eyes. Bang! It's a blow from the head. 2 streams of blood spurted out of the nose and splashed 1 meter high. The traitor mermaid fell to the ground with blood on her face. His body twitched and stopped moving at all. Dead? A pair of eyes filled with a strong desire to survive were kept open and refused to close. Die with your eyes open. Xinchuan shook his head and walked towards him. If you are ignorant, you will end up like this. The thigh bone that fell on the traitor mermaid was picked up by Xinchuan. Getting rid of the traitor mermaid is just a small problem, but there is still a big problem waiting for him next. Now that he killed a mermaid of their clan in front of a group of mermaids, he should take some responsibility. After all, I saw it with my own eyes. Even if he is a traitor, he is still one of their own. I'm sorry, I just entered your place by mistake and didn't mean to disturb you. Xinchuan lowered his head slightly to the elder of the clan. I just hope that because of his good attitude, he can resolve this matter without fighting. Xinchuan was mentally prepared to compensate. The elder of the clan standing in front of him held his hand. Xinchuan could feel the other person's hand trembling. Was it because he was so excited? Or are you planning to blackmail him? My benefactor! The elders of the clan stared at Xinchuan with burning eyes. Xinchuan raised his head and met his eyes. This look looks a bit familiar. Xinchuan's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the stone they were protecting behind him. Isn't that the way you look at that stone? The traitor's death is not a pity. It's because we don't have the ability to deal with the traitor as soon as possible. Now it's all thanks to you, my benefactor. The strength of my benefactor cannot be matched by ordinary people. Our tribe has always worshipped the strong. Please, benefactor, please accept our worship. Headed by the elders of the clan. The mermaids behind him all bent down towards Xinchuan. Xinchuan felt a little embarrassed to be worshipped by them. I'm just helping you get rid of a harm to your clan. There's no need to pay such a big courtesy to me. The elders of the clan were helped up by Xinchuan. The elders of the clan looked seriously and said to Xinchuan, From now on, my benefactor, you will be the venerable one in our clan, and we, the mermaid clan, will respect you. Xinchuan really never thought about such a development. He quickly shook his head. He didn't want to be forced to stay as a venerable person or something. He just wants to go mining. Fortunately, the elders in the clan have no intention of keeping Xinchuan here. If your benefactor needs help from our clan for anything, he will never refuse. This is our clan's gift of thanks to you. Xinchuan originally wanted to refuse the thank you gift given to him by the elders of the clan. He really didn't do anything substantial to help. He killed the mermaid because he missed his 2 little ones. When Xinchuan saw that the elders of the Qin clan had given him a bag of frost stones, Xinchuan's eyes lit up. As expected of a race that paved its roads with frost stones. He is so wealthy. He deserves this thank you gift. Don't be so polite. If you need my help next time, just ask. Xinchuan exchanged pleasantries with the elders in the clan. There is no delay in the movements of the hands. The gift is not light. Xinchuan's favorable impression of the mermaid race soared. The elders in the clan smiled with satisfaction. Xinchuan smiled with even more satisfaction and his eyes curled up. Then I won't disturb everyone's important moment. I will continue to work. Xinchuan waved goodbye to the mermaid race. They all watched unanimously. Xinchuan used a shovel to dig out the cave in the next space. The smell of green grass rushed into Xinchuan's nose. This is a pasture space. Gentle breeze, refreshing green space. Xinchuan's tense mind relaxed a little. It's really not easy to meet such a space. Amo has a natural affinity for such grassland. It's not yet certain that the space is 100% safe. Amo had already transformed into an animal body and was rolling on the grass. That comfortable look infected Xinchuan and Ashu. Xinchuan also wanted to lie on the grass and experience the pleasant time. Xinchuan's ears twitched. He heard the sound of running hooves. Xinchuan locked the direction in which he was running. The figure of a bison was reflected in his eyes. Bison monster, silver level creature. Strength 30. Wisdom 3. Agility 19. Stamina 40. Isn't it just a bison? Xinchuan sneered at it. He is a man with special bullfighting skills. A piece of red cloth suddenly appeared in Shinchuan's hand. Red comes out. The only thing left in the buffalo monster's eyes was this flash of red that occupied its eyes. Shinchuan shook the red cloth, and the buffalo monster rushed towards the red cloth, drilled through the red cloth and dashed away. Axaamo didn't dare to blink as she watched Shinchuan's operations. Can you still tease the buffalo monster like this? Shinchuan showed them how to bullfight. The buffalo monster stared at the red cloth and ran back and forth several times, breathing heavily from its nostrils. The red cloth can also stimulate his desire to fight, and the cow's hooves keep hitting him. Seeing that the buffalo monster had been teased by the red cloth, it couldn't find its way north. Shinchuan shouted, "Aksu!" Aksu turned into a snow snake and climbed onto Shinchuan's shoulder. Finally, he wrapped the snake's tail around Shinchuan's arm. When the buffalo monster ran over again, Ashu stared at its bull's head, opened its fangs and bit it. Bite and release. The poison has entered the buffalo monster's nerves. The buffalo monster continued to run forward for some distance. Exercise will make the toxins take effect faster. I saw the buffalo monster kicking its legs. Hold head high. Finally he let out a cry and fell to the grass. Aksu did a great job. Shinchuan did not hesitate to praise Ashue. They took down the buffalo monster without any effort at all. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for defeating the buffalo monster. Get delicious beef *1. Due to the 100 times critical hit effect, you will get extra delicious beef *99. Chapter 110. Shinchuan was overjoyed. Beef! That's really delicious. The buffalo monster that fell to the ground began to disappear. In its place was a drawing. Shinchuan put away the red cloth, walked over and picked up the drawings. Black pepper drawing? Do I still need to make black pepper powder? Something that can be made as long as there is black pepper. Isn't the biggest problem just that there is no black pepper? Shinchuan carefully analyzed the drawings of black pepper powder. According to the method of making this black pepper powder drawing, black pepper is not needed. Instead, it can be made with other things of the same taste. Shinchuan happened to have something in his inventory that could be used to make black pepper powder instead of black pepper. Do you want to make black pepper powder? Nonsense. Make it. Shinchuan took out the barbecue grill. Such a good environment. If you don't have a barbecue, such a good place will be wasted. Put some fish on the grill and use the fresh beef to fry the steaks. After making the black pepper, it's the same taste that you remember. Shinchuan sprinkled black pepper on the fried steak. The flavor of the steak is stimulated by black pepper, which stimulates the aroma to a greater extent. Axuamo was already drooling over the steak. This is another delicacy they have never tasted before. Seeing the two of them looking anxious, Shinchuan couldn't help laughing and shaking his head. Put the fried steak in their bowls. There was a sound of gobbling. Shinchuan's stomach also growled. I have to say, I saw these two little guys looking so appetizing. It greatly affected his appetite. One person and two animals ate up all the baked goods. The steak tastes so good. Even eating steak has the effect of increasing physical strength. It directly increased by 10 points. Shinchuan laughed out loud while lying on the grass. Eating a steak is not like drinking a drink. The drinks only last for 10 minutes, but the stamina of the steak is directly brought up. If other humans knew about steak, I'm afraid it will make them even crazier than selling drinks. But beef. What Shinchuan has now is also limited. He felt it was not enough. Hope to see bison again. Shinchuan and the three of them were resting in the pasture space for the time being. Li Menghan, who was teleported to the Snow Clan tribe 2 days ago, has almost completed the task assigned to her by Shinchuan and the Snow Clan. 99, 100! She has made 100 popsicles. Is this enough? The residents of the Snow tribe asked Li Menghan with concern. Li Menghan stayed in the Snow Clan tribe for the past 2 days, thanks to their help. Li Menghan was able to quickly adapt to the Snow tribe and even made 100 popsicles. Li Menghan nodded. The 2-day deadline agreed upon with my boss has come. I have to hand in these 100 popsicles to him first. Now Shinchuan is completely Li Menghan's boss. She is his number one worker. She also had to protect her position as the number one worker. Thank you for helping me these past 2 days. Li Menghan bowed deeply to the residents of the Snow Tribe. Her small and delicate face looks even smaller under the cotton coat. The redness on her face accentuated her watery eyes. The residents of the Snow Tribe who came to help Li Menghan were all a group of young people. When have I ever seen such a delicate girl? When Li Menghan thanked them so sincerely, their faces blushed even more than hers. Haha, no, the elder said that you are a friend of that distinguished guest, so we must treat him well. Li Menghan could hear their respect for Shinchuan and the Snow Tribe from time to time. This also brought her respect for Shinchuan to a higher level. A great god is a great god, no matter where he is, he always has fans and fans. Li Menghan took out the teleportation scroll again and prepared to return to the Elf Guard. Chapter 111. I just got the teleportation scroll in my hand. The snow beneath Li Menghan's feet began to shake. Was there an avalanche? Li Menghan quickly put the teleportation scroll back into his backpack. Not good! The residents of the Snow Tribe shouted in a deep voice. It's the snow snake that appears! Let's run! Li Menghan finally saw who was causing the snow in front of her to tremble. Compared with Axe's size, the snow snake in front of him can almost be regarded as a giant python. Its red pupils are full of ferocity. The residents of the Snow Tribe are staring at them and want to kill them. It's all these lowly humans. Stole its child. He even sneaked away with 2 of them. How could the snow snake not go crazy? Its sanity has been burned out by anger. The only instinct in the head is to attack. Li Menghan thought to herself that something was wrong. The snow snake's huge tail blocked their way. All the people were stopped by it. Hiss! The snow snake spit out its tongue at them. That pair of fangs reflects the cold light. Li Menghan felt chilled in her heart as long as she was bitten by it. This is her burial place. Get away! Ah! A cry rang in Li Menghan's ears. She glanced sideways. The snow snake's tail has injured 2 people. The 2 of them were panting heavily in the snow, trying to escape in fear. They are no match for Snow Snake. Li Menghan's eyes were stung by the blood in the snow. Who can save them? Only Master Shinchuan. Li Menghan had a flash of inspiration. He immediately sent a private message asking for help to Shinchuan. Li Menghan is now on Shinchuan's friend list. Her private message will remind Shinchuan. Several notification sounds in a row made Shinchuan click on the private message. I saw Li Menghan saying that he was attacked by a snow snake. Shinchuan immediately thought of Axe's mother. Immediately, I was not in the mood to lie down in this pasture space. Shinchuan couldn't care about anything else. Bought a position teleportation scroll in the mall. He and the 2 little guys immediately appeared in front of Li Menghan. Li Menghan was extremely excited. Great God! He actually appeared in front of her so quickly. Shinchuan had no time to reminisce with Li Menghan. The tail of the snow snake in front of him, which was bigger than a giant python, had already swept towards the injured. He was already injured, yet another blow like this. He is definitely going to have his hair braided. Shinchuan took out his thigh bone, ran over, and swung away the tail of the snow snake's attack. He was still thinking that it was Ash's mother, so he didn't use the additional buff. However, Snow Snake did not accept his favor at all. The human being who appeared in front of him was completely provoking it. All of Snow Snake's attention was focused on Shinchuan. Sorry, it was. Hiss! Snow Snake didn't listen to Shinchuan at all. There are only 2 repeated words in its mind. Attack! The Snow Snake bit Shinchuan furiously. Its huge and agile snake body is also surrounding Shinchuan. You can bite it from the top, and you can wrap it from the bottom. Shinchuan saw what it was trying to do, and it was impossible to fight it in close combat. Chapter 112. Shinchuan kept using his thigh bones to resist the attacks of the snow snake's head, but he couldn't compare with its length. With the length of the snow snake, as long as its head is close to Shinchuan. Then it would be easy for it to extend its tail. Shinchuan could guard against its head, but not its tail. This snow snake is definitely Shinchuan's strongest enemy in history. Shinchuan was just a little distracted, and a tail stretched out from behind him. And the snow snake's head just happened to bite Shinchuan at the same time. The two-pronged attack method left Shinchuan unable to find a perfect way to dodge. He can only choose one or the other. The femur hit the snow snake's head with all its strength. This blow knocked the snow snake's bloody mouth to the side. The snake's tail behind him can no longer be avoided. Crack! The snake's tail slapped Shinchuan's body. Shinchuan flew directly forward. He felt a burning pain in his back. Great God! Li Menghan quickly ran towards Shinchuan. This snow snake is amazing. Even Shinchuan is not its opponent. Axu and Amo also gathered around Shinchuan. Shinchuan stabilized his breathing and stretched out his arms to hold them all behind him. His physical strength dropped a lot, so he drank 2 cans of drinks in a row to replenish it. Shinchuan took a closer look at Snow Snake's physical strength. He had just exerted so much force, but it didn't even lose any blood. This Snow Snake is too thick and powerful. Shinchuan now wants to report this Snow Snake to the system to see if it is a bug. The Snow Snake's vertical pupils were fixed on Shinchuan, and its cold-blooded eyes spread its ferocity infinitely. Shinchuan burned his already angry nerves even more violently. The Snow Snake now also has a manic buff. The existence of this manic buff has enhanced its strength and physical strength a lot. The moment Shinchuan was targeted by it, he felt his heart go cold. It and him are fighting to the death. Run! Shinchuan stood up and pulled the 3 of them and started to run away. If he had a head-on confrontation with Snow Snake, he would definitely be cool. Li Menghan followed Shinchuan's arrangement and ran with him. Shinchuan and the others found a cave and were about to crawl into it. Before he could even run in, the Snow Snake had already covered the cave with its tail. It reveals their purpose. Shinchuan cursed in a low voice. Run non-stop to the next hiding place. The total territory of the Snow Clan tribe only covers this small area. Where else could Shinchuan and the others run? Led by the elders of the Snow tribe, he brought all the people from the Snow tribe. Bah! The elder made a sound that attracted a little bit of Snow Snake's attention. Snow Snake just glanced at them. They are not worthy enough to be taken seriously by it. What it is thinking about is Shinchuan, the human being who has hurt it. The Snow Snake didn't have much patience, and after a few chases it became furious. Hiss! The snake's head snakes and moves. It's going to swallow Shinchuan and the others in one gulp. The elders and the people from their Snow tribe brandished their weapons to attack the Snow Snake's body. A Snow Snake's scales fell off. The defenseless flesh was exposed. The elder seized the opportunity. A spear was inserted. Shinchuan's thigh bone hadn't been swung out yet. The Snow Snake turned its head back first. The injured snake body caused pain. The Snow Snake twisted its body a few times. His cold eyes glanced at the people of the Snow tribe. A breath of cold air came out of his mouth. Wherever the cold air reaches, frost appears. Chapter 113. Everyone in the Snow tribe was frozen in the ice. Shinchuan was shocked. The people of the Snow tribe must not be completely wiped out. Shinchuan's heart sank. He must save the people of the Snow tribe. And themselves. The tail of the Snow Snake is preparing to crush the ice blocks that freeze the people of the Snow tribe. That's okay. Axa Amo! Shinchuan called the 2 little guys. He rushed over first. The additional buffs on his thigh bone are all maximized. The continuous electric power is waving the tail of the Snow Snake. Give it a steady stream of electric shocks. The needle-like electric shock is really exciting for the Snow Snake. After all, the heat of the scorching flame is not as good as the naturally low temperature of the Snow Snake. What's more, it's still in such a unique environment. It's so cold that it gives the Snow Snake even more wings. It's a tough one. Axa found the right place and hooked the Snow Snake's body with its tail. He grabbed the rolling AMO and landed it on the Snow Snake's body. Ashwe specially found the place with gaps in the scales, and Amo was under her command. Punch after punch on the snow snake's body. The snow snake was in pain and twisted its body. The snake's tail keeps sweeping. Shinchuan dodges again and again. The two little guys' mischief succeeded in distracting Snow Snake to them. Shinchuan always kept an eye on the opportunity to deal with Snow Snake. Hit it with the thigh bone in the same way. The snake's body, protected by its scales, is neither painful nor itchy. Only the electric shock can cause discomfort to the Snow Snake. Shinchuan's forehead was already sweating. His physical strength keeps dropping. Shinchuan took the time to glance at Snow Snake. Its physical strength is still so high. They worked hard for a long time, but it was all in vain. Shinchuan felt bitter. The head of the snow snake reached towards the two little guys, Aksu and Amo. Ashwe cleverly asked Amo to roll off the snow snake's body. Ashwe wrapped around Amo's body and fell to the ground together. They are just looking for death in their confrontation with Snow Snake. Shinchuan's heart was very heavy. This snow snake is so outrageous. Seeing that the two little guys, Axe and Amo, were going to cause trouble to the snow snake again, Shinchuan stopped them in time. Axe Amo, take Li Menghan and hide! Their attacks did no real harm to the snow snake at all. Axe Amo listened very much to Shinchuan. He quickly retreated to Li Menghan's side, pulling her to find a place to hide. Shinchuan didn't leave, he stood in front of the snow snake to attract its attention. With him around, Axe Amo and the others could easily find a place to hide. Shinchuan was thinking about how to deal with the snow snake. The only end result of a hard fight is to consume themselves. For the snow snake, it is not painful or itchy. Even if the solution is peaceful, that's fine. Shinchuan slapped the back of his head suddenly. Isn't he stupid? Why are snow snakes so furious? Isn't it because her child was stolen? Ashu is its child. Aksu! Come out alone for a while. Shinchuan decided to play the emotional card. I didn't think of letting Ashu and Snow Snake recognize each other just now I can give it a try. Ashu came out from hiding. He came to Shinchuan's side in a flash. Her animal body that was exactly the same as the snow snake appeared in front of the snow snake, the difference being the reduced version and the enlarged version. Chapter 114. Aksu didn't understand the meaning of Shinchuan calling her out. She tilted her head and looked at him with blinking eyes. The snow snake was looking at Ashu, its head was also tilted, and it blinked at her. In this piece of snow, it finally became quiet. Shinchuan felt happy in his heart. Isn't it just for the sake of his own children that Snow Snake is so aggressive? Now the child is standing in front of it, how could it not recognize it? Aksu, go and see if you can make it recognize you. Shinchuan touched Aksu's head. Aksu rubbed Shinchuan's palm and nodded. She slowly slid her body, approaching the snow snake step by step. The snow snake still didn't move, its eyes followed Ashu. The corners of Shinchuan's mouth curved. Snow Snake probably recognized Ashu. In just a moment, Shinchuan's curved shape froze on his face. He understood that he was still happy too early. Unprepared, the ferocious snake opened its bloody mouth and bit Ashu. Its vertical pupils have not changed at all. It still regards Ashu as its enemy. Now it is going to eat its own child alive. Shinchuan's face darkened instantly. It's still a step too late to catch Ashu. Ashu himself was smart enough to sense the evil intentions of the snow snake. He quickly dodged to the side, but managed to survive, but he happened to hit the tail of the snow snake. The snow snake quickly swung its tail. Ashu doesn't have enough time to dodge. He was swatted away by the snow snake's tail. Aksu! Ashu fell to the snow beside him. The white snow is dotted with a few drops of red. It's your own fault. He overestimated the crazy snow snake. The current snow snake has no sense or affection left at all. It only thinks about attacking. It just wants to destroy. For the snow tribe and them, it has become a disaster that must be solved. Shinchuan can't keep it. Shinchuan also held a big killer weapon in his hand. His original intention was not to use it, but now the situation no longer allowed him to hesitate any longer. Otherwise, all of them will be buried here. It's been a long time since I last used the super gem. The 3-day cooling period has completely passed. Xinchuan looked around at the Snow Tribe's place. This space is not enough to display the super gem. If the super gem was sacrificed here, it would be him, Xinchuan, who would personally send them to get their lunch boxes. What Xinchuan wanted to solve was just a snow snake. Then, apart from the space of the Snow Tribe, he could only find other spaces to lure the snow snakes. Xinchuan did what he said, took out the shovel and dug on the spot. "Let my luck explode again, or we all will die." Xinchuan muttered something. The next space was successfully dug out. Snow Snake has arrived at Xinchuan's side. The bone-chilling coldness felt from its body could definitely remind Xinchuan. Xinchuan took back the shovel and shouted at the Snow Snake. Snow Snake jerked its head back abruptly. It was frightened by Xinchuan. Xinchuan looked at its reaction in amusement. Even though I didn't hit it, it still behaved like this. Xinchuan no longer hesitated and jumped directly into the newly dug cave. No matter what monsters you encounter in this cave. Chapter 115. Anyway, they are no match for Snow Snake. The Snow Snake watched the instigator escape, and it immediately followed him. It must wash away the shame and humiliation brought by Xinchuan with his blood. Xinchuan wished it could follow him. Xinchuan jumped into the new space and discovered a lucky thing. No living things exist in this new space. There are no creatures, good or bad. This is a blank space. He can definitely use super gems in this space. The Snow Snake, which was dozens of meters long, got into the new space until its tail followed suit. It has followed Xinchuan completely into the new space. In front of everyone's eyes, it was Xinchuan who lured the Snow Snake and disappeared together. Great God! Li Menghan watched helplessly as Xinchuan fed the snake with his body. The tears in my eyes could no longer hold back and burst out. She had witnessed Snow Snake's strength with her own eyes. According to Xinchuan's current strength, he would not be its opponent at all. Master Xinchuan will be eaten alive by the Snow Snake. Li Menghan cried out of breath just thinking about Xinchuan's fate. It's all because of them. If it weren't for saving them, Xinchuan would never have done such a thing. Although he can't deal with the Snow Snake with his strength, he can definitely escape. It's all because of them. Whoa, Master! Li Menghan's heart felt like it was being held in someone's hand. It hurt so much to be pinched. The ice trapping the Snow Tribe begins to melt. The people of the Snow Tribe breathed in the air. If it were any later, they would all die in the ice. Li Menghan's sadness completely infected them all. They all saw Xinchuan's righteous deed. After a while, the scattered sobbing sounds around him gradually gathered together. The sadness was so overwhelming that I burst into tears. My benefactor! You saved all our people! What can we do to repay your kindness? Whoa! Li Menghan's eyes were red from crying. The elders of the Snow Tribe appeared in front of her. He knelt down facing the cave where Xinchuan jumped and kowtowed 3 times in a row. He murmured, "Thank you?" Li Menghan bit her lips and cried silently. The elder stood up again and said to Li Menghan, "In order to commemorate our benefactor's act of saving the nation, we are willing to build a statue of our benefactor and remember him from generation to generation." Li Menghan looked at the elder and said nothing, but nodded slightly. Xinchuan got into trouble to save them, so these are what they should do. Amo carried the injured Shui back, and the two of them sat next to Li Menghan. Amo's rolling eyes were staring at the cave, and nothing could be seen from her light green pupils. Aksu, who had been with her for a long time, felt something, and his palm fell on the back of her hand. Instead, Amo patted her hand, and she made a decision. Li Menghan looked at the confused expressions of the two of them, and felt sad again in her heart. Although these 2 little guys were pets, how could she not see that Xinchuan raised them as his own daughters? If Xinchuan really dies, what will they do? Etc. Li Menghan's crying stopped abruptly. If Xinchuan died, how could the 2 little guys still be alive and well? They had signed a contract with Xinchuan, even if they were not willing to die and favored death. Then at the very least he was seriously injured, Li Menghan wished he could spurn his own stupidity. Chapter 116. The fact that the two little guys are still safe and sound can intuitively prove that nothing happened to Xinchuan. There is another more direct evidence that proves that Xinchuan is not dead. That's the ranking list. Li Menghan immediately opened the panel to check the rankings. Xinchuan is a famous god on the list. As long as his name is still on the list, it proves that he is still alive. Li Menghan saw hope again. The ranking list can be more directly compared to seeing whether a person is dead or alive. After all, the dead person's name will be directly erased from the rankings. Li Menghan wiped her nose in tears. She didn't believe that Master Xinchuan died like this. The great god will always be the great god. You will never be defeated by a snow snake. Li Menghan stared at the ranking list intently. Just as Li Menghan was concentrating on checking the rankings, Imo transformed into a beast body and aimed at the cave dug by Xinchuan. Roll over decisively. Gudong! She fell directly into the cave. She is going to find Xinchuan. Li Menghan caught a glimpse of Imo's movements from the corner of his eye, and there was no time to stop him. She went with her anyway. Li Menghan's little face wrinkled into a ball. If Xinchuan could really survive and lose one of his pets. She can't live with her conscience. There is also Ashu left here. Li Menghan must not let any more accidents happen to Ashu. Li Menghan immediately reached out and held Ah Shui, who raised his eyelids and glanced at her. She had no intention of following Amo to find Xinchuan. She is injured now, and going there will also add to their burden. She's not stupid. Just wait here for their return. Axa propped up her head and stared at the cave, letting Li Menghan hold one of her hands. Li Menghan was worried and had to check whether there were any changes in the ranking list. Whenever there is a ranking change under Xinchuan's name, Li Menghan can be frightened for a while. The elders of the Snow tribe informed the other tribesmen of his decision. No one had any objections and spontaneously began to build a statue for Xinchuan. What the Snow tribe never lacks is ice, snow, and cold. The statue of Xinchuan made of ice and snow can last for many years. The people of the Snow tribe have been skilled in the use of ice and snow for a long time, which has been passed down from generation to generation. In the empty space across the cave, Imo rolled directly to Xinchuan's legs. Amo? Xinchuan was shocked and sour. Imo actually came to find him regardless of the danger. It was not in vain that he had raised her for so long. Amo rubbed against Xinchuan's leg. Then he rolled towards the snow snake. She stretched out her claws, and the sharp blades sparkled with the snow snake's scales. Imo rolled sideways and vertically in the entire empty space smoothly. Just don't give Snow Snake a chance to lock her. The Snow Snake couldn't find trouble with Amo, so it blamed Xinchuan for everything Amo did. Xinchuan doesn't have a body as flexible as Amo. A pair of red vertical pupils stared closely at Xinchuan. The Snow Snake opened its mouth angrily and sprayed out frost at Xinchuan. Frost immediately formed in the empty space, and the temperature dropped sharply. This is the ability of the Snow Snake. Wherever it goes, it is definitely the most beneficial environment for it. Even if the environment is not enough, it can create it by itself. Xinchuan clenched his thigh bones and struck the Snow Snake firmly. He shows no mercy in every blow. To show mercy to it would be to be cruel to themselves. Xinchuan's fight against the Snow Snake is exactly like fighting guerrilla warfare. Attack the Snow Snake in another place, in the opposite direction to Imo. In short, it is to prevent the Snow Snake from targeting the two of them. Chapter 117. The Snow Snake never found the exact position of the two of them, twisting its body crazily. Its snake body moved randomly, but it could inadvertently cause some harm to Xinchuan and the others. Xinchuan kept dodging and looked at Amo worriedly. Amon's round, spherical body can fit even in a small space. Not to mention her physical strength is not low either. Xinchuan relaxed a little and looked back. While dodging the Snow Snake's body, he harassed the Snow Snake from time to time. Xinchuan checked Snow Snake's physical strength again. I was surprised to find that the Snow Snake lost blood. I don't know if it's a matter of changing the space. Anyway, it started to lose blood. As long as there are signs of blood loss, that's a good thing. He won't be afraid of bugs when using super gems. Xinchuan's heart completely fell back into his stomach. Amo, come here! Amo found the gap and quickly bounced towards Xinchuan. Xinchuan reached out to catch her, put it by his legs and placed a circle of milk in front of her. Xinchuan held the drink in one hand and took out the super gem with the other. Super gem comes out. Physical strength dropped dramatically. Hiss! Snow Snake senses a crisis. Xinchuan and Amo never stop talking. They can't beat the Snow Snake. But they can kill it. The super gem is the cow. The blood volume of 3000 is as if it is free of charge. The blood volume of the Snow Snake is not reduced, but the reduction is astonishing. Amo, we will seize the opportunity and kill it with one strike later. Xinchuan took the time to send a warning to Amo. The words are full of killing intent. Amo nodded solemnly. Killing the Snow Snake is definitely a milestone in her career. The strength of the Snow Snake, whose blood volume was greatly reduced, also slid down the mountain. It is no longer the flower of the high mountains. After the 3000 blood volume plummeted, Xinchuan immediately put the super gem away. Nowadays, snow snakes are just wildflowers on the roadside, trampled at will. Xinchuan's physical strength was pushed to its peak by the drink. The thigh bone was unwilling to be left alone and exploded with unprecedented strength. It has encountered a strong enemy, and naturally it cannot afford to fall behind. Amo attacked the snow snake even more aggressively. Ha! Xinchuan's thigh bone hit the 7 inches of snow snake. The scales on the 7-inch snow snake fell off, revealing its snake body. Amo hit back and dug out. The sharp edge of the pet's claw sheath pierced in. When Amo stretched out his hand again, he held a snake gallbladder in his hand. Well done, Amo! It really takes 7 inches to hit a snake. The snow snake that lost its courage struggled even more fiercely. No matter how powerful it is just a flashback. But Xinchuan doesn't mind giving it a ride. Xinchuan aimed at its 7 inches and kept hitting it. The buff of the thigh bone can be used vividly on its snake. This is not its home base. Xinchuan has the final say now. The snow snake made a mess of the entire empty space. It just can't hurt Xinchuan. In the end, the snake's tail hung down and remained motionless. When Xinchuan saw that there was no movement from her, he was sure that it was dead, and then he stopped. If it had gone to get the lunch earlier, it wouldn't have suffered this crime again. Xinchuan sighed and shook his head. Chapter 118. Xinchuan and Amo sat down to rest next to Snow Snake's body. By the way, wait for the Snow Snake's body to appear in the treasure chest. With the Snow Snake's arrogant strength, it is impossible for it not to drop a treasure chest. Xinchuan leaned against the stone wall and let out a long sigh of relief. Tired, really tired. Although he was not seriously injured, he and Amo were also injured. The body of the snow snake begins to disappear, followed by a treasure chest. Just appeared in front of Xinchuan. There was no need for him to stand up to get it. Unlock treasure chest, gold level. After opening, there is a chance to obtain food, water, silver level equipment, props, etc., and a small probability to obtain diamond level equipment and props. Gold level treasure chests are pretty good. I just don't know if he can be rewarded accordingly for his tiredness. Xinchuan took a deep breath. He was about to collect his reward. The moment the treasure chest was opened, the contents leaked out. This is something that can't even fit in a treasure chest. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer who opened the treasure chest and obtained the primary ice flame stone *99. The primary ice flame stone does not have the effect of 100 times critical strike. But these 99 primary ice flame stones are enough to make Xinchuan ecstatic. How many frost stones would this save him? Xinchuan happily put away all the primary ice flame stones. It's worth it. This trip will pay you back directly. Snow Snake is indeed a powerful monster. The rewards you can get from killing it are all hard goods. Xinchuan gave a thumbs up to the place where the Snow Snake corpse was refreshed. Snow Snake, you are so good. After Xinchuan collected the primary ice flame stones, he was pleasantly surprised again. There's something else. There is also a treasure chest within the treasure chest. Although the treasure box inside is a small treasure box, it can be packed like this. That's a pretend baby. Xinchuan had no doubt how valuable the treasure in the little treasure box was. If it weren't for the treasure, he would have chewed the thigh bone of his weapon. Xinchuan solemnly picked up the little treasure box. The little treasure box had no lock, just a buckle. Crack! Xinchuan opened the little treasure box. It's not as precious as Xinchuan imagined, but it seems not that bad. Because there is a key in the little treasure box. This key is not the key to the treasure chest. Last time Xinchuan saw what the key to the treasure box looked like, and it was definitely not like this. The pattern on this key is full of simplicity. Its life experience is absolutely extraordinary. After a wave of analysis, Xinchuan felt that this key must also belong to a treasure. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for opening the mysterious treasure box and obtaining a copy zombie goo shelter key *1. Mysterious treasure chest. Mysterious copy. Xinchuan's hand holding the key trembled with excitement. In the cellar space, there's another copy space. Xinchuan can guarantee it. He was the first human to know. This key can cause more bloodshed than the heavenly sword and dragon slaying knife. Xinchuan closed the little treasure box. He will definitely need this key. Collect it first. Xinchuan took a deep breath, trying to calm his turbulent heart. The shock of the mysterious treasure chest was still too great. Xinchuan hugged Imo and needed him for a while before returning to normal. Okay, Imo, let's go back to find Ashue. Xinchuan took out the teleportation scroll, and the two of them were sent back to the Snow Tribe. While Li Menghan was still staring eagerly at the ranking list, a strong wind around her woke her up. As soon as she raised her eyes, she saw Xinchuan, whom she missed so much, appearing in her eyes. Great God! Li Menghan rushed towards Xinchuan without thinking. Xinchuan didn't stop her. He knew she was too worried about him. Li Menghan hugged Xinchuan's waist and cried. Whoa! I almost thought you wouldn't come back. Chapter 119. Sure enough, even that snow snake is no match for you. I'm with the right boss. I want to be your wage earner for the rest of my life. Li Menghan put her ear against Xinchuan's chest, and the strong heartbeat was deafening. That's how Li Menghan could feel it completely. Xinchuan is back intact. Xinchuan saw that even though she was hugging him, her other hand was still holding Axu. Axu stood beside her and looked at Xinchuan. Xinchuan saw a hint of gloomy sadness in her eyes. The snow snake couldn't feel that Axu was its child. But Ashu is a smart child, and she can recognize that the unconscious snow snake is her mother. Xinchuan's heart ached. Did he do something wrong? Axu only dimmed for a moment, and her eyes stared at Xinchuan. She felt that her old father was sad. Axu broke away from Li Menghan's hand and squeezed Li Menghan out of Xinchuan's arms. Axu crawled along Xinchuan's thigh to his neck and hugged him. The soft and waxy little head rubbed against Xinchuan's neck. Xinchuan still had some low pressure. He was caught in a tangle of emotions. Seeing that Xinchuan was still like this, Axu moved her little face closer to Xinchuan's face. Bah! Kissed Xinchuan on the face. She has done this, doesn't he still understand what she means? This was the first time Ashu kissed him. Can Xinchuan still not understand? What Ashu cares more about is his old father. The snow snake mother whom I had never met was just remembered appropriately, but there was no place for her in Ashu's heart. There is no way he can compare to Xinchuan. Xinchuan immediately smiled with his eyebrows creasing. Maya Shui and Amo are the two cutest babies. Xinchuan kissed Axu's cheek back. Axu buried herself on Xinchuan's shoulder with a blushing face. Xinchuan touched a Shui's head, and then touched a Mo's head. Li Menghan was extremely envious. She suddenly doesn't want to be a human anymore. She wants to be the pet of Master Xinchuan. No one can fit into the atmosphere of Xinchuan's family of 3. The elders of the Snow Tribe came to Xinchuan. After walking around him for a few times, I made sure that Xinchuan was safe and sound. The benefactor of their snow tribe is back. You are the patron saint of our ice and snow clan. The elder was the first to kneel down to Shinchuan. Behind him, all the members of the snow tribe knelt down together. Patron saint! Patron saint! They all called Shinchuan in unison. Only God can get rid of the snow snake for them. Only God can come back safe and sound from the mouth of the snow snake. Shinchuan was sent to the altar by the people of the snow tribe. Shinchuan couldn't refuse such a serious matter. He saw an ice sculpture erected in the snow. Even if there was only a rough outline, he could tell that that was what he looked like. Shinchuan felt the ice and snow tribe's thoughts firsthand. Bite. Congratulations to adventurer Shinchuan for defeating the diamond-level creature Snow Snake. Obtained the title, Patron Saint of the Ice and Snow Clan. All servers have been announced. Adventurer's title, the Patron Saint of the Ice and Snow Tribe, is given a bonus. You can enter and leave the Snow Tribe at will. Shinchuan couldn't help but move. The Snow Snake is actually a diamond-level creature. It is worthy of it. And this time the system is no longer rigid. The additional bonuses of the title are also great. If he comes to the Snow Tribe in the future, he can save the teleportation scroll. Save big money. The World Channel is also abuzz. In this short period of time, has the great god done anything else that shocked the world and made the gods cry? The entire patron saint of the Ice and Snow Tribe. Has he made any great contributions to the Ice and Snow Tribe? I'm so angry, so angry. How can those cold-blooded cavemen from the Ice and Snow Tribe support others as gods? The great god is not only our great god, but now he has become the patron saint of the Ice and Snow Tribe. Do we still get acid? I won't listen, I won't listen. Chapter 120. In fact, it is not that other humans have not broken into the Snow Tribe. I have never received any good looks from the Ice and Snow Tribe. Each and every one of them looked aloof, as if they owed them 8 million gold coins. Shinchuan's title made many people angry. Today they have another lemonade. They became even more curious about Shinchuan. What kind of capable person is this? Shinchuan completely blocked their brain waves. He really couldn't resist the enthusiasm of the Ice and Snow Tribe. He took the two little guys and Li Menghan and left first, returning to the space he originally dug. At this time, Shinchuan was inspecting the popsicles made by Li Menghan and the Snow Tribe. It's done quite well. The quality of the whole 100 sticks was quite good, and Shinchuan was very satisfied. Li Menghan's heart hanging in her throat finally dropped. Shinchuan said yes, which is really good. Shinchuan accepted the popsicle, and then it was time to fulfill his promise. What is it you want to make? Li Menghan quickly took out her drawings and handed them to Shinchuan. What she got was a drawing of an axe. I have collected all the necessary materials, all I need is gold coins. After finally getting an axe that could be used as a weapon, Li Menghan still treasured it. She wanted to be someone who could charge into battle for Shinchuan, instead of just hiding behind him like today. Shinchuan spent a lot of time with this axe. The axe drawings Li Menghan received were somewhat more advanced than the axe he originally used. But in the final analysis, there is no escape from the fate of logging. If you want to have the ability to attack, you must have gems embedded in it and be enchanted. Shinchuan looked at Li Menghan's expectant eyes. This girl vowed to work for him for the rest of her life. Based on her intention, it would not be difficult for him to give her a primary ice flame stone. After all, I picked up the frost stone first, and then exploded so many primary ice flame stones. It's not hard to give her one. Li Menghan waited anxiously for Shinchuan to give her an answer. After Shinchuan made his decision, he was ready to take action. Just a moment. Shinchuan accepted the materials Li Menghan gave him, and Ziji made an axe for her. Li Menghan's eyes were shining as he was about to take it. Shinchuan had no intention of handing it to her, so she lowered her raised hand. What else is God going to do? Li Menghan had no doubt that Shinchuan would seize her axe. She believed that Shinchuan didn't like this axe at all. She could only wait quietly. Then she saw Shinchuan inlaying a primary ice flame stone on her. This is something beyond what they agreed on. Moreover, Li Menghan didn't know how many years of mining it would take to get a primary ice flame stone. Is she hugging the golden thigh of Master Xinchuan? Li Menghan was so excited that she wanted to bite her handkerchief. Xinchuan added another layer of enchantment to the frost axe. A frost axe with such a bonus is definitely enough for Li Menghan to compete for a place in the cellar. For you. Xinchuan handed the frost axe to Li Menghan. Li Menghan didn't dare to answer it. Master, is this too expensive? Elementary ice flame stone. Things she couldn't even sell herself to buy. Xinchuan smiled slightly. Isn't this the reward we agreed on? Li Menghan was about to say that their agreement was not so valuable. But her eyes suddenly met Xinchuan's. In an instant she understood everything. Li Menghan solemnly took the frost axe into his hand and held it firmly. She can feel the power of the frost axe. That was the power she thought about day and night. Now Xinchuan has fulfilled this wish for her. Thank you very much. Li Menghan thanked Xinchuan with tears in her eyes. She had a hunch that she would never meet a man like Xinchuan again. Xinchuan responded softly. The world in the cellar is still very big, go and explore it yourself. Li Menghan suddenly raised his head and looked at Xinchuan, his face full of disbelief. Is the master trying to drive her away? But I said I would work for you for the rest of my life. Xinchuan shook his head. Since your current strength is not enough to do anything for me, is it possible that you want to make popsicles for me for the rest of your life? The Ice and Snow tribe can already replace you in this kind of thing. Li Menghan gave a knowing blow. The jobs she can do for Xinchuan now are all replaceable jobs that are too strong. If she wants to continue working for Xinchuan for a long time, she must increase her strength. Xinchuan's words woke up the dreamer. Li Menghan took a deep breath and nodded solemnly to Xinchuan. We will meet again. The next time we meet, she will never be so weak. Xinchuan nodded and waved goodbye to her casually. Li Menghan left here from another dimension. Xinchuan moved out of the elf guardian house. All three of them are injured, so they should take some time to recuperate. If the gains outweigh the losses will be huge. That's all we can do today. The harvest is enough. You still can't be too greedy as a person. Otherwise, there would be no place to cry. Xinchuan lay down and took out the small treasure box and put it in the palm of his hand. When is he going to try this copy of the Zombie Goose Shelter? Xinchuan was very interested in this copy. Then he thought that it would be difficult for him to deal with the snow snake. This copy is probably more difficult than the two snow snakes put together. If I go now, I will undoubtedly go to deliver food. Xinchuan had to hold back his restless heart. His current strength is simply not enough to break through the dungeon. All we can do is wait. Wait until he has enough strength before he considers breaking into this dungeon. Just wait a little longer. Xinchuan made up his mind to improve his strength. The copy of Zombie Gusha is his goal. Xinchuan carefully put away the small treasure box. He still has to work harder. Xinchuan took a break early to recuperate. I woke up early the next day. The first thing you do when you open your eyes is make a wish. I want to make a wish for a frost stone. Chapter 121. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for successfully making a wish and getting 50 frost stones. Affected by 100 times critical strike, you will receive an additional 4,950 frost stones. Xinchuan was shocked. Is today's system so generous? To know that it can be so generous today, he should have made a wish on the primary ice flame stone. What a loss! The system is so capricious. Xinchuan really wanted to spit on it. Then I could only comfort myself that as a human being, I must know how to be content and happy. Frost stone * 5000 is also a very good harvest. Take it, take it! Xinchuan put the frost stone into his backpack. Today is another day to update the rankings. From the wealth list to the strength list, the rankings have been re-ranked. Almost all the top 10 players have undergone major changes. The only thing that remained unchanged was Xinchuan's position. He even ranks first on the list. I'm envious. The master's comprehensive strength is as powerful as I could imagine, but I didn't expect that he could be so strong. Whoa, when will I be as strong as a great god? Even half as strong? I can even walk sideways. You may not be able to do it upstairs or in the next life. It's disgusting. It feels so fucking heartbreaking for a moment. Please teach us the secrets. How can we achieve such an achievement like you? Everyone really had nothing to say about Xinchuan's strength. With the first person from Xinchuan, people from Xinchuan followed one after another. They all want to learn from Xinchuan. When Xinchuan saw how neatly they were doing, he didn't want to dive anymore. Simply tell them the secret of success openly. I work hard to mine every day just like you. The difference between me and you is probably due to luck. My luck is better than yours. Xinchuan was able to accumulate most of his resources solely by relying on 100 times critical hits. This is really a matter of luck. The World Channel was silent during Xinchuan's speech, but it was only for a moment. The entire World Channel keeps scrolling. Do you understand the secrets taught by the great gods? You know what? If I have good luck, I will transform into the sky. Xinchuan is with us in Versailles. +1. Some people were born in Rome, how could they mine in the same way as us? +2. I'm both envious and lemony. Xinchuan thought about it seriously and realized that this was probably a matter of metaphysics. Xinchuan was about to quit the World Channel. A new round of rankings appeared out of thin air. Byte. The system opens a new page. The shelter ranking shows the shelters in real time. The new ranking list flashed. The first thing that catches the eye is a small Western-style building. It is so luxuriously decorated that you can get a glimpse of it from the outside. Xinchuan frowned. His family was so carelessly exposed by the system? Holy shit! I can imagine that there are differences between people, but the differences are too big. This is Xinchuan's small villa. A villa. He is a villa. The second place is just a straw shed. It's completely different from clouds and mud. Let's look at Xinchuan's undisputed first place. The existence after the second place makes people want to look back at Xinchuan's little western house to wash their eyes. It is said that the hay shed is promoted to second place, but in fact it is just a place made of piles of hay. The third place is not even comparable to a haystack, it is just a mattress, made of a pile of dry leaves. If you continue by analogy, you won't be able to catch your eye at all. But even so, there are still many people who don't even have a place to shelter from the wind and rain. This is the most heartbreaking thing. Many people have cried loudly. They looked at Xinchuan's small foreign-style building with envy. I have long heard that there is a small Western-style building in Xinchuan. But I didn't expect it to be such a beautiful house. Some people wish they could have their lives over again. Have you noticed that the great god's small building also has a displacement formation and an elevator? I thought it was my own hallucination. Shut up, Chio, and don't let me wake up. I won't listen, I want to marry Xinchuan. Hey. Go upstairs. The great god won't like a weak woman. The great god chooses me. I'll punch 5 monsters in one punch. Gradually, the crooked floor became Xinchuan's self-recommended pillow seat, and Xinchuan was speechless when he saw it. Integrity is something that does not exist for them now. Isn't this just a small house? I'm still far from being treated like a villa. I still have a lot of room for improvement, and I still need to work hard. Xinchuan's original intention was to encourage them to work hard. However, in their eyes, it was sour. Look at how much room there is for this great person to improve. Is there still room for improvement for us? You are not afraid that you will not work hard, but you are afraid that people who are more talented than you will work harder than you. Is it still necessary to take a chance? Can the wheels of the car be fixed? A handful of bitter tears from everyone jumped onto the paper. Xinchuan's showy Versailles appearance made them both envious and itchy with hatred. They are starting to form a team to fight against Xinchuan again. Xinchuan looked at their cynical and angry faces, shook his head and let out a long sigh. It would be great if they could use the energy of scolding him to mine. Xinchuan's heart was very worried about them, so he wanted to give himself a popsicle to comfort him. As soon as they smelled the fruity aroma of the popsicles, the 2 little guys quickly ran to Xinchuan. 2 pairs of big glass-like eyes blinked at Xinchuan, coveting the popsicle in his hand. Xinchuan generously took out 2 popsicles for the 2 little guys. It was an ordinary move in the family. But they didn't expect them to be sitting in a row eating popsicles with 1 person and 2 beasts, and the real-time ranking list was posted to everyone. Them. Eating popsicles. Popsicle. Oh my God! Is that what I imagined? Please wake me up. Popsicles, popsicles. I want to eat popsicles. You're thinking about shit. You can't even afford food and clothing, and you still want to eat popsicles. I'm not like you who can't afford food and clothing. If a master sells popsicles, I'll be the first to buy them. Ouch. Not to mention it's really a popsicle. The 2 girls next to the master are so cute. Those 2 girls are actually the master's pets. It's quite easy to beat humans with their fighting power. They can both fight and pluck, and yet they are forced to live like this. God, let them go and let me do it. Isn't it just a pet? I can wear thigh pendants. Me. How can such a hard life allow you to suffer like this? Let me sacrifice for you. Go aside. Chapter 122. Xinchuan was a little confused when he saw how they were howling. But then I realized belatedly that the lives of the 3 of them were completely exposed to the public eye. The system is a bastard. His heart can be killed. Can they still have some private space? Xinchuan secretly cursed the system twice. Then he thought that this was a foregone conclusion, so he could only change his concept. Since the system has given him a chance to broadcast live, it can be regarded as a good opportunity to bring goods for himself. Xinchuan's eyes lit up while eating the popsicle. He is the best spokesperson for himself. Many people watched Xinchuan and the 3 of them drooling while eating popsicles. Greedy. The subordinates couldn't help but ask Xinchuan if he had any popsicles to sell. Xinchuan had prepared the popsicles just for this opportunity. I still have a lot of popsicles, and they are now on the shelves. If someone doesn't have gold coins to buy, what else can be traded? Xinchuan thoughtfully considered both those who had gold coins and those who didn't. The price of the popsicles on the shelves is not a small amount, although it is only 10 gold coins. But for some people, buying a popsicle for 10 gold coins is a complete luxury. Xinchuan didn't force it, he also did other businesses. Although the popsicles on the shelves are luxury goods, the population base is so large. There are always people who can afford luxury goods. The popsicles were snapped up almost as soon as they hit the shelves. Xinchuan was very happy to hear the sound of gold coins coming in. 10 gold coins is not a big amount to him. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. The amount of money accumulated cannot be underestimated. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for achieving 1,000 sales and earning the title, Conscientious Businessman. All servers have been notified. Xinchuan couldn't help but sigh that his conscience had been notarized by the system. So will anyone still question him if he sells things in the future? It completely laid a good foundation for him to sell goods in the future. The title given by the system this time is good. The announcement is also very good. Just let them all know how conscientious he really is. We wrongly blamed the great God. The great God treats us as charity. No matter how lucky you are, if you want to obtain so many resources, it is the hard work of the master. If we want to buy his things, we only need to save gold coins. I have to work hard to save gold coins for the great God. They were all awakened by Xinchuan's new title, and the feeling of struggle in their hearts was awakened. Xinchuan was very satisfied with the awakening of their fighting souls. In the future, if he sells more things, he is afraid that they will not be able to buy them. One of the people's speech caught Xinchuan's attention. Great God, I met other civilized tribesmen while mining. What kind of equipment do I need to have to fight them? Aren't the natives of other civilized tribes the same as the ice and snow tribe? No matter what kind of civilized tribe it is, absolute strength is the best weapon that can be said to be. No matter what kind of equipment they are, as long as you are strong enough, they will all be clowns in front of you. Xinchuan specifically liked the person who asked the question and answered his question. While the man was happy, he felt even sadder. I understand the truth, but my own strength is insufficient, so I can only rely on weapons and equipment. I also asked the great God to allow me to spy on your equipment. As soon as his request came out, many people became curious about Xinchuan's equipment. Chapter 123. What will the master's equipment look like? Xinchuan is quite generous, and there is no need to hide weapons and equipment. Under the gaze of all of them, Xinchuan took out his thigh bone. Is this a leg bone? People with sharp eyes have already recognized the thigh bone on Xinchuan's hand. It's true that even if you hit the giant monster 10 times, you may not be able to explode it even once. Now I believe in the luck of the great god. His luck is really amazing. That's not all, the great god's leg bones are also enchanted and inlaid with bonus gems. They simply cannot ignore the bright gem on the thigh bone. Xinchuan turned the thigh bone a few times in his hand and put it away. It seems that they have all gained their own insights during this period of time. What he said makes perfect sense, and everything he said is correct. Does anyone remember that the great god in the beginning was still an axe? Someone asked timidly. At least someone knew about the previous Froststone axe. Although few people know about it, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. The great god's weapons are updated so quickly and become so powerful. Is this his absolute strength? No wonder the great god can become the patron saint of the Ice and Snow clan. They understood everything at once. Who wouldn't praise such strength? I guess only half of us humans can match the fighting power of the great god. It may be far more powerful than these fighters. I don't care. The master is the best. I want to marry the master and fill a house, that's fine. Tuh! Let me do it! Xinchuan couldn't help but shook his head when he saw their guesses about him. If you compare it with half of humanity's combat power, then you think too highly of him. As for the subsequent daily marriage proposals, Xinchuan automatically ignored them. I still have some shortcomings in my understanding of my own combat effectiveness, but I can still possess very good weapons. Life is too ordinary now. I hope you can work together to move into a more exciting world. Xinchuan started from the moment he got the copy key. He understood that he was still a frog in the well. The world of the cellar is far more exciting than what is currently accessible. They can only be considered at the bottom now, so their current lives can really only be considered ordinary. Xinchuan said this and didn't intend to waste any more time chatting. He hasn't started mining yet today. Before mining, he needed to take a look at his farm. I still don't know how the 2 flower fairies are taking care of it. I haven't had time to see it before. Xinchuan walked into the farm space he had opened up. For a moment, Xinchuan thought he had gone to the wrong door. The chaotic saplings were rearranged. Rice fruit saplings and fruit tree saplings have begun to thrive. Some fruits of Zhuberry were also taken and replanted. All the saplings are taken care of in an orderly manner by the 2 sisters. At first glance, it looks very comfortable. But that's not all they did for Xinchuan. In order to give the fresh fish a place to live, Sister Hua Xiaoyu also specially built a pond here. Specially used to raise fish. In a short period of time, this pond has had a complete ecological cycle. Xinchuan was shocked. Hiring 2 flower fairies is a surefire business. Hua Xiaoyu led her sisters and stood beside Xinchuan, anxiously waiting for his evaluation. Chapter 124. Xinchuan's evaluation depends on whether the sisters can continue to stay in his elf guardianship. Xinchuan took a few deep breaths to calm down his surprise. As soon as they turned around, they saw the uneasy hearts of Hua Xiaoyu and the others. He was not stingy with his praise at all. You are doing a great job. I can trust you to take care of my farm. Xinchuan gave them a thumbs up, completely expressing his approval of them. Sister Hua Xiaoyu immediately beamed. What they did was worth it. After Xinchuan saw it, he was ready to leave. Hua Xiaoyu grabbed Xinchuan's sleeve and pointed to the pond. Master, there seem to be other species growing in the pond. Xinchuan stopped. Other varieties? Xinchuan took out his fishing net and walked towards the pond. A net was thrown into the pond, and the flapping fish struggled in the net. Their vitality is really good. Xinchuan put the fish back into the pond. The fishing net still has some weight. It seems that new species are really breeding in this pond. Xinchuan pulled out all the fishing nets, and at a glance he could see what new species he had caught. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurers for getting a new variety of oysters. Xinchuan could recognize this variety as oysters without any reminder from the system. Several ways to eat oysters instantly appeared in Xinchuan's mind. The oyster meat he whipped out was so tender. If you can meet garlic anytime, it will be a perfect match. Xinchuan got into a brainstorm just to eat. You have done a great job. Let's have a big meal someday. Xinchuan is going to find the perfect companion for oysters garlic. Sister Hua Xiaoyu never forgets the delicious food in Xinchuan. At this moment, after receiving Xinchuan's promise, he happily fluttered his wings in midair and spun around several times. Xinchuan put most of the oysters into his backpack, and then threw a small part of the oysters into the pond. Let them continue to multiply and they will have something to eat. Xinchuan was in a very good mood this early morning. Humming a little tune, I took the two little guys out to dig. The shovel picked a spot and dug straight in. A cave appeared in front of them. Aimo went in first as a human shield, followed closely by Xinchuan and Shui. As soon as one person and two animals entered, a 2-meter-wide wolf dog appeared. The sharp teeth pointed at Xinchuan and the others and bit them. Xinchuan threw out the thigh bone and smashed its teeth with one strike. The big wolf dog looked useless, and all his good teeth were shattered in his mouth. Xinchuan checked its information. It looked quite ferocious, but in fact it was a bronze-level monster. Bronze-level monsters are no longer taken seriously by Xinchuan. After Xinchuan broke its teeth, Amo immediately cooperated. This big wolf dog was already dealt with without Xinchuan taking any further action. The big wolf dog collapsed to the ground, rolled his eyes, and stuck out his tongue, looking dead. Well done! Xinchuan rewarded the two little guys with a bottle of milk. The injury he suffered yesterday has recovered this morning, and Xinchuan even feels more refined than before. The two little guys felt the same way. Beating the big wolf dog today was just like playing. After the corpse of the big wolf dog is refreshed, a silver treasure chest appears. You must know that in the past, bronze-level treasure chests were dropped by defeated bronze-level monsters. This time, a silver treasure chest dropped directly. Xinchuan is very optimistic about this silver treasure chest. After all, it won't be him who loses. Unlock treasure chest, silver level. After opening, there is a chance to obtain food, water, silver level equipment, props, etc., and a small probability to obtain gold level equipment and props. Chapter 125. Xinchuan opened the silver treasure chest smoothly. There is nothing substantial in the silver treasure chest, only a blueprint placed at the bottom of the chest. What kind of drawing would this be? It's a drawing of a ring. A ring with fiery elements. It's completely a ring that gives you a bonus. Can add 4 strength and 15 stamina. With such ancillary bonuses, what kind of bike do you need? Just do it. Xinchuan couldn't wait to check the required materials. He doesn't have the flame stone, but he can definitely change it. Popsicles for flame stones, come quickly! Xinchuan shouted directly on the world channel. Someone immediately responded positively to the private message. Others have quite a few flame stones that he doesn't have. Xinchuan bid readily, and the other party was also a cheerful person. The required quantity of flame stones was immediately in Xinchuan's hands. Would you like to make a fire ring? Make it! Xinchuan waited patiently for the finished product of the fire ring to come out. I have to say that this time the big wolf dog broke out something good. Bite! The fire ring was successfully made. The moment after the fire ring was successfully made, Xinchuan felt the fiery air coming towards his face. It gave him the illusion that his face had been burned. But at least it was only for a moment. The fire ring lay peacefully in Xinchuan's hand. The ring holder is full of red luster, with a diamond-shaped red stone embedded in it. Xinchuan could feel the power of red stone, a power that could burn people. Xinchuan put on the fire ring, and the fire ring immediately changed to a suitable size on Xinchuan's finger. It feels so good. Xinchuan hopes that there will be monsters in the next space that will let him use the power of the fire ring. Let's keep digging! Xinchuan took out the shovel and continued to pick a place to dig. As soon as he dug out a cave, a pitch-black space came into view of Xinchuan. It's really the kind of space where you can't even see your fingers. Shinchuan took out the thigh bone and carefully stepped into the space. The two little guys, Axa and Amo, walked in with him with his legs next to each other. Shinchuan used his own senses to feel the abnormalities in everything around him. He could feel a pair of eyes staring at them in this dark space. But where these eyes were, Shinchuan spun around and couldn't tell where they were. Is it possible that the voyeur also has black eyes? Night monster, gold level creature. Strength 36. Wisdom 50. Agility 55. Stamina 43. Note: skill suction, can suffocate, weakness, afraid of fire. Shinchuan received the information about this night monster by surprise. Finally, he was able to figure it out. No wonder he can survive in such a dark place. He turns out to be a monster of the night. And he's also afraid of fire. It's easy to be afraid of fire. Although Shinchuan actually doesn't have fire, he has a burning heat that is not inferior to fire. Even Shinchuan couldn't see where the night monster was. Then attack without distinction. Chapter 126. Shinchuan kept the night monster's passive skills in mind. If the night monster used its skills first, the three of them would be much more uncomfortable. There's no harm in striking first. Axo Amo hugged Shinchuan's calf and let Shinchuan spin and attack in any way. Either of them can shake their positions. In the space that was constantly heating up, the night monster was finally stimulated by Shinchuan. Shinchuan heard the night monster move and turned on the magic flashlight at the same time. In an instant, the entire space was like daylight. The appearance of the night monster appeared in front of them. Shinchuan saw the location of the night monster at a glance. It's so close to him. The night monster is like his shadow, clinging to Shinchuan's side. How could Shinchuan tolerate its wantonness? Keeping an eye on its position, he decisively hit the thigh bone with a stick. The scorching temperature caused smoke to rise from the corner of the night monster. A ball of flame flashed on the body of the night monster. It burned itself. Shinchuan handed the magic flashlight to Amo, who held the magic flashlight steadily. Axu attacked the night monster. Now they can completely see the location of the night monster. Its hidden movement skills have completely lost its innate advantages. The night monster was defeated by their attacks and roared unwillingly. As it roared, it used its own skills. Shinchuan sensitively noticed that the oxygen in the air was getting thinner. It is launching its own skills. Shinchuan saw that the movements of the two little guys, Axu and Amo, had become sluggish. The night monster is very likely to turn defeat into victory. Shinchuan will never give it this chance. Shinchuan exerted all his strength and attacked it with 100% of his strength. The night monster suffered heavy losses from Shinchuan. Its strength dropped slowly. If it falls again, there's no telling whether it will die first or Shinchuan and the others will suffocate first. But there is a high probability that it will die first. The night monster's so much wisdom is not in vain. After thinking clearly about his situation, the night monster decisively stopped its skills. While they were all gasping for air, the night monster ducked out of the way. Gone! What the hell? It only took Shinchuan a few breaths to see the night monster slipping away along the stone wall. Amo gasped and pointed in a direction with his magic flashlight. It means that the night monster ran to the next space. It took a lot of effort to destroy it, so why not just let it run away like this? Shinchuan made a prompt decision. Chase. He couldn't just watch the fat all the way to his mouth slip away. Amo held the flashlight for Shinchuan, and Shinchuan used the shovel to dig along the place where the night monster escaped. As soon as an accessible cave was dug, Shinchuan's eyes were almost blinded by the yellow sand in the sky. Amo handed the magic flashlight to Shinchuan and put it away. He put his two claws in front of his eyes, and used his body to block the flying yellow sand from Ashue. I really don't know where to pick a good place. Shinchuan's mouth was full of sand just by saying a word. Ba ba ba! There was yellow sand on Shinchuan's lips. How can the yellow sand in this space fly so powerfully? Chapter 127. The two little guys Axu and Amo didn't have to wait for Shinchuan to call them, they had already started to get into the yellow sand space. Just wait and stare at this yellow sand space. Xinchuan didn't want to open his mouth to speak anymore and walked straight into this space where yellow sand was flying. With the special appearance of the night monster, it is not possible to hide it in this yellow sand space. Xinchuan glanced at this yellow sand space and really didn't see where the night monster was. This is strange. Is it possible that it can still be hidden under the sand? Xinchuan stared at the yellow sand with his mind wide open. Amo moved his paws, and Xinchuan looked at her immediately. Her paw was pointing upward. Xinchuan almost immediately thought of where the night monster was. Without even looking up, Xinchuan ducked away from where he was originally standing. Where he originally stood, countless pieces of yellow sand flew up from the ground to the sky. Xinchuan looked up. Sure enough, the suction power of the night monster is causing trouble. So much yellow sand is flying because it is sucked up by its suction. The night monster's belly is swollen. After eating so much sand, will it stop swelling? The night monsters have discovered it and enhanced its suction power even more. Axuamo grasped the yellow sand on the ground tightly, trying not to be sucked up by it no matter what. It's just that their grasping method can only last for a while. Xinchuan's feet were already in the air. He couldn't drag him any longer. While the night monster was sucking him without sparing any effort, Xinchuan clenched his thigh bones. Once he found a spot, he knocked on it. The fire ring was even hotter between his fingers, and it was exerting its additional bonuses. It must be killed with one strike. Xinchuan aimed at the head of the night monster. The buff of the thigh bone is added with the fire ring bonus. Hit it! The night monster sensed the crisis and wanted to avoid this attack. Xinchuan had long expected that it had the idea of escape. This blow blocked its retreat. He will never give it a chance to escape. A stick hit the night monster on the head, and the night monster's eyes widened. It fell from the sky. It hit the yellow sand hard. The flying yellow sand fell from the sky back to its original place at the same time as the night monster fell. The yellow sand stopped flying, and the night monster lay on the yellow sand and twitched a few times. Then it curled up into a ball, and its physical strength decreased rapidly until it returned to zero. Only then did Xinchuan spit out the yellow sand in his mouth. What a crime! The night monster is too unoriginal. A mouthful of yellow sand made his mouth taste bitter. After the night monster dies, a treasure chest drops. Unlock treasure chest, gold level. After opening, there is a chance to obtain food, water, silver level equipment, props, etc., and a small probability to obtain diamond level equipment and props. It's time to open the treasure box again. This is Xinchuan's favorite part. It's the time to enjoy the fruits of his victory. Xinchuan put away his thigh bones and opened the gold treasure chest. Bite. You opened the gold treasure chest and got a fire attribute spell enchantment book. Another enchanted book. It's also exclusive to the fire attribute. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for getting the exclusive skill book, Fire Attribute Enchantment. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for obtaining the special skill scroll, the consumable skill book. Effect. Exclusive Fire Attribute Gem Enchantment, double the fire attribute effect. Note: the skill scroll is a one-time consumable and will be added to the adventurer's skills after being learned. Xinchuan immediately purchased another wave of flame stones. Chapter 128. As soon as the purchased flame stone was obtained, Xinchuan immediately took out the thigh bone. Would you like to enchant the flame stone to the weapon's thigh bone? Yes. Xinchuan enchanted the thigh bone without hesitation. The flame stone turned into a red stream of light that lingered around the thigh bone. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer on the successful enchantment. The thigh bone gets a fire bonus. Flame patterns appeared on the thigh bones and were engraved on them. Invisibly, it adds a powerful style to the thigh bone that cannot be ignored. It's stronger again. Xinchuan could feel its surging fiery power even when he held it in his hand. The thigh bone trembled slightly in Xinchuan's hand, and it seemed to be impatient according to Xinchuan's mood. This will allow you to show off your power. Xinchuan asked the two little guys to stand aside. The thigh bone in his hand was swung out towards the yellow sand in front of him. A raging fire light lit up. Flames several meters high shot up. Stimulated by the scorching heat, Xinchuan took 2 steps back. Ashu was particularly sensitive to heat, and she had already stepped back several meters to look at the string of flames. The unique space of yellow sand and the burning of the flames suddenly increased the temperature, making Xinchuan continue to sweat. This string of flames burned for a long time. Xinchuan estimated that it burned for several minutes without doing anything. "It's really awesome!" Xinchuan raised the thigh bone and praised it in front of it. "It is his indispensable help." Xinchuan had seen the power of the thigh bone and was very satisfied. After venting its power, Xinchuan put it away. There are treasures in the golden treasure chest. There is also a blueprint at the bottom of the gold treasure chest. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for getting the shoulder massager blueprint *1. Shoulder massager? Don't know what effect it has. Xinchuan felt that the drawings gradually coming out of the treasure chests were quite fancy. But I have to say, it's quite to his liking. After all, we are all people who have crossed the food and clothing line, so we have to pursue quality no matter what. The materials needed for a shoulder massager are quite simple, and Xinchuan has them all on his own. Do you want to make a shoulder massager? Make it! Xinchuan hummed 2 tunes in his mouth. The shoulder massager was made in a short time and fell into Xinchuan's hands. The shoulder massager made of bones has a jade-like sheen. There is nothing to say about the feel. Xinchuan hung it on both shoulders, and the shoulder massager automatically found the right position and started massaging. The muscles in his shoulders began to relax, and Xinchuan also felt that his mind became clearer. It's so cool! Xinchuan felt that a lot of the fatigue all over his body had been eliminated in the short massage time. When he saw his panel, he laughed in surprise. Shoulder massagers can restore your strength. This thing is semi-permanent. As for consumables like steak, you have to try your luck after eating them. The appearance of the shoulder massager really responds to drowsiness, and comes with a pillow. Xinchuan pressed himself for a while and called the 2 little guys to his side. You 2 should try it too. The 2 little guys accepted the shoulder massager with skepticism. Wait until the shoulder massager starts working. These 2 little guys smell so good. Chapter 129. The 2 of them were pressed until their physical strength recovered, but they still reluctantly refused to let Xinchuan take it away. 2 pairs of big watery eyes stared at Xinchuan. The little mouth was slightly deflated, especially pitiful. Xinchuan was not an indulgent parent, so he put away the shoulder massager without mercy. There is still work to do next. The 2 little guys saw that being cute was not going to work, so they had no choice but to follow Xinchuan and continue mining. Xinchuan rubbed the heads of their 2 little guys. Holding the shovel in his hand again, Xinchuan picked a spot and dug in. Bite. Congratulations, you dug up a piece of obsidian and got stone *10. Due to the 100 times critical hit effect, you will get an additional stone *990. Xinchuan could only comfort himself. It was better to have something explode than nothing. Then he dug in another place. Bite. You dug up a piece of marble and there was nothing inside. Bite. Congratulations, you dug up a piece of blue rock and obtained stone *5. Due to the 100 times critical hit effect, you will get an additional stone *495. Xinchuan wiped the sweat from his forehead. What was his luck today? After digging several times in a row, we cannot say that there is no harvest. We can only say that it is the same as no harvest. The stone materials he has now may not be used up for several years. I don't believe in this evil anymore. I really had a fight with its stone material today, didn't I? Xinchuan spit, rubbed it in his hands, held in his breath and dug forward hard. Hey, hey, hey! A dug cave appeared without paying attention, and Xinchuan stumbled in due to the inertia of his body. Xinchuan stabilized his body and immediately replaced the shovel in his hand with his thigh bone. Looking closely at the space in front of him, he was confused. What is this creature in front of me? A piece of red and black skin covered the creature's body, and its skin and skin made a strong contrast in color. Its eyes moved to Xinchuan's body, with fierceness in their eyes. This look looked very familiar to Xinchuan, and she just wanted to tear him apart. I don't know why, but it has some fear and can only stare at Xinchuan with its eyes. Salamander, diamond level creature. Power, 132. Wisdom, 99. Agility, 101. Power, 166. Note: this creature is in the molting stage, and the duration is 5 minutes. Damn it! Diamond level creature. Shinchuan said it felt weird looking at it. That is the look of a strong man. Its series of data completely shocked Shinchuan. Because it looks so awesome, he will never let it go. The 5-minute week period of molting is a great opportunity that comes right to your doorstep. Ashwa Mo! Aksu and Amo immediately took the role of vanguard to provoke the fire lizard. The salamanders saw that not only did they not run away, but they also set their sights on it. He stuck out his tongue in displeasure, and attacked Aksu with his forked tongue. Its tongue is one of its weapons for hunting. Although Aksu's agility is not as good as its, the fire lizard is now in the process of shedding its skin, and all aspects of its performance have declined a lot. Aksu dodged its attack easily. As soon as Aksu dodged, Amo, with his hard shell on his body, hit the fire lizard. The salamander had only shed half of its skin. Broken! The salamander is angry. It wagged its tail, which was a sign that it was angry. Shinchuan was waiting for it to be angered and severely injured during its molting period. Then its combat effectiveness will be directly reduced by less than 1/3 of its combat effectiveness. Chapter 130. Although the angry salamander can enhance some strength, for Shinchuan, it is just a flashback. Shinchuan raised his thigh bone and hit it on the back. The salamander sensed the crisis, and immediately stopped shedding. Salamander shifted his position on the spot, and spat out his tongue towards Shinchuan with a powerful impact. Its tongue is dangerous. Shinchuan's intuition told him that it was best not to have any contact with salamander. Shinchuan had no choice but to tilt his angle to avoid its tongue first. Then Shinchuan used his thigh bone to release flames. The salamander didn't notice it for a moment, and by the time it reacted, it was already being burned in the flames. Although it is a fire attribute creature, it is not afraid of fire. But it doesn't matter if it hasn't shed its skin successfully now. The skin has only grown into new skin halfway through the molt, and it hasn't even had time to cover it into a shell. It smells so good. The aroma of barbecue in the air entered Shinchuan's nose. The grilled salamander meat is definitely as good as the overlord duck. Shinchuan's foodie soul is burning brightly, and he can't let go of salamander. The two little guys looked at the salamander with equally bright eyes. It is delicious. Under the influence of looking at plum blossoms to quench thirst, one person and two animals have more fighting spirit. The salamander could not help but shudder with just its beastly intuition. The look in their eyes is too scary. Salamander feels the threat to his life is increasing and can no longer sit still and wait for death. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Shinchuan discovered that he had really underestimated the diamond-level creature. Even if it is so weak, its attack power is still powerful. Not the kind of hard-hitting player. Instead, it uses the brain. The brain is a good thing. Its brain is not in vain. With the salamander's agility and its brain, it was the one who used the upstream attack method this time. Shinchuan was in a passive state for a while. Salamander did not confront Shinchuan head-on. It harassed him from time to time, leaving Shinchuan faced with the dilemma of losing blood. Shinchuan could only use drinks to fill up his energy. He finally understood what Salamander was thinking. This is trying to kill him. It's too weak to hit, but that doesn't mean it can't kill him. After all, it is still the standard for human health. It is a diamond-level creature. The starting point is different. It's heartbreaking to kill someone. Shinchuan deeply felt Salamander's vicious intentions. You want to consume it, right? Then let's hurt each other. Shinchuan prepared enough drinks to fill up his energy. Aksuamo also maintains the best condition at all times. As time passed, Shinchuan discovered something not so good. The salamander is weak, but it is recovering from its weakened state. This is not a good sign. They must fight quickly. Shinchuan calmed down and observed Salamander's movements. Aksuamo's harassment was barely able to distract Salamander. Shinchuan only needs such a confused mind is enough. The femur is in Xinchuan's hands and is ready to be in optimal condition. Xinchuan spotted Salamander and once again stretched out his tongue. Ashu deliberately offered herself as prey. The effect is remarkable. That's it. Xinchuan hit Salamander's tongue with a stick, causing his thigh bone to twist slightly. A raging flame suddenly ignited from its tongue and went straight into its body. The salamander hurriedly retracted its tongue, but the scorching flame had already been swallowed into its belly. Xinchuan strikes while the iron is hot. Chapter 131. Then set fire to the salamander and beat it continuously. And the flames in its body come together inside and outside. The salamander was rolling back and forth on the ground. It looked so painful. Xinchuan will never be soft-hearted towards it. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. The final blow. Xinchuan's electricity and flame actually caused lightning sparks. The sizzling sparks crackled on the salamander's body. This state is like surviving under high-voltage electricity. There is no way to survive. Salamander straightened his body, his frozen eyes still staring at Xinchuan unwillingly. It's dead. Xinchuan patted its hard head, shook his head and sighed, then laughed out loud. A diamond-level creature. What kind of things will explode? Xinchuan was looking forward to it. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for killing the salamander and getting delicious lizard meat *10. Due to the 100 times critical hit effect, he got an additional delicious lizard meat *990. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for getting the tough lizard skin *10. Due to the 100 times critical hit effect, you will get an additional hard lizard skin *990. Xinchuan put all these things away and stared at the salamander's body intently. It disappears. That proves that the treasure chest is coming out. A bright light lit up, and Xinchuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Is this the nobility of the diamond treasure chest? It's just unusually eye-catching. Unlock treasure chest, diamond level. After opening, there is a chance to obtain food, water, diamond level equipment, props, etc., and a small probability to obtain star level equipment and props. It's awesome if it's unlocked. Xinchuan can save a lot of money. He had just gone to the mall to see that the key to the diamond level treasure chest could give him half of his net worth. Fortunately, God was kind to him. Xinchuan bowed 3 times to the sky and then calmed down. After wiping his hands clean, he solemnly opened the diamond treasure chest. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for opening the diamond treasure chest and obtaining the frying pan blueprint *1. Xinchuan didn't even look at it, and handed it to Ashu first. There is also a scroll with black luster at the bottom of the diamond treasure chest. This thing is extraordinary at first glance. Xinchuan carefully took it out. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for obtaining the diamond level prop, the mysterious black scroll *1. Uncovering mysterious props from treasure chests is usually awesome. Not to mention that this is a diamond level prop. Xinchuan's heart is surging. I couldn't wait to open this black scroll first. Recorded in the black scroll is the method of making the void net. The void net is really awesome. It can actually withstand physical damage. Xinchuan exclaimed. This is really a treasure. He earned it with blood. Excited, Xinchuan looked at the required materials. My heart suddenly felt cold. Except for some of the hard materials that Xinchuan owned, the huge amount of gold coins made him stunned. In addition to the gold coins he currently owns, he is still short of 2,000 gold coins. What the hell? Ruined everything. Xinchuan wanted to be quiet. He'd better make the fryer first. Xinchuan took the frying pan blueprint from Ashua's hand. With just a few pieces of iron sheet, Xinchuan immediately felt a sense of accomplishment. He has iron skin. Want to make a fryer? Make. The frying pan was immediately in Xinchuan's hands after it was made. Chapter 132. In order to calm down the ups and downs in his heart, Xinchuan turned his grief and anger into appetite. Fresh lizard meat, this is it. Xinchuan took out a few pieces of lizard meat and threw them into the frying pan. This is an air fryer, very convenient. Listen to the whistling sound of air swirling in it, and soon you start to hear the sound of sizzling oil. The scent of lizard meat also drifted into their noses. Shinchuan took a deep breath of the fragrance. This is the taste. It tastes exactly like the freshly grilled salamander. The two little guys couldn't help twitching their noses and swallowing saliva after smelling the fragrance. Shinchuan moved out the elf guardian house. How could he forget his two hard-working gardeners for such a good thing? Sister Hua Xiaoyu was notified by Shinchuan and smelled the fragrance as soon as she walked out. They looked longingly towards the source of the fragrance. They also held a pile of fruits in their arms. He actively put the fruit on the table, but stared at the frying pan intently. Shinchuan felt funny when he saw how greedy they were. As soon as the lizard meat was fried, it was immediately divided among them. The one who eats the most is Shinchuan. Since he got a lot of lizard meat, Shinchuan had enough. Lizard meat is as effective as steak. After Shinchuan and the others drank their drinks, their physical strength, which fell back after 10 minutes, gradually rebounded under the buff of lizard meat. It not only satisfies the appetite, but also increases one's physical strength. A good thing that kills two birds with one stone. After eating and drinking, everyone burped. Hua Xiaoyu lamented once again that they had embraced a golden thigh. By the way, master, the fruit trees are already ripe. Hua Xiaoyu almost forgot about this. Shinchuan is short of money now, and mature fruit trees are a good thing to sell for gold coins. I'll collect it now. Shinchuan came to the planting room. Every mature fruit tree has only 2 fruits left as seeds. Everything else is put up for sale in the mall. Damn it! The master is selling wholesale again. Don't miss it when you're passing by. The juicy and big fruit is worth owning. That's not a luxury that people like me can have. Some people rejoice at the new food, while others cry because they can't afford it. The gap between rich and poor is clear at a glance. There are so many people on the World Channel who are complaining that they can't afford it. But as long as there are a few who can afford it, Shinchuan will have no shortage of buyers. With the blessing of his conscientious businessman, the items sold this time were not sold one by one. Someone is doing wholesale. The merchant who makes the middle price difference appears. Shinchuan doesn't care how they act, as long as he doesn't sell his things at a loss. A bunch of fruits were sold, and I got 3,000 gold coins. Okay, after making the void net, you can still get 1,000 gold coins to check the package. Shinchuan still coveted the power of the void net. So what if everything goes bankrupt? Even if he sells the iron, he still wants to get rid of it. I scraped together materials here and there to barely use them, and the biggest gold coins had been collected. Would you like to create a great net of void? Shinchuan clicked the production button with tears in his eyes. The void net is under construction. Diamond level props also have the same treatment as diamond level props. Even the production time is much longer. Shinchuan looked at the rocks in front of him and couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. Look, the ore in front of him is always reminding him that he just works hard. In this cellar world, no one is nobler than anyone else. Shinchuan suddenly had a lot of emotions about life. Bite. The void net has been successfully created. Chapter 133. Shinchuan immediately stopped his unnecessary moaning. The void net appeared in his hands. The tough silk thread is black, and the silk thread is as low-key as wool. It wasn't as gorgeous and dazzling as Shinchuan imagined. He even wondered if he had done something wrong. Amo, come here. Shinchuan waved to Amo. Amo stood in front of Shinchuan confused. The void net directly covered her body. Amo looked at Shinchuan confused. Shinchuan took out the frost stone axe. Amo, trust me. Amo nodded. She had absolute trust in Shinchuan. Shinchuan tightened the handle of the frost stone axe and slashed at Amo in one go. Chang! Amo subconsciously hugged his little head. So scary. Shinchuan didn't spare any effort at all. The frost stone axe and the void net had a gorgeous collision. Shinchuan lifted up the big net in the void, hugged Amo and coaxed her young mind. The children were shocked to see it. After Amo's mood stabilized, Shinchuan carefully looked at the void net. His 100% power did not even leave a gap in the wool thread. Not to mention the disconnection state. The house is intact. Nice one! Shinchuan's eyes lit up. This thing is really extraordinary. Invisibly, another defensive artifact was added to them. Take it, take it! Shinchuan smiled with his eyes crooked. It's half time, and now it's time to get to work. Shinchuan put away the elf guard and continued mining with the two little guys. A cave appeared in front of them. Shinchuan looked inside from the outside and saw only an ordinary cabin. This space looks a bit peaceful and peaceful. But judging from Shinchuan's perception, he felt terrified. Apart from the cabin, I didn't see any living creatures, let alone any monsters. Shinchuan took out the thigh bone and took the lead to approach the cabin. He wanted to see what was in this cabin. Crack! In a quiet space, the sound of breaking a branch is infinitely amplified. Shinchuan felt his heart go cold, and this voice gave him a bad premonition. The two little guys even hid behind him and grabbed the corners of his clothes. The two of them were looking through the cabin, looking at something else. Shinchuan did not move forward. Something is coming out of the cabin. Lines of mist emerged from the cabin and gradually took shape when they came to Shinchuan. It looks a little strangely familiar. Shinchuan held his breath and looked at them carefully. They looked at Shinchuan with dull eyes and made sounds in their mouths. Those who break into the temple without permission will be killed without mercy. With their clanging declaration, they attacked Shinchuan. While resisting their attacks, Shinchuan felt more familiar with them. The moves used to fight against them used to be like this. Shinchuan had a flash of inspiration. Aren't they the creatures he had killed before? Shinchuan was 100% sure that he had killed them all before. Did their refreshed corpses look like the souls they are now? Is this cabin a soul recycling bin? But what kind of temple did he just hear? Chapter 134. Shinchuan's heart was filled with all kinds of doubts, but he couldn't solve any doubts now. And if he continues to doubt, others will die. The attacks from the spirits are even more fierce than before they were alive. The fabric on Shinchuan's arms was completely shaved off. The attack that barely scratched the flesh made Shinchuan break out in a cold sweat, and he didn't dare to be distracted anymore. Their aim was accurate, they were staring at Shinchuan alone. Shinchuan suffered a lot in this kind of group fight where they surrounded him alone. He is too passive. The big void net that Shinchuan had put away not long ago suddenly appeared in his hand again. Shinchuan covered himself. The attacks of the souls are ineffective in front of the void net. Shinchuan couldn't help but laugh. As long as they are souls, physical attacks will have no effect on him. The void net resisted the attacks of the souls for Shinchuan. He clenched his thigh bones under the net of void. Now is the time for him to take the initiative. To deal with these souls, you must use the buff of the sacrifice aura. They have all become souls and have yet to reincarnate properly. He has saved them all in the past few days. Shinchuan held the void net in one hand to resist the attack, and held the thigh bone in the other hand to generate unlimited electricity. As long as the soul is shocked, it will let out a scream. Souls with insufficient levels just screamed and returned to the form of mist. It's just that they can't return to the cabin after changing into mist again. The smoke dissipated directly in the air. Shinchuan picked them all up in one go. The continuous screams represent that they are losing their souls one after another. It wasn't until they all turned into mist that Shinchuan put away the void net. Blow into the air twice and blow them all away. You couldn't beat me in life, but you can beat me in death? Now it's better, let's die again. Shinchuan shook the thigh bone in his hand. His fingers brushed the tip of his nose. Proud. Shinchuan felt proud for a moment, and immediately restrained his attitude. I'm afraid there really is something about this cabin. Axa Amo, let's hold hands and walk. Just in case, Shinchuan had to hold the two little guys in his hands. One person and two beasts approached the front of the cabin, and then they saw a plaque across the roof of the cabin. There are 4 words written on it. Taman Temple. This is really a temple. There is a stone tablet erected on the left side of Taman Temple. Shinchuan read it for a long time but couldn't figure out what was written. The writing seemed to be more complicated than Sanskrit. But he couldn't even read Sanskrit, so how could he possibly understand this monument? Shinchuan used the eagle eye technique towards the monument. Qianwen Monument, can improve one's own agility. Good guy, it looks unremarkable, but it's actually quite useful. I almost said goodbye to it because of its appearance. Shinchuan rubbed his hands and immediately took the 1,000-word monument into his own space. He had a hunch that there would be many good things in this Tamon temple. Shinchuan walked towards the wooden door with the two little guys. I reached out and pushed the wooden door, but it still couldn't move. What is this for? Shinchuan carefully looked at the wooden door. The old one can't be opened? Shinchuan tried to push open another wooden door. This time it was pushed away. It really is an aging problem, it's really full of age. Chapter 135. The wooden door that can be pushed open gives a feeling that is hard to describe when looking in. It seems that this Tamon temple is not small. Why can only one person pass through after opening the door? There are so many flaws, I don't know where to complain. Shinchuan could only lead the two little guys sideways and walk inside. In the passage, large stone walls stood on both sides occupying the area. As Shinchuan passed by, he looked at the murals recorded on the stone wall. I don't know what era the murals record, but they have serious religious overtones. With the faith born from the war, more and more people began to worship and sacrifice. In other words, the increase in the number of people probably increased the complexity of people's hearts, and eventually civil strife broke out. Shinchuan could only make a high probability guess at the situation at that time. It's unknown what else will happen next. Because Shinchuan saw the stone stairs going down, there was only one way, and he had to go down it. But it's not that easy to get in here. I'm afraid this is the real entrance. Shinchuan touched the stone wall. There is something missing in the middle of it, and you can tell at a glance that it needs something. Bronze lock, the companion key is inseparable. Shinchuan heard this reminder. It seemed like he didn't have to worry about where to find the key anymore. Because it's near the lock. Shinchuan turned around in a circle and looked around. There are square carvings all around, and the squares of different sizes look very messy. But there are definitely other uses for them being distributed like this. After Shinchuan looked at it carefully, a mysterious feeling arose in his heart. These squares are not simple. Shinchuan closed his eyes and shook his head. His thoughts seemed to be affected by these squares. Shinchuan did not open his eyes eagerly, but instead carefully felt the square shape around him. In the dark, Shinchuan stood in front of a certain stone wall. He opened his eyes. At a glance, I saw something similar but different from these squares. That's it! Shinchuan reached out his hand to it with great certainty. After twisting it left and right twice, Shinchuan pulled it out and pressed it on the bronze lock. Kaka! The bronze lock rang. Shinchuan was right to find the companion key. The heavy bronze door opened to the left and right, and the dust that hit his face made Shinchuan cover his mouth and nose. It felt like it had been a long time since they had seen the light of day. After waiting for the dust to disperse, Shinchuan could see clearly what was behind the bronze door. The passage, which is not long in a day, can only accommodate one person. There seems to be something on the left and right sides, engraved with some animal patterns. Shinchuan can guarantee that it's not a good thing, it might just be the ashes being stored. He has no interest in their ashes. As soon as Shinchuan stepped in, an eye bulged on his left side. It has its eyelids closed, and has not yet opened its eyes. Shinchuan used the eagle eye technique to see what it was. Demon eyes, wherever you look, there is madness and distortion. This is an eye full of confusion. Explore people's hearts and confuse people's hearts. Fortunately, it hasn't had time to open yet. It has been here for a long time and has not recovered yet. Shinchuan didn't wait for it to slow down. Just snap it off the stone wall and put it away. Now the magic eye is his. Shinchuan has no psychological burden at all. Whoever picks it up belongs to whomever. Shinchuan continued to move forward, and before reaching the next passage, there was a treasure box at his feet. Chapter 136. Treasure Chest. Shinchuan's favorite thing to do is to open treasure chests. The simple pattern seemed to be covered with heavy dust over time. Shinchuan doesn't mind how gray it is at all. The more low-key it is, the more connotative it is. The mysterious treasure chest in Tamon Temple, open it to have all possibilities. Everything is possible. Isn't this a big statement? Xinchuan's expectations for this treasure box continued to rise. He wanted to see what possibilities he could come up with. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for opening the mysterious treasure chest and obtaining the intermediate ice flame stone *1. Due to the 100 times critical hit effect, you will get an additional intermediate ice flame stone *99. Bite. Congratulations on getting the blue stone *1. Due to the 100 times critical hit effect, you will get an additional brilliant blue stone *99. Bite. Congratulations on getting the lightning bolt enchanted book *1. Bite. Congratulations on getting the SS level ghost made production drawing *1. 4 consecutive dings made Xinchuan confused. He sent it. Needless to say, the intermediate ice flame stone and brilliant blue stone are good things that can only be encountered but not sought. Moreover, this time it was 100 times more critical, and Xinchuan didn't mind it at all. The Lightning Strike enchanted book is a perfect match for the sacrifice aura. Xinchuan glanced at the Lightning Strike enchanted book and added the enchantment effect. You can also use the sacrificial aura buff at the same time when in the fire attribute enchantment state. There is no need to use them interchangeably. And not only that, after the Lightning Strike enchantment, you will also have a controllable buff, and you can also be paralyzed for 30 seconds. Fairy enchanted book. He only needs to exchange the corresponding gems to enchant his thigh bone. What Xinchuan is most looking forward to is the SS level ghost maid. Maid. It truly is a treasure chest with all possibilities. It's a cow. He wants to create a ghost maid despite all the trouble. But there is still one thing that worries me. Even if there are enough materials to make a ghost maid, you still need a reincarnation device. This is a must-have. But now Xinchuan is in a tight situation. He had to go back and think of a solution first. What you get at Taman Temple is more than enough. You can't be too greedy as a person, otherwise you'll get bad retribution. Xinchuan decisively decided not to continue exploring the Taman Temple and to withdraw from the Taman Temple first. Xinchuan moved the elf guardian house out, and it was important for them to go home first. Before making the ghost maid, Xinchuan still had to learn the lightning enchantment book. Xinchuan can only trade the precious lightning stones needed for lightning strikes. The amount required is not much, but it is quite easy to trade. Scarcity does not mean absence. It really has no effect on those who have it. Enchant the lightning stone to the thigh bone? Yes. The lightning stone melted into the thigh bone, and the pale yellow light intertwined with the color of the flame stone. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer on the successful enchantment. The thigh bone that Xinchuan held felt a lot stronger. After this period of tempering, it is no longer the original Wu Xia Man. Now the thigh bone has completely transformed. Xinchuan weighed his thigh bones and looked at the two little guys, Axu and Amo. Just one look made the two little guys stop drinking milk. The hair on my back stood up inexplicably. Xinchuan smiled maliciously, and his weird look made Ashu and Emo take 2 steps back. Axu Amo, remember to dodge! Chapter 137. As soon as Xinchuan's warning sounded, the thigh bone in his hand immediately started waving. The two little guys immediately transformed into animal bodies and dodged left and right under Xinchuan's thigh bones. However, both of them are still too young. Xinchuan feinted in front of the two of them, tricking them into pretending to dodge. The next second, the thigh bone hit them. The lightning strike enchantment has a control effect and a paralysis effect, knocking the two little guys to the ground in one fell swoop. As soon as she fell to the ground, Axeamo changed back to her human form, lying on the ground and accusing Xinchuan of her behavior with red eyes. That's too much. When Xinchuan saw the two little guys being aggrieved like this, he immediately felt that his behavior was excessive. The power of the thigh bone was very obvious after testing. Now I have to coax the two little ones. Xinchuan has his special coaxing skills. Just make delicious food for them. Xinchuan used a frying pan to cook all the delicious food for the two of them. In the face of delicious food, they can only resist it for a while. He gave in to Xinchuan while drooling with dissatisfaction. Only the last bit of stubbornness still remains in his eyes. Xinchuan touched their little heads and asked them to eat well. He has not forgotten the magic pupil eye he received. I don't know what the effect of this magic pupil eye is. He had never seen it open its eyes, but he could also feel the disadvantages of it opening its eyes. Xinchuan didn't want to experience it, but he could let others experience it. Xinchuan took out the magic pupil eye and marked the words, "Can be inlaid," next to the magic pupil eye. That proves that the magic pupil eye can be used for him. Xinchuan looked at his left hand and placed the magic eye in the palm of his left hand. A special feeling gave Xinchuan a different kind of emotion in his heart. When he opened his palm again, the magic eye was already embedded in the palm of his left hand. He possesses the bewitching ability of the demon eye, and has more intuitive control over living things. How to control living creatures depends on his own inner thoughts. Belch! Aksu next to Xinchuan burped. Xinchuan's eyes fell on Aksu. As a sister, sometimes you have to step up first. The calculation in Xinchuan's heart was clicking. Aksu! Xinchuan called Shui, and Shui subconsciously turned her head to look at him. Xinchuan opened the palm of his left hand, and the magic pupil in the palm opened his eyes. The glass-like eyes are deadly beautiful. Ashu suddenly fell into the eyes of the demon eyes, and her eyes became numb. Xinchuan suppressed his laughter and said jokingly, "Aksu, come and dance." Ashu got off the chair and started jumping in circles on the spot. Her movements are clumsy, but they cannot hold back her lightness. On the contrary, she possesses a kind of spiritual beauty. Bob bang bang! Amo was particularly supportive, even with something in his mouth, so he had both hands free to applaud Shui. This magic pupil eye is really powerful. Another thought suddenly popped up in Xinchuan's mind. Is there any other way to use the magic pupil eye? Xinchuan relied on his intuition and closed his eyes. But he didn't lose his light, he could still see. What he used to see was the magic pupil in the palm of his left hand. At that moment, the magic pupils became his eyes. This is a very mysterious feeling. Xinchuan was immersed in it. Chapter 138. Xinchuan's body moved as his heart moved, and he called out to the two little guys. Aksu Amo. At this moment, Xinchuan's voice was completely different. The bewitching voice spread into the minds of the two little guys. That is the person they trust the most. So they can go through fire and water for him. Aksu Amo walked towards Xinchuan blankly, her eyes losing their sparkle. Xinchuan thinks that the magic pupil eye is easy to use, but he doesn't like to use it like this. He immediately opened his eyes and closed the magic pupil in the palm of his left hand. Aksu Amo regained her clarity. The aura in his eyes returned again, and he was confused and a little hurt. Xinchuan felt that what he did was really unreasonable. It's better to use the magic eye's ability less on the two little guys. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would never use the demon eye on the two little guys again. If the aura in the eyes of these two little guys disappears, he will suffer a big loss. Xinchuan hugged the two of them into his arms. Aksu Amo held Xinchuan's clothes and remained silent. Xinchuan felt the grievances in the hearts of the two little guys. Immediately apologized to both of them. I went too far, I'm sorry. As an old father who loves his daughter, he must be able to bend and stretch. Aksu Amo's heart was pure, and her admiration for Xinchuan made it impossible for the two of them to be angry with Xinchuan. Xinchuan was able to coax him into doing it after a while. Xinchuan calculated that today's excavations had been completed. It's time to take some rest and reward yourself today. Although the oysters harvested in the morning did not encounter garlic, such tender oysters will not be bad no matter how you cook them. Xinchuan asked Aksu Amo to call out the two flower fairies. Sister Hua Xiaoyu was bubbling with happiness. Being able to live such a life is beyond the reach of many people who pray to God and worship Buddha. Sister Hua Xiaoyu prays daily. All the luck they had in this life combined together led to their meeting Xinchuan. Xinchuan steamed the rice, took out the oysters, and added fish and fruits. It's a completely nutritionally balanced meal. All the energy consumed today was replenished by this dinner. After dinner, it's time to get ready for bed. As soon as Xinchuan closed his eyes, private messages began to remind him. It was a video request from his friend Li Menghan. Video request. Xinchuan wondered if he was not connected to the internet, and when the video function was updated, the video request was still vibrating, and Xinchuan clicked the agree button. Li Menghan's vicissitudes of life showed that he had gone through a lot of hardships. She still looks like a pretty girl, and her lips are chapped and bleeding. The yellowish complexion was enough to show that her living condition was not good. Despite the physical hardships, her spirit was in good shape. His eyes were full of energy. The place where she was at the moment was just a shelter built out of a pile of thatch. The thatch behind her head swayed at any time due to the wind. This can be regarded as a kind of sleeping in the open air. Compared with the small Western-style villas here in Xinchuan, it has a huge visual impact. Li Menghan took 2 deep breaths. She was used to the life gap between her and Xinchuan. It's just that the video of getting through was a bit unacceptable at once. After taking a few deep breaths, she calmly accepted the gap between her and the great God. What's going on with this video function? Chapter 139. Xinchuan is still concerned about this issue. The system's video function updates didn't come with a single explanation. Li Menghan laughed out loud when she saw Xinchuan frowning and worrying about the video function. Xinchuan is not the aloof and cold male god that others imagined. After getting in touch with Xinchuan, Li Menghan felt that the master was too down-to-earth and handsome. Xinchuan heard Li Menghan's laughter and asked her why she was laughing. Li Menghan wiped her face and answered Xinchuan's doubts seriously. This is a newly developed function of the system. Shelters and shelters can video check each other's situation. In other words, if there are any difficulties between friends, they can immediately find out that something is wrong with the other party's location. Xinchuan nodded. This function is not bad. There is always more information that can be seen than what the person involved can say. What's the reason for you calling me on video? Li Menghan nodded and took out 4 drawings from his backpack. This is the blueprint I got from opening the treasure chest. I think it will be useful to you, master. I want to make a deal with you. Li Menghan placed 4 drawings in front of Xinchuan. The video function is easy to use, and you can see all 4 drawings clearly at a glance. Xinchuan was not interested in the blueprints of 2 of the equipment, which were just silver-level equipment. In Xinchuan's heart, he didn't even care about golden equipment. Anyway, it's not as useful as the thigh bone he made himself. His thigh bones are the most powerful. However, Xinchuan was quite interested in the other 2 drawings. Washing machine drawings and refrigerator drawings. My clothes are dirty after a hard day's work every day. Xinchuan is a wealthy family with no shortage of water, but he doesn't have the energy to wash clothes every day. So much so that I have to wear my clothes as hard as I can before I even think about doing laundry. The washing machine can stay. You can also keep the refrigerator, but he still needs to put some food in his elf guardianship. I exchange drinks, bread and bath water for washing machines and refrigerators. Xinchuan proposed something he could trade. Li Menghan nodded immediately. Make a deal! She wasn't afraid that there wouldn't be enough to trade, but she was afraid that Xinchuan wouldn't be interested in it. As long as Xinchuan has something she likes, she is willing to do it no matter how much she is given. After all, what is left with her is just a blueprint, and she does not have as powerful resources as Xinchuan. Xinchuan traded it to Li Menghan according to the amount in his mind, and gave her some food by the way. Li Menghan knew that Xinchuan was the best to her. Thank you, God! The extra food Xinchuan gave her was to thank her for thinking of him first when she had good things. Although I asked him because he couldn't make it, I still asked him first if he wanted it. The materials used to make washing machines and refrigerators are not uncommon. Xinchuan casually found the materials and made them both. When the washing machine and refrigerator were placed in front of him, Xinchuan discovered a good thing. He gave them 2 simple enchantments to achieve the effect of a perpetual motion machine. After all, his elf guardian house doesn't have electricity, so where is the socket to use it? Just a simple enchantment can be done once and for all. What a deal! Xinchuan placed the washing machine in the area where the bathroom was planned. The refrigerator is placed in the kitchen. Xinchuan took out a piece of lizard meat and put it in the refrigerator to freeze. I found that the freezing ability of the refrigerator is quite good. He can still stock up on goods at home in the future. Chapter 140. Xinchuan also taught the two little ones how to use the washing machine and refrigerator. The two little guys said it was incredible. As long as you stay with Xinchuan for a long time, you can see everything. Xinchuan touched their two heads. Come on, we should go to bed. Xinchuan fell asleep as soon as he lay down. Early the next morning, Xinchuan's biological clock caused him to open his eyes on time. It's time to make a wish. I want to make a wish to get the blue stone. Xinchuan had already thought of something he wanted to wish for last night. The brilliant blue stone can greatly increase your agility, even without the need for synthesis. It's best to make your wish come true. Bite. The adventurer failed to make a wish and received 5 frost stones randomly. Due to the 100 times critical hit effect, you will get an additional frost stone *495. Xinchuan couldn't help but sigh. If it is really an extravagant wish, I have to forge and synthesize it myself. The system gave 500 frost stones, but I don't know how many blue stones can be synthesized. Xinchuan really couldn't explain the mysterious synthesis rate. But so what? He can't help but synthesize it. Do you want to synthesize frost stone *100? Synthesis. Xinchuan smashes it and gets 100 frost stones. There must be 7 or 8 of the 10 companies. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer on the successful synthesis. Get blue stone *7. Can he take back what he just said? If you say 7 or 8, then 7, why not 8? Xinchuan grinded his teeth and threw another 100 frost stones. Under synthesis. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for successfully synthesizing and obtaining blue stone *8. There are now 15 brilliant blue stones, and Xinchuan has synthesized 5 more brilliant blue stones. I just collected 20 brilliant blue stones. Xinchuan equipped all 20 brilliant blue stones on himself. The thing with the most inlays is the smart boots on the soles of his feet. Xinchuan moved his feet, considering the current agility of the smart boots. Walking like flying can become a reality. The lightness of stepping on the smart boots made Xinchuan feel as if she was in the clouds. Floating, floating. Xinchuan suppressed his desire to fly and checked his backpack. He was running low on energy drinks. This is something he needs. Needs supplies. The functional drink maker was moved out by Xinchuan. Do you make functional drinks? Make it. Xinchuan didn't feel distressed at all when he used the water source. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for successfully making it and winning functional drink *100. Due to the 100 times critical impact, you will receive an additional functional drink *9900. Pretty! 10,000 cans of functional drinks are more than enough for Xinchuan to sell domestically. He can also divide some of it and sell it in the mall. As soon as Xinchuan's functional drink was put on the shelves, someone on the World Channel immediately shouted, "Here comes the good stuff." Xinchuan's hand has not yet been taken back from the panel. The functional drinks in the mall have been sold out. The purchasing power is so strong. I grabbed a can. Ha ha ha. Why are you so excited? It seems like no one has grabbed it. I don't have one. Please give your child a way to survive. These days I have forgotten what Coke tastes like. The front row sells the Master's Coke, which can be traded for 50 gold coins. There is something private upstairs. Get lost. The second-rate dealer is really shameless. Xinchuan looked at his harvest and saw that he received 2,000 gold coins from the drinks sold. Chapter 141. The harvest is still good. Xinchuan closed his panel information with satisfaction. Axel was already on his left and right sides, holding the corner of his clothes and looking at him. Xinchuan lowered his head and played a staring game with the two little guys. Sister Hua Xiaoyu determined the time for Xinchuan to get up in the morning. He brought some ripe red berries and other food to Xinchuan for inspection. Xinchuan put some in his backpack and left some for them for breakfast. In order to avoid being too vegetarian, Xinchuan also made some lizard meat. Sister Hua Xiaoyu, who had eaten and drank enough, flapped her wings and circled around Xinchuan. Thank you, Master! Let's go back to work. Sister Hua Xiaoyu is full of enthusiasm for their work. Xinchuan nodded. It was time for them to start mining. Start working! Shinchuan put the elf guardian house into the space of the bracelet, started looking for a place with the shovel. Kaka! We have a good start today. The cave was dug out by Shinchuan, and there was a new space in front of it. Before Shinchuan entered this space, he could already feel the sharp wind blowing from this space. I don't know if it's humans or monsters fighting. You two stay hidden for now, and I'll go see what's going on. Shinchuan pressed Axuamo's two little heads and hid behind the rock. He groped all the way from behind the rock. The first thing that caught the eye were the 5 monsters, who seemed to be quite capable. However, the 2 humans who were inseparable from the 5 monsters were not strong enough. Bridgehead Ghost, Gold level creature. Power 123. Wisdom 88. Agility 145. Stamina 178. Note: the Bridgehead Ghosts live in groups in their lairs and are tasked with guarding the treasure chests. Shinchuan's mind suddenly became active. A treasure that can be guarded by groups of bridge ghosts is certainly not an ordinary treasure chest. After all, they were a group of gold-level monsters. Shinchuan suppressed the excitement in his heart. The battle in front of them is getting more and more fierce. 2 humans can fight 2 against 5 without falling into a disadvantage. Instead, 2 bridgeheads were killed. A powerful enemy. Shinchuan estimated what he would do if he faced them head-on. Even if he wanted to defeat them, he would probably have to lose a lot. So the best way is not to have any contact with them. Let them be strong if they are strong. It's best to serve the kaitugi in one pot. Shinchuan smiled. The result of the fight between Snipe and Clam is that the fisherman gets the benefit. He is going to be this fisherman today. Shinchuan turned around and waved to the 2 little guys, a Shui and Amo. The 2 of them transformed into their own bodies and came to Shinchuan's side quietly. The 2 humans had already beaten back the remaining 3 bridge ghosts. If they were asked to give the 3 bridge ghosts another try, Shinchuan would not be able to pick up the treasure chest. Now is the time. Shinchuan patted Axuamo on the head and asked the 2 of them to go out to add some drama to the battle. Why are there other monsters? As soon as Axuamo appeared, the 2 humans immediately classified them as monsters. Axuamo is much more powerful than a few bridge ghosts. The most important thing is that Axu has a good brain. Cooperating with Amo, he frequently harassed 2 humans. The situation where they were supposed to win has changed, which made their mentality a bit broken. Shinchuan took the opportunity to appear. The magic eye in his hand opened its eyelids. When the 2 humans noticed that someone else was intruding, they immediately turned around to take precautions. Unexpectedly, he and the demon pupil's eyes collided at a glance. Chapter 142. The minds of the 2 human beings were instantly bewitched by the demon eyes and they were unable to move. Axuamo, stop the ghost on the bridge. Shinchuan immediately gave orders to the 2 little guys. Axuamo also gave up attacking the 2 humans and turned to attack the bridge ghost. Shinchuan had no intention of wanting their lives. It's okay to seize treasures, but forget about killing people. Shinchuan would not kill them easily if he had not offended Shinchuan. Wherever you came into this space, leave from there. Shinchuan gave them instructions with his magic eyes. The 2 humans walked out in the direction they came from with their eyes blank. Shinchuan finally closed his magic pupil eyes again when the 2 of them were nowhere to be seen. Axuamo and 3 bridge ghosts are in the middle of a tug-of-war. After just a period of respite, the 3 bridge ghosts seem to be back at their peak. No wonder the 2 humans hit them in one go. 3 gold-level bridge ghosts are not something that a Shui and Amo can successfully deal with. Shinchuan took out his thigh bone and quickly joined the battle. Axuamo automatically gave up the main attacking position to Shinchuan, and the 2 little guys were on the side to assist him. Shinchuan found out after he personally fought against 3 bridge ghosts. Are their powers growing a little too fast? The strength and stamina that I had used up before were almost full now. What's going on? Shinchuan stepped back temporarily, using 2 cans of drinks to regain his lost strength. These 3 bridge ghosts are a little weird. No matter how weird they are, Shinchuan will definitely eat them. Shinchuan asked the 2 little guys to be ready at any time. He rushed towards the 3 bridge ghosts. The lightning strike and the hot flames caused the three bridge ghosts to scream and howl. The figures of the three bridge ghosts were looming, and Shinchuan's thigh bones never stopped hitting them. The three bridge ghosts showed their ferocious faces. Their fangs were displayed towards Shinchuan. Shinchuan raised his eyebrows and raised the top of his thigh bone slightly. The two fangs exposed from the bridge ghost's mouth flew into the air instantly. The bridge ghost whose fangs were blown away showed a shocked expression. The other two bridgehead ghosts were born out of fear, and they sneaked up on him from both sides of Shinchuan. Axeamo has been lurking all this time, not just to stand aside and watch the fun. When the two bridge ghosts attacked Shinchuan, Axeamo also fell from the sky. Amo's sharp pet claws pulled to both sides, tearing the bridge ghost in half. The bridge ghost that Ashware wrapped up with her tail was also thrown to Amo, and Amo immediately tore it apart. The two bridge ghosts were instantly destroyed in the hands of the two little guys. Seeing this, Shinchuan was not willing to lag behind. The remaining bridge ghost will not make any difference at all. The continuous electricity makes Quoto Ghost's head smoke. Coupled with the burning of the flames, the bridge ghost's body could no longer bear it. Burned to a pile of ashes. All three bridge ghosts were eliminated. Shinchuan put his thigh bones away and praised the two little guys without hesitation. Well done! Axeamo transformed into a human form and stood beside Shinchuan. After the bridge ghosts died, the treasure chest they guarded was also revealed. Shinchuan squatted in front of the treasure box and patted it. Chapter 143. Unlocked treasure chest, gold level. After opening, there is a chance to obtain food, water, gold level equipment, props, etc., and a small probability to obtain diamond level equipment and props. It's still a golden treasure chest. Shinchuan felt a little disappointed. Then he cheered up. There might be some treasures coming out of the golden treasure chest. I hope his little red hands can be more powerful. Shinchuan breathed into the palm of his hand. I made a mistake, rubbed my hands and opened the gold treasure chest solemnly. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for opening the golden treasure chest and obtaining a gold level prop, route record reel *1. Note: the route record reel can record the routes explored by adventurers. Draw the places the adventurer passes by. The current route record reel level is primary, and the map development capacity is 100. Adventurers can upgrade and expand. This thing is pretty good. Use your own steps to measure the map of the cellar world. It may not be of much use in the early stage, but in the later stage, the route recording reel will be of great help. Nice one! Shinchuan immediately opened the route record reel. A line of light is being drawn on the route recording axis, showing the place where Shinchuan has walked. The locations shown on the horizontal map are all places Shinchuan has walked before. Shinchuan looked at the map and found his location. If he moved forward, the map would stop abruptly. The map drawing ahead would have to wait for him to dig in and explore. Shinchuan put away the route record reel. Let him draw his map. After opening the gold treasure chest, Shinchuan took out his shovel and prepared to enter the next space. He hadn't even taken a few steps while carrying the shovel when Amo's little black hand grabbed Shinchuan's clothes and pulled him to prevent him from walking any further. Shinchuan frowned and looked back at her. Amo blinked and pointed at a location to him. Oh my God! When did the treasure chest that could blind people appear? Obviously there was no gold treasure chest when I first opened it. Shinchuan immediately put away the shovel. He said, how could there be an ordinary gold treasure chest that could be guarded by 5 bridge ghosts? It turns out there is such a more awesome treasure chest. Unlocked mysterious gold treasure chest. After opening it, you will get all possible items randomly. Shinchuan now understands that there is definitely a good treasure in the mysterious treasure box. Everything is possible. Moreover, this mysterious treasure chest is made of gold, just because of its unusual golden light. Shinchuan is full of confidence in it. The heads of Shinchuan and the 2 little guys were close together, and the 3 heads were staring at the mysterious gold treasure box. Shinchuan prayed in his heart, while carefully opening this mysterious gold treasure box. As soon as a gap was revealed in the mysterious gold treasure box, an even more dazzling golden light flashed in front of their eyes. One person and two beasts had to close their eyes and wait for this golden light to pass. It really means blinding their eyes. This grand occasion would be in vain if there were no treasures. After the golden light passed, Xinchuan opened his eyes and opened the mysterious gold treasure box directly. Wow! There are so many items in the mysterious gold treasure box that Xinchuan can't even see them. The entire treasure chest is filled to the brim, with no gaps at all. The gems in the treasure chest are randomly placed in it like stones on the roadside. Bite! Congratulations to the adventurer for opening the treasure chest and getting 10 frost stones. Due to the 100 times critical hit effect, you will get an additional frost stone *990. Bite! Congratulations to the adventurer for getting blue frost stone *10. Due to the 100 times critical hit effect, you will receive an additional blue frost stone *990. Chapter 144. Bite! Congratulations to the adventurer for obtaining the yellow stone *10. Due to the 100 times critical hit effect, you will receive an additional 990 brilliant yellow stones. Xinchuan couldn't even collect the gems while listening to the sound of the system. He made a fortune just from gems. When Xinchuan put away the gems in the treasure box plus the gems from 100 times the critical hit, I also had to wipe away the fine sweat on my forehead. After cleaning up the gems, there are other treasures at the bottom of the treasure chest. Bite! Congratulations to the adventurer for obtaining the Ice Attribute Enchantment Book *1. Bite! Congratulations to the adventurer for obtaining the Elf Sanctuary, Gold Level, Upgrade Blueprint *1. The enchanted books were already old friends, so Xinchuan put them away first. What he is interested in is his Elf Sanctuary Upgrade Blueprint. Xinchuan originally thought that his elf refuge could only remain like that. I didn't expect to encounter blueprints with upgrades now. Xinchuan immediately unfolded the drawings and took a closer look. You won't know until you see it, but you will be shocked when you see it. When building the silver level elf sanctuary, he basically wiped out all his wealth at that time. Now Xinchuan has finally become rich again. The materials for upgrading the gold level elf shelter are increased 100 times compared to the silver level elf shelter. Xinchuan swallowed a mouthful of old blood and it was stuck in his throat. The system's heart is extremely sinister. This is another conspiracy to empty out his family fortune. Then can he not do it? Of course I have to do it. Xinchuan silently swallowed the mouthful of old blood. Gold level elf shelters can not only expand the area, but also increase defense capabilities. How can you just watch the blueprints and not upgrade? Xinchuan sat on the floor and began to count the items in his backpack. He is going to start a big sale again. Damn it! Why did the master suddenly start clearing out the goods again? What are these? They are all gems that I can't afford. Is this something we ordinary people can covet? Master, can you sell some ordinary things? Bread, water, and the like are the only things I can afford. At most, I can buy a can of drinks. Xinchuan harvested more gems this time, and some of them he couldn't use for the time being, and they would take up space when piled up. Simply clear out the inventory and sell it. After all, the price of gems is not low. After hanging the gems, Xinchuan made some water and functional drinks. Those who have rocks, ground piles, and other building materials can come to me to trade bread, water, and drinks with a price. Feel free to come. Xinchuan called out on the World Channel. Everyone has basic building materials such as rocks and rocks to some extent. Unfortunately, Xinchuan wanted too much, so he had to trade it. Xinchuan's private messages were immediately flooded with messages. People who know the rules will clearly write down the quantity and the amount of food being traded in the first sentence. Because the demand was too high, Xinchuan looked at it and decided to trade the quantity that was suitable. I didn't even say a word, mainly because there were too many things to collect. Xinchuan was busy trading in private messages. Little did he know that there was a bloody storm in the World Channel. Based on the building materials such as mountain rocks and ground piles that the master needs, I have a bold guess. Me too. Will the great god create another shelter? As soon as this statement came out, everyone's eyes were fixed on the shelter ranking list. Xinchuan, who ranked first, still only has one elf refuge. It seems like each person owns one shelter. This is directly tied to it. Pull you down. Who among us can have a refuge? That's just a restriction on us. Chapter 145. That's a great god. Rules that conform to everyone may not be suitable for great gods. Aren't the rules broken by great gods? After the first person's guidance, everyone couldn't help but guess whether Xinchuan wanted to build another shelter. Their eyes were focused on the shelter rankings. Will Xinchuan, who is number 1, have another shelter and be tied for number 1? Xinchuan was doing a lot of transactions so that the sweat on his face never stopped. Counting points for shipping and receiving goods is also very tiring. Imo thoughtfully held a piece of towel-like cloth to wipe the sweat from Xinchuan's forehead at any time. After finally gathering all the materials needed for the upgrade, Xinchuan's hands were trembling. I'm afraid my hands will become useless. It is not wasted in the way of killing monsters, but it is wasted in shipping and receiving goods. How sad! Xinchuan quickly bought himself a few cans of drinks to build up his strength. The hand tremor is finally getting better. Gather all the materials and add the gold coins to make. Xinchuan couldn't hold back at all and burst into tears. Why are there still 1,000 gold coins missing? Xinchuan's silver teeth wanted to bite it into pieces. In the eyes of others, he is a wealthy and powerful boss. However, only he himself knows how he managed to survive from the hands of the system's thieves. Almost every time he had some savings, the system would clear him out. Xinchuan felt miserable. What else can I do? I can only sell some more drinks for 1,000 gold coins. Xinchuan felt that his heart's endurance was getting stronger and stronger. Just because of the system's skin-peeling method, he didn't find a rope to hang himself, but his body and will were strong. Bite. The adventurer has collected all the required materials and gold coins. Do you want to upgrade the elf sanctuary? Upgrade. Xinchuan watched helplessly as large sums of gold coins and materials were withdrawn from his account. Those are not gold coins and materials, those are his life. Xinchuan couldn't bear to look directly. Sitting on the ground slumped, looking ahead with blank eyes. If there is another Huazi in the hand, the decadent energy will be strangled to death. The two little guys, Axu and Amo, noticed Xinchuan's discomfort. He patted Xinchuan's back and squeezed his shoulders thoughtfully, and even took the initiative to act coquettishly in his arms. You must know that Axu, this aloof little princess, is extremely reserved. Xinchuan's heart was riddled with holes, thanks to the efforts of the two little guys. Cured. Bite. Congratulations to the Adventurer's Elf Sanctuary, Gold level, for successfully upgrading. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for receiving the title, Reclaimer of Home. All servers have been announced. Xinchuan moved out the upgraded elf shelter. The brand new elf sanctuary made him dare not recognize it. In the past, the elf refuge was at best a 2-story Western-style building, which could barely be called a villa. And now the upgraded elf sanctuary can be called a villa. It's a serious, real villa. The red bricks and green tiles add a luxurious touch. The area seems to be about 1/3 larger than before. And also has a garden area. Garden in the pavilion, uncultivated adventurers are required to explore the flowers and plants that can be planted. Chapter 146. Xinchuan was so happy that he didn't know what expression to make. But compared to his mood, the people in the World Channel were already mentally depressed. Damn it, it has been scrolling on the screen several times. The moment the Elf Sanctuary was successfully upgraded, all of them with eyes saw what the Elf Sanctuary looked like after the upgrade. Sure enough, I'm too superficial. I thought the small Western-style building was Western-style enough, but I didn't expect this to be a real European-style villa. What you see is its magnificence, what I see is its value. Is it possible for me to have this shelter in my lifetime? It's impossible, but it does exist in dreams. Anyway, I have all the material for dreams. It was as if they were using this villa to cook their meals. What you eat is tasteless, and what you throw away kills you. It took Xinchuan a while to calm down his inner excitement. His private mailbox has been bombarded, and he knows that they are the ones who recommended themselves without even looking. This world. It's so cruel. Xinchuan led the two little guys into the upgraded elf sanctuary. Experience firsthand what an upgraded house is. That is a kind of luxury that can cleanse the soul. It seems that Shinchuan is fighting for this moment. The ups and downs of the heart that are torn by the materials needed for upgrading. Finally landed. Shinchuan was relieved. He was relieved. Many people shed sour tears. After walking around Shinchuan's proud elf sanctuary, Shinchuan nodded with satisfaction. Shinchuan could completely predict that the next time the elf sanctuary was upgraded, it would be the day when he would go bankrupt again. However, if he doesn't continue to work in mining now, he won't even have a chance to go bankrupt. Shinchuan reorganized his mind and put away the elf sanctuary. Before mining, he had to learn the ice attribute enchanted book. Shinchuan took out the enchanted book and looked at it, and he couldn't help feeling relieved. Fortunately, he had the ice and snow stones needed for ice attribute enchantment. He can't even exchange it for an ordinary gem now. Would you like to enchant the thigh bone? Yes. Shinchuan was looking forward to seeing what the femur would look like after being enchanted with ice properties. All the ice and snow stones melted and covered the surface of the thigh bone. The white light fell on the thigh bone and turned into a pattern of ice and snow. It is intertwined with other enchantment patterns, which seems a bit awkward at first. However, its movement had not stopped yet, and Shinchuan watched helplessly as the enchanted patterns accommodated each other. Become complementary. It looks very pleasing to the eye now. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer on the successful enchantment. The pattern on the thigh bone stopped changing completely, and it fell into Shinchuan's hands. The moment it touched the thigh bone, Shinchuan felt cold to the bone. The cold feeling that penetrated the bone marrow made Shinchuan want to let go and throw away the thigh bone. However, only a moment passed. The hot temperature bursting from the thigh bone completely neutralized the coldness. The temperature of the thigh bone gradually stabilized in Shinchuan's hands. Oh, quite smart. Shinchuan thought that the thigh bone was quite discerning. I just don't know what its newly enchanted ice property is like. Shinchuan moved his wrist, raised his thigh bone, and attacked forward. The sharp ice tips reflected the cold light under the refraction of light. Wherever the cold light goes, the temperature plummeted. Gather into frost. Not bad, not bad. Shinchuan could not be more satisfied. The ice attribute that is the icing on the cake is not too powerful. Shinchuan held the thigh bone, his heart bubbling. Work, work. Chapter 147. Alarm bells rang in Shinchuan's heart. Today's time passed too quickly. He quickly retracted his thigh bones, held the shovel in his hand, looked at a certain location, and dug towards it. A cave was dug, and darkness spread from that cave. Why is this still contagious with darkness? This is too weird. Shinchuan calmed down, put away the shovel, and held the thigh bone in his hand. The two little guys walked together with Shinchuan, one on the left and one on the right. Their eyes searched the space, and it was so dark that they couldn't see why. Isn't it another night monster? But the night monster does not have the ability to extend darkness. Shinchuan had to use the eagle eye technique to check it again. Mountain Ghost, Gold level creature. Power 99. Wisdom 123. Agility 189. Stamina 134. Skill, Extend Darkness. Weakness, Chill. The system has upgraded other aspects of the problem, and it seems that even the survey information has been upgraded. No wonder that as soon as the cave was dug, the space above even Shinchuan and the others became dark. This is completely the active skill of Mountain Ghost. It must have targeted them. Shinchuan's other free hand squeezed the two little guys' hands. Warn them to pay attention to the disturbance around them at all times. The two little guys directly transformed back into their animal bodies. As beast bodies, their intuition would be more sensitive. Shinchuan remembered that the mountain ghost's weakness was that it was afraid of cold, which happened to be his newly enchanted thigh bone with ice attribute. Use it! Shinchuan was not sure where the other party was, so he randomly picked a position and waved his thigh bone. The light of ice and snow flashed past in the dark environment, leaving behind frost everywhere. The mountain ghost seems to be disturbed. Shinchuan's ears moved, and he heard some slight movement. That was the sound of evasive wind. The mountain ghost hid behind him. Shinchuan immediately turned around and attacked the mountain ghost. The light of ice and snow emitted again, and the bone-chilling coldness of the frost made the mountain ghost let out an angry cry. It also includes anger. It was enraged. Shinchuan pricked up his ears carefully, and listened carefully for the location of the mountain ghost. However, this time, he didn't hear any movement. The mountain ghost is dormant somewhere. Shinchuan was a little anxious. The complete darkness made him very passive. Shinchuan's uneasiness was sensitively captured by the mountain ghost. Hiss! Shinchuan let out a gasp. The mountain ghost swiped past his shoulder. The smell of blood was caught in Shinchuan's nose. He hadn't seen blood for a long time. The burning pain from the wound calmed down Shinchuan's anxious heart. He is not completely passive. He also has a void net that can resist physical attacks. As soon as Shinchuan calmed down, he thought of the void net. He's not stupid. As soon as he thought of it, he immediately took out the void net and put it on his body. As soon as the void net was put on, a ferocious collision sounded. The fingernails of the mountain ghost cut through the great net of the void. If it weren't for the void net, Shinchuan would have been injured again. However, the void net not only blocked the attacks of the mountain ghosts. Instead, Shinchuan discovered its location. Chapter 148. The mountain ghost seemed to be confused about the attack just now. Why can't it hurt Shinchuan? If there is doubt in the mind, then it needs to be verified. Shinchuan was really afraid that it wouldn't have this curiosity. The two little guys and Shinchuan were close to each other, holding their breaths softly and waiting silently. The mountain ghost seems to be in an absolute realm in the darkness that it can only emerge from. It can come to Shinchuan quietly. When it waved its claws towards Shinchuan, Shinchuan shouted loudly. Right! The two little guys immediately understood and attacked Shinchuan's right side. Axa waved her tail in the air, and immediately pounced on the mountain ghost. It doesn't matter what the entity of the mountain ghost is, as long as you feel that it has an entity. Axa opened her mouth and inserted her fangs into the body of the mountain ghost. The toxin got into the body of the mountain ghost. The mountain ghost's movements immediately became sluggish. It sensed something was wrong and still wanted to escape. However, Ashu got caught on top of it and completely became a target. Amo stared at Ashua closely and blocked the mountain ghost. Amo's beast body can completely block the retreat of the mountain ghost. Its escape route was blocked by Amo. The mountain ghost also knows that the biggest problem is Aksu. He stopped in his tracks and prepared to deal with Ashu first. However, relying on Aksu's flexible reaction, even if the mountain ghost grabbed her tail, she managed to break free. Aksu has been twisting on the mountain ghost, just acting as a target for Shinchuan. Shinchuan understood what she meant, and his thigh bones glowed with a cold light. Just when Shinchuan was about to swing out, the Aksu in front of him seemed to be getting darker and darker. It was like she was being swallowed by darkness. The extended darkness of the mountain ghost shrouded Ashu's figure in it. In this way, Shinchuan and the others won't know where Ashua is. Shinchuan held his breath. He still remembered Aksu's location. Even in the darkness, he fought forward with determination. The light from the ice and snow was like a dawn breaking through the darkness, hitting the mountain ghost with one blow. Asue herself is an ice creature, and being under the light of ice and snow makes her feel even more at ease. The mountain ghost's weakness is that it is afraid of the cold. This blow of ice and snow light was like killing most of its life. The stamina value keeps dropping. The mountain ghost suddenly broke free from Ashu's shackles. In a breath, the mountain ghost disappeared again. It's just that this time it can't be done quietly. It is now in a seriously injured state. As long as Shinchuan listens carefully to his surroundings, he will hear the whooshing sound coming from its chest. Following its voice, Shinchuan realized that it wanted to make a sneak attack. Doesn't it know that the sound it makes has revealed its location? Shinchuan calmed down when the mountain ghost approached behind him. He turned around and swung his thigh bone at the mountain ghost. The cold light of the ice and snow directly caused a layer of frost to appear all over his body. The mountain ghost's sharp claws paused in the air, It is the idea of defeating the enemy. Prepare for a final fight. Xinchuan would not give it this chance. Now that we have hit it for the second time, we have to take advantage of the victory and pursue it. Come again! The mountain ghost was completely frozen and covered with frost, exposing its physical appearance. It's just that there is still a black space in the space, and Xinchuan can't see what it looks like. There is no need to worry about its location. Chapter 149. The half-frozen appearance fell under the next attack on the thigh bone. It broke into pieces and fell to the ground. When Xinchuan smashed the mountain ghost into pieces, the darkness of the entire space ushered in the dawn with its death. As soon as the darkness was driven away, Xinchuan's eyes felt dazzled by something. No matter how much he tried to open it, he couldn't. With no other option, he took off the lenses of his gas mask and wore them as sunglasses. With the buffer of the lenses, Xinchuan could finally open his eyes and see clearly what was emitting the dazzling light. What the hell? What's dazzling in front of you is an entire frost stone mine. The mountain ghost is guarding such a treasure. No wonder it refused to leave even though it was so seriously injured. It turned out to be because of this. Xinchuan's eyes brightened. Sure enough, his lucky physique is such a blessing. It is not a dream to go bankrupt in the previous dimension, but to become rich overnight in this dimension. Frost stone mine can be mined. There is a certain chance of obtaining high-grade crystals by digging the frost stone mine. Xinchuan couldn't wait to dig this frost stone mine. However, a big problem was discovered the next second. He has no digging tools. You can't dig it out even with your bare hands. Bite. Adventurers, please purchase a mining shovel before digging. Xinchuan could only open them all with resentment. Mining shovel, 50 gold coins can dig mines, etc. A mining shovel that costs 50 gold coins doesn't seem very expensive. Xinchuan could still get the 50 gold coins. Xinchuan generously bought the mining shovel directly. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for successfully purchasing and getting a mining shovel *1. The mining shovel was immediately in Xinchuan's hands. Xinchuan immediately grabbed the mining shovel and shoveled into the frost stone mine. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for getting frost stone *1. Due to the 100 times critical hit effect, you will receive an additional 99 frost stones. Ordinary frost stones are not satisfactory to Xinchuan. His goal is high-grade crystal stones. With this goal in mind, Xinchuan continued digging towards the frost stone mine. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for getting frost stone *1. Due to the 100 times critical hit effect, you will receive an additional 99 frost stones. Still? This is not what he wants. Xinchuan couldn't believe it could be a frost stone. The first mine shovel kept digging. Bite. Congratulations to the adventurer for getting frost stone *1. Due to the 100 times critical hit effect, you will receive an additional 99 frost stones. Again. 3 consecutive digs turned out to be ordinary frost stones. Just no critical hit rate at all. Xinchuan was very unconvinced. When I was about to continue digging, the mining shovel just shoveled down. Cracked. Bite. The adventurer's mining shovel is damaged. Adventurers, please purchase a new mining shovel. Xinchuan straightened his back and threw the mining shovel aside with a wave of his hand. He is angry. He knew that the mining shovel that was priced so low in the mall must be a trap waiting for him to jump into. It is indeed so now. The durability of the mining shovel is too low, and it is a non-reparable tool. Rounding it off, it's a disposable tool. If he wants to dig up high-level crystals, doesn't he need to use a mountain of mining shovels? Not to mention that he is too poor now and cannot afford it. Even before he went bankrupt, he couldn't afford such a shovel.